Neither timing found yet, but Exercise starts to make his move. Lucky just buying time, now looks to pounce as they've split this retake. Lucky concealed, doing damage even on that bit of spam. They are both one shot from certain death. Oh, Zeus. On Exorcist as he makes his play down through middle.
Oh, this is scary.
Body here. It's a triple setup for hitting Cat. Body might have been good for the first one, but electronic, oh my god!
The flash is designed for Story.
Oh.
What? The wall bang into cave hits me. Stacked by the orb already. Oh, Rain's not looking. He doesn't have a confirmation. He's going to spot him now, and just like that, it's 11. Nice from Agil. Double dig 3.
Virtus.pro going to try and move into this A side, but 3D Max the double set up here. They weren't ready for Exercise.
Oh, but you definitely do.
Oh, the attention's taken away again.
Kill. Sorry.
Oh, nice. Good awareness that the Vandal's going to be utilized there by Brokey. Through the smoke, Story. Another headshot. And it's 3 to finish. Lovely quad from Story. Oh, the timing's awful. Bomb down, bomb spotted. Hype needs to hit this. He needs to get a second, and he will. Don't re-peek again. That's okay. You can stay there. That's cool. Torchy's posted, and he is going to peek into him. He wants confirmation. He wants the third. He's had a quiet game. His hyped, and there it is. Takes all 3.
That's definitely a lot of opportunities there to make something more out of it. Yeah. And a team kill. I like it. So, yeah, nice one, Cat.
It's a Cat setup instead. Oh, FlyQuest are going into it.
Just left the angle, but gets the spot off now. Regali takes the first.
Yeah,
2 tags down range from this scout. Dexter finishes the job, and there's Nico. And that util designed just to fake. It was going back in for a bit more.
It's a nice bash in upper tunnels. This is winnable. Magis gets his 1v1. He just takes him out of the air. Now pushes the smoke. Magis with the clutch. That is crazy good for Magis.
Never mind the one ring, they need the one dig, but nothing has connected so far for the Falcons. Throw that up there, grab this. Now get ready to swing mid. They are right next to each other. Oh my god! No. Tess says they line up!
Here comes the answer, though. Senzu.
Oh, that allows the plant to go down now, surely.
You'd think.
Actually hasn't crossed yet, but Senzu keeps fragging. Dude.
JT's low health, trying to press in. Oh, good timing.
Know where Safe is. They've done the damage to him. Safe still stepping up, though, and that FaMAS is getting some work done on 2 individual players. Safe finally cast away in a 3v2 with Wildcard and come crashing into the A site, but exit.
There are no kits on these defenders, but Javi gets the better of Davideus after he's done so much. And with a flashbang on the doorway, NQZ trying to frazzle the 2 defenders on top of this bomb. He's got to get him off it. Javi still defusing. Now comes off and falls to the 1 tap.
Yes, welcome back. It's day 2 of PGL Cluj-Napoca. You were seeing all the highlights there from the day 1 action, which we're going to be breaking down on the desk in just a moment, and then looking ahead to today's games. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. Always super excited to be here in the studio, and joining me as they did yesterday morning for a bit of an extended chat about everything that's going on in the world of Counter-Strike, we've got our 2 analysts. It is, of course, Maui Snake and Dust Murray. How are you guys doing today?
You said you were super excited, Richard, but I didn't see a smile on your face. Would you like to put one on for the audience?
It's kind of hard. The day after a lonely Valentine's Day, you know, I spent most of yesterday crying, so, you know, it's kind of tough.
So you're just excited to be at work, so you're not at home.
Exactly.
You're running away from something.
Left alone with the voices in my head, never good. Never
You need
good.
to escape.
Yeah, exactly. So help me, Dust.
I was just being a normal human being in my hotel room last night, not privy to any of this.
What were you doing?
Shenanigans. You know, let's not talk about that. Let's just, you know.
You were being a normal human.
Yeah, exactly.
I think you would be able to talk
normal
about
human
something
things
like
you know, taking a shower, going to bed.
It's just a
Surfing the
it's a
internet,
rip
watching
roaring rock
YouTube
and roll
videos.
lifestyle. Really, no.
Not sure what else you want there.
Okay.
Why don't we have a look at the results, Dust? We'll dig you out of that dust-sized hole that you sat
Just
in.
meditated
Yeah,
for like
exactly.
hours.
So these were the
exactly.
results from yesterday. We had, obviously, over on the B stream, 3D Max were able to overcome Virtus.pro in an epic game. Not epic in the good way, just epic in it was really, really long. Falcons versus FlyQuest 2-0 there. The Aussies not able to upset the new lineup of Falcons. Nico having a Super Saiyan level performance. Wildcard continued to fly that flag for NA with a win over MIBR 2-0. Very solid victory there, including a blowout on MIBR's map, by the way. And Eternal Fire, one of the form teams, they made short work of Imperial Valkyries here on that invite, replacing Furia. So we're going to talk about these results in great length, but anything immediately jump out there for you?
3D Max spoiling your dark horse.
We'll get to that.
In VP, so I like that. I actually also like that Wildcard is just showing great form lately and continuing some of the momentum that they had throughout the major.
I'm just saying that I'm only a few steps away from just saying that someone needs to airlift Insani out of Made in Brazil and just give this guy a better opportunity, because I was actually really hyped about the Lukosi move when it first happened. They certainly had some bright moments at times last year,
from yesterday.
but now it's just like the downslide that's happened at the beginning of this year has really been concerning. If they can course correct, then maybe I'll get some hope again. But right now, I'm really worried for them.
So we take a look at stream A now. These are the results from the other day. You can see we started with MOUZ versus Big. That was, of course, the new Broland / Spinks era MOUZ, which we gave them a pretty good grade, but, you know, Big maybe not the strongest opponents. And then speaking of that, FaZe, we saw the Sublime on the first map against Saw, a dead team walking. And then we saw the not so good on Nuke. Elige continues to struggle to be bedded into that map on FaZe. We might talk about that a little bit later. MongolZ, one of the form teams, right up there in the rankings, made short work of the new look complexity. And Pain did what we all sort of predicted was going to happen. Astralis, their wretched run of form continues. And I, for one, am deeply saddened by that.
Yeah, you've been a big fan of Astralis for the entirety of that organization's history, Richard, so I know that one's really near and dear to you, but I'm just happy that Pain was able to do what we all wanted them to do, which is perform at the level that we see when they especially dominate local competition and bringing that to an international stage.
I just want to see some consistency out of Pain going forward, because I feel like every time they've made a roster move, they've gotten better. Like when they brought Snow in, that was a great move for the team that gave them a little bit of extra rifling power in that more extremity position and anchor position. Then you bring in someone like Davideus, who can be a true, you know, star aggressive rifler who can have tons of impact, which allows Bugazera to kind of flex between, you know, doing his entry work or aggressively lurking and being one of the better fragging IGLs in the world. And it's just, to me, though, they don't quite get over the hump of really contending for tournaments or really trying to push their international ranking up. And I'd like to really see that change, because I do like the core. It could be. And I like what I'm seeing. I like the development, but it hasn't quite hit that peak I want to yet.
Well, okay, we'll pump the brakes there, because, like, Astralis right now, I don't think they can buy a win. And I think it's kind of interesting. I kind of normalized being an Astralis hater. I did it for everyone.
You're the hipster on that.
Yeah, exactly. I was about 4 years ahead on that one. You know, what I noticed was, funnily enough, before I came out here the last week, there's been 2 videos released by YouTubers. One, the most recent, was called The Worst Esports Talk or something like that. And the one before it was kind of like Astralis, you know, a history of failure or something like that. So, I mean, look, let's just be clear. They've spent a lot of money to put this roster together to end up with the roster they've got. They engaged in some shenanigans to bed Cadian in for a tournament. That hasn't really worked out. And I've just got to say it right now. This will be the talking point while the highlights run out. Is there a star player that goes missing as often as Stown?
Wow. Cutting right to the chase there. In terms of pure mechanical ability, I feel like Stown is oftentimes the most underwhelming star player that we've seen over the last few years. So frequently the benefactor of a Cadian system, which is why, even though the truth will eventually reveal itself, was supposed to happen, the only truth that we got is that Stown just wants to play with him again. So couldn't quite roll it back regardless of that, even though the pieces on the other ends of it are supposed to be upgrades. You got Device and you got Stare instead of Tessus and Shush, and sure, Stare's a little debatable, but to be playing next to Device, you think that would elevate Stown's game, but in reality, he's just never really living up to the billing.
Well, I mean, Device is still Mr. Consistent, one of the great stars that the game's ever produced. And it's just like, I just feel the players around him, whatever's going on there, they never seem to step it up at the moments to really augment some of his performances. And I do lay a lot of the blame, you know, on Stown's doorstep. Back in the heroic days, he showed some fantastic performances, some very good stats, questionable sometimes in playoff games, in big matches, pressure situations, but his numbers were good, and now he doesn't even have that to boast about. And it's just like, I don't know, Astralis missed 4 majors. We talked about all of this during Shanghai, and it's like, when with the VRS system now, they have to have a big performance at this event. They absolutely do.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where you kind of gave them a little bit of a pass last year because of the whole situation where they had only had Cadian for a short time. You had Device not being able to play the major. You had the whole situation with Bro having to come in and play with them at the major. And so you were kind of, you know, waiting for them to really get the full 5 together for an extended period of time to be able to try to build something. And you feel like the player break should have been that opportunity. They didn't make any roster moves.
No.
You know, they had, you know, however much time that they decided to take for vacation, whatever. But then it was time to get your button gear for Blast Bounty, for Katowice, and for this tournament. And so far, they just have not, like you said, really impressed. They don't show any consistency. Every now and then you see little streaks out of Yabby. Obviously, Device still gets his numbers, but Device was never meant to be some type of crazy like carry opper. Like, yes, he's a very dynamic defensive opper, and so he's always going to be able to have impact on that side of the map, but on the T side, you need to be able to create those openings and opportunities, and just don't have someone who can do that consistently. It feels like they don't have like that star entry rifler. It's more of like Yabby and Stown being more like extremity playmakers, and then Cadian trying to sacrifice himself as a rifler, which is something he hasn't had to do in a very long time. And let's be frank, like, he did not transition to CS2 well mechanically, just in general.
I don't think a lot of them have.
And I mean, and one thing I will point out as well, if people haven't seen it yet, Banks in an interview with Cadian, he actually spoke about how stylistically they're just not playing the game correctly. You know, when they came from CSGO, they had kind of perfected the system of flashing people off of angles, taking space, forcing them to re-peek you, and then taking advantage of those situations. You can't do that as easily in CS2. It is more about just wide swinging, being more aggressive, being more assertive. That's why players like Donk, Xantares, Elite, etc. are so successful in this game, and they just haven't really been able to pinpoint a way to, you know, make use of that themselves.
We'll take a quick look at the standings, just so people at home can see kind of where we're at. It's going to be a lot of 1s and 0s and 0s and 1s. If you speak binary, it spells out a rude word. But let's talk about Virtus.pro just super quickly, because I'm a fair host, you know, like I throw out big opinions all the time, and when they're wrong and they're bad, I will take the abuse back towards me. That is how you have to be, magnanimous. So I said Virtus.pro were dark horses for this tournament. They lost that game against 3D Max, who we are going to see in this first game yesterday. It didn't look good. We were able to watch it last night, and come on, just do it. Just hit me with it. I was wrong.
Yeah, you're a fraud.
Yeah.
A bald fraud.
Yeah.
I mean, you got a little too excited from some group stage performance from Katowice. I think a lot of us actually did, if we're being honest. I feel like we look at the names on VP, see major winners from different rosters and assembling and trying to put together some sort of constellation of Eastern European players. Actually, I think it's full Russian at this point, with the exception of Icy. And honestly, like, on paper, it feels like there's so much here that should possibly work. work. But at the same time, Electronic's finding his legs as an in-game leader. He's finding out the balance that he needs to reach in terms of being a supportive element, along with trying to keep some of his star ability. And 3D Max, who to me now put themselves in a position where they're actually, to me, dark horses for this tournament, showed them that the core of their roster, which had grinded through Tier 2 in hundreds of games last season with a single upgrade in my eyes, can actually take down what should be on paper a firepower difference, and actually they should have been beaten in terms of pure firepower here.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like Cat of Veto will always be like a what if Flamus could have played those playoffs, what would VP have been able to do in that situation? And this tournament is supposed to be that opportunity to show what this full five can do, because look, we can agree, I think, that Flamus was a good pickup. You know, he looked like a pretty solid upcoming aggressive rifler when he had his little stint on Gamer Legion. Clearly he showed promise for Ash to even want to pick him up in that situation. You know, obviously Icy showed really good work with the AWP on Cloud9 when he was playing alongside Heavy God and that team with Boomich and all that jazz. And so it felt like they had picked up some star players, but it's all going to come down to, you know, the fact that Flamus is still inexperienced in this role. You know, Electronic, yes, he's IGL before, but it's been a while and this is a different game, different meta, you know, all that sort of jazz. And so, you know, it's one of those things where I don't know if it's just going to take more time for things to gel, or if individuals are just going to have to start stepping up a little bit more, because I do think, you know, Flit is kind of a shadow of himself, the guy that I'm used to seeing. So I'd like to be able to see him step it up. And I will give credit where credit is due, though. They look like a more dynamic team. They look like they are willing to be more aggressive. They look like they're willing to play more like the top teams, as opposed to, you know, resting on their history of just being the slow, methodical team. Like, I see more diversity. So there's bright signs, but they just haven't really got over the hump yet.
Yeah, well, this is another tournament that they need to do well at. Yeah, this is VRS points that you've got to think about. Let's take a look at the schedule. It's a PGL event. So you know what that means? We have 2 streams. This is going to be the B stream first. And this is what we've got for you today. Going to start with Big versus FlyQuest. That's a battle right down there at the bottom right now. So both teams really need a win there. Complexity versus Virtus.pro. We're going to see if Virtus.pro can handle a much more inexperienced team.
It's a Blast Bounty rematch, right?
Yeah, correct. And we have MIBR taking on Imperial Valkyries, then Saw versus Astralis. Surely Astralis are going to be spared an indignity there.
Yeah, they'll probably skate by.
Yeah, you think?
Saw just do not look like they're in great shape right now.
Yeah, we'll see.
A couple foregone conclusions.
What would you do if Astralis lost to Saw? Like, what would that do for you?
I mean, I'd just love it every single time. It actually rejuvenates me. It's like my adrenochrome. I just like.
So it's like how you're gonna. It's like Benjamin Button for you.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I'll have a full head of hair tomorrow if they lose the Saw. Right. Anyway, so let's take a look at the A stream. We're working our way backwards on this one. We have closing out the day Falcons versus Pain. That's a banger. Yeah, that's actually a banger right now. Yeah. FaZe versus Eternal Fire is another banger. By the way,
they're hella good. Actually.
I'm gonna just sneak this one in so it's official on the broadcast. Okay. I did say Eternal Fire were gonna win this tournament, so let's see.
Okay.
We can get it.
They're gonna run it back versus FaZe like they did at Kato. Let's see.
MongolZ versus Wildcard, another banger. And then we're going to be starting with MOUZ versus 3D Max. Lots of question marks and interesting points to get into about that one, especially after, obviously, we saw 3D Max get that upset win yesterday. They did to VP what VP were doing to teams in 2022. Attritional grind, good control of the economy, you know, taking lots of pauses, using curveball strats. It was a really well put together victory against opposition that did have more firepower on paper.
I'm really liking what we're getting from 3D Max right now. I really like the fact that they went for this move. I feel like I think we actually might have differing opinions here on the desk regarding the Joko body move, because I personally see this as a really strong upgrade for them, Dust, and I feel like you have a differing opinion though. Why do you not like this? I think body's a clear-cut upgrade.
I think, sure, but I just kind of wonder, was there a bigger opportunity out there? Because here's the deal for me. 3D Max, to me, has always been a very tactically sound team. I think Maka has always done a fantastic job with the team play, the protocols. They're particularly very good on how they layer their flashes with their, you know, mid takes or their executes. He's one of the better fragging IGLs in the world. He's a true hybrid who can op but also aggressively rifle. You know, Lucky is kind of a guy who can mix it up between playing aggressive solo positions like Banana on Inferno or Mid and Ancient, but can be more passive in other scenarios. scenarios. But what I feel like they've always really lacked is that true star aggressive rifler to kind of balance out the whole team. Because let's face it, like they're a team that always kind of sits just outside the top 10. Like they'll get a cool win over like, you know, in the European RMR, they beat G2, or maybe they'll beat a MongolZ. Like they'll get a couple of wins here and there, but they never really break through all the way for me. And I think Body is certainly performing better than what Joko had been doing, but was there a chance to maybe get like a true star?
I don't think
really
so.
Sure.
I don't think there's a star out there.
And if there's not, then fair enough. Maybe it's the best you can do.
But I also think that you could look at every team in all of Counter-Strike and say they just need a star. And I feel like this is a much more pragmatic move for them to get Body, because the problem with 3D Max tactically for me last year was that they would have really good initial plans for Maka. Like their playbook was so good that Falcons just copied their entire Anubis strat book. But Body, on the other hand, as an in-game leader, even though I would say that I didn't like his calling that much on Fnatic.
You said he was terrible.
He definitely has a lot of ideas, though. And being a secondary voice, much more fitting for him on this kind of team. And in terms of what he was able to accomplish back on Double Pony, back on Heat, he was the best player of these 5 guys.
Yeah, but that was 2 years ago.
Yeah, and so
like yes, he had his moments on Falcons and Heat and all these teams like you're talking about, but it's been such a long. He's divorced from that.
He didn't have moments on Falcons. He had moments on Double Pony and Heat. But like either way, he's to me like the big question I have with him is, can he get rid of IGL brain? Like Yakindar, like Stewie, a lot of those guys when they move back to being an in-game leader, or from an in-game leader to a rifler again, they lose so much of their firepower. But to me, 3BO3's in. He's blowing people away right now, Body.
And speaking of IGL brain, someone who has to get IGL brain is Brolan, the new IGL over on MOUZ. Obviously, the big shot roster move. We talked about it all day yesterday. With Shuhei out, Brolan taking over as the IGL. Spink's coming in as a more aggressive rifler. And they passed their first test against Big.
Sure.
I think 3D Max might be a stronger proposition, though.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think 3D Max is a better team tactically. I think they have a couple of players who are a little bit more consistent performance-wise, like Maka and Lucky. So far, so good for Body if he can keep that up. So this will be a test, but at the very least, I will say it was nice to see them come back from adversity on that first map of Ancient against Big, where they were down early in both halves and grinding their way back into the game and eventually took it. And they kind of dominated, Mirage, for being 100% honest. And Spink seemed like he naturally slotted in. Brolin, while his overall numbers weren't good, was still making some good entry work, being that second aggro rifle next to Xerxin, and really kind of taking up those roles that Shuhei left behind to make Spigs comfortable. And I think they did about as good as you could have hoped for in their debut. And now we have to see if they can carry it on against 3D Max.
Yeah, and you saw there on your screen the VRS forecast. This is the points. The whole circuit here with this event missing some of the bigger teams that are taking a break and they're kind of away and they're going to hold on to their points. This is a real opportunity for these teams further down in that top 10 rankings to climb up, cement that position, guarantee invites for future events. But anyway, you graded MOUZ a B+ and an A on their maps yesterday against Big, Maui. So was that just about Big being, not the sternest test, or did you really like what you saw?
I would say that it's a little bit of column A, column B there. I feel like what we got from MOUZ yesterday was a slight improvement, what I had seen from them at Katowice. And in overall, I would just say that right now, MOUZ, they're Okay, we got the Veto rolling in, actually. So I would say that we'll see where the battleground goes before I give them really a hard grading.
Yeah, we should see an Anubis ban here coming out, and indeed it does. Common Ground's Ancient Inferno. I could see 3D Max go for a tricky train pick to try to counter MOUZ. Inferno does eventually come out from 3D Max, though. It's a comfort for them. It's one of their best maps, so it makes total sense.
Wow,
Nuke coming out for MOUZ. Yeah.
They let this go to the decider yesterday, so they kind of are posturing like they have comfort on it. And wow, they're actually letting train through all the way. Okay, wait, except for 3D Max decide to ban it, and they go with Ancient.
That's interesting to me.
The thing is, I like 3D Max structure so much on Ancient that this is almost a map that I kind of felt like they could go for a pick, but it's a good handshake map. Both of these teams have wanted to pick it in the last few months. Both of the IGLs have shown comfort on it.
Sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, who do you think's come out on top here overall?
I would say
I think it's pretty neutral.
I'd say MOUZ slightly here. I don't know if I really love the calling from Brolin on Nuke so far. I haven't really been convinced of that just yet. But I don't think that Inferno is as strong of a map for 3D Max as maybe they posture like it is.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what MOUZ Sports do on Inferno. This will be their first match with Spinks on Inferno. And this is a situation where we've already seen at Katowice when they were using Zealous as a stand-in that they had moved Brolin away from middle, and he was kind of pairing up with Xerxen for B control and kind of being that roaming player on the T side. So I'm curious if Spinks is going to take that mid position to allow, you know, Jimmy to still continue to play the apartments in the anchor spot. Spinks is already naturally a rotator on the CT side, so he should be able to keep that. So CT side-wise, we're looking here for MOUZ Sports. Nothing should change for Spinks, but on the T side, I'm curious to see what will happen. And then, yeah, we've also seen some changes here for, you know, Body coming over on the T side, you know, picking up a different role. But yeah, this is, you know, kind of my guess as to what's going to happen, you know, because Spinks and Jimmy were both apartments players, but who will take middle will be my question, Maui.
I mean, I feel like this, Spinks is probably going to be a Halls guy. Again, Exertion going back to Banana seems totally fine and reasonable. The matchup that I'm actually most concerned about with this whole thing is when 3D Max switched to the CT side, they were dominant yesterday versus VP. Body, Lucky, they had incredibly strong synergy despite it being one of the first times they're playing together in years on the map. And I feel like, or at least on land that is. And so for me, I just want to know, like, can they put up that kind of defense? Because I think that that's why they're rating themselves highly, because they had a flawless defense versus Virtus.pro yesterday. I don't think they can repeat that versus MOUZ. I feel like a lot of those rounds actually should have been VPs. Like, they won some lucky retakes yesterday. So I don't know if they actually have outlined for themselves the best map because of that defense.
Well, we've got some time to talk about the specifics of Inferno as well while the players just set up. I mean,
go on.
Well, how do you feel about this map for both teams?
Yeah, again, I think 3D Max has been one of their better land maps even before Body joined the team. And I think Body has naturally kind of slotted into a position to really help Lucky with B control on the T side, allow Gravity to be that mid player, that mid aggressor. Everybody else has kind of plays the roles that you would expect. CT side wise, Maui's already kind of hinted at it. They've seen the fit pretty naturally at B. But you're going to be dealing with Xerxen, who has been playing B now for a while, actually, for MOUZ Sports. He moved from mid quite some time ago, and that's where you kind of want one of your entry fraggers to be for some of the teams, and he can definitely be a big playmaker there. I think Brolin can help reinforce that with some of his own aggression, and so that is going to be a key matchup on the map. You know, banana control, oh so important. You know, how does that play out? But again, my big question mark is, what are they going to do for Spinks? Zelix, when he was standing in at Katowice, they had him playing the mid-boiler position, which seemed like, oh, that's a placeholder that Spinks is going to take over. But that would be a new role for Spinks compared to what he played on Vitality. And, you know, he's had to do a little bit of both, right? He's had some maps where he gets to keep his roles and other maps where he has to change things up. And it's also about how does Brolin lead him through those changes as well.
I'll quickly bring in our commentators and see what they've got to say. There they are. All.
Hello, handsome.
Yeah, hi. I didn't see you on Valentine's Day. I spent it alone, Alex.
I realised. I heard you say that. And
you
I
talk a good game, sir.
I'm mouth bigger than my eyes, Richard. You know how the expression goes?
That's for eating. That's for eating.
That's how
for
the saying
eating,
goes.
Even Chad's dubious about that one. How do you feel about this matchup, guys? Who's going to take him?
I hope it's explosive. I like the way the 3D Max play because it can be a lot of set stress out of spawn. If they get stuck in with some of that, look, Inferno maybe not the best case to be seeing that at the gate.
Well, as a Macastan as well, some of the style of play I've seen from him on other maps, maybe not Inferno. I think I echo
you like
your
the
sentiment.
French, but they picked it.
Well,
I know, but it's not them.
You can climb off the fence, guys, because the game's live. So have a good one.
Yeah,
I'll see you in the green room. Much love.
Maybe if you're lucky.
Which side of the fence are you on?
Well, I am on the 3D Max Play Cool Counter-Strike side.
Okay.
But I also am in the jury's out on MOUZ. I don't know if a 2-0 versus Big is going to be like something we can read into. And
First time ancient for Spinks in a while. Debut for the roster.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it? It's a good
win on the day out. And, well, okay, maybe explosive was the right word. Straight up the guts.
Goodness, yeah. Straight testing mid already. Torji under scrutiny, going to be backing away. Jimmy in pit and Brolin under a lot of fire. Takes a heavy lick to the face. Torji tracking, going to get overwhelmed. Too many targets. They both appear on his screen in simultaneous fashion.
Jimmy's in the back line. Still in pit, not to be cleared.
Yeah, need rotations coming through.
They don't know about
Library,
him. They still don't know about him.
Overlooked. Exercise is clearing him, and the timing does not favor the brave Jimmy sticking around.
Well, should be the save. I know that sounds crazy in a 3v5 situation, but at the moment, hold on to your Kevlar. Just going to give everything away if you add too much further. Brolin gets a frag. That's an extra $300, but I still think back off, and Body secures it. The new addition to the 3D Max roster. Alongside Lucky again. Here's a factoid. I heard you like those. They go back in the Wayback Time Machine. Body and Lucky joined G2. Keep the Kevlar, mate. Hold on to your Kev. Don't give over your Kev. Keep the Kev.
Well,
that works. You got a kill as well. That's not bad.
Extra
okay,
money.
Get a Famous or two in the mix right now. Anyway, factoid. Lucky and Body joined G2 with Jax, Shox, and Kenny S back in late 2018.
Damn. That was when I was kind of like first introduced to the concept of Body being another French prospect.
That was ages ago. I think it was 21. I think he's 28 now.
Time waits for none of us.
They went for one Famous, and actually Spinks has gone into head armor with an MP9, so wants to pack a bit of a punch. Keep eyes on those starting positions that Dust was highlighting as, Nade down the gullet, Exertion chipped away at.
Despite that win, I will say that Lucky did have quite a rough first day statistically.
Oh, this is direct again.
Ooh, out of the 3 maps, negative. Up the brackets, tease Smoke and Molly towards the pit and long side.
Should be good to get in.
Yeah, I mean, there's somewhat of a setup, you know, a 5.7 and SMG.
And now a block smoke. So going to bide their time. 3D Max apply the pressure. Now the second layer. Utility dotted across to Arch and Library. Brolin will play behind. Has a flash to try and initiate this.
Okay, they're up.
They're wrapping. Yeah,
wrapping through. Going to make it really uncomfortable for Jimmy. But not if Brolin times it to perfection. Pushes the smoke, catches 2 backs, turns. Spinks should chip in. And now Lucky, he's gone as well. Maka trying to rectify the issue. Oh! If he had a couple more bullets. A little bit more neat and tidy on the first 2. There was something to be said, but I mean, that is the power of the 5.7.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday with Electronic on Dust 2. He had a bang around over towards short. I think it was 4 kills in total, so that's a tough one to lose there. Was direct for 3D Max out of the gate, put a lot of pressure on, got blocked, were able to reroute. But that's all down to Brolin, the newly anointed in-game leader, and just doubles up straight through the Library smoke.
Did someone flash for him? Or
he flashed for himself.
He did, just underhanded it.
Yeah.
Yeah, really nice. Really, really nice. And Brolin moving it into leadership, obviously that's raised some eyebrows. It's
just because he's never done it before.
He's never done it before, but also, okay, it's going to sound really like
here we go
nonsense, but
armchair analysis.
Well, no, but until you
do it,
you haven't done it.
Well, okay, no, that's we're talking tier 1 Counter-Strike, one of the best Counter-Strike teams in the world.
Yeah, like start smaller. There's a lot of responsibility.
That's normally what happens, right? You work your way up the ranks as a leader. But there are a lot of stories of players being like...
What's the exception? Apex. He was kind of thrown into it.
Sure, but I think there's more factors that play into that.
He's also got more experience.
Yeah, Brolin...
Has he actually?
Has Brolin been 21 for 9 years?
Yes, he has. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
probably 22 now.
His 22nd birthday coming up. But let's see. Ooh, a nice chunky nade and a Galil on Maka. That's really their most prized possession.
Well, my favorite is Exercise with the Glock and head armor, so...
That's gangster move, yeah. He's just going to be he's going to be the shadow of Maka.
I'll take what you drop. Please die, and soon.
Actually, you know, I've got a point. Here it is. They haven't got any more smokes, Chad. And so as this fades, 5 men... waltz into B.
Be fast rotation down banana behind them.
Version has it. Will flash and try and take that first contact. Oh, he's good. He's blind. They're across. Body in the pool. Headshot hit. Deagle's good. And just like that, they've overwhelmed the defense. B
banana flanks fast.
You're right. Gravity has to consider this. Gravity's not considered this. Just a little late on the turn. Bomb is open. Bomb is down. It's all Spinks in this round. That felt a little unusual. 3D Max, we're not expecting him so quick. I suppose it is just Spinks' timing unaccounted for.
Well, that's it. Because they have banana control, they didn't have top mid control. And if you had a glance at the radar, you would see that top mid was completely overpowered by MOUZ. So as soon as the pressure came into B with the time on the clock, Spinks could start to play. There was no lurk that he had to worry about, which allowed him to be there and harass.
It's almost like they didn't believe it was just 2 on the site.
I think that the bigger drama, obviously Gravity acknowledges it a second too late, but it's the plants in the open after that kill goes down.
Yeah.
And then Spinks completely wins that round.
Huge.
And 2-1 start for MOUZ now. Should be a 3-1 conversion with just a Deagle in the hands of Maka to work with. We have Nuke as the second map and Ancient as the third and decider, so Spinks will get his second official on that in, I think, what was 2 or 3 years, something crazy.
It is always funny when a team or a player leaves a team that had a perma and starts playing it. Like, I mean, what's this conversation about Elige on Nuke? You know, is it not a map we've seen a lot of him?
No, with Complexity, not...
Okay, so yeah, it's interesting to see a player like kind of discomfort.
Fish out of water.
Yeah. But on an otherwise, you know, actually in that series we cast, he had an amazing Ancient.
I think as well, but we're talking about it, he's in the, well, if you include the AWP, the third most rotating position, right? So the yard player has a lot of freedom on the CT side.
Where's he playing? Like main?
He's the main door guy.
Yeah,
so he can do vent drops and he can do stuff like that, but your Rain is your main outside player. So he's a little bit more restricted, and it's harder to dictate the tone of the game. You're responding to moves. You have to play the cat and mouse game with the door
Sound
lurk
cues
smoke,
and,
right? Oh, is he down the vent? Is he not down the vent? Do I play in front of the smoke? Do I go down the vent? Can they cross secret? Do I need to rotate? There's a lot that goes into that position, and it's a chessboard of Nuke. So here's the blender of mid.
Nice.
All 5 staying alive.
3D Max Smoothie served up.
Yesterday, here's another factoid. The 3D Max versus VP series was one of 2 that went 3 maps. The other one was Astralis versus Pain.
Okay.
So only 2 series of the day went 3 maps. Everything else was 2-0.
Did we get 3 here?
That's a great question, because every map we see, we're learning about MOUZ. The desk obviously reflecting on the Katowice event with Zelek standing in. But that kid, literally that, you can't compare him to Spinks whatsoever, and you don't really have too much of an idea of what type of Counter-Strike they will be playing with Spinks. They had a boot camp after they got eliminated from Katowice, in Katowice, with Spinks in the team. So this is in the early stages when you'll be adding the most to the playbook.
Ooh, are they going to do the boost app setup, or are they doing something else? No, just going to have Torji posted. His teammate holding short side from Balk. But interesting head-to-head here. So Torji, it's a reaction speed test, and he'll hit the leg. Takes down Mac up to 15 points of health. Grouping up towards this long side, smoke up. And Spinks has to account for this potential slip through the arch. And as they worm into him, it's a free first frag trade available. Good work from Exercise. They got 55 seconds to try and piece together the round. Torji reactivating into Lucky. This is his chance. It's what he's been waiting for. Swaps to his pistol and actually hits the shot. Lucky's bleeding out and swinging through. Comfortable for Torji. Okay, nice back from Lucky. Hang on, I thought this one was done. I thought this was set in stone, but instead the defense falls. Jimmy's gone. And the bomb's going down.
Still a chance for this. Exertion up mid, brawling through library. Bomb getting planted now. 40 seconds on the clock.
Exercise is the healthiest one of the bunch, and looks like he's good for this one. Trade onto Exertion, tucked and ready.
Brolin's going to give it a go.
Yeah, fair play. No kit, so he has to kill Lucky immediately, which he's done, managed to do. Exercise just brings the fight. He ain't playing scared. Massive round from Exercise. 4 kills in the round, but then what close is the most important.
Looked a little bit cumbersome there, especially with the way the body leered out into Torji towards the short position. The bomb just tumbles forward. It was Jimmy's death that was the real key. Bomb site was given over, then they were able to get themselves set up into a bit of a post-plant scenario. And there you go, second round now converted. But because of the clean nature, the way that MOUZ were able to approach a few of those rounds, shouldn't be too many issues getting the buyback out. Exertion into an MP9, a tactical timeout has been called, but this is actually from the T side. So 3D Max discussing what their finances look like and how they want to continue forward. Maka has an AWP, so does Torji. Exertion with the MP9, he could go in for a full banana control. With that, if he wants to go for the all-in, make sure that they get a lot of space early, and there's actually a Mach 10 for Gravity as well. Now, Gravity is one of the second mid players as far as their defaults are concerned. He does have a decent spawn for Banana, so as we just get this highlight package back, timeout has transpired and we are getting underway. So is this going to be a change? Will it be more direct? Yeah, Gravity's heading straight either towards middle or Banana.
Mid it is. Waits for the early util, avoids those HEs, or front.
Take a look at the radar right now. This isn't a default round opener for the Ts. Normally you'd have 2 players go towards second mid. You'd want to check the bench push. You'd want to make sure you push them away from window. You'd then be jumping up Boiler, taking the halls control. They want to try and harass up Banana a little bit more, but actually Gravity looking like he's moved to bench. So
different opening, but like it's kind of still about this methodical Inferno start.
I think they want to make it look like they're defaulting and then collapse it to a piece pretty quickly.
Okay, yeah, so we've just seen Body leave the bomb at T steps. They've managed to get a bit chip damage onto Brolin down to 61.
Util on both sides with a minute on the clock looking pretty light on. Smokes to work with for 3D Max
They've thrown
short.
two smokes, so it's Arch and Library.
That implies a wrap.
But they're going to have to show bodies, otherwise they'll call it fake immediately. Flash ready, nice throw from Torji. Spinks will have a look, and they're taking their time. They're taking their time.
Still 2 more smokes for this.
Uncertainty swells. Why have they thrown those nades? There's nothing there, unless you cross back. Oh, Maka was holding. Doesn't hit it. Trying to punish. You can see that missed shot there embedded in the wall.
30 seconds. Going to have to get a move on now.
Yeah, it's awkward now. It's really awkward now. They're walking into a stacked site. There's an AWP ready to roam. The form of Torji, and a very powerful angle for both Jimmy and for Spinks. Not if it's flashed, though. That's a Mach 10 drive-by. 20 seconds. If Torji misses, game on. But it's Torji we're talking about. Misses his second. Jimmy on pit, they know where he is, and Gravity hits the shot necessary to facilitate a plant and perhaps a round. Brolin insertion, he's quick on this. Safe plant short, accelerating in. Maka is holding with the AWP. It's a tight angle though. He could swing past this, but he's got so much to worry about. Lucky's audible reload, swings through. Yeah, too close to the angle, too slow on it. And instead, it's going to be a save for Brolan, and the first 3 kills for Gravity in this one. So massive contributions from him.
Yeah, well put together.
Felt a little bit tight on time, but
it's Inferno.
Yeah,
right? A lot of your executes are going to come down to the last 15, 20 seconds, especially if you're baiting out smokes and utility throughout the course of the round.
What's your kind of best guess as to what the double long util wait what were they trying to force out?
I think exactly. So, right, it's smoke and mirrors a lot on Inferno. So if you throw that U to it and they maintain the mid control, maybe they get a little bit sketched out and go, okay, well, they've thrown mid control utility. They haven't actually made any no's or taken any space. Is this just a fake? Let's cheat an extra player over towards B. Right, because, hey, we don't have the full banana control.
You flash long at 20 seconds left. You flash long, and
only send 1 player around long as well. So, right, it all worked out. Stuck the landing indeed.
I'm sure it's frustrating for a CT side that round.
Well, that position from Spinks is so all in, right?
Yeah.
But you're hoping you catch a player jiggling around that corner.
I see you.
So very frustrating to cop that flash.
Well, talking of flash, that's kind of the only play MOUZ have in this round. It's Torji's flash and Brolin's intuition as to when to throw it. He has the M4. He'll be calling for it. They've heard that smoke. Maybe that's the go. Oh, steps are heard. And Zertion, Bates, nice. Not so nice. Body's handled that well. Zertion will recover the M4 and put 1 down in the dirt. Molly sandbags and forcing them back.
You need to see a positive synergy between Lucky and Body early as well. Those two will be grabbing that banana control with the support of Maka on the U2, and then over on the CT side, they'll also be the 2 tasked with locking down B.
I don't know if they're committing to A, but that's an important Molotov to throw.
Hey, this
timing on this. Zertion's pushed the arch, though. Okay, traded. Yeah, I mean, it's just it's Jimmy and Apps, even though it's just a P250. They know he's alive, right? So they'll be checking the name.
What if you could enchant?
Enchant?
What if you could enchant your knives like it was Diablo? You know, you put the gems in it.
Good. Dude, did you hear about Scrawny's flying frog with the enchanted knife?
Sorry?
Scrawny?
I know yes,
of
Scrawny.
Connor, Scrawny,
yep.
Irvin, yeah. Oh, very nice, Jimmy.
Jimmy's looking enchanted.
Yeah, well, it's over, right? I can talk about the frog. I can't talk about the frog.
Now.
Oh dear, Maka is left to save him. Jimmy coming up clutch. He's got no Kev, and Maka's going for the round the world. Chad, you'd be proud of this one. This is a Chaddy B special.
Ooh,
it's a bit risky. It's a bit.
He's
got no kit.
Idea.
He knows he likely doesn't have a kit. That's why he's gone for this.
Look at this.
Oh, you gangster. Oh, Maka. Is it planted for him? It's definitely planted for him. Yep. No kit. Look, he's not even stressed. He's chilling. Okay, Maka saves him. Valiant attempt. So the Flying Frog with the Enchanted. So basically, playing Magic the Gathering for the first time. Dust has 20 HP. Scrawny, 3. 20 HP to Dust Marae's 3. And Scrawny comes back. A 3 HP to 20.
Almost like that Jimmy clutch.
He enchanted a knife and put it on a frog. And the rest is history.
The rest is history.
Yeah.
Tactical timeout. This one called from the CT side of MOUZ. Cycron there, the coach. You can see him getting on the microphone.
Oh man, I'm still adjusting to this new MOUZ. I have to Brolin IGL. Brolin is an IGL now. There he is.
That's him right there.
That's that guy.
The Swede.
21 years young. Still.
22.
22.
Officially 22.
22.
We used to call him the babyface killer. Or at least I did. I don't think it caught on.
No, but I liked it.
Well, that has been 3 consecutive rounds.
EWP time for Maka, but none for Torji.
Still starting 3B. Brolin and Exertion, supported by Spinks to get that space. Torji and Jimmy are the 2 tasked with locking down A in the interim. The rally of Utility and Banana, they're going to thrust themselves forward, jumping to half wall. There's a fight on the other side.
Lucky has pathed closer to this broom position. Exertion, oh wow, important catch. Lucky removes Brolan, but Xerxan noted as well in the kill feed. They're progressing. Gravity pushes into Long, trying to catch a fight. He gets what he wanted. Torji happy to oblige.
Looks like they're just going to reroute quickly towards B. So Bomb on the back of Lucky, Maka there, and Exercise still lurking around Boiler.
Yeah, and they've just sold a little bit of a fake with that smoke, so 3 players busy.
It's a big fight.
It's a very big fight.
He's just backed off. Torji also making sure through Speedway he's walking over, needs to be wary.
Oh,
they're in.
That's exactly what he needed. Hang on. Torji getting across. Spotted. Missed shot from Maka. Bomb going down comfortable. Exercise has got this weird little lurky boy maneuver here. Catching Spinks overlooked completely. Oh, it's a messy spray. Oh, dear. Okay, Lucky. Okay, Maka. You're going to have to do this 2v3 now.
Great position for the AWP. No incendiary.
He's got 3 bullets and 3 targets, so no margin for error if it falls to just Maka. Lucky can assist, and assist he shall. Good catch, removes Jimmy, and there's still a progression from Spinks on the other side. Time is on their side now. They all look like they're retreating. Torji isn't. Charges in. Missed shot on the AWP, and they're going for it. Jumping on the bomb. Can he get them both? It looks good. He's done it. Lucky will come up, clutch 3 bullets, but no time for the defuse. Jobs are good and close, but no cigar for MOUZ on retake.
Feels like that should have been a non-starter, doesn't it? Exercise over towards Arch. You saw on the camera there after that kill doesn't come through. He's kind of questioning everything he knows about Counter-Strike at that point.
Bloody
How
hell.
did I not convert that frag?
Sometimes it's those ones where you can hear them come and you know they don't know about you, and just somehow, some way, Crosshair's not in the right place.
Yeah, that's a tough one. But still get the round conversion off the back of it. So 5 rounds T-side Inferno. So far, so good, as it will just be another partial investment from MOUZ. The loss bonus well and truly in their favor now. We'll see the rifles come out into the next. But what should be a pretty free crack at 6.
Okay, well, that's a free crack at Xerxan. Maka's done that almost fully flashed on the way out. Oh, Roland, yeah, you are going to have to reposition, and does so. Dismounts on the coffins. Block smoke's a bit late. Maka's just going to kick open the front door and claim the B site for a 6th round. I can't count. One of these days. It's like 1, 2, 3, I'm fine with, but then you get to the 4 and the 5.
Well, as a musical man, you can only normally get up to 8 anyway.
Exactly. Fine. I will not sing steps at 9 AM. I will not sing steps at 9 AM. It's 10 AM, actually.
It's 10 AM.
Oh, it's
here.
9 AM.
It's 9 AM
Central Europe.
in Central Europe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where are you watching from?
how
Let
you
us
guys
know.
doing?
Is the sun up? Is the sun down? Is it gloomy?
How is everybody in the chat today?
In the southern hemisphere, it would be beautiful, as that one's cheesy and easy for Gravity. Just told you to find, and, well, Maka appears from nowhere. Great round from the in-game leader. 3 on the MAC-10. Will he keep it? Or will he go into something a little bit more potent for the next round of play, knowing the rifles will be back out in the hands of MOUZ? But this is a really good start for 3D Max on their map choice. Remember, touched on it once, we'll touch on it twice. Nuke and Ancient. Ancient is the 3rd decider if we need to get there. Body also taking to a HLTV interview yesterday, talking about transition over to 3D Max. It's nice to be speaking the native tongue again. All the decisions and comms are flowing a little bit quicker.
This is going to be an interesting collision. Starting 4B.
Well, the quick boost into Boiler, and Body already layering up middle. Like, Body is already getting ready to take a fight.
So much pressure on Jimmy. Oh, and that's awkward. That could be the round. Is that? No, never mind. Spinks is here. Spinks is here just in time.
Oh, he smoked off. And Torji's from Library.
Oh, yeah, okay. Torji flashed off. They've just flashed Moto, the AWP line, and great shot.
Sorry, what?
Great shot. Smoked Library, they're in.
I still would be considering a save at this juncture. I know the bomb hasn't gone down. take a look at the utility right now for 3D Max. There's still 2 smokes and a molly, so you can get the moto smoke down a couple more times if you'd like.
I would.
One of them just landed.
Okay,
bang.
cool. That's
There's
great.
20 seconds. Bomb's already been down for about 5. Save.
See, now, that was body, right? That
was body.
That's a little body special right there.
But that's a tone shift from 3D Max. So in the previous, they just went up banana, they marauded in, they went for an execute against the lighter buy, got away with it easy. In some of the earlier rounds, so the conditioning that they've been doing, the rounds have been, okay, let's just do some default, we'll fight for banana control, we'll get up boiler, we'll get up halls, we'll take the mid control, we'll do those arch smokes. This time they've just walked up and said, hey, take a duel. I want you guys to harass early pressure towards A. They took the boiler boost quickly, that body walk up middle, so they were ready to pounce on A and try and capitalize on the fact that MOUZ might cheat more players towards B, and damn did they stick the landing. That's a beautiful little round there for 3D Max. It builds the confidence of Mac of the caller. Still 5 rounds is possible for MOUZ, and you'd be happy with that on the CT side, but it needs to happen now.
Okay, so a very important round for MOUZ. And actually going to take a timeout. That's how important it is. They agree. Cyclone on the mic. He's looking at the Spinx side of the table, as is...
So I think right now, because what you're trying to do is you're thinking in like a pattern of rounds. So what is it likely they do next? So last round they went up mid and they went straight for those fights. It was very direct. But the thing is, they don't have to continue like a traditional flow. They could go into something more passive. They could go, okay, well, now they might expect us to just take the fight so they can't get away with that. Maybe on the CT side, we'll run down middle. We'll have the AWP cover off. We'll push bench. Right? We'll go for a full banana control. So you need to make sure that you're ready for all the different options that are about to come your way. This was a nice shot, wasn't it? It looked like he hit him through the wall there, but that was actually the bullets coming his way. So they're going to do the same thing. They're going to open 4B again. So this is the calling of the bluff, that they're not going to do something as quick as what they just did in the previous.
Let's see how they take this initial excursion towards the banana side. Lucky and Body are ahead of that deep smoke. Exertion to a flash. Is he considering a push? No, just going to block on half wall. And immediately actually going to have a fight here in mid. Spinx playing close, crossfire here with Jimmy. Body has actually taken down Xertion, so pressure onto the B players. Spinx hoping to be overlooked. Very nice shot. Removes gravity from the equation. Exercise catches the rebuttal. That was cheeky.
And Mac is going to lurk out.
Deletion. He's just walking. He's just walking.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Yep. Little bit of a jump scare for Mac. Oh my God, he's on my screen.
That'll be another one.
Just like that. They're calling a good game here. Fair play. Mac is the mastermind of this operation. Body a second voice, as you know, Maui brought up on the desk. That perhaps he's better suited to being a secondary voice.
Gonna go fishing as Torji. If they give away a little bit more, there's way back
scary.
in. Exercise is in his favorite position. Hits the shot this time round.
Meanie.
Well,
yeah.
Didn't cost him the round.
Yeah.
And he knows.
He knows. He definitely would say it himself. Look at this kill distribution as well. Nice, neat. Everyone's there. Everyone's had a round. Someone's had 2.
7 opening kills so far for 3D Max within this first half, so that's pretty good.
Yep. Can't argue with that.
Dictating a bit of the tone and keeping it relatively fluid on this T side. I think the desk discussion was about the CT side that they offered up yesterday against VP being very strong. Well, this is a phenomenal T half. 8 with the possibility of 9.
Yeah, they chose the right map, it seems. Quite a diverse map pool as well. There's a lot of maps 3D Max feel comfortable playing. Is it a 6-map pool they're running with, like an actual 6-map pool?
My favorite team to run 7-map pools.
They do exist.
I think Mirage is the removal for the 3D Maxes.
Yeah, we haven't seen them play Train really either. And Anubis doesn't look very good.
I'm sure there's something that 3D Max could do with like a marketing campaign of like look maxing. There's something there. The social media team.
But that's
Inferno maxing.
But that's a bit crazy. The whole looks maxing thing. Have you heard about some of the things people are doing?
Yeah.
With the hammers to the face.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, some dudes are like breaking their bones so that they can.
That seems a little bit
stereotypically attractive or something. I don't know.
Oh,
good nade.
Cop that one. MOUZ can operate with 4. I said they could. I said they'd be happy with 5. I'm gonna keep changing the bar.
Yeah, but where's the bar now? 4?
Oh, that's a miss molly. The bar's not 4. The bar was 5, but they could operate with 4.
Yeah,
especially if they get the pistol.
Right. So it's like more of a limbo situation, but the bar's still there. Ouch.
It's like an auction. We'll take whatever they're offering at the moment.
Well, they're offering to try and get you some early chip damage, and 3D Max are trying to barter for a B.
Oh, he's going to slip.
Yo, what?
Caught.
No, he's not. Told you, thank gosh.
Oh, you're committed to B now, aren't you?
Oh, good extinguish. He actually just saved body from swinging.
Hello?
I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Oh, it's horrible
That's the
for
bomb.
3D Max. Yeah, he heard that. Brolin knows. This is surely their round now. He boosted up on half wall. Brolin gets out. He's been a real cheeky boy.
Spinks has the door closed. He's pushed down into second mid, so we'll have to be the B finish.
Yeah, they're full committed
Sorry,
to this.
he's not in second mid. He's in boiler room. You know what I mean? Same thing.
Yeah, close proximity. The door is locked regardless. So here we go. They don't even fly off that flash. Just using their nades to delay. The block smoke is too late though, Torji, but not if you pull the trigger instantly onto Lucky. Body's low, gravity healthy, sure, but they're into the site. The crossfire's still yet to be broken. Brolin should be able to stop this. Just like that. Lovely play from Brolin to close, and so 4 is the bar. 8 for 3D Max, a solid T-half on their map pick in this series. Both teams winning.
5 was the bar. 4 will do.
Okay, 4 will do.
So it was the pistol which 3D Max opened up with, but then it was a quick 3 on the trot to get back in because of
Brolin
the Brolin
library.
Exactly. The flash through the library smoke, comes out with the 5-7, gets 2. They're doing a wrap in towards the A side into a bit of a stack. Then they go on a spree. And, well, it was 7 in a row for 3D Max to get themselves up to a total of 8. And then the final round before this little 1-minute halftime break was to MOUZ. So Torji top of the scoreboard, 12 for him, finding some impact with the AWP. Spinks with 9, 6 apiece for Jimmy and Exertion, and Brolin with 7. So a few saves in this one. Taking a quick look on the secondary stream. It's twitch.tv/PGL_CS2. We've got FlyQuest taking on Big on Inferno, and quite an interesting scoreline in the first half.
How so, monsieur?
I'm not. I don't do spoilers.
No, he doesn't do that. Snake
So Severance season 2. Throw up second mid, Exertion T stairs, Brolin lobbing out the util.
Oh, take it easy.
Yeah, he blocked it. That's really nice. That is really, because that can be long or short side.
The whole strategy revolves around that smoke.
It was at least to force one player to stay long side because they're trying to waterfall out of apps. So this is a Moto smoke.
Okay. And they'll walk through the smoke regardless. Still a lot of pressure on these two. They're in trouble. They are in trouble. Especially now. Mac has gone. Oh, exercise needed that first bullet. Exertion's quick to it.
Nice little double entry.
Yeah, job done. Round 1, and Exertion just delivers that one on a silver platter.
Well, with the cheaper FAMAS, I really think that you're better off just holding onto your Kevlar on the CT side.
I hadn't considered that as a much more logical reaction now.
So Gravity can go and have a little bit of a look if he'd like. He doesn't have Kevlar, so if he would want to go out there and take a fight, he can.
Got the fire.
He was the mule. This is so I feel if you're the player who has to drop util, there's some form of punishment that traditionally comes in with that. Maybe you were late to prac one day.
I see that, yeah. So that's why it kind of changes sometimes.
Oh, if they take it all away, that will be very troublesome. If Bod, ooh, okay, Lucky, that's not bad, but you give up your position. Jimmy is on the hunt. That's valuable Kevlar. As now it's Body's turn. Batter up.
Dead. Oof. Well, they don't get to keep all of their Kevlar, but it's fine. 1 Kevlar vest for Lucky.
If they do go for the Force, obviously he can get a FAMAS.
Chad, what are all these? I don't know. Maybe it's a bad thing. People are typing a new word in the chat that I don't know.
What's the word?
AGA.
Oh. So we probably don't have better TV on.
Oh, it's an emote.
It's an emote, yes. So if you see anything anime related.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking at it now.
Oh, wait, is it?
It's the eyebrow smiley.
No, that's something different then, what I was thinking. No, you're right. I thought it was...
No, that's... yeah.
That is. Sorry, my boomer's showing.
We definitely shouldn't keep saying Twitch emotes, because then they'll just know. They won't have a conversation.
I believe the official terminology is emoticons.
Emoticons, that's correct, yes.
Pretty quick banana control with 4. We're all looking to harass, just Lucky on the other side with that aforementioned FAMAS investment.
Oh, Body's flirting with some aggression here, and he's
a view model abuser.
He is. Another one.
Peek.
Oh, hello, and very important trade.
Well, they didn't commit B. They've been blocked. They're pinned in banana for now.
Okay, okay. Look at this. Look at the decision-making from Body. They know where he was. They saw that weapon retrieval.
Aye, aye, aye.
Aye, 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 aye. Torgy's actually read him like a book here. I don't think Body's going to be expecting someone so close. Actually, he just walks up close to the angle. So Torgy, the speed by which he walked there...
I believe he had a lot of pressure.
It has. Massive.
And if they return to B, Lucky has support now. Mac has joined him. Another block smoke. It feels like you want them to come to your side, gentlemen. That is a deterrent, but they're still on their way.
Oh, Mac has got a new variation, a deeper pool flash. They're going to push through this. Here we go. Come on, Mac. Timing is everything on this. Lucky's going to try and play for the double. Turn swing through. Good catch from Brolan. It's Brolan's double. This time that saves them. We had that impactful double from Xerxes on the pistol. And now Brolan has survived with a double kill.
Yeah, he's had some good impact for 3 of their 6 rounds so far. Exercise will hold on to this AK because into the next they will have to take the eco, so that'll be the only weapon that they have to wield. And starting to make a comeback.
What do you think? Like, if you had your pick of the litter and you were in, like, medieval combat, would you be, like, a two-handed sword guy? Would you be a sword and shield guy? A pikeman? A spear? A glaive?
I like to think I could be a two-handed swordsman, but I don't think I'm big enough.
You've been hitting the gym, though, I think.
Yeah, but...
Eventually.
I don't think I'd have it because you just think there'd be Vikings out on the field.
Yeah, probably.
6'9".
Yeah. Well, okay, what about, like, cavalry? Maybe you could be a horse guy.
I feel there's too much entitlement for those Muppets.
No, that's true.
I'd just be a standard one-handed swordsman with a shield.
Yo, just straight up vanilla.
I think so.
Yo, respect.
Because on the battlefield as well, like if I have to drop the shield and then pick up like an axe at the same time, and then I'm dual wielding.
Axe is cool.
You never know.
I'd love to be like a dual wielding axe, kind of like Gimli energy. I realize I'm not a dwarf, nor am I super strong.
You running, jumping, and yelling type situation.
Yeah, and like I'd find like a friend of mine to throw me into the battlefield.
Okay.
And it'd be cool.
It's like a secret move.
Yeah.
Or special move. Maybe not secret.
Not so secret.
Rifle. The AK's in the right place.
Ooh, so are the nades. Oh, and so are theirs. Ah, nades everywhere. Lucky's actually taking down Roland, and Xerxes got dinked by USP. Exercise playing hyper aggressive, yo. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. I don't think he's got anything here. It doesn't look good. Be cool. Smoke half wall. Everything's fine. Gravity has to solo hold A with. Is that a P250? It is.
Asimov.
Old school.
Classy.
Mm-hmm.
Xerxes needs to be careful. He's very low and he doesn't know what's on the other side. Spinks. Oh,
okay.
Dear.
That's a crazy.
This round's on.
Yeah, it is. It most definitely is. Now, Xerxes sure gets one, but Exercise and Body are also coming.
Oh.
And good cover from Torgy. He's looking sharp today.
Good pathing.
16 frags. 16 from Torgy. Rifling prowess on display. Gravity is still here, but one man's P250 is not enough. Not sufficient. Or insufficient is what you would say.
Got a little bit touch and go there for a moment.
Oh, they're right, chat. Yeah, you're right. You'd be an archer, man.
Nah.
No?
Nah.
Not an archer guy?
Don't think so. Don't think I got the accuracy. Didn't these guys see my aim when I was playing?
I don't know, man. Body definitely did. He's repping the Vox Eminor stickers.
Gang, gang. Whose
well,
AK
that's
is
not
that?
his AK, is it?
No, but we can see whose it is. It's Jimbo's.
Jimbo with the Vox Hollows.
He would have been, how old are you, Jimmy?
He is 18?
So that's a 2015 sticker.
Yeah.
10 years of age, little Jim.
He is 18. I'm proud of myself. Not bad prize money for an 18-year-old, is it? Bloody hell. 300K?
Oh, yeah, right.
At 18, I think I had probably about 10 quid to my name. Respect.
All right, well, this is just a one-round game. And we are getting what we were looking for, a tussle. As you touched on, Torgy, head and shoulders above the rest of the server right now, battling them out. And Torgy seems to be the player who does better in the pressure games. That's the stage games, at least. But right now, this one is a bit of a comeback needing to be mounted.
There's that half-wall smoke. An interesting evolution. Look at the damage they've done with the HEs. And the boosts, regardless, does give you a sightline on anyone daring to try and cross barrels late. And they will. This fight. Shaping up nicely, body a forward position. He's very much all in here, but he had that AK.
That's so risky, isn't it?
I can't believe you've gone for a spam there.
Yeah. Well, he's given over an opening kill.
Maybe it's all part of his master plan somehow. Trying to bait them into the unknown third, you know, but Lucky is still sticking around. Oh my gosh, guys.
Yeah, I think we've seen enough.
Yeah.
1 HP and a dream, as at the moment, this is looking like a round where Maka might need to call them into a gamble. So everybody being called out of the B bomb site. Maka and Lucky rotating away to join the likes of Exercise and Gravity on A, 2 of which are transitioning over towards Pit. If the bomb's coming back, do they send Exertion into B to see if there's any resistance? There's still time to pivot. This is where they don't have to full commit.
Okay, is he just lining up smokes or is he taking the bomb back? He is just throwing a smoke.
Okay, they're going to go into...
Yeah.
It's not the stack anymore. Mac has rotated over.
Feels a little stacky.
It's still 3 of the 4. 27.
Yeah, Gravity's just going to hide. Be bait. Oh, never mind. He's the first victim instead. Lucky with the 1 HP actually gets the 1 tap. Now Exercise, if he can get 1 more, he might be able to buy time for Maka. And so it will be a MOUZ 8. Wow, they have really arrived in this second half. Flawless run so far, out of the gates.
Yeah, so we've had the pistol, and then the forced, the saved AK, and then the full rifle round. So we will see another partial now from 3D Max before the guns come out again.
If I'm coaching, which I'm not, thank God, but I think we want to see an AWP on this CT side. You know, like let's save your pennies, Maka.
Where's he at? 2,100 with a 3,400 loss bonus, so he would be able to get out into the next.
All right. Still got Kev, still going to try and remain threatening. See if they can do what Brolin did with his second round forced by 5-7 run through the smoke. Zertion's going to try and take some early banana control, take some extra liberties.
There's a Mag 7 in halls. That's exciting.
That is exciting. Oh, my God. That's frustrating. That's a horrible way to go for Jimmy.
And Spinks doesn't take any space and have a look for a fight. So he's just going to sit and see if anything comes his way.
Ooh, what a dream start. This is getting already a bit tense for MOUZ. Can they be blocked for much longer? I see 1, 2, 3 smoke grenades. About 1 minute.
It feels like they've been able to dig themselves out of some of these scenarios before. And again, it's not huge weaponry, right? So they're not going to be dealing with M4s or AWPs. I understand that Body has 1 and Exercise had a little something now that he's picked that up. So it's not going to be a walk in the park, but MOUZ can still dig themselves out of this.
Setup's good. I can't believe Lucky's not blocking. Yeah, it's a bit late. They just contacted. Oh, Maka makes a meal of that. Nice find from Lucky. He needs another one, though, and he actually gets it. Snaps onto the head, even puts Xertion on 1 HP.
2 rifles now.
Ooh, it's still very competitive. Don't forget that Dead Man's AK Exercise, hard work with the Mag 7, has put that AK into his grasp, and Body makes no secret of him coming in from CT. Interesting smoke that they're going to work around. Torji, aware that Ruins is a threat, has to be kind of focused on 2 different angles at the same time. It's just about timing. Good awareness from Torji. And yeah, Xertion's low, but still going to get the frag as well. Nice try from 3D Max, and as you highlighted, another recovery of sorts from MOUZ.
Yeah, okay, well, that was a good opportunity to get their first CT round on the board, but not ready for that timing. The fact that the flash comes in before the smoke plumes, that's what catches Maka off guard from the top toolbox. Not tall. First oranges. Foranges.
Foranges. But Soranges doesn't really... So why are there so many syllables in that call out? Or did you just call them 1 and 2?
They used to... well, in Australia, we used to call them Huck box.
Huck? Like the StarCraft player?
No, like the Counter-Strike player. Richard would know. We had in the CGS team, we had Boomzer, Tegs, Top Gun, Huck, and then it was... Top Gun's brother was in there before me, Soldier.
I don't care what they say about...
And then I joined after. I replaced Soldier.
I don't care what they say about Aussie CS, man. You guys have the best names. You have the best names. You guys are creative, English first language. What was it? Huck, Top Gun...
Tegs, Boomzer, and Soldier. But Soldier was spelled S-O-U-L... S-O-U-J-A. Oh, yeah. Oh,
maybe,
yeah.
Like Soldier.
Maybe even he had an H in there at the
end. Of course he did. Of course he did. Soldier. Boomzer. Hack. Sponge. Sorry. A bit early in the morning for that.
I don't believe that incendiary landed as intended.
Boomzer. I like MOUZ. It's a good name. And that's a good opener. There's the AWP. That's what I'm saying. Maka has brought it into the fray. Oh, I don't like this, though. Look at this wrap. Wait, never mind. He's pushing through the arch already. Breaks the smoke open. Sees two. Damages both. But goes down empty-handed. Lucky's got a decision to make. CT occupied. Maka and Exercise feel like the world is caving in on them right now on A.
Yeah, and that's... Where the hell is Body going?
I would like an answer to that.
Well, he's made sure they can't go back to B. The biggest issue is he's so far away with the rotation, and Lucky's on Ruin. So, yeah, you're right. Maka and Exercise, they are going to be under so much pressure because if the fight comes their way, they have to make sure they both deliver a kill for this to even be a retake.
They've worked out a setup that kind of works. This is a functional setup, so long as Exercise doesn't get one banged by Torji, which I'm starting to see in his future. Okay, pressure. Exercise forced away. Now the AWP has to hit his first shot here. Torji starts to search. 30 seconds. It gets a little uncomfortable for MOUZ if they don't get this first kill soon. And hang on. Oh, Torji's been put on notice. Damn, Xertion. Huge frag. That's a hard shot to hit. Just the tip of the head of the AWP. They are low. Worse for wear. And Exercise just hiding in this smoke. Xertion's dropped into pit, but he still managed to hide away. 10 seconds. Finally, he falls. And the bomb will go down. Board time for Body.
But this is pretty quick.
A bit quicker than they do.
What did he shoot at? Default.
Yeah, shooting at Ghosts.
Oh, dear.
An element of surprise does Wayne. I
They're
like
all
the
low.
smoke. Hang on. It's going to at least force Xertion into a different fight. You push through the smoke. It gets awkward. Body gets one onto the side. Sphinx is there. Hang on. They know where the last is. It is looking good for the 2v3. Lucky lives on, or rather Body does too. Time sensitive. Lucky, what can you do? He's on the reload, blinded in the smoke and a jump. Okay, look at that.
Gotta find the bomb.
Can we talk about that kill feed icon? There's a flash assist. He's jumping. It's in the smoke and he's flashed. Of course.
A little bit of everything, which is what that round had.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go. Finally, their first round on the CT side. It was a long time coming and it was very labored. Only one player staying alive, but still they get it. It doesn't feel like a massive defeat if you're MOUZ either. You know that you could have clutched out that round as we do go into a technical timeout called by Exertion, so we'll see what needs to be sorted for MOUZ while we wait. But the fact that they take away so many of the individuals, I think the AWP got picked up by Lucky, so that could be dropped across. But there's still more than enough money for the MOUZ purchase. Yeah, Body thinking about playing default. The thing is, when it's mega late round, you should never... This is a tip for everybody at home. If you don't know where all the CTs are, you should never be planning default, right? If you go into A and you're coming up porch and halls and you kill like the pit guy and you kill the site guy, then it's fine to plan default. But if it's like in a scattered late mid-round situation and you don't have all of your 5 players alive, don't plant default. Go plant safe in sight, right? Because you don't want to get unraveled planning the bomb and then the round's over. Okay, so you should plant safe. That's a basic one, but it's a tip that I'll give you for free.
I've got another tip that Lucky is not following, which is put your dongle close to your mouse pad, but not on your mouse pad. He's got his dongle Ghibli straight centralized on the pad.
Are you dongle shaming?
You're right. You're right. That's my fault.
Right, well, just a little conversation going on regarding the players right now. So we will.
How good is it that we don't have to faff around with mouse bungees anymore? Were you a mouse bungee gamer back in the day?
I was, yeah.
That used to be a whole like extra step.
Yeah, and it's added weight to the suitcase. Well, actually, It shouldn't be in your suitcase. It should be in your carry-on.
Yeah,
but, it's added weight. And sometimes you'd go through and the TSA agents thought it was a weapon. It's a blunt object.
It's a block of metal.
Exactly.
Yeah, fair. It's not something I miss. And also just the occasional, like, having to flip your cable when it's in the wrong spot or it's getting caught on the back of your desk.
Yes.
Like, wireless, man, I've lived through a technological shift. This is what getting old is about, man. IRC, none of that. Discord.
The biggest technological shift you've lived through is the smartphones.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That's a big one. Has he got a French keyboard? Well, obviously.
Sorry, what?
No. Not like
you'd have a French layout keyboard, I think, Alex.
No, there's a French flag on it, right?
Oh, he might have that too.
And can we do can we dongle shame since we're in a tech pause? Maybe we can see Lucky's mouse pad.
All right, you want to see some dongles?
Can we see his pad?
If you ask nicely.
Okay, please, Mr. Cameraman. I know you can't hear me, but maybe if I kind of send the right signal in my brain, Lucky, I want to see your mouse pad, bro.
This gentleman right here in front of us.
Yeah.
I wonder what the necklace is.
I reckon it's a crystal.
A crystal.
Yeah.
He's following Carrigan's.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Carrigan's career looking pretty good right now.
True, true.
Maybe more people need crystals. There's a lot of crystal believers in the chat.
A lot of crystal believers in the chat.
Yeah, yeah.
I think we would be quite limited on crystal believers in our chat.
Yeah, we've got Johnny70789. I reckon he's a crystal collector.
Was he born on the 7th of July, 89?
He's moved his dongle.
See?
What was I saying?
You were dongle shaming.
Yeah, see, this is why you don't do that, guys. You don't do that.
No dongle shame.
That's good. But yeah, so shout out to Johnny. He was charging his crystals during the last full moon. At least that's what he said in the chat. Don't fact check that. Gaming in a hoodie, Mr. Brolan. Gaming in a hoodie.
So back in the school days, we used to have like a pullover, and we'd have. Don't look at.
I don't know what a pullover is. Like a jumper.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Just.
So we've all got
scissor, paper, rock over here.
We've all got different vernacular.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Quilts.
Oh, he's doing
blanket,
it too.
Like,
he's doing it too.
Now, Body's got the dongle on the pad.
Oh, it was Body this whole time. Oh my God, Lucky got all this flack from my dongle shaming. I dongle shamed the wrong guy.
Exactly.
Okay, it was Body.
But we would have the jumper, and then we'd have like the school shirt over the top. I don't know why we did that.
Okay, someone says believing in rocks is crazy, but you believe in Counter-Strike teams. So who's the real idiot?
You're comparing.
I don't know, mate. I'm just messing around. There it is. The jump. Oh, it wasn't flashed, but there was a flash assist. That counts. But we can get back into the fray. Let's go. Round 19.
And we're all tied up 9-9.
Resist.
Looking a bit sprightly, isn't he?
I always admire a player that likes to go a little further forward in apps. He hasn't, like, he's got assistance, so understandable this time around. Doing it solo with the MAG 7 previously. Gravity. Ooh, he starts to try and pre-fire and swing. Doesn't connect. Jimmy catches exercise, and this might just be it. Hang on. Oh, not anymore. Not on Macca's watch. Quick one, 2. Make it 3. Macca, a sequence that is a sight to behold. It is still going to be a 2v2. Macca noted in the apps. It's Body from a library. And it's Body that draws blood, catches Zertian, not aware of his positioning. Torchi's in a lot of trouble. That molly forces him, limits his options, swinging through the broken smoke. Body trying to time it well. Good tracking from Torchi. He's going to clutch up. Torchi on the rifle. The jam in the MOUZ crown. 21 frags. Torchi is pulling them back into Inferno.
Huge from Torchi. You thought the Mac attack, he had it covered with that little 3-piece feed from the apartments, but Torchi pulls out the clutch, the 1v2. And secures the double digis for MOUZ. Look at this.
Back on the defense there. 3 in quick succession, and still not enough. Fair play. This, like, he breaks the smoke.
He was also getting burnt by the molly that was thrown in sight for a moment there, so he was under so much pressure.
He's handled that really well.
Very, very well done from Torchi. Those are the type of rounds of Counter-Strike we like. You get a highlight, like 3K, and then you get in the clutch. That's counter.
That is counter.
That's what this game's all about.
I think it's also about Mag 7s and apps.
Yeah, they're exciting too.
That's pretty cool.
Or jumping half wall.
Yep, that works too.
This is a landslide in the second half. Just one round for 3D Max. And yeah, as touched upon, the round they won, it came down to the 1v1, which we highlighted with a kill feed situation before the techie.
Yeah, like after an 8-4 half, it looked like 3D Max were in firm control of their map pick, but MOUZ are showing a strong T side with a new leader. You know, that's worth mentioning. That if they're posting good T sides, Brolan likely is going to be someone to thank for that. Obviously, it's a full team effort. The whole squad were a part of this change in leadership. It was a democracy. Is democracy funny to you?
No, I'm just like, come on, what are you talking about?
What? The fact that MOUZ are doing well on the T side, I was like, I want to give Brolan praise.
Yes.
But simultaneously, I know that it's probably like there's 5 people are using their microphones and like making decisions. It's not like it's not like he's saying, this round you do that. Hey, win the 1v2, Torchi. He's not telling him to do that, is he?
That's true.
Yeah, so that's what I was trying to say. I didn't say it very well, but that was what I was trying to say.
Okay. Well, fortunately, we got plenty of time to say that. Because
I'm glad I could.
They're wandering into an empty side.
Yes. Oh, another view model of user. Yeah, it's ugly, man. One of your own is doing it. Oh.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my God.
What?
What? I didn't even see him on the
this one's
X-ray.
on. This one is on.
It is, okay. Donkey Kong, let's go.
Get another one.
No. Mac is dead. Jimmy, good for that. Closing in on the site now. Exercise coming in from Banana side. That smoke will not last forever. Exertion, not the weapon for the job for Exercise. He had a Mag 7 versus Exertion long range. Looks like it's stabilizing now, despite all of those heroics. The smoke fades, and Body's dead. Lovely control of the spray there. Another MOUZ round. They are running out of chances, 3D Max.
Bobby gave him a chance there.
Respect.
I did just call him Bobby.
I mean, I understood what you were talking about. Body, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bobby. I think I'd have to call him. I think I'd call him Bobby from now on, actually. Hey, Bobby.
Look at this again. So the first one, yeah. The second one's what? How good's the 5.7 right now?
Too good, dare I say it. I want more Deagles, man, but no one's buying them anymore because the 5.7's good. Apart from Nico does that, and Nico's good at that. Who else is a Deagle abuser?
Brain.
Rain.
MOUZ.
Yeah, okay, you're doing well. The Deagle looks more stylish, but the 5.7 is better and cheaper.
3D maxing to start round maxing.
God's sake. You've been bitten by the bug. And that's a little flash lineup from Gravity you can use at home. Body, you can call for it. Deep smoke paired with it. They have banana control, and a break could change that. Yep, lovely spray, traded. Lucky keeps us equal. Keep on flowing.
Well, 4v4, you two are unlucky to reblock banana. Spinks has taken over that boiler player with Jimmy still getting to keep apps on these default rounds. So Dust, when we get to him, he'll be taking notes of what positions, because this is MOUZ on debut with Spinks. Well, that was yesterday, but on this map.
Good catch.
And Nuke, we haven't seen them play that yet either. 40 seconds left. Bomb still in transition. Right behind Spinks in mid. Brolin just applied pressure over towards B. Gravity Exercise on the balcony. Maka Library. Chance for the defense.
3D Max, they are running out of opportunities. This has to be a successful defense of the A side. They've got the bodies here. Well, not Bobby. He's dead. Flash. Brolin eats it. Yeah, Mac is going to profit with Exercise's headshot, but they are in. And Maka behind the smoke. Rotation from Lucky. It's already looking of really dire straits.
This has gotten away from them in a big way.
It has. It's just kind of fizzled out.
You can't really go for it either.
Save? You bust?
Yeah, you have to save. You can't go for this. So that's 12 confirmed for MOUZ.
Yeah, damn. Impressive. It really, really impressive. This was an 8-4 half, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 8-4.
All right, well.
Anything you can do, MOUZ can do better right now.
I think when you look at it, right, so we recounted from the start of the half. It was pistol, then they dealt with the force. Once they dealt with the force, then it was a saved AK. So those 3 rounds, then you move into the 4th round being the gun round, they deal with that. 5th round's a partial. Guns come out. 3D Max finally win a round, but only have 1 player survive. It was Lucky in the clutch. He retains the AWP, but they immediately lose that, which means they're back in likely partial by territory. And it's tough to go for retakes on this map. And now that you're down the stretch, the loss bonus is with you. You're going 1-for-1 on entries. You're not gambling correctly. Yeah, it's tough.
Rough game for Gravity as well. The only player yet to reach the double digits, so not saying much with Body at 11, but still.
He normally has some really, or not normally, I've seen some in recent history good Gravity highlights on this very map with an 8-4 over towards A. Just not able to find that traction today. Not out of it yet. Oh, heat-seeking AWP bullet almost chases them down there. I did say that Lucky and Body needed to synergize for this banana control, and it's been a mixed bag.
Spinks testing Maka's AWP, and Crouch peeks in at 100 miles an hour. Maka misses his chance, and oh my god, Spinks might actually get both of them. This is huge from Spinks. That is dreamy. Your apps player single-handedly finds 2 entries into the ace. Like, it's wide open right now. They're not to know, but Gravity with an MP9 is scarpering over, skedaddling into A, hoping he can burrow into the site to find some use case for the MP9?
Yeah, it feels like this one's done.
It does now. Spinks has made it look very good.
Two-man advantage. You've still got the util, still got plenty of time left on the clock. You just need to group up and finish this one off. Block towards middle, sure.
Sure.
You can respect that. Over towards B, you can do the same. You have the luxury right now to wait out this utility.
Oh!
Never mind.
Oh my god, Torji. That's huge. Yeah, okay. Not Overlook's body on first oranges or foranges. But Gravity, yeah, good luck, have fun. 1v4 on the site right now. And cleared. One and done.
All right, what's a crazy take we can send to the desk with?
Oh, the
and
hot
MOUZ,
take.
they've come back from an 8-4 half down, 13-9 over the Frenchmen. Are they the best team in the world?
Okay, that's hot.
Is it hot enough?
I'm thinking, how about we say, Brollan, a better in-game leader than Shuey, confirmed after Inferno.
Okay, that's a good one. You run with that. You ready?
Yeah, okay. And there it is, 13. First map in the bag. An incredible comeback down in the dumps. It was 8-4 half, but we've got to say it. We've got to see it. Brollan, better in-game leader than Shuey, confirmed.
It might well be, Alex. It might well be. I'm like you. I like to do these knee-jerk I'm kidding. My knees don't even work anymore, let alone have knee-jerk reactions. But I will say, so far, so good. And there was a good adjustment for MOUZ in that map. They were behind, able to get onto that T side. It was still pretty tight, still pretty close. Couple of good rounds, and then they get over the finish line for 1-0.
This is why I was a bit concerned going into this map pick for 3D Max, because they beat VP on it yesterday with a flawless CT side, but they had to win some, to me, impossible retakes.
Yeah.
And I just really didn't feel like that was going to be leading to sustained success. And so some of the faults that they had yesterday versus VP that put them in disadvantaged situations reared their ugly head today, letting the MOUZ players just kind of walk all over A, for example. Those defenses from 3D Max were not quite as proactive as I'd want from an Inferno side.
Yeah, I mean, this was MOUZ's debut on this map with Spinks, and he took the CT position that we knew he would take, A rotator. He played that for Vitality. That was Shuhei's spot. He was able to slot in 1-for-1, then play that position decently well enough to get enough rounds on the CT side that 3D Max were unable to achieve to give them that slight edge, as this was really a map that was a tale of the two T sides, right? And obviously MOUZ is a little bit more successful, only allowed one round to go the way of 3D Max in the second half, and we saw Spinks taking a more aggressive position on the T side. You know, he was a former Apartments player. You know, Jimmy holds that role for MOUZ Sports, so Spinks had to pivot and play kind of more of that boiler position, and had a couple of big moments, you know, popping out middle and trade fragging or even finding openings. One of the last rounds of the half, he jumped in the window and got like a double kill and helped close the thing down. So all in all, once again, just like yesterday against Big, MOUZ so far have not really given us any room for big criticism. I mean, so far, smooth sailing.
Yeah, I mean, smooth sailing, but they do look a little bit different. There's a couple of little storylines kind of percolating under the surface. You know, Jimmy doesn't quite seem to be getting the same numbers, the same production with this new look lineup. Maybe that's related to the adjustments they've had to make to bet in Spinks. And honestly, I like your point about some of the impossible rounds. You know, you think about Torji might be the best. He probably is the best player, right? Like, I mean, at the moment.
I think that's the hot take for the segment right now, is that Torzi might actually be the best player for this version of MOUZ. And it felt like in some ways on the previous iterations, he was a Shuhei merchant because he was really strong on the MOUZ NXT lineup under Shuhei. Dexter started calling for him as then Torzi got promoted to the main MOUZ roster, kind of fell off. Shuhei came back. Torzi had a huge bounce back. And now, under Brollan, like, this is in some ways the most explosive I'm seeing Torzi. He's getting it done with both the rifle and the AWP. And I feel like he's calling his own number just the right amount. And so, man, he's leveled up as a player, at least at this tournament.
20th best player in the world, Dust.
Yeah, I mean, I think Torzi definitely has gone underrated for a pretty long time, in my opinion. He was one of the guys on MOUZ Sports that I thought really kind of maintained form, even on the stage where maybe some other players like Xerxon would have drop-offs. And, you know, it's one of those situations where, you know, as Mao is kind of alluding to, he's shown his versatility as being an aggressor, being able to rifle well, kind of hybrid a little bit when need be. And we're kind of taking a look here, new thing here from PGL, kind of showing you just where he was finding his kills. And he was really finding them all over the place. He was helping him entry at Banana. He was, you know, finding kills on the A site and some of their takes. And then defensively, he was all across the map doing what he needed to do. So fantastic work from him, for sure.
Yeah, and as I said, I was a little bit out on him over the course of last year. If Brolan is going to be using him a lot differently to how Shuhei was kind of using him as more of a systems player, if he is going to get that freedom and play looser, I mean, there's definitely a good opportunity for him to kind of like stamp his authority on these games, and that's what we're seeing at the moment. Meanwhile, over on 3D Max, it was a decent showing, but I thought you could just see they were still lacking that little individual firepower moments to really go up against a roster like MOUZ.
When watching 3D Max, they have so many great ideas on their T sides. They have all these plans, they have all these schemes to try to move the pieces of the defenders against them out of position, pull rotations. But when you switch to the CT side, I find 3D Max to be a lot flatter. I feel like they just let utility push them all the way back. They have people that want to play a lot safer, and they're not always challenging as much as they otherwise could be. And Body's bringing a little bit of that flair on some of the new positions he's taken up on this team.
Sure.
But when it comes to the A-site defenders, it's kind of the same old for 3D Max, where it's just like we're getting Maka, we're getting Exercise just pushed all the way back into the bomb site, and it's like all the utility that MOUZ throws is like hyper effective versus.
Well, let's just kind of call it what it is. I mean, the opening force on Banana was better from MOUZ Sports today than the 3D Max side. You know, it's basically the same combo, right? You know, you got Xerxin and you got Body versus what's essentially Lucky and Body, you know, or Xerxin and Brolin, excuse me. So it's like that duo on both sides was more successful. You know, we saw a much better game from Xerxin and Brolin than we did see from the other side. Body looked a little bit off. Gravity also struggled a little bit. So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
I mean, look, I think there are clear limitations on the 3D Max side. You know, we came out of Shanghai. A lot of criticism went Gravity's way. You know, they've made that, you know, change, bringing in Body. Fair enough. You believe it's an upgrade. Some of us kind of feel it's a slight upgrade, maybe a side grade. Who really knows? But they definitely still just lack that one piece. And it is frustrating to watch 3D Max because when they're these underdogs, which they've been in both of the games that they've played here so far, you see the tactics, you see the aspects of them, you see the protocols, you see how well drilled they are. If they just had a slightly better caliber of player, if they had a real bona fide star player, even just someone that could kind of hold their own with the production, I feel they'd be doing a lot better. I really like watching what they do. It's just unfortunately the ideas are more grand than what they're able to kind of deliver.
I tend to agree. I mean, I just think that the big thing for them is that, like, Maka is one of the better fragging IGLs in the world. I'll stand by that. Great hybrid opper rifler. I think Lucky from a more passive front balances it out pretty well. Exercise does his role fine, but it's about finding that big opening force for this team. Yeah. And Gravity can give it to you sometimes, but not as consistent as some of the best entry riflers in the world. And then for Body, you know, he hasn't played a role like this in a very long time. He was more focused on IGLing for Fnatic for a pretty extended period. Again, it was like more in 2023, 2022. He was playing with teams like Heat and like the kind of OG Falcons when they were a French team, where he was kind of more focused on that type of stuff. So maybe Body can eventually fulfill those shoes as he gets more time just focusing on this role and not having to worry about IGLing. But I do think at some point it's just, you know, hard to know if there is that next upcoming French player they can look to in the future, and I'm not sure if it exists.
Yeah, another one of those scenes that's kind of been ravaged. You know, it just there's nothing left. You're like, there's no a real lack of talent. So I get it. It is hard once you commit to having a language-based roster. Anyway, we move on to Nuke.
Sure.
This is obviously MOUZ's pick. It's one of those specialist maps, but I mean, this one could also be kind of a similar story to Inferno. I don't think this is like terrible nightmare mode for 3D Max. So what do you guys think?
Watching 3D Max on this map in the past has inspired me more for just, again, the good play calling, but I would say that I would reiterate some of the things that Dust did, as I completely agree with him on just the fact that there's no star player, no star potential. And sure, we've got the positions outlined, Dust, and I think that you want to look at probably like Spinks on this map and his integration. So
yeah, I mean, Spinks was a lobby player for Vitality, and so that is the role that Jimmy fulfills for MOUZ Sports. So once again, similar to Inferno, I imagine Spinks is probably going to be more, you know, with Brolin kind of as a roamer who might help Xerxin with outside control. control, but might also just pair up with Brolin with in lobby, helping take ramp room with you know, Jimmy or something along those lines. That's just my guess. On the CT side, Spinks is an A door player, which is the same role that Brolin fulfills. So I'll be curious. I'm sure they're just going to share the A side together, but who knows who'll get the site and who will get the door role. And then, you know, this is also the first Nuke game with Body, so we'll also have to see what Body's going to do because, you know, Joko was their ramp anchor. Who's going to do that now for this team? That's a very important position. So I'm curious to see who's going to kind of fulfill that. Whereas I think Body can kind of go close to what he was doing on the T side in the past. That shouldn't change too much.
Yeah, it is kind of worth noting they're both in very similar positions. You know, we've got this kind of, you know, new player coming in on both rosters that's kind of like prompted radical changes. Not as much on 3D Max because obviously they're retaining the same IGL. But as you said earlier, you know, when you've got someone like Body coming in, been an IGL on Fnatic, he's got his own ideas. He's a senior player at this point in his career. So he's going to want to have some input in what they do. So it is going to be interesting to see how they approach Nuke with this new look 3D Max. Anyway, guys, great talking to you. For now, it is a break, and then we're going to see if the Brolan era can continue against 3D Max on Nuke. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Max Lucky is taking the test of Guess the Price with me here at the PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. How you doing, man? You're reunited with Body to start off with. This is a nice change.
Yeah. Didn't expect this, I would say a few months back, but happy to be here and ready to fight.
Ready to fight. Are you also ready for this challenge?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, let's do it. You got 60 seconds. We're gonna see which weapon you get up there and you have to get the price.
All right.
Ready?
I'm ready.
Let's do it. MP7.
1,700.
Oh, 1.5, sort of.
Oh my God. 1,050.
Oh, 1,100, close. Famas.
2,000 and no, it's wait, what? 1,800 no?
Oh, 1,950. It did change, close.
God.
Zeus.
$200.
Yes. Bison.
Whoa. 100 and 1,000.
Oh, 1,400. XM.
2,050.
Oh, 2,000. UMP.
1,100.
Oh, no. SG1.
Oh, I'm bad at this. 5,000.
Yes. MP5.
MP5. 1,800.
Oh, close, 500. Org.
It's like 3,100.
Oh, the time got you. It was tough, right?
Yeah, it's really tough because most of them I don't use them.
Exactly, that's what I said.
I just look at the price, you know, when I buy this, you don't even know, like.
No, and with loadouts now, you don't have some of these weapons even in there. Wow.
It's okay.
It happens.
I'll get better.
You'll get better. We'll practice for next time. But thank you very much for taking part, Lucky, and also good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
A very warm welcome back to the PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025 tournament. You could see there on the way in just how much emotions was up and down in this wonderful world of Counter-Strike during our first day of play. We are in the upper bracket, both teams managing to start with a 1-0 record in this Swiss round 2. Swiss, 3 you're in. Lose 3, you're out. Simple as that. So one team's going to be very, very close to securing themselves a spot in the playoffs after a win here. Is it going to be MOUZ in 2? That's the question. They managed to pick themselves up with a win on 3D Max's Inferno. We find ourselves now on MOUZ territory of Nuke, the desk, discussing how both teams have got some uncertainty coming into this with the integration of new players, Body for the French and Spinks for MOUZ.
Yeah, I think with Spinks on the T side is where I'm a little bit more interested to see how they piece this one together. We saw in Inferno he was taking over the boiler and secondary mid-player responsibilities. But highlights of map number 1, 13-9 is the overall score. Clutches 4-1 in favor of 3D Max. Opening kills tied up at 11 apiece. However, only one CT-sided round on home turf for the French, and now they start on the CT side of Nuke. Has to be a whole lot better than that, doesn't it?
And so we're off to the races. Let's see how this T side starts for MOUZ. Brolin throwing a smoke on the pistol as Torji gets to stretch his legs.
Yeah, this will just force any yard players a little bit wider and hopefully into the crosshairs of Torji. The P250 is going to have plenty of opportunities. X-Ray highlighting 3.
Ooh, he was looking very good on Inferno, so let's see if Torji can start as he means to go on. Now, he is a distraction. You can see they are descending the ramp now, or at least taking that ramp control.
So much info.
He's pulled so many bodies away from the rest of the pack. Oh, the pre-aim from Exertion catches Exercise in the vents. First blood drawn, bomb goes down. This is a very well-structured round. Flash is great. Really, really good flash. And Brolin isolated from his teammates as they were forced away by that flashbang. Oh, excuse me, Jimmy. Onto Body. And another one as well. So this is just lined up beautifully. That's a MOUZ pistol. A convincing one at that. And we'll probably give Brolin some credit for that, as well as all the other players on MOUZ.
Yeah, nice little... Oh, dear. Nice little pistol. And with ramp being completely free, just outmaneuvered. And they started heavy yard. It wasn't that there was, a real reason for them to have so many players out there. The smoke, sure, Torji's presence, but they were already out there looking to take those jewels. So lock and loading. Second of the 3 pistols so far in favor of MOUZ. And, well, it won't be the force buy from 3D Max. They are just going to take an eco. And they're going to stack up with 4 of them straight down towards B. Just going to be Mac up as the sentry. He's got a deagle in hand. See if he can find absolutely anything. Spinks on top of Silo. That can help educate us onto potentially what position we might see him unfolding. I think that if people want to go and check it out, HLTV are doing these interviews now, and they're also uploading them to Spotify, so you can listen to them on the go. There was a Spinks interview, there was a Body interview, and there was a Nico interview from yesterday's play that all ended up on Spotify. Gave them a nice little listen while I was in the shower.
Ooh.
Now, you have to be real sharp, Macca. You've taken the deagle back to what would traditionally be a passive AWPer's line.
It's the most passive. Does he hit? There's no way you're hitting that. Look what he's working with. Oh, I mean, he had a chance. He had a very solid chance, but unable to connect.
And now his position is noted.
Well, Spinks gets brought to 50, and it has slowed his progressions, but, I mean, there's nothing more to be said about this round, is there? Wait,
it's
that
just
smoke's...
it's like a clown car, but for vents.
Yeah, I felt like that smoke was an invitation to just fly up as a group, but...
I'm glad Spinks got off the roof.
What's the most exciting thing that can happen here is this fight here. And there it is. Okay, cool. Spinks puts him down.
That was hugely exciting.
That wasn't. Did you feel it? I did.
That's the most excitement I've felt all day.
Yeah, maybe. I think actually it was the Macca 3K into the Torji 1v2.
That was the highlight moment of the previous game.
I know we were being facetious.
And Macca would be pretty frustrated, I think. Because but to be fair, they were in a 3v5 disadvantage when he got the 3 kills.
But even more so, he feels like, okay, I've saved
brought
the
us
round.
Back.
No,
Guys,
I haven't.
Just get 1.
No, I haven't.
And then Bobby got 1, but...
Bobby did.
Bobby needed 2.
Why does that make me laugh? Am I a child? I don't understand. That just tickles me.
I don't know why Bobby's a funny name.
Bobby! Hey, Bobby! Okay, I would like to sign a petition that we just change Body's name to Bobby.
I'm like that old granddad who just doesn't really know anybody's name, and I just like call
Jimmy, Jimbo.
Hey, Bob.
Bobby.
Just give him everyone has a nickname. All right. Well, the rifles will be equipped.
Oh, they played in Shanghai.
Yeah, in Shanghai it was 13 to 11 on both maps.
You've already told me that, haven't you?
No, but it's in my notes.
Okay, cool.
And it says right here. Head-to-head, Elim from Major, MOUZ 2-0, Dust 2 13-11, Nuke 13-11.
Nuke. You see, that's pertinent to the current map we're on. Hang on, Xertion's getting walked on. Oh, lucky. Lucky. Dead man, of course. Body, next one down. Xertion has no issues. In the server, obviously I don't know him personally.
He may do. 3v5, 3D Max have a lot of issues.
Yes, they do, in-game.
But anyway, in the interview that I was referencing with Spinks, acknowledgement that he's going to be the more active of the two. Jimmy's still going to take a lot of these harder anchor roles, which means Spinks needs to make more plays. And here's a play, exercise. You need 3 right now. Barrel, spotted, first, good. Trade there, Spinks. Enables what should be another round, just Gravity and Maka. 2v4. 50 seconds.
Are MOUZ the best team in the world?
I think if we just keep saying crazy things, it could be true.
I actually think you're right. Good point, Chad. Yeah, MOUZ are the best team in the world.
You should be saving.
No, but you could. You could.
What could
2v4.
Okay.
Oh! They actually did it. I'm sorry for the lack of commentary there.
MOUZ are not the best team in the world.
They're not. No,
they're not the best team in the world.
They got dethroned. 3D Max
are the best team in the world. It's funny how the tides change so quickly.
Wow.
So, how does your site player die to the hut guy when you have a hut guy?
Great question. I will defer.
I think it's spelled either. Well, miscommunication is too long to spell, so I'm not going to bother with that. But I was going to spell baiting.
Yeah, B-A-I-T.
Yeah, I-N-G. So this one.
Oh, that's awkward.
That's Spinks' fault.
Yeah.
Either he hasn't communicated. He's like
you're open.
I have hut, but it's not like I actually have hut.
No.
It's I'm in hut, and I'm allowing him to take a line from hut to kill you backside, Jimmy. Get wrecked, you Finnish guy.
Okay, yeah, a little bit of baitery going on there.
You shouldn't lose that round.
What if you didn't lose that round? You'd probably still be the best team in the world. And now Spinks is going to have a nasty opening death to compound all of this. Oh, it gets worse. The mood sours further. The mood is shifting, as the saying goes. Like the tide.
Well, if they can't pull back a 3v5 disadvantage this time around, it will have to be the eco for MOUZ into the next. Torji had some heroic moments on map number 1. What can he pull off? Need a kill back. Brolin will oblige. Lucky down.
Okay. The first step to a 3 versus 5. I was about to say 2 versus 4. That was last round. Okay, Torji, sharp as a tack.
3v3 and the util advantage is with them.
Yeah, but he's got the cross back. Oh, this is a really important duel for exercise. They seem quite aware that it's a possibility, but he's actually not active on it. But the timing may still work out if he clears main. Yep. Yep, gets him, but the bomb's into the top site and no one's home.
Jimmy needs a gun.
Yeah, needs a plant as well. Jimmy.
He may as well.
Is he going round? That's crazy, though.
I think that a play needs to be made.
Oh, he's going for it.
Brolin needs a frag, then survive.
Yeah, okay. And he heard Maka towards hell, so understandably pre-aiming heaven. Jimmy actually might be making the round-winning maneuver here.
2 kits in the...
They've taken a little too long.
Oh, here he comes.
Jimmy's already there. He's behind
Free Jimmy.
Maka somehow, someway turns around in time. How has he done that? Yeah, you're looking pretty chuffed, actually.
6 cents about that one. A bit of a premonition there from Maka. Necessary clear. It was too quiet. No, there was no resistance. There was no fights coming. Maybe, just maybe, Slippery Jimmy sliding up the ladder.
I can't believe he's considered that. It was such a valiant attempt to get back into things. And then I think this one from Exercise was a big one. And obviously, round was hanging in the balance of Maka checking his flank. I say in disbelief.
Well, it should just be the partial, as mentioned. Down to the eco. 4 MOUZ. HE for the door. Couple of Tech 9s. Oh,
You're
no.
not just... Yeah.
There it is. There it goes.
And then what? You group ramp?
Ramp, hop.
Okay, they want to see what Exercise is made of.
They even have another HE to clear this. So Spinks can clear and the flashes can rally in at the same time.
Okay.
Watch this.
Playing anti, but this is a lot of work for one man. Exercise. What do you do? How do you handle? Oh.
You don't.
Yeah.
Drive-by.
Comfortable for Jimmy.
2 players rotated B.
Ooh, okay, yeah, still not going to be looking easy to get a plant, especially at this range. Hang on, where's that rifle? Jimmy has it, and they have pulled back. They'll play this round out.
Okay, well, as they posture, the fight isn't coming their way, at least for now. Lucky gets into lockers.
I mean, how many did he see, do you reckon? 3? Probably called.
Body's about to have a lot more pressure. If he searches forward, at least there he'll get some info. But he's on his own now. The support network removed. This feels like a one and done position.
It certainly does.
But
yeah.
Maka's pushing all.
Oh, gets the rifler. Huge from Body, and he's going to get a second as well. Wasn't anticipating Jimmy closing that gap, so the round is still on. Doors are all open. Where's that bot? Oh, he's only got 4 bullets as well, Chad, so this is awkward. Yeah, reload.
Oh.
Audible close, gravity close.
Plant.
Bomb down. Gravity looking for this individual duel.
They heard another one, Vance. Know where 2 of them are.
Oh my god, that's a nasty one for Spinks, but Jimmy can still come up clutch. He spots out the second, swings in for Lucky, stabilizes the aim. He's going for the ace, clutches Jimmy. He's got him unless Maka's too quick. Denied the ace clutch. He did everything on the Tech 9 force, gets the first, gets another 3, and still not enough. Insufficient from Jimbo.
Maka's the anti-Jimmy right now.
He is the anti-Jimmy.
Denies the clutch, denies the flank, denies the round. Well, that was just the partial investment. Exercise bringing out an AUG, so he'll be able to take a deeper line at ramp.
Can you guess the price of it, though, Chad? Do you want to play guess the price?
I don't have it equipped. I don't care about the AUG.
3,300. You didn't guess correctly. That's a really nice start. So Exertion goes down. Ooh, he had a chance. And he sticks around. He wants to fight. Oh, and that greedy little nature has not been punished, actually, because Brolin gets caught by body spam, so Secret's no longer a threat, or at least they don't know that. Exercise is holding a real... Can I call angles ratty? That's not disrespecting the player,
no, I think
right?
it's fine.
It's a ratty yang.
It is. Things can be ratty.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Gravity, he's out past you. You're not aware until you are. Jimmy down, and the desperate attempt from MOUZ slipping through their fingertips.
Oh, he's moved very nicely around that.
So, taking a look at the setup,
oh, lovely.
It does appear that Exercise has taken Jocko's old spot of ramp. Body now gets to be the door main rotating guy. Lucky still being the yard rifler. Maka still obviously the AWPer, that doesn't change. And then Gravity taking the more anchory roll over towards A. So there has been a slight shift. Can't wait for them to introduce shoes. That Croc sponsorship is going to go wild with Valve.
Huge?
Now, I was on the phone with the Valve devs the other day, and
talking about the Crocs.
Oh, you know, we were doing our classic Friday at 5, we call it, with the martinis.
Cool. Oh, nice.
And obviously, they were telling me that they're going to get all the different shoe sponsors involved. Crocs are going to be there, Nike, Reebok, all of them. They're going to have all the shoes. So it's going to be really exciting. They reckon Tim's will get on board soon.
Okay, that's
going to be more of the boot aesthetic.
Yes, yeah.
But at the moment, we'll just be sticking with the standard shoes.
Yeah, and all of the name brands will only be wearable by the CTs. No brand wants to show their shoes.
That is
on
true.
The T side.
Yeah, or the attackers, as they
that's
have
what
been known.
That's what that's what they're called in the deck. But unfortunately, they did their due diligence.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Actually, Crocs. Crocs are fine on the T side. There's a big one. And there's one back. Jimmy with that hero rifle. Torchy scoops up a Galil. A gift.
Don't need to fight if you're Maka. You just need to play for a bit of information because Body's going to come up secret as well. As long as you know they haven't crossed, then the two of you in combination. Biggest issue is flashes. Gravity, the only one to lob those out. Could do so from heaven, but Body's just going to search. So hitting the brakes, and yeah, that's enough, isn't it?
I think so. I'd like to think so. Oh, Body no knife. What's the story there? Sorry, sidetrack. Just thinking out loud there.
What is the story there?
What is the story there? They come into main. Oh, he's in trouble. Yeah, that's enough. Retake, play retake. Take a fight with Jimmy.
Slippery Jimmy up to 10. Body needs to come up the vent.
I don't fancy Bobby's chances up those vents. Crossfire is potent.
Save?
A save.
Ah.
Yeah.
This is one of the easier rounds they've dealt with so far.
It's crazy that's how hard some of these rounds can feel, and sometimes it's as easy as that.
Okay, well, MOUZ back on the board after the pistol with the conversion. Since then, it's been relatively one-way traffic with 3D Max since the rifles have been donned. Drops will be available. Necessary is the real question. Gravity could get an AWP to Maka. Oh.
Pew.
Yeah, so Gravity with the lost bonus up to 6,100, he could drop an AWP to Maka. Maka can give him the M4, and then they could drop an M4 from Exercise over to Lucky. Probably would make sense because Lucky's going to need utility. Oh, Exercise bought into nades. Don't make Gravity play top with an MP9, guys. It doesn't have to be like this. There you go. Exercise, you sold back. Why are you buying the nades? Let the in-game leader call the drops.
Come on, guys.
Wait, he did...
Huh? Right?
It all worked out then.
Everyone's happy? Everyone's cool?
Maka dropped his utility, that's what happened.
Okay.
So, it's all good.
And Maka takes the AWP heaven to start. The yard biff is a typical first friction. I see late smoke wall being thrown and Xertion cooking. No one's going to be there to receive him secret this time. Lucky's just going to spam. He does have a HE for the break, and Maka spotting on this cross from that heaven position. Nothing across.
This.
And Torchy loves this fight. It's the kind of thing I've seen Torchy succeed at more often than he hasn't.
They red boost him. Only towards secret, and Exertion's across.
Yeah, that's nice work from Xertion. Good layering of the smokes. Wow, pre-aim from Maka, but he spotted him. Just a little bit of knee poked out from Xertion. Oh, and he needed that from Bobby.
Another 3v5, make it 2v5 now. Torji and Exertion, the final two standing. Exertion slipping through.
That's why you put the AWP in his hands. Great catch, and now Xertion.
Bullets to the problem.
Up to no good, you're right. 6. Oh, never mind. Off to the dig, spams away, and runs him down. Lucky dead, he nearly hits it. That could have changed everything. Torji, however, is in a pretty uncomfortable position for an AWPer. What is the best case scenario here, other than the 1v3? 1v3, save.
I think save. Because again, not the best spot for MOUZ to find themselves in. These openings are manufactured again by the...
What is the opening? I want to take
side of it.
I got the Ghibli up.
What is your sensitivity?
No, it just doesn't work sometimes. Like I move the mouse and it doesn't detect it. And then, yeah.
Is it because you're left-handed?
Maybe. Let me try my right hand.
I'll find it.
It actually works.
Yeah, well, there you go. Oh, a little bit of accidental chat.
A little chitter-chatter?
So right now, one of the things you don't want to do while your teammate is saving is talk and clutter the microphone too much.
Yes.
So you're typing to your teammates about the approach for the next round. And Spinks has accidentally all talked, and he said, if Adam save, Adam Torji, he knows him like that. And Body's replied, he will.
He will.
Which he did.
He did. Well, that's huge. But hang on, that means that they've been ideating the game plan.
Well, yeah, but they knew they were going to save the AWP.
If Adam save, we do what, Roland and everyone else?
You're gonna use the AWP.
Well, yeah, presumably. He's lining up for some top util, or is he just... Yeah, well, he might get a bit of a top pop.
So they're going to harass A.
Okay.
So smoke from main lined up from Exertion.
Oh, Gravity, yeah, getting a bit hot and bothered, Still gets away with one. An important trade from Spinks, but it looks like Body's bringing the fight to Zertion. Instantaneous flick. Jobs are good, and thank God they talked about it in team chat and all chat. Perfect. Perfect response from MOUZ.
Okay, well, they get this one back. One round game.
That's... Sorry to talk over you.
Yeah.
Just that Molly, I've seen that a couple of times. The last couple of nukes is becoming a bit more commonplace.
So I think, yeah, well, so, right, when you take a look and you're doing your prep work, and obviously we know some of these positions have slightly changed, but it could just be preference of teams and positions. There's only so many places you can play, and when you're doing executes, you want to eliminate certain angles that you have in it clear. So when you were doing that execute, you know what's going to be mollied, so you know what your flight paths are. Remember we used to talk about that back in the day when I was on the desk?
Yes,
the flight paths that you'd be running on your executes, and the util is to help you to not ignore, but avoid dying from those specific spots.
That's what I'm trying to do every day.
Yeah, as we all should be. But that's great. I think one of the biggest criticisms with Spinks in the Vitality run was him being a little bit inactive in certain lurky scenarios and maybe not taking enough initiative to change the dialogue of games. But in this team, because you got Jimmy as the hard anchor or the hard lurk, but maybe more supportive, Spinks has to take more risks and go for more plays. And when you compare his time when he was in Ents, right? Ents were, I think it was like Snappy would say jump, they would say how high. The team would do a lot of like pacey plays and everything. So might need to get back to a bit more of that version of Spinks. But even still, great player. Very gifted.
How do they approach this one? You see Lucky did have a HE, does not reach for it. We'll let them across. Spam, sure.
If you lose...
Ooh, spotted, maybe?
If you lose this as 3D max and you lose all the guns, yep, there's an opener to begin.
Cracking.
You are in hot water down the stretch of this first half. You might only stay with 5 rounds.
Yeah, okay.
So this is an extremely important round, and they're already down a man.
And your caveat was, and you lose all the guns. So right now, there's like a balance being struck. Body wants to play for the round, simultaneously doesn't want his teammates to over-rotate and lose it all. He's hearing confirmation.
Oh, Bobby.
Bobby. Why does it tickle me? I hate that it makes me laugh.
He's got support.
Okay, yes, he has exercises here. Up and set up. Jimmy starts dipping his toe towards that top side, just taking a look. And confirms Gravity's position. An important frag. It's coming. Yeah, nice from Brolan.
Now vent to top, I think, would be the play.
And they're making no secret of it. They leave Zersh.
That's what we call a freebie.
He's going to take it all away if Torgy doesn't steal away the frags. Okay, well, swings and roundabouts.
Again, it has to be about the save for Macro. Well, hold up a second. They won a 2v4 earlier in the piece. That's kind of how all this started against MOUZ.
I'd be inclined to agree if there was like a smoke kit kind of vibe, but it feels like you're so far away and disconnected. You are better off saving, and they seem to agree.
Yeah, well, that's because 1900 is the loss bonus going into the next round of play. So they're in the bin, and we're only going to have 2 rounds left in the half.
This will feel like a real win. I mean, again, strong T-sides so far today from MOUZ. How were their T-sides yesterday versus Big? Let's have a look.
Well, we covered them on the Mirage game, where they blew them out of the water 13-5. Ancient, they started CT side. That was the pick of Big, but it took them a while to get going. And then they did get going, managed to push it. They were down 12-7, and they brought it back to overtime, and they ended up winning 16-13.
Your brain works differently to mine. That's cool, though. Thank God you're here.
Yeah, but it's my job to know things. Yeah, well, and it's your job to say things.
Okay, good. So as long as I'm saying things and you're knowing things, we're doing what we need to do.
Precisely.
Okay, sweet. Okay, cool. Well, I know that they're not supposed to win this one, right? With a saved AWP and an M4. That's not going to be easy, and especially when they're running into Exercise, who's got nothing more than a USP. Run away. Or not, actually. Haha, you thought? Wow, fair play. Double. Was that double?
Whoa.
Yeah, McAzorb has Got one.
They're all here, though.
Smoked off. Body can't really brave the flame.
No
Maka
scope,
hits a
smoke,
no
door bang.
Smoke door bang. Of course. Oof. Oh, he takes a heavy
Lucky's coming down ramp.
Yeah.
Remember, Spinks is low.
Oh, if he can get like a long range hit. Oh, that was a low HP player as well. That's Spinks up on clock. It kind of hinges on Lucky getting something done with this no armor 5-7. He's made his whereabouts known. Body looks like he's a dead man strafing. And now Makazor likely becomes a safe target. Lucky does get one. Spinks is
give it a
low.
look. Give it
a look. He's keeping the rod in the water. Or maybe his bobber in the water.
Bobby's dead.
But the bobber, he's fishing. Don't think that's how wallbangs work.
Nah, he knows his lineups. Here we go. Oh, Max out of there.
Yeah.
Well,
if I'm 3D Max, I'm typing if Maka saves right now.
just a bit of
friendly
BM on the way
banter,
back.
yeah.
So now you guys have 6 on the T side. You're probably going to get 7. But Maka does save the AWP or AVP. Depends on where you're from.
AVP drop, man, please. And it's 50-50. They're either going to carry or they're going to rage and say slurs. It's like 50-50.
They could carry and do that.
I've had a couple of those as well.
That happens too.
Yep.
In all of our pug excursions.
Bang. Let me see the no-scope floor, wall. Yeah.
Of course.
Just what I was thinking.
All right. Well, they did take the save. They do have the guns. They can still tie things up 6-6 at the half.
But will they? Game plan. Yard-centric bombs go in yard, so a couple of ways that can go down. It's Lucky's task. It is such a brutal job. I know some players can make it look effortless, but so much responsibility on like knee-jerk decision-making.
It's well so scary.
Smokes. Oh, he's just falling away. He got spotted.
Very, very low. Nade's going to chase him down.
Oh, it might be good. Jimmy's made it look great. Maka and Body just go down out top site, and this is the easiest round we've seen from MOUZ. I guess if everyone just shoots him in the head.
But remember, this only really started going wrong with that 2v4 loss that they had. Was that the first rifle round that was the 2v4 loss? Or was that a little bit later in the piece? Maybe, I think that could have even been the second rifle round, which is maybe worse because it could be a reset. No, it was the first round. It was a 2v4.
Yeah.
So, and that's where it started to go wrong.
It's just all started falling apart.
Yeah. Well, Exercise, you are going to have to give this one a look, aren't you, mate? You have no hope in hell. You're dead in heaven. And it's going to be 7-5 in favor of MOUZ. Their map choice. First time we're seeing both of these rosters, obviously since the new addition of Body in place of Jocko, and of course Spinks coming in after the shock roster move of Shui, Culp in the bench. And looking pretty good for MOUZ. As we mentioned, winner of this series will put themselves one best of 3 away from the arena. It's the BT Arena, I do believe, over there in Cluj-Napoca. We are playing the group stage from the PGL studios in Bucharest currently. And this is PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. Going to be plenty of PGL events coming your way this year. There's a Bucharest studio event coming up after this one. Then there is the PGL Astana, which I think will be packed to the rafters. Don't tend to service that market over there too much. That one could be crazy. PGL Belgrade later in the year as well. That's after the tournament break. I'm just also going to check in on what's going on the secondary stream, brought to you by Harry Russell and Hugo B. Byron of Byron's Manor. Big versus FlyQuest, going into its third and deciding map of Nuke.
Did they play Ancient?
They did play Ancient.
Who won?
Not the team who won the first map.
Thanks, man.
You know I'm not doing the spoilers.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, let's get into this one. Gravity's got a molly and a HE. That feels like it's destined for door. Maka goes close. Torji does the same.
What's Glorp?
I don't know, but I don't think I want to know, actually.
Look at Glorp.
Is it a sound? You can make a sound. Glorp.
I simultaneously love and hate this for Torji. I like he's so active, but it could go wrong in so many different ways.
So quickly. Yeah. I mean, super interested that they've just opened the door. Because he has the HE, so he's... Oh. Oh, the timing on that was impeccable. Torji, and now Jimmy's hitting headies. Oh, lie down, sit down. Get out of here, MOUZ. Escort 3D Max back to spawn with a stunning little sequence of aim and brain. I love that.
Yeah, okay. They're hitting some shots, aren't they?
Like, what sound cue? That's just timing, just lucky timing. Great shots here.
Just lining up, knocking them down. Beautiful pistol. That's 3 out of the 4 in the series so far, and that should be the first step into getting this one done and dusted. Quick stuff. Thought there was going to be a bit more resistance put up by 3D Max. Obviously, first map 8-4 first half. We've got the MongolZ versus Wildcard up next.
Yeah, very interested to see how that matchup fares.
This is a force without a plan.
What are you doing, Lucky? Poor guy. Oh, wow. They are just getting sliced up. Gravity kicking up a bit of a fuss, but what's a man to do? Nice try. Torji closes it down. It will be a 9-5 scoreline and imminently 10. One can only assume.
Yeah, so that's one of the problems with going for the force buy in that situation. You want to try and bite back and have a wrestle for the economy, but now you've essentially given over an open runway for them to have a clean round. But more good signs from MOUZ. I was hoping we could get a few more rifle rounds in, which we still can do, just to kind of see the positioning that Spinx is opening with. It looks like Exertion will get to be Yard Rifler, Torji Orpa. Maybe Spinx will fulfill the void of the rotator, like the door guy. Not working at a club.
That's really nice. Okay, body kind of makes it okay.
They did invest a bit, huh?
Have you got another one? Oh, very hard tracking, but he's kicked up enough of a fuss that his boys are ahead of the smoke. So
it's tough for Brolin.
if he goes down,
they're going to win this round.
They are going to win this round. Body's deagling out yard, combined now with what was just an isolated CT.
Okay, so if Spinx can deal with body,
oh, he's heard him.
I thought for sure that Spinx would have heard body there.
Same. But he gave him the sound cue now and
saving.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
I can't fathom it, really.
That's a crazy way to win a round. Look at the buy. But sorry, I can't even call it a buy. Look at that. It's a deagle. A deagle and a P250 have just won a round against a full buy.
That's maybe the worst round MOUZ have lost this series.
Yeah. Okay. Brolin washed IGL confirmed.
You'll try. I do like. I think we need to be a bit more creative.
You're right. Okay, hang on, let me try more.
Like MOUZ fundamentals non-existent? Question mark.
MOUZ CT side needs work. Okay, that was on the fence. Hang on, let me try. I'm gonna do better. Give me some time.
Yeah, well, you can work on it.
Yeah.
But they did hear me say I wanted more rifle rounds because we're gonna get those.
I'm just trying to channel chat. You know, who go from saying like bot alu to god alu, one round to the next.
Yeah. Well, they're like emotions.
They are.
Have you seen the movie Inside Out?
Yeah.
So Twitch, here it is.
Bang. Oh my God, Chad, you're about to change my entire perspective. This is incredible.
Yeah, Twitch chat are like
the whole spectrum of the inside of the Riley's head. Yo, that's so true. I would say there's a couple more that are the Mr. Angry. There's like maybe 4 or 5 Mr. Angry.
It's not an even proportion of characters. Imagine a zoo.
When you think about it. Yeah. Yeah. Don't think that counts as an anime. Don't think Inside Out. Oh my God, that's my new answer. What's your favorite anime? Oh, Inside Out 1, Inside Out 2. Maybe Toy Story's pretty good.
Spinx has got 3 kills here. And this is going to be the highlight of the day.
It is?
So
okay, hang on. I'll stand up. No, I'm standing up. They let it go against the Deagle, but they now have the rifles, and it's going to be Body that draws first blood, comfortable into Secret, gets across the spam from Brolin Shy. They have lobby control as well. What is the reaction? It's Death. Death is the reaction. Brolin advances into Lucky's crosshair. Xertion overlooked towards the warehouse. Will pluck Maka from the pack, but with already Body down, Bomb down, and an interesting pivot up the vent feels best. It might actually be a save if they do this, and I'm sitting back down.
Still have a man in the heavens. Exertion has just mounted the ladder, rung at a time. And that'll be that.
Yeah, but The save police have called.
People in Twitch chat, what do you, the people at home, feel about the tchotchkes?
Oh,
the charms, the little keychains,
doodads,
the attachments, anything you want to call them. 1, if you like them. 2, if you don't.
Oh, you speak their language as well. You know they like the numbers.
Just spam 1 or spam 2.
You don't have to spam it, guys. You can just press it once.
No, spam it.
Oh, okay.
Alex.
Yep, you're right.
If we take to the sponsors, there were more Twitch chat interactions. You ever thought about that?
I didn't, and now I do.
Terrorists win.
God, they speak a different language these days, man.
You'll get there.
Aga plus glorp equals ayaya.
Yeah, but we were getting hieroglyphs of what the Egyptians were doing back in the days. We can understand that now, can't we? So
you're saying this is like modern day hieroglyphs?
Just spend enough time learning their language and you'll be able to speak it too.
Ayaya, glorp.
Quite a lot of 2s. I reckon the 2s are outdoing the 1s.
Yeah, 2s win. What was 2?
2 was no.
Yeah, okay.
They don't like the tchotchkes.
Yeah. I don't blame them.
No, I don't blame them either.
I put them on my gun, but I don't really look
I
at
did
them.
it kind of begrudgingly.
The only one I like is on the back of the Glock. I like spinning it around when I'm dying. Bang. Talking of dying, Gravity's done that.
I like this because saved AWP, you have to make a bit of a move, and Torji goes aggressive on door like he did on the pistol. Now into this ramp stack.
Yeah, it's the fact that it's the USP up here.
That's okay because there's a lot more than just Jimmy. You've got Exertion with a nade at the ready, the Grenadier. You've got Spinks in rotation. Jimmy likely to take first contact. Brolin just has to profit. So Torji's presence is ideally, if you're MOUZ, forcing 3D Max towards ramp. They hit the break. They're letting Bobby work outside. I can't get you every time.
I'm not ready for it. I need to be more ready for it. Let's go, Bobby. Bobby could be on a team with Soldier and...
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, they are playing musical statues right now.
It was a fun game.
And MOUZ have stopped the music.
Please don't stop the music.
So it's feigning yard presence. Now they're either going to finish A, likely outdoor. You don't really want to walk out hard against pistols.
Who's responsible for that for the CTs?
No one, because they're gambling. They're gambling that Torji's presence forces you ramp or out to secret, and that's not the case.
I see.
So they're just going to walk out into A. Oh, the rotation's here. Good nade.
Not bad. For so many unanswered questions. Torji in the vents with an AWP, though. If he gets anything more this round, it's going to be very impressive up the ladder.
They're going to have to run out heaven.
They are. There comes the swarm. They're swarming. They're swarming. Bombs down. Roland pulls them off. Oh! Gets 2 with a USP. Can't swap to the AK in time, but it's Jimmy to wrap it up. That is MOUZ making it work. Torji has been a real beacon of light for MOUZ in this game, in this series. Started on Inferno with some clutches and frags. Highest on the scoreboard. Comes into Nuke, and again, more impact felt. Brolin did a lot with the USP as well, and I love that, just surging over heaven. They had so much uncertainty as to where these bodies were coming from. And look at this, it goes from 0 to, never mind, they're all on site, they're everywhere, turn around, USP to the face, no scope to Lucky. And despite Exercise best efforts, it was just a war of attrition, too many bodies, overwhelming them. That's a frustrating one to lose. Yep, there's some visible frustration on the face of Bobby. When the score is 10-7 and this is your full buy, it doesn't feel fantastic.
No, but they did all right earlier on to claw into some of these rounds. And if there is no opening kill just given away for free, I think that they still have a very good opportunity of running up the rounds. Remember that Torji kill came and then there was just 50 seconds of essentially nothing. As we're on board with Maka throwing out some yard smokes, but it's all a ruse. We can see radar top left of your screen. Nobody's going to be crawling behind this. Nobody's going to be lurking whatsoever. They're going to set up for a top hit. What type of utility? Exercise looking like he's going to do top hut. And Maka on the girder. They're in. Easily in. 5v5 retake.
And look at this from Brolan. Is an aggressive venture that is cut short. Important double from Lucky. He even tags up Spinks on a potential third.
S-A-V-E. You ain't got economy. You're saving.
Hey, you're saving.
Okay, well, Jimmy can drop, Torji can drop, and they're going to hold on to their guns. So MOUZ did bite down hard on the utility thrown outside. The fact that the top side was pretty under-fortified. Maybe a tacky timeout from Cycron. Have a bicky, have a tea, have a chat.
Play some scissor, paper, rock.
Come on, man.
I'm sorry, man. I was impressed you said bicky. I was like, I'm sure you got another name for that.
We have a lot of things that are the same as you.
Yeah. Oh, he had a little, he was like maybe half a second off of the perfect little timing on the unzoom just as he rounds the corner. Is there some more twists and turns, or are they just kind of giving me false hope?
There is grounds for a comeback, I would say so. The T side of Inferno is where we saw 3D Max do their better work as well. So I think there is definitely a conversation to be had. And at the moment, as touched upon, because of these saves, that's indicating to you that the loss bonus for neither team has been built. So if it is a lost round for MOUZ, only 1,900 for them. If it is a lost round for 3D Max, only 1,400 for them.
Whoa, Macas does not care about that incendiary.
Yeah, real pace
he
on
really
this
does
one.
not care.
Gear shift.
Yo, look at this.
Sprinting.
They hear him, right? That will be relayed. I'm not sure. But either way, he's down much deeper than perhaps they're ready for. Do you go through? Oh. Body, a nasty way to go down, actually. He's conceded the man advantage.
I think one of the question marks in this is because it's harder to play nameplate Counter-Strike against a team making a debut on the map, same to be said for MOUZ. So you're going to have to make the assumption that there is a possibility that players are across. I say that, but nobody's dropped down towards B to recognize it yet. There will need to be a a door open or a window break, and now Jimmy has dotted down. Torji will be the stronghold of ramp with the AWP, and they are aware of the possibility. But Mac are in the vent, either dealing with rotations or wanting to pop up. Now, if you ever play it down, he's saying, hey, look, boys, I can hold the rotation. All you guys need to do is get through ramp, which sounds easier than it is.
Yeah. So with the doors open, you've got lobby control. Maka is going to break the glass. Jimmy shoots him in the back of the head. Lovely find. Awkward now. Too easy. I say that actually. Spink didn't finish it off, but Roland can. Nearly transferred onto exercise for a beautiful little sequence. 20 seconds. What can you do? What can you do? Oh, you actually had a chance there.
He'll get the plant. He'll get the plant. It's going to be a race. Jimmy's coming back down.
Jimmy's going to be there in time. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. Jimmy hits these. Oh, even with the evasive maneuver, Jimmy's got the precision required. An 11th for MOUZ. It's feeling like this could very well be that 2-0. More confirmation of MOUZ kind of hitting the ground running here. Given a change in leadership, often that's seen as a catalyst to a rebuild of sorts, a dip in form.
Oh, this is an elected. You said they were a democracy.
Yes, that's right.
This was an elected change in leadership.
And the council approves and is functioning better.
Max had enough for a couple of rifles.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be seeing any more 3D Max rounds here. Lucky seems to feel confident about that. Good awareness from Jimmy, clears him out. So that was one of the biggest threats gone. Neutralized. Body gets one just about. He had the bomb on his back as well. And MOUZ, they are not wasting any time. You see that immediate knee-jerk reaction, just dipping down the vents to Spinks. So is Spinks playing the kind of that rotator Elige role?
He's playing door guy.
Door guy. He's door guy.
Which, yeah, that's what Elige. Well,
yeah.
The thing is, sometimes it's spawn-based. It's like, oh, I have a good main spawn, or there's more that goes into it.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
so we're kind of talking more often than not. When you have a large sample size of rounds.
Yeah. This is the molly we're seeing a lot of. No one home. Swings and roundabouts in that department.
Yeah, because think about it, for the longest time we would see mollies land in that backside position.
Exactly what I was just thinking.
Right? So, well, they're into the AWP.
Bang. Okay, re-peeking is very effective for Torji. Okay, job done. 12th on the board. Well, when you hit every shot you take, you can afford to re-peek. Torji makes it look easy. Knew there was a couple of bodies advancing on that ramp room and just pieces it. together.
So I think the win against Big, I would say MOUZ were bigger favorites in that series. I still would say they were favorites in this series against 3D Max, but I think this one was probably closer. So looking to keep it spotless with Spinks on LAN. And then it will depend on who shapes up from the rest of the winner games today, who they'll take on tomorrow. I think a team with a deeper base together, like MongolZ, could be fun for them to play against. A team that punches hard at FaZe would be nice because they tend to have their woes against FaZe. Eternal Fire could very well easily beat FaZe as well. So that's a possibility too. Or Falcons.
Oh, yeah.
So some taller and tougher opponents up next for MOUZ, but just a few more kills.
Oh, he's just looking sharp. Every shot he takes, he's just got that perfect balance of speed and composure. Takes his time. Lovely little headshot to secure it there from Torji. Gravity and body thrust into an unwinnable task. MOUZ to collect a 2-0 here, continuing their winning streak at PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. Chad's already highlighted what awaits them for that last game, or what could be the last game. Secure the playoffs. Gravity takes a heavy lick. Confirmation of body's positioning. Xerxon brings him down.
Yeah, and this one's confirmed, isn't it?
It certainly is.
Slip down the vent in a moment's time. Gravity position noted, gets one kill sure, but 30 seconds on the clock. And the question becomes, do you want more officials on LAN if you're MOUZ, or do you want to keep your playbook in the shadows? Will it be a quick 3-0 in the Swiss? Well, we'll have to find out tomorrow. We're going to head over to Richard, Dust, and Maui to break that one down.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Chad. It's a good question, actually, because, look, I don't think I've seen them reinvent the wheel here, but you've got to acknowledge that since they've made the changes, what's been put in front of them, they've been comfortable, and they're going to keep evolving in this new look MOUZ lineup led by Brolan. And for 3D Max, you know, as I said, they've been the underdog in both of their games. So let's start by talking about MOUZ and what they did well.
I really enjoyed when MOUZ were able to slow these rounds down, actually, on both Inferno and Nuke. It felt like if there was a situation that maybe was moderately uncomfortable, where you had to suss out what's going on across the map, they were frequently in the driver's seat in terms of just playing to punish properly and understanding how to convert when they were on the T sides. And I'm going to say, like, those kinds of rounds are where I might have to eat my words on the Shuhei benching, because they actually look more polished than I had expected.
It's one of those things where it's hard to tell if their protocols are still so polished because they're not far removed yet from the Shuhei situation. It's not like you just completely overnight about... That's an inside thing, sorry. That just ruined me when you did that. But no, so it's one of those things where they're not far divorced from that just yet. So I can't tell if once more distance is created between the Shuhei era and the Brolan era, if that will catch up to them or not. But for right now, it looks really good. Also, let's be frank, they just got hot starts throughout this entire series. I think they won 3 of the 4 pistol rounds that they played in this series. The T-side Nuke looked really good. The one thing I will say that I noticed that is a little bit different from the Shuhei era, they just seem like they're willing to be a little bit more scrappy and explosive. Like they're willing to kind of cut their players a little bit more loose, and you can see Xerxon at times is really thriving and doing that. Also, I got to give big props to Spinks. This is yet again another map where he has had to take on a new role to allow Jimmy to keep playing lobby. Now he's playing outside with Brolan. Brolan's taking up Shuhei spots. Spinks is taking up, Brolan spots. So it's definitely been neat to see how they've been able to kind of implement this roster together so quickly, and so far so good.
Yeah, and it's definitely worth talking about Torji overall over the course of the series. He wasn't the top fragger on this map, but I mean, just in terms of impact, what he was able to do was just key to victory. And as I said, what's interesting about this new look MOUZ, for me, it's not necessarily like how they bet in Spinks. Spinks obviously has been very selfless, as you said. He's taken positions that weren't necessarily his optimal ones. But when you look at what Torji's done, that's what's been interesting about this team. It is a different look Torji in terms of how aggressive he's playing and what he's doing.
I have a question for you, actually, Mal. I'm curious your take on this, because I've been trying to ponder this myself. I think we both agreed that Torji was an underrated opera last year, that he was definitely good.
Completely agree.
Yeah, that was a free one. But the other thing for me is how much of that do you think was just because people weren't paying attention, or how much of it was just because MOUZ Sports was a top 5 team in the world and he was simply being outshined by people like Shiro, like MONGOLZ, and so on? You know, which way?
I wouldn't give him that and say, oh, he was outshined by Shiro, because you think Shiro's a bit fraudulent, right?
I mean, I guess, I mean, I think Yanko has it out for Shiro more than anybody.
Okay, fair.
But I think that Shiro's value is strong, and that they were also able to win championships, so that's always going to give you a boost. Torzy, why he was underrated by the community, I would say, well, MOUZ were big stage chokers, so he never got deep into those tournaments, even though he did do well in arenas, deep in playoffs, elimination games. He was actually good in a lot of those metrics. So it was just kind of like the way that the ship went down, it made him look worse than he actually was, because also sometimes in those arena games, they got blown out by teams.
Sure.
Like, thinking about G2 beating them at Copenhagen, like how many times are you going to have opportunities as an opper to get rolling when your team is just getting completely handled?
But do you not think that MOUZ Sports even started to shed some of the arena stuff off when you look at their second place finish at Rio, when you look at what they did at the major? I feel like this group has matured. I don't think people realize that. Like, everyone except for Brolin and now, of course, Spinks, were academy players. You know, they didn't have much experience before they stepped up to the MOUZ main team, and then they hit the ground running with a bunch of, you know, really a lot of skill. And then Shue, who was a guy who was also from the academy system, but yeah, he got some time in Game Legion. He kind of made his return to the MOUZ organization, and so he did have a little bit of veteranship behind him. But now you have Brolin, who's been around some different teams. You got Spinks, who obviously was very successful with Vitality for a couple of years, obviously played for Ents, was successful there as well. And so I think that you're starting to get a really good combination on that front. It'll just continue to be, how does Brolin continue to deal with this in-game leading responsibility, especially once they start facing some real adversity in some really elite teams.
That's the thing with me. With this kind of win versus 3D Max, the player quality of MOUZ always should have uplifted them over them, but what I am liking is that the signs in the mid-round of them, when they have to pause, when they have to figure things out, they've actually been doing a great job at that. So that's kind of my main point with them so far, that it's not just them brute forcing through these games with good players. They are actually reading a 3v3 and doing what is better tactically.
Now, ordinarily, we'd have a round that highlights what you were just talking about, but instead, we've just got a funny round to kind of look at.
I love this one.
Yeah, this is actually a ridiculous one.
The pistol round on the second half was just so funny. We had Torzy just jiggling with, I think it might have been Body, or maybe it was Lucky, just at this door. And Gravity had this nade set up for such a long time, and the second that he throws it, Torzy just drops the hammer on him, just closes the door on. It was actually Maka. And then they're like, all right, screw this, we're going ramp, and they just get completely demolished. And it felt like at that point, in a game that might have still been a little bit open, Torzy metaphorically and literally just closed the door on it.
Yeah, I mean, look, some final thoughts about 3D Max. I still think being 1-1 now, they're in a good spot.
Not bad.
Some of the 1-1 teams, I definitely think they're going to give good games to. So we'll have to wait and see. But I mean, is there a chance that we see them actually in the arena at Cluj?
To me, I feel like they're not that much different than where they were before. The sense that they're tactically very sound. They have a couple of pieces who are pretty consistent, but you're still looking for that big aggressive playmaker. And could it be Body as he starts to get used to doing this more and more and getting more and more away from the in-game leading he was doing on Fnatic? Can Gravity continue to evolve as a player? He's still very young and inexperienced compared to the rest of the roster. I think that's what I'm still waiting for, because in my eyes, look, they're still a solid, like, just outside the top 10 team. They're kind of in a similar boat to like Pain and a couple of other teams who are like trying to crack into the top 10, but they're kind of just outside of it. Falcons is kind of trying to do the same thing right now as well. And it's just like, of those teams that I've mentioned, 3D Max is the one I'm the most hesitant about being able to actually do it. Yeah. But time will tell.
When I was looking at the just list of teams and like who would be the 8 that make it and not, for me, 3D Max were more or less a 2-3 team, but beating Virtus.pro already tipped the scales in their favor just enough, where I think that their chances of making playoffs is probably just a hair above 50% for me.
All right. Well, we enjoy following their story over the course of the tournament. Now we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to have the second series of the day, which will be MongolZ versus Wildcard. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. next bet. On to the next one.
It's the start of the PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025, and Wildcard are here in action looking to do some damage. I've got Stanislaw with me, the IGL, who is ready once again, and this is now becoming quite a regular thing as we were talking about before the interview started. How are things for you right now? You seem to be in a pretty good place as a team right now in what you're getting and where you're being able to go for events.
Yeah, things are going really well for us, especially in the last 6 months or so. We had last year with the major, that went amazingly for us. And this year, we've had some hiccups along the way. We started off with a small tournament win online, and then, we lost to Astralis and Blast. And then also in Katowice, it didn't go how we were hoping it went. We were so close. We lost to Furia in overtime and Liquid also on one map in overtime. So I feel like we're there, very close, but we just need to get some little bit more experience and time under our belts. And I think hopefully we'll be a little bit more ready than we were for this tournament.
But when you're saying that, right, how close you are and being more ready, you also have also this year only just got this team house. So you're in Poland and you're able to practice, I guess, regularly against better opposition. I want to talk about Jaber because obviously the improvement I saw from him from the major to now, that seems to have really paid off for him. Obviously you've been taking him under your wing for quite a while now, but has it even impressed you how much he's been able to show?
A lot of our growth as a team can be attributed to his growth as an individual because he was really sheltered and in his own shell a year ago. But ever since, I feel like China was his turning point. He's constantly learning. It's still a very new environment to him, but I think finally we're starting to see the real Jaber come out, and the potential is starting to come out a little bit as well.
For the whole team as well, do you feel like it is kind of starting to come together of a full understanding of the potential you guys have as well? Like, it seems like some players, for example, Sonic, have more belief in themselves than what I would have said in the past when I've spoken to him.
Yeah, I think we have the players on our team and the coach. We have the roster, and I very much believe in this roster. It was just about figuring out how to best use all the pieces. Yeah. So yeah, I think hopefully with more practice in this new system, we'll have a better showing at this tournament.
Now, you did talk to me quite positively about like what you saw at Katowice, but was it still something where it hurt you guys because of how close you came?
Yeah, it hurt a lot. We look at each lost opportunity as an opportunity to learn as well. So the losses against Furia and Liquid taught us a lot about ourselves, and we had to make some tweaks and get back to work. So yeah, every loss is an opportunity to learn.
Now, you do have a mix of players on your team in terms of you've got the Europeans, so they're very used to being over here. You as well. When was the last time you spent this much time in Europe practicing?
It's been a while, and funnily enough, Vince and I were just talking about the last time I was in Romania, and this was when I was on Liquid.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, exactly. So that was 7 or 8 years ago, and we lost the major qualifier to Flipside back in the day. So rolling back the years, it's a whole new look for me and with a new team, but again, I'm feeling very confident. I love this group of players, and I think we can do some damage at this tournament.
Now, looking at your event here, you certainly have shown that you guys have the potential to do very well. Where are your expectations right now?
Expectations are pretty high for myself. In this first stage, I want to go at least 3-0. I want to make it to the next stage. So I know we can do it. It's just about showing the best version of ourselves, making sure we don't have any hiccups like we did in Katowice. It's the really small details that are costing us at the moment. You look at our game against Liquid and against Furia, it's overtime losses that are costing us. And in the current state of Counter-Strike, it's MR12. You don't have the luxury of making a mistake. The team that makes the fewest mistakes is going to win. There's only 12 rounds, and with the economy the way that it currently is in the game, you just got to really be as prepared as you can be. So I feel like we're there right now, so we just got to show it.
All right, well, I look forward to seeing it. You're filling me with confidence just with your words and how he's looking for it. Best of luck, Stanislav. Let's see what you can do in Cluj.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome back. We just heard there from Stan the Man. His wildcard team continue to defy expectations, and we're going to be talking about them now on the panel, Maui and Dust. I'll start with you, Dust. Sure. They are the little train that could and does. The NA, CS, be honest, it's just not in a great place.
Sure.
There's like a couple of standouts, and then it's just, you know, a big drop. Wildcard kind of put together a team that was left with the scraps from a table that was increasingly becoming Spartan and sparse, and they've made it work, and they've really jumped up in the NA rankings, and, you know, they're always good for an upset at a tournament, it feels. So talk me through why they are able to do that so consistently.
Well, I mean, they're led by a veteran in-game leader in Stanislav, and they're being propelled forward by, you know, JBA, who is one of the few upcoming North American talents we've seen develop over the last, you know, half a year or so. And they really did establish themselves kind of towards the top of the pecking order in NA, mostly through online play and qualifiers. They were besting Energy, Nouns, M80, you know, some of these teams that you recognize, and they were getting some lane opportunities. And they did well with a couple of them, like they won the Americas RMR for the Shanghai Major, beating Liquid along the way to do it. They made it through the opening stage of the Major to the elimination stage, so making it much further than people maybe anticipated, but then kind of quieted down. And so far, the start of this year hasn't really been what they've wanted, right? Didn't make the Blast Bounty event, got knocked out in the play-in at Katowice to fellow America's teams, Fury and Team Liquid again. But they're going through this really fun transition process that we'll dig into a little bit more deeply later, where you're seeing Stanislav actually completely reconfigure this team, and he's actually, for the first time in a long time, leading from the extremities. We hardly ever see an in-game leader do this, and it's allowed JBA to be more activated, and he's thriving in these situations. And so I'm curious to see how this continues to develop.
Well, I mean, I feel like that covers a lot of what we've been seeing in terms of just like the trials, the tribulations. I feel like last year, what was kind of concerning for me was the
Sonic's job prospects. After like arguing with the owner on Twitter.
Maybe arguing with your co-owner or whatever is not a great one, but
I mean, I just feel like the Susp and Sonic performances kind of came out of nowhere briefly, and then you kind of would want, or what I feel like most people outlined to be the best players for a while was Jaba, and you would want it to be FaZe, your opper, but Jaba's had the jump up that we've wanted for such a long time this year. But in terms of the other guys, I think there's a slight regression, so we're kind of meeting in the middle in terms of like the balance of the team.
Yeah, very tall order for them today. Obviously, MongolZ, one of the form teams, one of the teams that really have benefited from not having to do anything in Rostermania. They're coming in, you know, they're just the same team they've always been. Very impressive. Got that top 8 in Shanghai, making history, and they seem to have shed a lot of that vulnerability they used to have when they were going in these playoff situations where a little bit of nerves, whatever it might be, a little bit of inexperience. Now, ever since they took that event in Berlin, they've just really been super focused, super confident. They're the real deal. And while I think these rankings maybe need a tweak or two, and they're a little bit artificially boosted being in that 2 or 3 spot, I mean, I definitely think they're incredible value for a top 10, top 5, and they really are a strong team that Wildcard have to face today.
I feel like you were the biggest MongolZ detractor for such a long time, so I guess they finally swung you over.
They did. I can explain why a little bit as well. It's like you say, when you consistently go to tournaments and you fluff playoffs, and remember, we were there in Finland when they did that.
Yeah, at Elisa,
Yeah, and, you know, we saw it firsthand, and then I had to get the shuttle back to the airport with them after banging on them on the desk the entire time. Not a word shared.
They kind of wasted our time at that tournament, in all honesty.
Yeah, no, that's how I felt. I was looking forward to seeing
They also
them in
didn't
the
give
finals.
interviews in English at that one. But now they're better, and now they're becoming heartthrobs. And a lot of people have come to really enjoy the MongolZ and their journey. The problem is that they've experienced a bit of adversity recently. Senzu having an injury. I think he just slipped and broke his hand. We could see that his individual performances were not up to snuff with maybe not including his major playoff single BO3, but so much of the year, Senzu was on the cusp, top 20 player. And this year, it's actually been a couple of the other guys who have had to really step up. Techno at this tournament so far looks pretty good. And you could see that, yeah, so far this year, 0.96 rating versus a 1.15 last year. Like, those numbers
He should break his hand all the time.
No, wait, quite the opposite. No. For who? His opponents? For Wildcard? They should just break his hands.
I thought they were switched. I was going to say, if that's the broken hand book.
Did Amaranth send out a hit or something like that? What are you talking about?
Who knows?
No. Obviously not.
The Nancy Kerrigan style one. But no, I think obviously him being such an important player, yeah, the injury is definitely a factor. But I think there's enough on the team overall. It's like, I don't think it's necessarily the end of the world if Senzu has a couple of series where he's missing while he recuperates.
That's what's impressive about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they have so many weapons. For one, Blitz is the best fragging in-game leader in the world, period. I'm not even going to hear any more cases for anyone else. He's so versatile, whether he can entry, aggro, lurk, and he's a good caller. Like, he is just got all of it.
What about Snacks?
Yeah, dude.
Moving on.
Anyway, Senzu, one of the few entry riflers last year who maintained an over 50% win rate in opening duels on the T side. And then 910's a legit opper. And Mizzino's even developed as like a passive extremity player into a playmaker. So they really have a lot going for them. These bans aren't surprised that these are basically the permabans of both teams. Inferno is kind of common ground for both of these squads. Same with Ancient. So really this pick ban hasn't really thrown us any curveballs. I think this is kind of what we thought we'd get.
It's actually exactly how the bans and the first round picks went in my eyes, actually,
yeah, exactly.
Because, I mean, if Wildcard can't get Train lately, they have been going for Inferno. If MongolZ can't get Mirage, they've been going for Ancient. So both of these teams kind of getting their second favorite picks from this season, I'd say, thus far.
Yeah, and as I said, they it's good they've got this almost like, I want to say, a kind of shared map pool a little bit, in the sense that, you know, both teams are going to be comfortable on this. It really just is the problem you've got if you're Wildcard. It's like you say, it really is a firepower differential. I mean, MongolZ are so explosive, so much fun to watch, consistent numbers, and it's very hard to go head-to-head with them.
They're also just with the shared map pool still better than you on those maps. Like I think, you know, MongolZ is one of the best Inferno teams in the world right now. They've won their last 4 in a row. They have looked incredibly powerful on it, and we're taking a look at this. And what I wanted to highlight here is this big change. Look at where Stanislaw is now playing on this team. He has taken over the apartments position from JBA. JBA is now playing more of a assisting suspect B control, assisting Sonic on mid entering. You know, this is different. We don't see IGLs really do this. I mean, Happy, obviously, way back in the day was famous for this in the French scene. But you just don't see this too often. And this is not the only map that they're doing this. And this has been a really big change that we just noticed this year. This is a big pivot from what they were doing in Shanghai. But JBA so far has flourished with these changes. And so I'm you know, kind of down to see how it goes.
Why don't you explain why it's so rare that IGLs do this?
Because you want to be in a central position where you have as much information as possible. You also have a situation where some IGLs feel the need to be like a sacrificial entry to help facilitate a star trade fragger. There's some exceptions to this, but you know, it is weird because now you're relying on more mid-round communications from your teammates to be able to make, you know, the right calls on the edges of the map. But Stanislaw, you have to understand, you know, during points in time of his career when he wasn't in IGL, he specialized in these types of roles individually, and individually his numbers have been pretty good lately. So it's an interesting mix, but so far it has shown some signs of being successful.
I'll just bring the commentators in on the big screen. They are ready to go. Chad, you talk to players. I don't anymore. They all hate me, obviously. Have you heard about Senzu's hand? Do we have an update on that?
Yeah, I was doing a little roundtable podcast with Mizzino and Techno, and they informed me there that it was icy in Mongolia. It was like minus 30 degrees or something. He was walking on the ice, he slipped, and he broke his hand.
Tough. Is it healed?
So in Katowice, he was wearing a cast, and then when he was playing matches, he was just wearing tape. And I asked Mizzino, like, how recovered it is, and he said 30%.
His aim does not look as good. His aim just doesn't look as good as last year.
He fragged okay yesterday, though.
He fragged okay up until playoffs. I don't know. Like, so I don't know if that's related. But I wanted to ask one final thing before the game's starting. I can see
which is now. You got to be quick.
Jaber or JBA? You're saying both.
Jaber.
Thank you. Respect.
Have fun. Enjoy the game, boys.
Bye.
So we wanted to grill Dust a bit there, because I swear Dust was the first one that told us it was Jaber.
That's what I'm saying.
And then he did JBA, and then Maui did Jaber.
I don't know. I remember hearing Jaber and be like,
but this one started.
Oh, Susp into Blitz. There he goes. And already, a pressure applied for the wrap. Stan and Jaber pushing up short side. The wrap into 9-10. Needs to hit the first bullet and doesn't. So Susp is good to hit the headshot. Looking good here for another one. Susp, just a one-man army, walks into A, claims it for the boys. Wildcard's flag flies on the A site.
2 Swedes, an American, a Canadian, and a South African walk into A site. And that's a pistol round.
Yeah, and they're not joking. What about the Mongolian Jewel Berettas and the USPs?
As a 2v5 retake, all right, they're giving it a look.
They are giving it a look. The no kit as well, like really just trying to make this dream a reality. FaZe will shut it down. Sorry, just adjusting. It's a FaZe and it's a Jaber. Just getting my head around that. 5 frags between the two Swedes of the roster. And yeah, I kind of was filled with a bit of confidence and motivation hearing Stan talking about, you know, that it is these small nuanced details. A couple of close games against big teams, but unable to convert. And now coming into this one, it feels like an opportunity to right those wrongs. And the desk, of course, also discussing the, you know, the intricacies of Stanislaw's game. They're going to be calling the shots from the extremities.
Yeah, what Dust was referencing there, when I used to play against Stan back in the day and he wasn't in-game leading, he was that lurker.
Right.
And I took quite a distaste for Stan because he was that annoying player.
Ooh, the boost, the fallen boost, erected, but hard shot to hit, just the tip of the head crossing to logs.
Difficult force buy to win as well for the Mongols unless they stack correctly. So they've shown the presence over towards B, and all of them quickly on the reroute towards the A side to join. Senzu and Mazinho on A.
I like the idea. As far as Stan, you know, you've highlighted the win condition being gambled correctly. Well, as it stands, they are gambling correctly. 9-10, trying to find a contribution early, and yeah, it's the 5-7 up close. It's a perfect weapon for the job. Looks good so far. And now Sonic and Susp, they voice their concerns into it. Now smoke behind the Moto smoke. They could boost this scout over, and there's not much he can work with. A little bit of a sight line. He's got the right idea. Bomb planted. Sonic does not give him the fight he's hoping for. Blitz just a footstool at the moment in this 2v3.
And really, if they don't find anything in the next 10 seconds or so, well, there's something, but still, it's not going to be enough because both players' positions will be noted off the back of the boost. It should be the save. Get out of there if you can. That smoke a little bit shallow. Blitz goes down, trying to traverse out of a little cubby, but he's being caught, and now it's just 9-10 with the scout in hand. 2-0 start for Wildcard. With the VRS forecast, there would be plus 100 and something points for Wildcard with this, which within the Americas region would put them ahead of Pain, but Pain have to play another game today. So as I think you can look at it, you can see how much these things adjust. Oh, the Chochki lives on.
What? Little sausage men. If I told you in
the little sausage men who could.
The little sausage men will be on guns, you would have laughed me out of the room. And yet here we are. What about Team Chochkis?
Yeah, but so we know that Valve are happy to do that for the stickers.
Yeah.
And they also do it for the tournament organizers when the majors are on. I think that it would still have to be something that would make sense around an event. Just so everyone's aware, we are in a technical timeout. Just a moment. The technical pause has been called by Wildcard, so bear with us. I think that with the majors being expanded to 32 teams with the change of the VRS and everything along those lines for 2025 and onwards, the foreseeable future, it would be cool if the top 8 teams got Chochkis.
That's what I'm thinking.
You know, you make it to the playoffs, you get a Chochki.
Yeah, and then there's a playoff Chochki capsule.
Yep.
And the winner and the semi-finalists are the more rare Chochkis. You know what I mean?
It depends if you do it.
It
depends if you do it after the event, or if you do it as the top 8 teams get locked in.
Yeah, it could be an after thing because the stickers arrive when the majors.
But it would just have to be the team's logo.
Yeah.
I don't think you couldn't have any design elements, right? Because the players are coming up with silly signatures and stuff.
Oh no, we don't need any of that. But even just the logo. Yeah, I'd be more inclined to like them than like the sausage cat or the sausage.
Maybe they'll grow on you.
Yeah, sometimes the sausage grows on me, but not as much as it used to.
Blue Chews, sponsor of the... No.
Last 3 months, 1 win. Chad, why have they only got 1 win in 3 months?
Well, the Mongols had a bit of a false start to the year. Obviously, that issue with Senzu that we were discussing, they didn't play.
That's right.
In the bounty. Okay. They could not go. They were unable to participate. So their first event was Katowice.
Semi-final.
Pretty damn good.
Pretty good.
Second stage game ever against EF. That was a victory in that quarterfinal. And then, well, they got their asses handed to them by Vitality.
They did, yeah. Well, it looks like we're getting back into the swing of things. Ready to go. We appreciate your patience on this one. So a 2-0 start to Wildcard, but an economical does imply, with the failed force buy, that we're going to be getting a 3-0 to kick off first map.
Very, very likely. And if you're tuning in, it's your Saturday. Let us know how you're watching. Tweet at us. We don't do we have a hashtag? I think hashtags are dead, aren't they?
Hashtags? Hashtags are dead. Yeah.
Hashtags are dead. Just tweet at us. Let us know. What are you up to? How you? Oh, there's a hero M4. So hold up a second. That has been facilitated by 910. So there is something that you have to worry about if you're Wildcard. Now, fortunately for them, they are heading over towards A once more. They have nobody residing in Banana currently. Sus with the bomb, bringing up the tail of the pack. Stan through apartments with the MAC-10 in hand.
Stan, he's our man. If he can't do it, MongolZ can. Into the site. USP, headshot, and good night. Mazinho just gets one. Not bad, considering what they were up against.
Blitz should save.
Yes. That's the doctor's advice.
If you can get another kill and get the rifle picked up, that would be great, right? Carrying one of these AK-47s through into the next could help out MongolZ a lot. Senzu's actually pivoting all the way back through B, so that's quite curious in itself. But
okay.
Techno's going to hang around and see what he can find. But the round is done.
He's not doing a Techno defuse with the no kit, and so we're not going to even talk about that. Instead, and I've got a query.
Okay.
If a doctorate was possible and attainable in CS, you know how it's like a long blah, 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 and you have to write a dissertation, you have to write, your PhD would have to something that new to CS, like you're doing a study to get information on CS that hasn't been done before. That's how you get that's how you become Dr. Birchall.
Oh, okay.
What would be your, study? Do you have anything that you'd be interested in, like, learning about?
One that I would probably be interested in going into a little bit more depth about, because I'm always interested regarding coaches. I don't actually know on the granular level of what coaches do. So I would like to probably do on FaZe level. I know there was a graphic that came out recently to do with round conversion off the back of timeouts, and X has topped that chart. I don't know if it was for the year or what it was for. But we did get that data from a previous event, and we even had it categorized in certain areas that was did they take it on an eco, and then did they, obviously they didn't win the eco, but did they win the follow-up round?
I like
eco?
it. Yeah.
And kind of digging into timeout efficiency is what I would name the dissertation.
Okay, that's cool. Great answer.
Oh.
That was a hard question. And that is a hard start. Good one back. Blitz, he's not giving that one up for free, but it looks like Mazinho has unfortunately not got the memo. Good work from Sonic, proactive up mid. Look at him, look at him, look at him push. Up short, 1 minute 30 on the clock, and Blitz is tucked, about to take a fight with Sonic. Crazy beans, pushing in, Stan with one, he transfers. Hard shot to hit, but he wins the round with it.
Vince, the coach, happy with that one, knowing now that it is just Senzu out of the picture, a 1v3 situation, and not really any concern that he can voice. Still utility to lob over towards Moto, and the fact that he spammed on through, they know exactly where he is. So tucking away to retain loss bonus going into the next, as we all know, because you're keeping up with the Kardashians or the Cash, one of the two. Usually the same thing, 3,400 into the next round.
What else have we got to look forward to today?
Coming up on the main stream or the secondary stream?
Well, both. I mean, so to reiterate, you'll have Jason and Dinko bringing you the action on the secondary stream, and Scrawny and Launders bringing you the last two best of threes of the day on this stream here.
Yeah, Harry and Hugo get to do Complexity versus Virtus.pro coming up next.
Okay.
Their Big versus FlyQuest series has just ended.
We've got FaZe EF. I think that's a very exciting matchup.
Scrawny and Launders did that at Cato as well, so they get the repeat of that one.
That was a crazy game.
It was indeed. And then I believe the following game after that will be Falcons taking on Pain.
Yes, I think you're right. Okay. Oh, and that's an interesting head-to-head as well. I'd probably actually be, for the first time perhaps in a long time, seeing Falcons as favorite for that.
I thought you were going to say interested in a Falcons game.
Well, that too. No, there's a bit of interest there for it. Comes and goes.
First tactical timeout called. This one by the CT side of the Mongol. Samara, an opportunity for him to get on the mic.
I watched some Mongols content. They had a brisket barbecue.
Yes, eat like a Mongol.
Yeah,
right? That was the tagline.
Yeah, there was I just couldn't get over how cold it looked.
Yes, it's a very cold-looking place.
It looked chilly.
Yeah, it is. It is a cold
ice
place.
And snow. Everyone's in layers. Not for me.
All right, well, the saves M4 and some partial upgrades. They want to get a full buy. So far, MongolZ, I don't think you can really say they've had one of those. I think the 910 AWP is at the very tippy top of Mara's Christmas list, knowing that 910 with the cash at the moment will be able to buy it with the max into the next. So how much can you get out of this? And just some positive signs, getting a few kills, right? 910's yet to have any frags. Techno was only with one. So just some confidence building kills and also reinforcing purchases from the Wildcard side of the server. Are staying in quite these pack roll movements at the moment, Wildcard. Pouncing towards A, now towards B. Techno with a 5-7 and a smoke to block.
Yeah, okay. I like that he's being kind of active on the angle. He nearly lost it all. He still might. He's very, very close to death. The flash worked. Bought time. But only a moment's respite. CT smokes up. Coffin smokes in. Save conversation for Senzu.
Yeah, you're not finding yourself in a position where you're in chaos, right? You're trying to unravel them as they're taking control. The first gun round, there was the deep mid smoke that was then cleared and Wildcard found kills through it.
Right.
So I don't expect we see MongolZ play behind that smoke again in a similar fashion, but maybe the AWP in apartments to deal with a default crawl. Maybe 3 players just go for full banana control.
Makes sense.
Need to try and get into some fights early because this has been a pretty swift first 5 rounds.
Hasn't
There's been
it?
a pace and a tone to this one.
I mean, so this goes one of two ways, and I know this is just kind of stupid, but this goes one of two ways in the sense that if Wildcard can win another convincing gun round, they can run away with this half. However, my gut instinct is that all it's going to take is even this save here, even just the MP9, the rifle, one slip up from Wildcard, you open the door, and MongolZ are going to be right back ravenous to make this a 6-6.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue for the MongolZ at the moment is just the lack of kills. So there is residual cash built up on every single member of Wildcard. So it's going to take 2 to 3 buy rounds in a row. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's going to slowly be getting better, isn't it?
Of course. Yeah.
You never know if players fully recover from hand injuries or if there's always going to be a little bit of pain that persists. Or they are playing behind the mid smoke again. Okay.
FaZe's trying to get very aggressive. They break the smoke for him. That's
almost
gangster.
the double. The nade.
Double the nade. Just go, FaZe. That's sensational. Gets himself the double, the collateral leg shot into the HE double dunk.
So I think in bowling terms, that wasn't a strike, but he definitely got the spare.
Yeah, very good. Well, I mean, maybe spare the lives of the remaining 3 MongolZ at this rate. Oh, I've never seen that before. That's a brand new, they call that the FaZe.
They've had some really, really nice smoke clears so far.
Yeah, yeah, that's like that was a very deliberate play. Line up HE to break. Peek around. Was that like the meta half wall smoke that we've been seeing as well? Like that's a deviation on that?
I think like catching them off guard as they were throwing at that util. Very, very well done there.
Yeah, I love that. Boom. What are you doing, Blitz? You went to the gun. Oh, Senior might lose his. No. It's fine. They saved their 3. Stan calls it off. Look at his smile. That's the smile of someone who just did something he hasn't done before. A double collateral leg shot double dunk nade.
Yeah, pretty cheeky, isn't it?
Bang. On your head. Boom.
Perfectly placed. Beautiful. For an action movie. Okay, well now, if you're Stan, you can call whatever you want.
Yeah, right. Vibes are high. He's kept the Mac 10 with 10 grand in the bank. So you could do something poppy and cheeky. Oh. Feeling himself a bit too much there. It's burning himself.
Wonder if they're Amaranth fans in Mongolia. I know she got a lot of Turkish fans.
Good question.
Here we go.
Onto FaZe.
First kill. And it's an opener. Good stuff from 910. He's classed with the AWP once he gets going.
Going he has. But this little gap, this momentary gap, doesn't matter if he keeps hitting shots. Sonic goes down as well. Okay, falling through their fingers is this 7th round. Looks like timing's going to be favoring them here on the long fight. Beautiful. Senzu's handled that very well.
So what I'm most interested in now is how Wildcard respond to this round loss. So Jaber likely to hold on to this AK-47, but as touched upon, plenty of cash to work with. So I wouldn't even have issues with him going out looking to find a couple of kills and make things more sour for the Mongols moving forward. But it's what type of response do we see from Wildcard? Do they keep up these like 4-1 more pouncy moments, and they've gone for even more smoke clears? Spotted, removed, great round from 9-10. Do you just go for something all in? A bit more execute heavy, because you know that you can essentially, well, not reset because of the loss bonus, but you can make things very, very tough for the Mongols going forward. So that one when they was on the timing of the flash. This is Wildcard clearing the smoke and Sonic trying his hand. And then Jaber, well, last man standing, looking to do whatever he can. But here it is. Beautiful looking buy. No dramas in that department for Wildcard.
Oh, this is very aggressive from 9-10 ahead of that mid smoke. Susceptible to a break, and FaZe takes a heavy hit.
Double nade from mid, a third to follow.
Oh, good util here. Sus stands in the flame to try and deliver, unable to do so. Jaber's nade can finish the job.
Oh,
bang!
So many HE kills so
Yeah,
far.
for real. And Blitz is here faster than Jaber's ready for, so we'll put him down. Now it's an interesting 2v2. You know where Blitz is. You don't really know where Stan and Sonic are if you're Mongols.
It's a bit of a mind game as well, because Blitz goes, okay, well, they know that I'm the rotating piece. I've already showed myself on B. I'm expecting a response for them to quickly head over towards A, where they know Mazinho's still alive. You can triangulate his position pretty quickly. He's probably porch, balcony, apartments, or pit. Maybe even site if he's feeling frisky, if Mazinho's been given the site card. But still tucked in and worried about absolutely everything. Regrouping now, Stan and Sonic will try their hand.
Yeah, but into this nice relocation from Blitz. He's timed it well. Ooh,
you should assume B's open.
Go B.
It's a B, yeah.
Really nice. Wow. I'm really impressed so far by the, not just the individuals, but also simultaneously just their kind of mid-rounding. It's up to date. Good awareness of the...
Mazinho's giving it a look.
CT's likely positions. Wow, that's a horrible smoke.
Very tough.
I mean, what can you do? You walk through it?
You could wait.
You walk through it and hope. See ya. Beautiful round. Wildcard 7, Mongols 1.
And Stan's a man who means business. Look at that stash.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I actually can feel myself involuntarily respecting him more because of the mustache.
Well, if he said jump, you'd say how high.
So, yes, sir.
All right, well, this is quite a stark scoreline. And a good tussle for control, as there is money for the buy. Senzu still with 9K before the purchases come in. It's not tax time yet. But to try and salvage this half. MOUZ got it done with 4.
True.
Can Mongols do the same?
Yeah, I mean, this is always that risk of overexerting yourself when you have this lead. You start maybe getting a bit overconfident, but haven't seen any signs of that just yet. That's nonsense. I didn't see that initially. Great catch on the replay.
What if Wildcard is like the anti-Mongols? Because, like, I don't know. We actually will save it.
Okay. I'm desperate to see what you're
doing. But I don't know what's kosher and not, so we'll leave it for now. Double AWPs.
Oh, this time he goes with a nade right on the jaw. Senzu peeks in, a nice leg shot back.
Almost an equal exchange of damage there.
Oh, he sees you. Deep on that angle for that Marley. Nails the quick reaction onto Sonic swing through. Man advantage for 9-10's Mongols.
They have, however, taken bracket.
And he gets another.
Very well.
Yeah, I mean, he has single-handedly brought them 1 round. It might very well be a second as well, thanks to 9-10's AWPing prowess.
Well, you can tell they're under pressure. They just double-smoked apps.
Break.
So worried about everything right now. And there is some options for Wildcard to work with.
Frustrating smoke from Mazinho wants to let.
It's all about this sus lurk.
Okay. Stan and FaZe waiting. Blitz on the back of sight. They've got time to kind of sow seeds of doubt. The B players haven't moved. They're worried about CT. Sus goes looking. Ooh, doesn't. Yep, spots him, nails it. Clean shot, but there's 9-10 for another. Triple kill from the Mongolian sniper. And FaZe misses his last chance. 9-10, 4 in that round. All 7 of his kills have come in the 2 from MongolZ.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. So he's getting activated now. Not always the easiest task on a map like Inferno, but a good patch, a hot patch. And the money starting to be siphoned through. After this full buy from Wildcard, they'll be down to very little. Fortunately for them, loss bonus will be 1,900. So if the bomb goes down, we can still have a discussion about some type of an investment. But you knew that though you were against the double AWPs. Senzu shot at B, 9-10 over towards A. Deep mid smoke again. FaZe with a jump, the spot, the push.
Whoa, FaZe, that's aggressive. 9-10 not expecting that one. Susp combines with the push. Gets the job done.
They're all dead.
It's just over.
All dead.
It's basically Blitz on A, doing everything he can. He's got no bullets, but he does get a kill. FaZe knows what's up. Accelerates to try and punish his rotation back, and ooh, missed shot from the AWP. His teammates won't make that mistake. Wow, we've had a couple of those. A couple of rounds where Wildcard just kind of knock them all over.
I'm curious to hear what Maui and Dust discuss in the posts of MongolZ side, because they've been quite stubborn with these aggressions. And I wonder if that comes from a point of they don't feel comfortable in the late round giving away the space and being executed on. Does it come from potentially a confidence that they feel they're better than Wildcard and they should just be able to win these opening duels and stifle them from being able to get underway? Either way, hasn't worked out too good whatsoever. 8-2.
Yeah, I really like the play from FaZe.
Yeah, they're playing with some confidence as well.
Jump spot, see them was crossed.
Yeah, but it's still risky, right? Because the timing could go, like, as he jumps and then comes to the smoke, someone then could have parred the cross.
Ah, Chad, your former lover.
No, that's not the one.
Yeah, you love him, right?
No.
You played him, though?
I did.
You did, temporarily. It was kind of, yeah, it was more like a situationship for a second. Kind of came and went.
Sometimes you got to tell what you can get.
Absolutely. That's Counter-Strike. And life. 2-2-8. 4 would be workable.
Yes.
Sorry, I know that's your thing, but I wanted to say it this time.
You know, the bar was 5.
It was. We know the bar is 5. However,
we'll work with 4.
You can. Ouch.
Another one of those.
And see you later. Susp. Playtime cancelled. Techno is investigating down, so he's going to be set up anti-flash. Senzu's AWP, this double AWP start. Oh, FaZe's quick, isn't he? Techno
they heard the sync.
Yeah, they know where you are. He's on the retreat. Looks like he'll get away.
Yeah, and just the way that utility's placed, it's so defensive. Techno, be careful now.
Sonic, ooh, gets a. I'm watching from the sidelines.
Staunch defense on mid.
Yeah, very strong setup. Nice composure. 9-10 gets 2. Someone kill him. He's just jiggling, wiggling, and takes the 3 down with the AWP. Again, it's 9-10. The win condition right now. He's the only one finding the multi-kills right now for the Mongols. 10 kills. Everyone else is barely scraping together 5 or 6.
All right, well, has he bought them a buffer? It was Torji for MOUZ who was one of the activating factors. That was that nade kill onto Sus, this one right here that'll be highlighted, the double HE dunk. This is only the 4th opening kill for MongolZ so far in this first half of play. 2 of the others have come from 9-10, and 1 from Mazinho. He's done very well there, dancing around the porch pillar.
Yeah, I guess it is hard to hit. He's a mobile target. Ooh. Flirting with early aggression, but I think Blitz is out of there. Presumably leaving a smoke as well.
I think that's one of the keys. If they're going to do these pack rolls, you need multi-kills.
Yeah. Well, 9-10 seems poised to collect again on the fade of this smoke. I mean, one of them's holding it, but he's surely... Yep. Free frag. Thank you very much. Can he get out?
They'll come through.
Break. Running. Spam. Sonic gets him close to an exit.
That's unfortunate.
Ooh, Stan, what's your call here? There's so much time left in the round. Oh, and Senzu's just started to peel away. Should be good.
Oh, Senzu's having a mare.
I mean, yeah, and Susp is having
I
the
know it's
opposite.
a great shot, but he just moved off the line where he had a better advantage.
Yeah.
It's just the Counter-Strike timing against him. Number disadvantage. Bomb to get planted B. 3v4 retake for the Mongols.
Oh, brutal death for Senzu. Sonic's got blitz. A 9th to end the half. Wildcard's T side. It's their pick, and it's certainly looking that way. Looking very comfortable for the Wildcard side. 9 rounds already in the bank. The job is not done, but it's a pretty strong case that they will be taking their mad pick.
Yeah, take a look at that. The patch down the stretch. No consecutive rounds for the final 6. So life out of the Mongols, but they were never able to break through the financial barrier that Wildcard have been able to accrue. Really important kills from Sonic in this one. Obviously denying 9-10 getting away, leveling it out. Sus with a great shot onto Senzu, and this one removes any hope and dream of the retake. So a very comprehensive first half. At the tippy top, the Swedes, 12 for Susp and 10 for FaZe, the two who contributed in the pistol round conversion, and that's where we're headed right now. The Mongols desperately need to convert the T-side pistol their own. Maybe shake and wake themselves up a little bit.
Am I stupid? Who else is in like a top 20 team that's Swedish? Rez?
Brolin,
Susp, Fuzi.
There's not many Swedes.
Yeah, there's been a great exodus of Swedish Counter-Strike. The fact that these guys, you know, we're at the top 5
forefront
Swedes.
of the conversation. Yeah, it has definitely changed. And now the NIP, that's also changed a lot over there.
Yeah.
They've got 2 Portuguese players, Ujox and Aristos, Wrinkle, Ukrainian Orpa. They brought Shush over from Heroic, and then Snappy gets to in-game lead that team. So there's no Swedes whatsoever, other than the coach, wishes exist.
Not many Swedes do exist in top 20 CS.
Sweden even real. What?
What?
All right, well.
Is that a tendency? You've just double naded logs on a pistol round. They're coming. They're coming. FaZe's got a lot of work to do. Flash is good. Chance is there. Techno dead on the lurk. And Sonic forced to reload. They're across to pool. Susp is posted and a hard shot to hit. Trying to keep track. They're closing the gap. Nice shot. Senzu into the site. Uzi empty-handed. 3v3. An important pistol for Mongols. This almost feels like a must-win pistol. They managed to make a strong case for it by accessing this site. Bomb ticking away in their favor. Wildcard trying to claw their way back into this bomb site. Not an easy...
About 25 left on the bomb.
Whatsoever, especially now. That's got to be the Mongols' pistol. It's got to be theirs. Just time and bullets. Sends the headshot. He's on for an ace to really find his footing into the second half. Jaber, some stunning shots. Showboating himself. Who's got the aim for the final one? Senzu leaves with all 5. Mongols must-win pistol gifted to them by Senzu.
Beautiful round from him. Very impactful stuff. Now it just needs to be converted upon. Had some tough moments there doing the secondary AWPing in the first half of play. It's going to be our 3rd ace so far at PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. And on a pistol round, no less. A thing of beauty. But it is going to be important for him to find some contributions. Obviously, you touched on the stage is where he went a little bit missing. This is a group stage game in pursuit of what you would hope would be another opportunity for the Mongols to continue to get stage experience. Same to be said for Eternal Fire, who will be taking on FaZe coming up in the next game. These are names that you would love to see in attendance next weekend. But Wildcard with a strong showing. They bring themselves into the conversation. They were already considered probably one of the cusp teams. And for them, a really, really good event could mean a lot in the VRS. Especially with a team like Liquid not being here. We know that the cutoff for the major, April 7th. That'll be midway through some matches for the PGL Bucharest event. Longside's going to have some action.
Yeah, there's a chance for Sonic to do some real damage here. Gets himself his first. That will scare him. He's got a flash cocked. Reaggress. Flash. Oh, Techno just ahead of it. He saves him from what would have been white faces and potentially red ones. Now Mazinho has found Jaber, and the potency of this round wanes. Good timing on that little check. Catches Senzu swap into his nades. Sound cue given away.
Time's the problem. This is sketchy.
It is getting a bit awkward, isn't it? Techno wraps, and it's being held, but hard to hit long range. FaZe can finish. Mazinho versus Susp. And look at the time. Picks up the bomb. Has no idea where this guy's coming from. And Susp now picks up the rifle. Oh, he had his first opportunity. Does have to punch in the code. Does Susp start his walk up? Second guess is it. And Mazinho goes down. It's Susp with a clutch. You can see him. He's feeling very good about that one. He's having a very good game. Very good start to this series is Susp.
I think that's hugely important. This is a massive round to win. And it was touch and go throughout. The fact that the time gets so low and FaZe stays alive and gets a couple of kills, it's the Swedes again with some impact. He gets 3 in total on that 5-7. That is massive, massive work from FaZe within that round. And you don't allow MongolZ to get underway, to start stringing things together. The reason they're celebrating that so much is, right, think about it. They win that, then you have to take an eco. Okay, well now the scoreline's going to find itself at a 9-6. The first gun round, you're missing a couple of things. Okay, 9-7. Now we have to partial. 9-8. It's a 1-round game. You stop this before it even gets started. Now you just need to make good. You don't want to let these games back. We've seen so many heartbreaking losses for a team like Wildcard when they get into overtimes. Yeah. You've been owning them. That's why that round is so key.
The Swedes, truly an exemplary performance. Ooh, very, very high damage nade.
Seen a lot of that from both teams, right? Using the deeper smoke and lobbing the HEs far down into T-stairs as possible. Just trying to get flak damage on them posturing. Because if you're not going to get the banana control, then where are you going to be? You're going to have to be waiting T-stairs.
Yeah, lots of utility damage as well. Looks like 500 utility damage from Wildcard. And, well, Techno, he's down thanks to Sonic.
Yeah, just a stray bullet.
Already feels like your options are limited, doesn't it? Now only exacerbated by the loss of a player. Techno watching from the sidelines. Quite a quiet game from Techno. Could say that about 3 players here.
This map is done if MongolZ don't win this round.
Yeah, okay. That's very cut and dry. I like it. Then they contact being. Deep smoke to block. Sonic anti, Susp boosted.
Full info. This is huge. There's a rotation on the way. There'll be 3 players to defend B. Wildcard have this.
It's looking perfect. It's theirs for the taking. Wildcard just needs the shots to connect. Controls his A4 spray. Susp good for 1. Stan in the play. It's all gone. It's all Wildcard. 11-4. They are flying so damn high right now. MongolZ can't touch them.
I think MongolZ will just force play out the game from this point.
At this point.
There's really not too many options left. You could go, all right, we'll take the save now, we'll take the loss bonus, and then we'll buy into the next, but you're giving away 12. That's 12-4. That means you have to win 8 consecutive rounds. That force buy after the pistol loss, that has been the key to getting this done. And beautiful work, just a swarm. They had all the info. FaZe cleared out top mid. Stan knew that it was going to have to be the play, and yet MongolZ shoved the chips into the center of the table. They will look to force buy out the remainder of this one.
Some of the scariest rounds, though, for a CT side. You know it's supposed to be yours. You know it's probably a force buy. You know it's only Tech 9s, but all it takes is a little misstep, a well-placed flash from your opponent, and suddenly that site gets flooded with these fast-paced, movingly accurate. They're accurate while they're moving. And we're going to see Susp deploy the half-wall smoke.
So that is interesting that that's happened so early within the round. They don't have a lot of information at the moment, Wildcard. Stan is over towards porch side, still defending middle and sees nothing home. I think what makes this okay is they had a 3rd player to come take the control. So they're going to do a late banana control on the fade of this smoke. There it is. And now they know that it likely has to be A. Stan and J-Bart need to block.
Smoke deployed towards the balcony position. Stands in a very forward position, hoping to be overlooked and can peek in to the boiler walk-up. Oh, wow, great awareness. Good shot. Senzu gets 1. J-Bart gonna get overwhelmed, needs a frag.
Needs to live.
Oh, he's crouching, staring at the floor. FaZe's down. Senzu's done so much more. Oh, okay, MongolZ, they aren't going down without a fight. Tech 9s, Kevlar, for all your honor. And they managed to convert for a 5th.
Yeah, a bit of a difference in the 2 rounds. In the previous, Wildcard had the information, they rotated in, they were able to stall it out. This time around, the same thing, but maybe taking a few too many liberties there from Stanislaw. he wasn't in a position where he could really be traded. He had the biggest gun. The rotation was on the way, but they weren't really in combination with each other for that setup.
Like a pit site crossfire there, you probably get like 1 or 2, even if you can't block them. Smoke Balk.
Yeah, I think with the timing that they did that late banana retake and get the full control, that you're either expecting an apps pop or something up middle. So if Stan had pivoted backside or pit, as you touched upon, it would have been a better looking setup. But caught off a great opener, and I wouldn't say life for MongolZ, but right now, I think that the individuals need to start waking up. So even if they extend this game to, let's say, a 12-8 scoreline, it'll still be a few more rounds for them to warm into things. It would be a classic wildcard moment if they do allow this game to get close again.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would get nervous at that scoreline you mentioned. You to 12-8, I'd be getting a little anxious.
Well, there's still a way we can get there. So with the saves, there's money for the buy. They've taken the tactical timeout to bring the coach in for the conversation. FaZe's dropped a rifle across to assist. Sorry, I think it was Susp. Has dropped a rifle across to help out Stan. But either way, it's a full buy. Now, it's a slippery slope. You might see Inferno save. I don't know if that's what the cool kids are calling it these days, but it might be a lot of saves for Wildcard if they lose entries and lose sites.
Right.
And then they do have rounds to work with, so they can go for gambles, just completely blind gambles. But if they're losing entries, they're going to have to hold on to their guns.
Oh,
that's perfect.
That is
not
perfect. Been better.
Look at the confidence. That's so good.
I have this spawn. I'm doing this.
I love
4v5. Oh, okay. Maybe this is a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot from Susp. Forward position, not playing scared. I mean, there's credit to be given in that regard, but hold on to your advantage. And so far, so good. A boost over the smoke and have a little tip of the head spotted on the cross back. Good nades from both teams. It feels like the HE evolution of the meta has been very noticeable.
These teams have definitely been using them a lot for top banana harassment.
What the hell is that? Not seen that one before from Blitz.
Yeah, a bit of a long smoke.
Yeah, cool.
Just to at least keep some attention over towards A. Stan will investigate that. Actually plays up close to personal behind it. The B defense limping. 3 HP for Susp, 44 for Sonic. A killer piece. This round's still winnable. Stan's not far away.
He needs to block. They're running through it. They're running through it. Flash is available. Low HP. Good at, oh, Stan takes first contact. Pulls their crosshair. Important from Techno. Important is understating it.
Save.
He gets 2.
I actually think for Wildcard, pretty good position. It's the low HP, which makes that one tough. Pointed out Stan, the one taking first contact. No CT smoke because they're just trying to play on surprise. But some good shots hit. So that's the MongolZ putting what they do best on offer, hitting shots. Spoke to some teams in Kato. They described them as bold, right? A team who's going to take a risk, who likes to take the fight, and important to convert them in that situation. So now 11-6 with those saves. Lost bonus 1900 into the next. Jaber could drop an M4. Stan could buy in with an MP9. Even a FAMAS if he wanted to feel a little bit more risque. So I don't know if we'll see them invest fully behind the retained guns. It might just be, hey, let's use the AWP, let's use the rifle, let's try and set you two up for success, get us an AK or get us an opening kill, force MongolZ into more of an awkward situation, and then buy again into the following round. That would be the more conservative of the approaches.
Let's see what they go for. It's going to be that. Susp just with that supporting util, so we'll see what he can get done to facilitate Jaber and Fuzi. He's gone for it again. Okay, Jaber's seen enough. And 9-10. Ooh, not going to be peeking into Fuzi this time. Forward position from Techno takes that top banana control. An important and valuable asset to this T side. And oh, wow. Susp actually gets Techno low.
FaZe's rotated over. He can post up on the line.
Good find. Good pick. Goes for a second. Double trouble! Another collateral. One map, 2 collaterals from Fuzi's AWP. This was lining up to be a very comfortable Mongol 7th, and now it's FaZe the Disruptor. He's got 3. Smoked off. Blitz has thrown that out. We'll be going for the plant. Oh, he's not far off. He is really not far off on the plant. Blitz will put him low. Not an easy retake. Hang on, wait. Jabra's arriving late. Really late.
Yeah, and Mazinha still has a molly left over. A couple of flashes as well.
The kid, surely it's tempting after all of this. You've got to have a look. Jabra edges forward. FaZe's going to hang in the balances, holding at the back. Going to hold post on Nuke swing. Stan going to try and force this fight, but it's a hard fight to win. Yeah, comfortable for Blitz.
Save.
Save. Oh.
Agonizing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really made a round out of that, didn't he? The timing. Peeks in, gets the first. He's not been shy of any of these duels, and it's paying off. 18-7 for FaZe. Will not find the round conversion short. But that was just some saved guns. Now will be a buy.
Would you validate the statement that sometimes double peeking is the right move?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
When it works.
yeah, actually, yeah, that's great.
But that's the difference, right? Counter-Strike's a game about minimizing mistakes, but it's knowing when to make a play, which that play, if you get punished, would be considered a mistake.
But
in fact, he knows that he has one of the 2 big guns. If he gets smoked off, he can't contribute. So that we have absolutely 0 chance in this round if I'm playing behind this smoking CT spawn with an AWP.
True.
We have a chance in the round if I step back out
and I
get another kill, and guess what? I got 2.
And you still lost. Rough.
Gonna pay to get the dogs out of Wildcard team.
Senzu and Techno already gone.
Hasn't stopped them before.
No, but I think FaZe's AWP might stop him this time. Blitz an important trade. Jaber stays locked on his position. Oh, he's in trouble. Oh, this round was up for debate if Stan goes down. Instead, it's just 9-10. Tech 9 trying to spam away, gets double swung. He hits that. What?
Would have loved an AK, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he would have.
Couldn't get his hands to it.
Okay, well, that's 12 for Wildcard. They have broken through. I thought this would run from Mongols, and so did they. They're going to call their final timeout.
Damn, 910's been involved in 10 opening duels. He's only won 3 of them. That's crazy.
That is crazy. 3.
He's won 3. He's been involved in 10, which means he's lost 7. That seems disproportionate, but I'm going to trust HLTV.
Well, they were, yeah.
Our Lord and Saviors.
He definitely got 2 openings, which they converted upon in that first half.
Utility damage being highlighted by the OBS.
270.
Pretty damn even on the Wildcard side. Very good placement of nades. Obviously, Susp popping off there with 300. Oh! Well, you thought it couldn't get worse. It can.
Oh my god, he peeks it again. The 910 gets
he
revenge.
hit it.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. He ain't scared. I mean, fair play to him. It's working wonderfully. 19-9 this time, though, brought down despite the connection. Susp thinks twice about trying to take... Oh, I say that. He's playing the edge of the smoke. He wants 1. Gets out. You ain't running through that, 910, but you are now. Oh, Susp is begging for help. Screaming for help. And he gets 1 down. Blitz trades into the site. No one else is home. Stan and Jabe are still concerned about that mid-smoke, so looking good for a Mongols collection here.
Sonic gets something. They might get to the retake, but like I discussed earlier on in the piece, because of the way that this tail end of the game is going to function, you might see a lot of saves. So just making sure Sonic can get out. Smoke fades, he runs, and they're out. They know they just need that 1 more round. So actually the important duel to win at the start of the round for 9-10, that's when the AWPing aggression doesn't look great. Right? It's like, oh, you went for it again, and this time you were punished, and now we start a man down.
Yeah.
Well, that's the opposite side, right? But this is Counter-Strike, right? You have to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, or is that's poker?
I think both.
Is it in the cards or on the cards? Let's get Doug Stanhope or whatever that guy's name was on the line.
Probably not that. Yeah.
I think he's a comedian.
Yeah. Doug
Polka Dot. Or...
Dog Poke. Yeah, that's it.
I don't know.
It's a while ago now. We really linger on beef in Counter-Strike. In the actually, guys, it's both.
Remember that time Lothar attacked us?
I do. Still remember that. Yeah, he gave a formal apology, though.
He did. Counter-Strike never forgets.
Yeah, especially when a cyber card game player.
When we get into the next map, remind me to bring up the point about Blitz and the bomb.
Blitz and the bomb.
When we get to the next map, I won't do it now. It's a bit trivial for now.
No, that's cool. Okay, now this is an alternative version where you don't... Oh. This guy, man!
Yeah, well, he went for info, not for the fight.
Respect it, respect it.
More nade damage.
Ouch! Oh, he's been double naded multiple times.
Yeah, but he was part of nading back the other way too.
It's true. Yeah, you die by the sword or whatever it goes. They know this is where the Swedish sniper lives. And FaZe, he's going to peak. It's just a question of when. Through the flames, Blitz punishes.
Yeah. Mazzino would have heard that from apartments.
Yeah. Gave him the info necessary. Good flash, but dead. Now, of course.
Save. Now, guys in Twitch chat, I know that you're saying, oh, get Inferno out of the map pool. All they're doing is save. And what do you want them to do? Try and go for a 2v4 retake on the A bomb site at the tail end of a game when they have 12 to their name and they just need one? And you're going to go, yeah, that is what we want. I'm going to tell you, no. That's just silly. That's Counter-Strike back in my day where we were baboons beating our chests, just running around like me wide swing.
Imagine if baboons could talk.
They are hunting, however. The scouting party has been sent out to remove these rifles. Stand to defend his honor.
Sonic is in trouble. Goes down. They're losing everything in this round. Blitz can't finish off Stan. He will prevail. Oh. He gets away. Multi-kill, but more importantly, brings an M4 through.
And actually, because of those kills, he could drop an AWP over to FaZe. Even though FaZe can buy one for himself, this would guarantee FaZe Kevlar. So I wouldn't mind seeing that, right? FaZe then gives someone an M4. Stan drops the AWP.
It's not bad, is it?
Jaber's just going to operate with... There it is. Okay. So because of those kills, the buy actually works out a little bit tidier. Stan lacks utility, sure. Scoreline now reading 12-3. Now remember, they were up 12-7. And the scoreline at one point did read 11-4.
Yeah.
So a very few rounds to boast in the last patch, but they just need one. It doesn't matter how they get there, just as long as they do.
A little bit of chip damage there, and they've got those stack nades forward position from Susp. Oh, he loses his duel. Good work from Techno, an important contribution. Drawing first blood, Mongols have that edge. Will Stan re-aggress? Looks like they're going to go for this up-down setup. Oh, faking the sound cue. Or just a miss jump. Regardless. Sonic's blind.
So blind.
Oh, he gets him blind. Yo, forget about the AK, man. Play the 4v4. Gets away from the wallbang of the AWP.
Long Smoke's just landed. It's just Jaber. Remember, he's only got that SMG to work with.
It's not the best weapon unless they do kind of flood out of apartments, which is highly unlikely.
This is a very strong AWP position that FaZe's playing. Everyone's seen a device highlight. You all remember a device highlight.
It's true.
It's FaZe's turn.
Late into the piece. They're actually going long side. This is the perfect counter. Techno's holding this with an AWP and will collect. Perfect awareness of the reaction from Swedish sniper. Jaber, a free frag from Azinho. Patience prevails. As
you know what that means.
S-A-V-E.
Ding, 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 ding.
One more time.
All right, well, retaining the guns again. 2900, lost into the next.
Well handled by Mongols. Really like their A, decision to go long side, because you highlighted how good of a position it was for FaZe, and B, even accounting for the re-aggress upon the too much time spent They were going long side and actually had Techno holding for that reaggress. With that AWP just juggling that AWP to whoever was best suited to the task. Stan trying to save, and it does leave with an extra $300.
So you got 4 exits in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah.
So, look, they all count. But we made the AWP work in that round, right? We did the maths, guys.
They are coming for you.
The devil is in the details.
Yeah, I don't know if Stan's going to be like,
stretch.
does he really believe? Oh, and he died. Now he does.
If he
Now
kills them
does.
all again.
Oh, dead man.
Sonic will live. Okay, so partial behind saved M4, so some investments into pistols and whatnot, and then a full buy round for round 24 if we get there. But Counter-Strike's a cruel mistress. If anything, the odds do say that it is likely MongolZ will lose this round to like a multi-kill on the 5-7.
Yeah. Oh, you think that's how it goes down?
It's, you know,
like
the way Counter-Strike goes, yeah.
Yeah.
And you know that Richard, Dustin, Maui have been sitting out there since the scoreline was 11-4, waiting for the game to end. They've just been sitting there, sweating.
And it was actually 4 HE grenades
that did it.
Through the smoke, then they just catch a timing, start bowling. Sensi's got a good one. Actually going for the sandbag position. You're in trouble. You are in a lot of trouble. Sonic, does he actually have the restraint to not throw out that smoke? He'll block it now.
The goal.
The absolute gall on this lad.
Do have the banana control. Mazinho has been the loose piece over towards second mid, making sure no pushes, and Jaber's taken significant damage in the interim. So setting up for the B execute, Susp and Sonic with that rifle. Sonic needs to go huge.
Yeah, I'm going to be intrigued.
Give him the knuckles, not the tails.
Okay, see if he can.
Dr. Robotnik. Is that the bad guy?
That's it. Eggman. Sonic does get one. Ooh, forced to stick around. And they may overlook his position. They'll assume and presume he's relocated. They're not pre-aiming him. Nice work, too. From Sonic's M4. Still looks like it's a MongolZ 11th. Unless that spam finished off 9-10. Gets him to 35. Covered in the open is Blitz. Stands and delivers a double.
Pretty sure the bad guy of Sonic is not called Eggman.
Yeah, it's Mr. Eggman. No?
I'm almost positive it's Dr. Robotnik.
I thought he was called Mr. Egg. Jim Carrey played Eggman in the reboot.
Dr. Eggman.
Oh my God, I'm right. You read me questioning it.
Dr. Ivo Eggman Robotnik.
So
we're both
right. That's the best way. That's the best outcome.
I think they made it Eggman for the normies. This is going to be a classic wildcard, isn't it?
I
don't like it when this happens.
Okay, how do I articulate this? It is not biased casters when I groan when he says that, because it's not like I'm cheering for wildcard. I'm empathizing
with their
because
pain.
I know how it feels to have close rounds, and I can imagine it feels worse when I'm paid to do this game, and it's happening to me when I've got really close before. I understand that human
11-4, 12-7.
Yeah.
Those are the opportunities.
I have no biases so much as I have for humans. You know, empathy. You could consider that a bias, I guess. For you people.
This does look like it will be an A finish because the bomb on the back of Blitz. Remember, tidbit we'll talk about in the next game.
Oh yeah, bomb Blitz. Can't wait to talk about that.
Boosted up. Ready. There we go.
Oh dear. He's cooled off a little bit at 9-10. Takes an opening kill that could very well secure overtime. Susp, real power position here. He has to leave with more, at least one. Controls the spray, gets 2. Techno's dead too. 9-10 for the response. He's forced into the fight by the incendiary, or has to respect it. They're aggressing A as well, Chad, simultaneously.
They need to get a move on, MongolZ. Sure, there's lots of time on the clock, but the map is going to start shrinking. The biggest worry if you're wildcard right now is a mid to B slip. So as they hit the brakes, they wait for the reaggress. Did you come so far, MongolZ, just to fall at the final hurdle, or can you take us to overtime?
This remains to be seen in 40 seconds or less. They like these late longs. It's held by Susp, so he will be the beacon of information and likely gets a kill here unless they peek directly into him. Which they have. Sus spotted. Oof, brave to keep going. Now to Jaber. Quiet day in the office. Needed that! Needed that kill from Jaber. Maybe Stan can close it down right here and now. Look at the time. 14 seconds. Mazinho's going to do it. Save them with a couple of seconds to spare. Mongols have forced overtime. How have they done that? Oh, for Wildcard. Frustrations at an all-time high. Reaches fever pitch. You're in the right place. The info was there. Mazinho just pirouettes around, gets 2, and we're off to overtime.
Wow.
Look at the smile on their faces. They can't quite believe it.
Think about the game that they had against Vitality on the stage. There was Nuke, right? And they were blown out. They were going to lose, but Vitality were getting 1 or 2 steps ahead of them, and they kept pulling like 2v4s, 3v4s, rounds like that, where they had really no right winning, and they've just done it again. So right now, mentally in the mud are Wildcard. I don't even think Bathwater will get them out of this one. It is going to be so tough. That's where they're going to take their only tactical timeout in the overtime just to reset and refocus, because that second round victory with the 4 spy, I thought that was enough to close the door. That was the conversation I was having, that it should be done. It should be dusted. They've done enough. But the Mongols brute forced their way back into this game, and it's down to the wire.
So 4v5 at the start, right? Now, how did it get close? That show, yeah. Oh, Jaber.
Sand as well, though. Like, the fact that Mazinho just pivots into that. He was on 11 HP.
Yeah, rough. Any timeouts? I'd take it straight away.
They did just take it.
Yeah, okay. That's what that was.
Yeah, that's what yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I was so distracted by Jaber not having his hands up on the desk at all. But then I reflected upon how we got here. Okay. Cooled off. Still your map.
Or is it?
Or is it?
It's not a bad map for Mongols.
No, far from it.
Same boost, same result.
Looking good. Looking very good. 9-10 eyes like a hawk. Spots out Sonic over the smoke.
He was 3-7 last time I checked in on his opening kills. Now he's 6-7. If he makes good on that and actually turns it around in this map, that's crazy.
Yeah, no, it's fair play. What do we do here then, boys? You've got Stan sneaking into the site now. FaZe's holding the long wrap. They're going to test short, though, and already Jaber's humbled. Not looking good at all for Wildcard. It's all Mongols, all day, every day. FaZe's going to catch one. 2v4 is asking an awful lot of the Swedes in this roster.
This is the type of round where you may as well have a look. I understand first round overtime cash is going to become an issue, but at least have a look. Go fishing. Give yourself a chance.
Like if maybe Mazinho over jiggled. Oh, there's a smoke down as well. Yeah, okay. Molly. Force him wide. He's already out of there. Oh, that's a good find. Good find from Sus. FaZe can catch Blitz with a no-scope, and now it's up to the 1v1. Swap to the AK, and FaZe delivers in the first round. 2v4. He delivers once more.
That no-scope was ridiculous. It felt like an accident.
He unzoomed and just clicked.
Well, that's what happens when you go for a retake, I suppose.
Woo! We have got, I mean, this is a very action-packed game of Inferno, for sure. Yes, there were saves, but we're getting some bursts of energy. God damn, I can't believe that he's turned that around. Such great catch. As a product of FaZe's Molly, mind you. And then this one, okay, I guess. And then has presence of mind to swap to the AK.
Wow.
A little golf clap from me.
Cheeky for that one, isn't it?
Fair play. He's had a whole highlight reel in one map of
Yeah, he's had a great game.
Okay. Oh, I know it makes me nervous, but just because 9-10's good. But he's not posted on that this time.
So they don't have full banana control. They are just denying the half wall. Cash utility to be scooped. There's an extra bottle of flames there. Sonic's going to make sure he does get his hands on that one. Another HE down the gullet of Senzu. More than chipped, knocked down to 50 points of health. FaZe playing under the porch. We saw 9-10 have a great little highlight from here in the first half.
Yeah, he made it look easy. Maybe FaZe can demonstrate some of its difficulties. And there's one, actually, the combination of flame and flash. Loses Jaber on the boost. Oh, FaZe's in trouble. Yeah, trying to block them. They can push through that, hoping Stan can punish them if they try it. Oh, Stan, I like this a lot. This is ridiculous! Lovely push from Stan, deliberate or otherwise. He found the gap and he made it work. Now up to the AWPer. Good shots, finds Mazinho.
They've just decided to be extremely disruptive.
Yup.
Throw the playbook out the window, throw the sensibilities too.
I wonder, I mean, Stan, that walk is perfect.
It's same what Sus did on the retake through the long smoke.
He seems ready. Oh, hello. Oh, damage as well. Finish him off with a USP for style points. Why have you swapped to the AWP? You're trying to play no scopes. I know it felt good last round, but it's still going to look...
Got a plan, got a plan.
Time bomb just in time.
1v1.
Sus one already, a 1v1 on this site, and Senzu with the AWP though.
2 bullets.
Yep, leg shot, they're both low. Now it's Senzu. Back-to-back connection. Sus can't believe he's let that slip.
Damn,
Big round back.
Well, that's how the Mongols were getting rounds on the board during that comeback. Obviously not that flashy, but having to beat players down, and they're just enjoying the excitement of all of this now. Find ourselves, final round, first half, overtime number 1. And this is what I'm talking about. Some more risks are being taken. Wildcard, they've come this far. They're not going to allow it just to be free.
Do you suspect that FaZe swapped from his USP for ammo, or because he wasn't sure he actually tagged him?
Maybe wasn't sure he actually tagged
him. You don't have, well, we have confirmation of that. He doesn't know. Oh, B players of dead men walking. Look at their health.
Nice.
Look at this. Oh, round. Oh, wow. Senzu.
You know, I was talking about, you know, maybe they get 12-8, 13-8 to give them a chance to warm into the game. It feels like they've all woken up now. They've all had moments.
Yeah.
Zinho only has 12 kills, but that round to get them into OT was huge. Senzu's up to 20, 9, 10, 19. 19 for Blitz. It's really just Techno. And the game's not over yet. Have to go for another retake.
Yeah, go on then, J-Bo. In fact, the only person currently not particularly present in the server. And Techno, woof. Looks sharp from his death POV. And so a 2-1 split. The defense with just the 1 round to boast, thanks to FaZe. Could very well have been a 3-0.
Yeah, exactly. Well, as we know, 16 is the magic number the Mongols are looking for. Same for Wildcard, so it's still possible. They just need 3 on the trot with this T-half. Led by FaZe, 24 kills. Sus with 20. 17 for Stan. Sonic on 15. And you said, yeah, J-Bo is having a tougher go of things. Well, let's see if he can help facilitate the fights, right? Dust highlighting that he helps over towards T stairs to activate his banana players. How good are his flashes? What is the timing? Does he have trade work? That's what you're going to look for. And at the moment, it doesn't matter you only have 7 kills. It matters what you do now. Remember, it was very 4-1, very pack-heavy, and the only rounds in regulation on the CT side Mongols got were really off of 9-10 opening kills with the AWP.
Gap in mid right now. No one's occupying this forward bracket position for the CT side, so just a jiggle from short side from Blitz. 9-10 scoped up on long. Susp is going to try and force some pressure onto this top banana area. Avoids the nade damage. Senzu's AWP is searching. Susp has beaten him once. Can he beat him again? Not today. Senzu's awake.
And it feels a little bit too quiet. Now utility starting to land. 55 seconds. 9-10 to be smoked off. 3/4 smoke. Has to worry about mid to B. So he gets on his horse and jots over towards Arch. Bomb through apps, it will be A.
Ooh, J-Bo confirms the AWPer's position. Draws the crosshair away. Sonic occupies as well. And a re-peek in that 9-10's ready for. Read like a book. Does Sonic slip?
He did. Heard. Noted.
Flashed. Executed. One more would be great. 9-10 down to Sonic. Massive contributions. Mazinho on the site. They have a good idea. Stan is going to clear. Can he get anything done here? Messy spray. And the bomb to be planted. Just enough time on the clock. They access the A site.
Are they going to give this one a go? At least they're looking. So knowing that players are locked in the site, Senzu at least had that information for a moment. Clear on the smoke, but nobody moves.
Pushing pressure. Sonic already with a heavy contribution.
Yeah, they'll confirm the steps. They'll call the save. But it's a fake. It's a fake save.
Yeah, they're not buying it. They're not buying it at all. Very late going for this one. Here they come. Crossfire there. Good headshot hit. Stan's going to be cleared. Oh! It could be awkward. Techno, no time. It's all FaZe for the clutch, and he's done it just by existing. MongolZ, a cheeky attempt at a knife kill on top of things. FaZe can't believe it. He's just running at me with a blade.
What's he doing that for? Oh, we're tied up again. But Sonic, the man in the middle of your screen right now, was the hero of that. The slip through the arch side, the steps would have been heard. The flash was great. Kills the site player. 9-10 comes barreling out of arch. For some reason, gun not in hand. He gets caught as the second piece. Mazinho, poor Mazinho, on the site on his own. They know exactly where he needs to be. They remove him. Sure, it ends with a bit of a spark. But it's Sonic, the hero of that round. Mara, he's going to use their overtime tactical timeout, so both coaches burning them. May as well use them. And knowing how important this one is. If the Mongols lose this OT round, they will not have enough money in the bank. Here it is again. That one right there. So maybe he missed a shot.
We didn't catch it,
yeah, right.
No
so
scope,
exactly.
Quick scope.
That could be why he's doing that defensive movement pattern, but Techno gets the knife out, gets the kill, but doesn't get the rounds. Very, very important for Mongols. There'll be no money left if they lose this.
After having an 11-4 scoreline, Wildcard were, felt like a shoo-in to take this map. Mongols clawed their way back. Wildcard capitulate. We find ourselves at 14 each. Chad highlights the importance of this one for the CT economy.
Susp hasn't taken half damage from nades. So he's going to be quite happy with how this round has started. Just taking a lot of tempo out of their default fight for control. Stands in boiler. Has a heavy mid setup to deal with.
His boost setup. Good.
It's working. It's keeping 3 players a day. They're going B right now.
Yeah, Stan has sold it pretty effectively. Techno and Senzu are about to feel the wrath of a 3-man excl. Smoke CT. Techno can block for the incendiary. Edge possible, held by Senzu.
They've still got time to wait. Blitz is here. His flash will be crucial.
Break is coming. Here comes the commit. Senzu down. There's Blitz's support. He's pushing through. What can you do? Jaber's ready. Huge round already. 2 important kills from Jaber at such a crucial moment of the game.
Might have to be the save.
Certainly, if he doesn't hit that shot there, doesn't get given the opportunity.
Look how stifling that deep smoke is.
Yeah, he walks towards it.
They really need to save.
What's he doing? He wants to have a look. Yeah, I think he's been called off. I think Mazinho says we need that up next round. It's for the map. His pristine Asimov needed into the next round of play.
I thought Blitz would have set them up there. They could have taken the fight as they were entering with the flash. I'm not sure where it landed exactly, but clearly not very effective. And you could just feel how much pressure Techno thought was coming his way, and he was right. The smoke drops, but then he's holding on to the incendiary. Fortunately, he did that, but it only bought them a couple of extra seconds. He drops it. There was still plenty of time on the clock. Wildcard can wait. They're getting close. They're getting damn close, but 9-10 should retain the AWP. Impact from J-Bar for their 15th round. They put Wildcard in the driver's seat once more. As mentioned, you can sit there and say, oh, he doesn't have many kills, but you look back in the bigger context, if it gets them across the line in the very end, he's done what he needed to do.
Will this be the last round of Inferno?
Yeah, look at this. So the biggest omission is Senzu down to just an MP9. They have been able to drop guns across, keep the AWP, AK still in the mix, util lighter smattering. Diffuse kits are there.
Typical barrage of nades to start. Looks like the T's worse for wear off that. Oh, big fight. And Sus just spams and Senzu. Now Mazinho doesn't move. He doesn't buckle. Doesn't succumb to the temptation to investigate further. He just plays this real interesting off angle, crouched up close, hoping Stan goes wide on his search apps. Oh, Mazinho has the advantage, but somehow Stan slips down the stairs and nails it. 2-man advantage for the map here. This is recovery from Wildcard.
If Blitz pushes down, he could be behind the banana pack.
There's no comms on that, is there? Oh, 9-10. He removes Stan from apps. No
Blitz
one
could
is
be
going to...
hero.
Yeah, it's the timing. It's the timing from Blitz that could do everything. Techno needs to live.
He needs to block.
Incendiary might just serve that purpose, that extra 6 seconds.
Here comes
push
Blitz.
it, it's coming round. FaZe checks it, misses his shot. No good Incendiary, it's going to cause chaos. Blitz is making things so uncomfortable. Forced into Techno, forced into 9-10. Sus leaps across. Techno baiting. Jaber's not ready. Another one available. We could have another overtime right here and now. It's a 2v2. 30 seconds. Sonic has to plant. Get it done. Blitz from behind. You know where they both are. Miss shot from the Orpa. This is a duel for the game. Sus can't win it. Blitz's flank is there, and we need more. We need more rounds to separate these two teams.
Damn. You look at the combination. Techno just dropping the incendiary, stops them from entering B, buys enough time for Blitz to come up banana. FaZe just turns around. Blitz gets the kill, blocks them with more utility, drops a smoke. They can't go back. Only way is forward. 15-15. We're back underway, baby.
Oh my God, we need more.
We'll take all the saves in regulation for this.
Yep, fine.
Most of you tuned out at 11-4 anyway. You've only just come back.
We are still going. Oh, Blitz, MVP of the round, man. That's crazy. The fact he doesn't get greedy after he finds FaZe as well, just pulls Tux logs, gets the incendiary out, keeps the pressure on, because his life is the pressure. The fact that he exists is the pressure. Whew, double AWP's out. Senzu's been, he's gotten better with it as time has progressed.
Sure.
Exhibit A. Susp is dead. Senzu not
gonna run for the nades.
Too healthy. Sonic the same. Woof. Okay, 8-11 of the HP. Oh my God, if this has been all HEs. Crazy how effective both of these teams have been on this Inferno with. I love this. 8 HP edge. The 8 HP edge. Plays it, catches Senzu, not expecting someone to have found that safe haven. And he's only gone and built a whole round out of it. FaZe's a dead man.
Fight?
Peeks in. Nice from Blitz. Good awareness. Block smoke is necessary.
They're still coming.
They're going to have to trade me. Sonic surely screaming. Jaber, just trade me.
Gotta cancel now.
Damn. Oh, I thought they were going to hold the pedal to the metal. Instead, we will reset into a minute-long 3 versus 3. Mid is active. Mazinho looking. Was.
Curious if they saw anything there. Now he's worried about apps because Stan's still alive. So they know that's the traditional lurk.
Okay.
9-10. If he can actually post up a mid in time, he's scared of the line. He's there now.
Time. Oh, a Kalara. Another one. Let's have another one. This time it's 9-10's turn. Gets 2 for the price of 1. Buy 1, get 1 free. And Jaber could be falling to a similar fate. It's 9-10. Leaves with a triple. The crab walking into the crosshair.
Ooh, okay. Well, prioritizing the AK-47, Blitz already had an AWP, so well, maybe just... No, they are still going double AWPs, okay.
Does that not entice Stan to go for something a bit
That's
poppy?
the thing, right? Like, you could just go for an apps pop, right? Something quite fast, or... They have been applying a lot of pressure up banana. That was another example of it, but the AWP actually got ahead, and it's 50-50 for Senzu in that situation.
Is my noob showing?
Here it is.
Oh, hang on. Oh my God!
There it
we're
is.
just the mid fight. 9-10, punished for that. That's an early casualty for MongolZ stomach. Techno active. Flash, Sus fires off a shot. Techno got a lot to do. Senzu's with him. They are going to continue to try and fight for this wrestling match for top banana control. Now they're committed. Isolated. Senzu's trapped. And he still gets one. Sus swings in. Nice block smoke from his teammate to survive. How many bullets just got thrown through that smoke? He's trapped. Nade onto Techno and Blitz is significant damage. So this is still something Wildcard can work with. Throws out his smoke. FaZe knows he's still around the edge, and Senzu gets a no-scope.
Still going.
Oh! What is this cinema? Inferno delivers. He's going for a third. No-scope. Oh, man. Senzu.
Nonsense on display right now.
What is going on, man?
The AWPs are just taking over.
This is crazy.
They're still waltzing in.
Yeah, under his crosshair, peeking in. Senzu for an ace. 1 remains. He whistles it past the backside of Jaber. 17 imminent, delivered by some combat AWPing on Senzu. Just go solo AWP, mate. Let's do 9-10 on a rifle for a second, because that's an ace with the AWP. Senzu High fives from his boys. He secures 17.
Crazy round, and his second ace in this map alone, and only the 4th for the tournament so far. And that one is something special under so much pressure. The worst weapon for the job. The smokes are there, flicking around, no scopes, nades, bullets, mollies. Teammates are there to try and help you out, and you're pulling off this.
Go on.
Bang!
Sit down, Stan. Whoa, Senzu, that is a sequence to be proud of, man.
Surely that's enough to have done it.
Oh, that breaks them.
That's got to be the statement right there.
Yeah, that breaks their spirit.
They're trying him again.
Oh, and he's perfectly pre-aiming for those boosts. Hello? Goodbye.
The last 6 kills against them have all been from Senzu.
Yeah, Senzu, the Senzu diff. That's what it is right now.
And I would say that, what, 4, probably at least 9 of the last kills, or maybe 8 of the last kills have all been with AWPs.
Yeah, I'd agree. Yeah, that sounds about right. Whew. Catch my breath.
Well, Mazinho's liberated now. They are the ones taking risks. Full second mid control. BXQ coming in. Techno has support.
And Techno has a headshot. Jaber down and out. Comfortable conversion. Surely that Senzu ace has broken the backs of Wildcard. A spotless CT haul. 3 consecutive. The bar set, I'd say, impossibly high. They have to match that output now. And what's that? That's an MP7. That's a mistake. Okay, cool.
But this is the CT side now of Wildcard back on display, which has been pretty tough too. It's the T side that both of these teams have done a lot of their better work until now. So there's the difference maker that's just been made.
Let's see what the FaZe AWP can do. He was certainly delivering, and they do just take their time out immediately.
But the thing is, I would just have 9-10 T stairs post up for the short side peak, because that's what he's been going for.
True.
Right? So whether or not he's going to do that, who knows? But if you then have your second mid defaulting players apply a lot more pressure, halls and boiler, at that point your AWPer can't hang around mid in the same kind of posture. So he posts up the AWP, you force his hand because he hears the moving a little bit quicker. Maybe he thinks he has to take that fight. By doing so, could give up an opening kill. And he is starting over towards A. He's going to start from the long side. Flash off the line.
Uzi versus 9-10. Both.
Head-to-head is so nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's rare you get that so frequently. Techno's lucky.
Yeah, get out of there, mate. Should be good. They will give up banana control. Techno's life worth a bit more. Very deep control from Wildcard.
Oh, rough position to be in for a T side when that's conceded.
The thing is, it is on a timer. The CTs know they can only hang around so long. The retake U2, you get a broom molly in, you get the flash over the top.
I like what they're doing.
Going to set the AWP up now. Be able to play 4 rifles over towards A, and FaZe has a lot of utility too. So the likelihood that they would have pushed the deep banana smoke is almost naught, not with any tell of utility. So now he's jump spotting. I'm surprised he doesn't just hold on to the line, but now that he's flashed off, we'll have to concede a bit more space.
Throwing util, not a bad idea, but he is going to re-clear. And he does remove Techno. Has the utility, holds on to it until he feels it's pertinent.
Blitz is starting to hover back. Mazinho finding a gap. Needs to win the fight against Susp in CT.
What an angle Susp is on, though. I don't know if Mazinho's ready for this kind of fight. Yeah, just walk straight in. Lovely.
Well, that tells you it's going to be a B finish.
Angle selection. Yeah, sure. He was trying to head that way.
That's such an awkward deep smoke.
Oh,
you have to play through this.
Around it, yeah. FaZe's going to be holding that perfectly. Oh, smoke to block.
Missed.
He's in trouble. Yep, dead man. 9-10 gives us a chance. This could very well still be a 3 versus 5 turned on its head for the map. Susp disagrees. Does manage to remove 9-10.
Got a plant.
Gets it down, undisrupted. Senzu and Blitz. 2 on 4, spamming smokes, finding head. Stan now watching from the grave. Hands off the mouse and keyboard, hoping his boys can bring this one into another round of play. Can Blitz and Senzu really turn it on its head? It's not looking good. It's looking great for Wildcard. A 16 secured, 2 more required just to survive, just to force a 3rd overtime.
As we've been saying, when it's not FaZe, it tends to be Susp. Sonic's had some impact stand 2, and that's just to keep them in it. 2 rounds. MongolZ get 2 more opportunities. Do you want to try something a little bit more out of the box? Go for something a bit more set, a bit more aggressive? Or do you want to just go into another one of these more default-looking starts? So Bogdan's Law played in. Techno had the orb. Couldn't provide in the same way that 9-10 could. Smoke misses because they were throwing it through an awkward one. This was crazy, but still not enough. Both of them back of the site. They didn't have any space, no room towards coffins, and just run down upon. And this looks like it's something more set. 3 players with the bomb heading straight up second middle. Still feigning for the banana control.
Yeah, wallbang attempts don't deter them.
Here you go. They're going to do an apps pop or an A play.
Oh, they're testing Jaber. He's already dropped off.
They have to go through this. Flashes need to be great.
Got such a powerful position.
Flash.
Flash. Oh, he's blind. He's in trouble. Mazinha brings him down, and they've kicked open the A site. 3 swift frags have surely secured Inferno.
That has to be it. 2v4 retake on the A side. 1 coming from Arch, 1 coming from Library. Still residual utility. Smokes, mollies, and flashes to work with. MongolZ, surely they've done it.
Surely they are just locked out now. There's nothing for Sars. Through the smoke into his head. And only Sonic to fall. Mazinho secures it. MongolZ from 11-4 down. They claw their way back to a double overtime victory. We've had collaterals, we've had no-scopes, we've had nade damage, and now we have our analyst, Richard, Dust, Maui, how you doing?
Tell you what else we've had, Alex. We've had calamities. If you're Wildcard, that is a tough one to lose. So far ahead, like say 11-4 at one point, looking in cruise control on Inferno, and then unable to close. All the while, MongolZ warming up, heating up, getting better and better into that map, and now you can see it's just devastation. Devastation.
That's a you hate to see it vibe right there. Oh man, what a wild game, right? I mean, it starts out with Wildcard just bulldozing their way through the map. I mean, their T side was so ferocious. Every single round was very convincing. Jumped up to a huge lead, right? Second half, completely different story. It was like an attrition battle there for MongolZ. Like they were grinding out every round. It came down to like 1 or 2 like really key frags that allowed them to get bombed down and force Wildcard to have to just keep playing the saving game on map point. The classic Inferno situation that you run into sometimes. And so it was a very T-sided, regulation, but in a very different way. Wildcard dominated. MongolZ had to grind. But then we get into overtime, and then it's just shenanigans. You got collateral ops, you got Sinzu no-scoping people. Like, it was just all over the place, man. Like, I don't even know how to sum this game up at this point.
What I will say is, what I love is that when it got to the overtime, the game was played in the right spirit. You could see, even as they were losing rounds and winning rounds, there were smiles, they were going aggressive, they were making plays, and it was a great game to watch. I mean, it's been one of the better maps I've watched at this tournament. Had everything. But in the end, the Mongols, this is what we were talking about. Yes, it wasn't a great start. Yes, we had our doubts about Senzu. We've highlighted the injury he's coming back from. Absolutely critical to this team. But like some of the rounds that Blitz had and all 9-10, all these unbelievable players that they've got on this roster, sometimes you just win ugly.
Oh, yeah. I feel like this is the natural progression of when you have a team that is ascending in the MongolZ, where what we were first excited about with IHC and the MongolZ is that they're playing good CS. We kind of almost were actually fond of the fact that they played a great style, that they had a consistent way or method of going about things. And then what actually began to come about after that was that the players started playing well. They started popping off a little bit more individually. They started upgrading some of their players. And now it's just like this full-blown effect of even when they're down and out, they have so much confidence because they've just gone through it so many times. They actually have experience that they can rely on when their backs are against the wall. Individuals, doesn't matter who, can pop off and send MongolZ into a frenzy of rounds where they really, in some of them, they had no business winning, and they were still able to claw themselves back into this game.
I really liked how you kind of went through that evolution. It is the idea of having a foundation of being able to play a good style. Then it comes down to individuals being able to make plays in critical moments, even if your initial game plan's not working and you're having to make these big adjustments. But I think there is a skill in itself to when shit just hits the fan and everything descends into chaos, being able to navigate your way through that, to still find a way to come out on top, even whenever you've run through your entire playbook, you've been in all these crazy situations, your people are hitting clats and hitting crazy shots through smokes that you just can't anticipate or really be able to find a response to just find the calmness, to find that moment to just dig deep and dig out some rounds you really needed. And the fact that Sinzu had such a slow start, I mean, I think the only time in regulation that I even noticed Sinzu was when he got the pistol ace, like to kick off the second half. And then other than that, relatively quiet, relatively not that impactful. But what we got to see is that he eventually did build up. He eventually was the guy. And what I love about Sinzu, you don't get to see it too often, but he is a nasty secondary opera. We don't have too many big name secondary operas out there. Like obviously Cadian tries to be on Astralis. There's a couple other like random ones here and there. But Sinzu is a legit threat when he gets second op out. And I feel like that was a difference maker in that last OT. Like those big plays that he pulled off with that second sniper is what ultimately got MongolZ across the line.
10 op kills.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I was going to actually bring this up. You saw this kind of again, like picking up the AWP and actually having impact with it on, you know, your best rifler. Kind of crazy to see. You don't always see it in those games. And well, the opening duel stat as well. I mean, like he was playing aggressive even when you could see he's still coming back from that injury. I mean, he started slow, but he grew into this. And again, looking at the heat map, you saw the cluster of frags that he was getting, making a case for being the new king of banana, like just absolutely beasting people here. Like it was a very well-rounded performance, if not as explosive as you would usually associate with him.
What's interesting about watching him mechanically in this game is that when I was watching Sinzu last year, he was so impressive with his aim because he would just... It just felt like he was shooting a laser beam. Like anytime he tracked somebody, his corrections were very fast. But this one, you watch a lot of those back, and mechanically, his crosser's just in the right place at the right time. And I almost feel like that's maybe a reason why he wanted to go for the op. If you know you're going to be getting a guy swinging into you, it's the perfect weapon for the job. You don't have to correct because all you do is hit the one shot with your crosshair perfectly placed.
I just feel like it's the X factor that MongolZ always kind of has next that you're just not expecting. Like you'll see him do this on Ancient CT side and Dust 2 CT side as well, where it's like if something's not quite panning out the way that they want to, it's like that next thing that they can turn to. It's like, you know, kind of in case of emergency, let's break the axe out. And that axe happens to be the big sniper. And he had such critical impact with it in those overtimes. And just shows you his versatility as a player.
Well, I'll tell you who was also having an emergency. We highlighted Jaber and how he was going to be the guy that was activated by, you know, Stanislaw, kind of maneuvering around the map in a new way. And that has been the case, just not here. And so I wanted to ask you a little bit about, you know, what were his deficiencies? What was going wrong for him in this particular game?
So now that he's switched over to that floater position on T side, a lot of that comes down to recognizing how you need to play off of your teammate and help. And I've felt so often he was unable to find trade frags. He was behind a teammate like Susp or somebody else that's pushing up. And really, unless FaZe was completely paving the way with some ridiculous T side antics of his own on the op, Jabo was kind of lost. Like I really didn't feel his impact in any kind of banana control when he was a secondary rifler over there. And on CT side, my God, it's just like every flash, he ate it completely. Like he was just staring right into the sun, it felt like, for that whole game. It's like, dude, your eyes are going to burn out.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I kind of speculated as to why they moved him away from playing the apartment position and Stanislaw picking it up, even though it's very rare for an IGL to do that, is because it takes a little bit of decision-making away. Like, when you're an inexperienced player like Jaba is, and you're putting him in a position like apartments, it's a very timing-based position. Like, when are you actually going to swing out balcony and try to take a fight? When are you going to have to hold back a little bit? And I feel like putting him in kind of a trade fragger position behind Suspect Banana or behind Sonic at middle, you take a little bit of decision-making away. You rely on him just to kind of, you know, flex his rifling skills. But as you noted, the trade fragging wasn't there, unfortunately. Not in this game, at least. And it has been in other cases since they've made this transition earlier this year. But unfortunately, it just didn't happen for them today. And he was a big critical piece that was missing in a game that was so tight, he could have made the difference.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, 10 kills in a double OT game. It's like it's a horror show. It's one to forget. And on that note, obviously, as we move into the next map of the series, which is going to be MongolZ pick of Ancient, you saw how emotionally affected they were by the nature of that defeat. I mean, Stan's an experienced guy, tenured veteran. Obviously, he's going to rally the troops. But, I mean, these are the types of moments that kind of get in your head. And so they really have to just do the hard reset here. But it's going to be a tall order. I mean, we know how good MongolZ are on this map.
This felt like a wasted performance from FaZe, personally. Like, I haven't seen him pop off in a game like that for quite some time, and to expect him to do something similarly on Ancient, and I feel like he needs to. I feel like he actually needs to pop off again. That's too much for me to ask for them. I've seen Wildcard in the past on Ancient have some really cool mid rounds. Like, they can really understand how they even want to progress on the CT side. I'm not even just talking about like when Stan's calling the offense, but like when they want to get back into a round, they can actually pull off some really good flanks and everything. But when you lose a heartbreaking game like this, I feel like that sort of individual spark is something that I'm going to keep an eye out on, because Ancient, you just need to be proactive on CT side. I don't want to see them just kind of slink away into the second map after a really tough defeat.
Yeah, it's interesting because it is kind of common ground, but you would say MongolZ has the overall better resume. They had the better record. You know, they had the better just this history of the map. But the thing is, when you look at Wildcard's losses on this map, you have to understand they're losing some of the best teams in the world at the major in Shanghai, but still on an eye test level, you saw that they at least have some grounded theories on how to play it. Their mid-round calling from Stanislaw is a big strength of theirs. You know, Susp and Stanislaw being those aggressors can be a huge thing for them. And they have made some changes on this map as well, where they have, you know, moved Susp to playing on the A side on the CT so that he can be a second attacker in middle that's a little bit more comfortable doing that than someone like JBA, who is more of a traditional anchor. So they've actually moved him to the B bomb site with Stanislaw. I think that also helps him too, because it kind of gives him someone like Stan who's calling. It allows him to direct traffic a little bit with JBA instead of having him all on his own on the opposite side of the map. You put a natural aggressor like Susp who wants to get inside Donut. He's going to want to help Sonic fight at middle. I think this is actually a good change to the CT side, but the problem is the task that you're up against is so hard, because look at the spread offense that MongolZ has. Blitz, such a phenomenal mid player. Senzu and Techno, a great B pressure combination, and Mazzino really knows how to flex between A lurking and assisting Blitz at middle, and they just have a very well balanced offense.
Mazzino would be a guy I would love to highlight on this one too, because just like on Anubis, where he'll just call his own number and walk into a bomb site, does the same thing towards A on this one. Just can strike at any given moment, and we're seeing a lot of aggressive riflers like Susp, for example, on A here, Elige on A for FaZe. Like, they're putting aggressive riflers, these teams, instead of true anchors on the A bomb site, because they want to flex them into middle a little bit more. And Mazzino is going to take advantage of some of those timings. If he realizes Susp is helping out, he's just going to walk out A.
All right then, guys. Great talking. We are going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to see if the Americans can dominate Donut on Ancient. We'll see you then.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We got ourselves the PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025 second day of play. It is best of 3 Swiss, even a best of 5 final. So we've got Counter-Strike going to be coming at you all week. Myself and Chatty B bringing you the morning shift here on the main stream. We got some remote broadcasters as well. You're going to have Jason and Dinko later in the day. Harry and Hugo right now in the rings in their very fancy studio. Chad.
That's
Do
my
you
name.
share the sentiment of the desk and of I, and in fact of the green room, as I just waltzed on in there? And the shared sentiment seems to be a heartbreaking loss for Wildcard as the underdog against an established team such as MongolZ after being so close, 12-7, even 11-4, and then losing in such a dramatic and, you know, I mean, a cinematic affair in that first map. Coming into the MongolZ Ancient, do you suspect that this is going to be that 2-0 now?
I do. I think that the mental anguish that they're likely to feel off the back of that, knowing that they should have converted that. Remember, pistol round lost second half. That was the Senzu Ace, forced by win.
Yeah.
And a real opportunity to close the door right there and then. That was what we were discussing early on within the piece, and it's happened again. It's crept back up, and those heartbreaks just a day after Valentine's Day, Alex, are back. So I think that's worse than getting broken up with on Valentine's Day.
Dude, it's just
losing from 11-4 up.
Worse than being broken up with on Valentine's
100%.
Maybe.
Valentine's Day is just another day. It doesn't even mean anything. But it's just a corporate thing that they've made to sell flowers and cards and nonsense.
Yeah.
It means literally nothing.
It does. It does. But try telling your girlfriend that.
All right, I will.
Okay, Wildcard going to be readying up. I think just probably doing their best to compose themselves. It's additionally compounded by the fact that Stan, speaking to James in that interview ahead of our series, was referencing that they feel really close to beating these kind of teams. The MongolZ is a good example. They had a close game versus Liquid in Kato. There was Furia as well, which was like a 3-map affair with an overtime in there as well. So in general, I think they're going to be feeling kind of like that's their old mistakes. I say old; it's 2 weeks ago that tournament. You know, like it's not like you're going to have we've got all the polish, all those tiny mistakes that pile up we were making. We're not going to make them 2 weeks later. I mean, I think that's perhaps an unrealistic expectation, but they know that that's a problem, and it feels like it's kind of followed them here to Cluj-Napoca.
Well, they get an opportunity on a fresh map, a fresh start.
Oh, let me listen to those pipes. Never mind. Okay, they're gone.
The have fun's in chat. No good lucks. I like to see it.
Yeah, that's good.
9-10. Senzu ready to initiate. P250 in hand. Fight with Stanislaw on the jiggle. That's enough of that.
Ooh. And Susp should have one. Clean taps. Clean from Susp. And I will also say the Swedes look great. Both of them in good form. Fuzi's empty-handed in this pistol, though, but Susp has certainly been delivering on Inferno. Techno. Oh, actually, it's actually Susp going to be finding Mazinho on A. The bomb was moving that way, though. So what do you do now? You send Techno as a little search and destroy unit.
They're actually giving up the site, and Blitz has a smoke, so he doesn't know that it's clear. But if he smokes CT, he can plan, and it's still a 2v4. They're not likely to win it, but you'll take the extra cash.
Oh, wait. It's actually the best case scenario for these three. They find the bomb.
And it doesn't go down.
Yeah.
And now you just need to deal with Techno, who he's lost. He's in the weeds, and he's got a kill. Yeah, you would have liked that one for Jaber, just because the first map didn't go very well for him, but they're still going to win the pistol.
Yeah, I just think, you know, I'm all up for this Wildcard dusting themselves off, new map, new vibes, but I think, yeah, like you said, start your pistol. It'd be nice for Jaber just to get on the board. Everyone goes, nice, Jaber.
So, there's a term that the kids are using these days, and I don't know.
Glorp?
No, it does start with a G.
Glaze.
No, that's an old term.
Oh, that's out. That's out now.
I don't think it's out, but it's
not as
definitely
modern.
not.
What's the new one?
So they calling people gooners.
Gooners.
You heard of that?
I've heard of goonery. Yeah.
So in map 1, when Wildcard were owning, I was going to say maybe that's the trump card, because Wildcard are partially owned by Amaranth. Maybe MongolZ are a bunch of gooners, and they're wincing at the sight of having to take her down.
Right, their queen. Well, Susp, he's not looking particularly stressed. He should be now. Ooh, Sonic should be fine. Oh, he
don't want to play ahead of that smoke,
No,
though.
hang on.
Well,
That's a
you could
really
now.
nice one. Stan saved him.
You could now.
He has full donut. You've got him channeled. They're trapped in A main. Lee's not letting off the gas. Stan is just not pulling punches. He knows that MP9 is very well suited to the task and delivers the necessary kill.
And looks like they've handled this force buy unless Senzu happens.
Which he certainly did last map.
41 points of health remaining. Cut off at the pass. Standing and ready to deliver the final kill. Stan.
Stan.
Just shoot him, Stan.
He's got FAMAS now. He cares about it.
Yeah, but
He's
he'd
excited.
still have the FAMAS and an extra 300 schmackaroos.
Not if Senzu put a bullet between his eyes. Nice. Look at that. They've even smoked him. Does feel a little bit like they're...
They're just sending him around the world.
Yeah, it's just kind of
Where
dragging
could
it
he
out.
go now? Where on Ancient has Senzu gotten off to? Sonic explores CT spawn, while Stanislaw posts up. JBA dealing with A main. And Senzu has been found. Alrighty, 2-0 should be an economical. So I want to talk about Blitz and the bomb.
Oh, the Blitz bomb! I'm so glad you reminded me. I was
It's like a children's novel.
So, Blitz and the bomb.
So if people were paying, oh, they always do this. It means we can't just have an eco. You got to take this round seriously.
Oh, you're right. Mazzinho loves Blitz. Confirmed. Drops him an AK-47.
All right, well, we'll talk about it later. There'll be another option.
No, Chad. We're gonna forget.
So Blitz takes the bomb a lot of the time.
Yeah.
You would have noticed that on Inferno. And I think the reason he does it is because, you know, a lot of other people be like, oh, drop the bomb, leave it in a safe place. He's like, listen, if I take the bomb, you guys have to come with me.
I see. Yeah,
Because we can't lose it.
Oh, you could lose this round.
Yeah, you could indeed. Because Techno has armor as well. Senzu has head armor to recycle this. They're really giving this one a go. The Mongols buy.
Okay.
It's got more than legs.
Yeah, it's got arms. Teeth. You can't die on this tap. You can't. He does get the info. Or did he not? Maybe he just gave it up.
Crikey.
No, not good. Scary. Fuzi. Oh! Tech9 OP in the right hands gets himself
with the Glock.
To the Glock. What is this game? Fuzi's just a showman. Go on, spam him. Just spam him. Just spam.
Nice.
Do it. Pull the trigger.
It's going to fade soon, at some time, in the near future.
And Fuzi gets the ace.
That's the most ridiculous one, yeah. I know that we had
No,
the
Senzu, mate.
I know
come
that one
on.
was specky. This one's ridiculous. This one's ridiculous. He's Tech9 against a partial buy. He's getting 3 kills up close. Changes to the Glock for the 4th.
Oh, I need a new gun.
It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, what's that over there? Oh, great, a Glock.
Yeah, I'll
Okay,
take that,
perfect,
Glock.
yeah.
Thank you very much. Look, I think the best ace so far is Senzu's. Don't get me wrong.
Okay.
But that's the most ridiculous one.
Okay, I see you. Yes, it is ridiculous. Senzu's... would you not say it was quite ridiculous to hit
It was
2
ridiculous
no-scopes,
as well.
close quarters, sandbags, nades?
Think about the context of this.
Yes, contextually.
It's a CT, first of all, with a Tech9.
Glock? Was he full health?
He used it like an MP9.
Yeah. Well, okay, that might be a bit of a vibe resuscitator. That's what we call it in the biz.
The VR.
Yep.
S.
No, that's Valve regional standings.
There it
we
is.
all know
You
it
didn't
should
call
be.
it ranking system. You did it good.
It is a system for ranking, but it's not called that.
Well, these are the results of the Mongols' previous investments. Splits down to just a Tech9. He's going to set his teammates up, but apparently it's not just a Tech9. It's a Donaughty smoke.
Yeah, it just looks different. Probably better than the one I'm used to throwing. Oh, Fuzi gonna have to concede 8.
CT smoke's late.
This is great. Nongol's got a post plant here, and it gets worse for Wildcard. Okay, Susp is dead. Temple being fought for. Techno operating at half health. That's a deep smoke you have to deal with. What are you supposed to do here? Save?
I think so.
Probably the best call.
Oh, we saw plenty of that on Inferno, and it's a
rarity on Ancient.
Making. Yeah, well, normally what you see happen is with this A defense is once they're getting into the site, the CTs can get there with a good response time. So players are coming out through the CT smoke. They're pushing out a temple. That's what Na'Vi like to do. Donation to Blitz. Make sure that everybody walks away with a rifle in this one. so we've had the lion's share of aces in this tournament in this series alone. It's pretty cool. We'll take that one, little nugget.
But I'm dealing with an ace every day, Chad. Casting with you. Happy belated Valentine's.
Oh, thanks, man. People in Twitch chat are so silly.
Go on.
They're saying that the FaZe ace is overhyping eco kills. 3 players had head armor. They had the opening kill. There was an AK in the mix.
AK with head armor.
And he did a Tech 9 spray under pressure.
And killed.
Still know that it's not full rifle round kill, but they were very important kills.
It's okay, if you would like to respond to Chad, just send him clips of you doing something similar against a gun round or against...
No, don't, because none of you are professionals. I don't care.
Yeah, but they haven't done it. They haven't done it, Chad. That was my point.
Oh, okay.
They haven't done it. But certainly more impressive when they're paid to compete. Stan slips out of cave. It's always a delicate balance one has to strike between being ready to support your ramp holder.
Yeah, do you slip or do you stumble?
Yeah. Are you ready to rumble?
Light little peppering there into FaZe. Getting the cave control, Techno with some jumps and sector clear.
Fuzi's gonna scope up close. I've seen James was a big fan of this, but this new flash, ooh, doesn't catch him. Okay. Powerful angle adopted so they can call cave clear. In fact, cheating over. Going for a 3-man mid fight. Into the stack of Mongols. Ooh, tail end. That's the bomb. Little late to the party. Need a multi. Oh, nearly all 3 from Techno. Fuzi and Jaber are low. Jaber not going to be having much luck.
Save.
Surely. I mean, there's nothing for him here.
Actually,
going down.
the bomb's not planted yet. Yeah, and he likes a clutch.
He has it. I think this late red arrival from Blitz kind of seals the deal, unless he overextends. Fuzi's worried about B. Okay. No, he's not a knifer. Blitz doesn't knife. Wasn't the clean one tap, so he's going to get a 6 from me.
Out of 10, or what's your scale? Okay.
Yeah. 6 out of 10.
I used to, well, not used to know. I know someone, and they said that the 1 to 10 scale seems kind of pointless.
What's the argument?
Well, because if you give people a 1 to 10 scale, most people are going to end up with most things
6, 7,
rating a 6 or a 7,
yeah.
right? Whereas if you give them a 1 to 5, doesn't a 2 sound much hard, like, you know, a 3 or...
I see how that
right?
would actually, yeah. You can't have like you can't sit on the fence with
exactly.
a 1 to 5.
A 1 to 5, I think, is really going to get the opinion of people.
Okay, I actually think there might be legs to that opinion. Fuzi, what you doing?
Oh, still.
Yep.
All right, well, dancing on a dime. That one could be worth a few dollars considering the finances. Wildcard. Number advantage now into the rifles, but rerouting the bomb on the back, needing to stay silent through the sewers. Wow, it's not really a sewer.
No, come on now. What is that then?
No, well, not a sewer.
It's not a sewer, but it's not.
Swamp. Through the swamp.
I don't hate swamp.
Through the swamp. But there's 3 on B.
And you're peeking into a boosted orb. It should favor 9-10 at this rate. Never mind. He's just too quick. Very impressive AWPing.
His time on NRP didn't count either.
Yeah, for sure.
But now you're a bit stumped if you're MongolZ. You don't really have too much space to work with. We can see, looking at the radar, the mid is an option, but you've only got 40 seconds, so you either need to make a choice or get a move on.
Oh, he's got a different lineup. It's actually easier.
Going in. Might actually get the bomb down.
Oh, Stan's a dead man.
They can pull this off now.
They certainly can.
22 seconds.
The boost is actually changing my mind. Senzu should be dead. Wow, the awareness on Senzu. Ooh, doesn't catch the plant up. This is really uncomfortable for the CTs, albeit with a man advantage. The fact they've been re-smoked long, they're all channeled up short. So really, it comes down to Blitz and Senzu hitting their shots, but they can't do it. Blitz can't control it. And we will see a wildcard 4th.
Okay, did feel like there was an opportunity to get back into that one, but nice harassment. Bomb did go down. Timeout just called by Mara, I do believe. And there's more than enough for a buy. There it is. It's been hit. Tactical timeout. Second already from the Mongols in only 6 rounds of play. So he's either extremely unhappy with how something's functioning or wants to make a big adjustment. Maybe there's a gap that Mara has been able to notice throughout these first few rounds. At the halfway mark of the half. Still Mongols in a good position if they can put one on the board again, wipe it clean, and well, leave 1,400 as the loss bonus for poor Wildcard into the next.
So I know Blitz is like, you know, a chess master.
Chess Blitz master or something?
Yeah, which is very, very impressive. But outside of chess, like just the pipes had me thinking, instruments-wise, do we have any musicians?
Any instruments?
I don't know. There must be some. I think we used to have some piano players and stuff. Didn't Smiths play the guitar?
I don't know.
Yeah, something to think about. Let me know if you know of any professional players that can do some music. And, well, music to Wildcard's ears. Susp has got an opening, and Stan has maintained the advantage by winning out that cave fight. They have mid. Ooh, they still have mid. Scary for Sonic. Is he low? Yeah, 14 HP, got tagged.
Look at this. I like this, though. This lurk out from Mazinho. He's taken so much space.
He's screaming.
So much space. He'll get Sonic on the way back.
Yeah, he should have Stan here dead to rights. Loud, unprepared, free frag. Great work from the A lurk.
FaZe can still be the round winner.
He certainly can. 910's got across, and again, he could be caught out trying to transit that bomb. J-Burt. Oh, good work. Mazinho's putting in such a good shift.
Do you go B?
Probably. Now he has the rotate back, and you know where Fuzi's going to be.
Yeah, safer. And FaZe's just searching out Ghost right now.
Yeah. Looking good for a Mongol's third. In fact, it seems like a certainty. 910 is just going to be galloping over.
They still don't actually know where FaZe is. So you can just see everyone is quite wary of the fact that the Swedish AWP could be around any of these corners. So Blitz is clearing cave. 910's now coming up the ramp. Mazinho, once he clears long, yeah, you'd assume that everything's clear. Blitz is now spreading out to try and contain where FaZe could have gotten off to. We can see it's A main where he resides. Now, you don't want to throw too many bodies at this. You could lose one. I don't think you'd want to lose any more than that. Mazinho and 910 both just hanging around in the worst case that he does give this one a go. He doesn't have a kid, and we can see it's not a chance. Blitz might have him. Now that he's been spotted, the hunt is on. Mazinho and 910 coming to try and box him in towards A. Shifts towards Temple. Both of them in CT now.
Yeah, he hears those steps pushing towards that CT corner. Mazinho audible. Swaps out to the 5-7, and 910 ready for it, collects and denies that AWP into the next. They do not have the funds to facilitate it, and it would have been a real opportunity for another hero AWP moment.
Does
really
Guitar
good
hero
save,
count?
Good question.
Don't think it does it?
No.
Nah, I couldn't. Because we got gamers, I thought, you know, maybe they're playing some. Yeah, really nice hunt. Good stuff. Important trade there from Blitz. This one, good stuff from 910. And it was the alert from Mazinho that secured them all the territory. Good round for the young gun. And the shadow there, look at that, 910 just pivoting into it. Well, they have forced, understandably so, with where the loss bonus is at. That tends to be the option. One rifle, one SMG, and that bloody 5-7.
It's worked for them before. Deep Molotov towards the red room. And so much room to stretch their legs in middle.
So Action Man noises. Well, Jaber just trying to seem bigger than he is. The flash in to give off the impression that maybe, just maybe, there's at least 2 players on the site trying a wombo combo. Smokes are dotting in. Has to play forward. There's a molly behind him.
Oh, horrible position.
They're coming in.
They are starting to flood, but it's a little disjointed, a little disconnected.
Save the M4.
And he gets away. Nice move from him. Hey, 2 rifles would be better. He gets away.
Okay, run and hide. That's the name of the game right now. Where's Bjorn? It's the Swedish version of Where's Waldo.
Where's Bjorn?
I was thinking of a Swedish name.
That's pretty Swedish. They do have different names. It's not like Wally or Waldo everywhere.
Okay, this one got costly, didn't it?
Little too much.
And the fact that I know next round the loss bonus on the 1900, so... But the fact that you have to get through 2 rifles, Susp has head armor. FaZe already has the rifle. It's going to be quite threatening coming into round number 9.
I don't know. It's quite threatening. I suppose it depends on how they utilize it.
I think it's more threatening than it could have been.
Yeah, 100%. Sorry. Yeah, I'm just thinking like, how do you facilitate them when you can't really afford like nades? You can't even buy like a bit of util.
But you know you're going to get a fight in certain areas. You're likely to fight mid and B lane. So you try and facilitate these rifles with flashes in those areas.
Okay, yeah, you can see 3 flashbangs available.
Elbow smoke.
Blitz blind. FaZe half health and now trapped on Cubby. Molotov imminent. Oh, blinded as well. He's out of there. Where did his rifle go? Oh, wait. He has it. I just saw a USP.
Oh, it's another opportunity to try and use it. They still have Jaber with a smoke and Stan with another flash. And one of the 2 rifles has joined them. Elbow spotted. That doesn't necessarily mean it's the finish. The bomb's outside of A main. FaZe staying active. Pointy end of the spear will roll down the ramp. Just Techno, who they know where he is, has made no secret of his presence so far. When he peers back, he is aware of the possibility. And he spots more than one.
It may not be the finish, but it could be the Swedish. Susp in Donut has a chance to hear them if they were to make any noise out of A main. Stan should get nothing with the P250, but this is Susp's AK. And he gets his first. Mazinho's trade is there in practically instant. And so this one will peter out. Or Paul, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John.
Peter Piper picked a pep up.
Did he?
That's all I got.
She sells seashells by the seashore. She sells seashells by the seashore. Red lorry, yellow lorry. Red lorry, yellow lorry.
They'll lose it all, but it's all good. They are going to be getting the rifles out into the next half lead. Not secure by either side just yet. MongolZ with 5. You'd be happy with that. 7-5 half. I think that's not too shabby. Remember, this is their map pick. They're looking to join MOUZ in the 2-0 bucket of the Swiss. We're sifting for gold. The fine, shiny stuff comes to the top. And the dirt, well, gets sent home in economy.
Washed away. Okay, let's get the guns out then. Wildcard bringing some aggression. Sonic going to try and get himself some early fights towards lane, and looks like Susp has managed to get away. Sonic as well rewarded for his aggressions. Gets Blitz on the jump up as well. Techno caught out. Headshot from South African.
2-man advantage. You'd hope they convert upon this one.
I do. If I'm Jaber, I'd be smoking that door.
I hate the position he's in.
He's with this HP.
Yeah, but he was so committed.
Yeah.
No support to get away.
I mean, a smoke grenade.
But where?
Smoke the door. Run away. Instead, Sonic kind of is playing retake B. Or do you take fight here?
The timing on this.
Oh, it's perfect. The flash from FaZe sets him up for glory. Great supporting util from FaZe in this one. Now it's looking a little less likely. Sanzu can try and find that flash up.
Time.
Good work. Bomb to be planted. Planting for long. Senzu will have access to that. Susp can deny. Oh no! It's falling through their fingers. Stan with a sigh.
This is what he does best.
Yeah, of his tongue. He has to do it in all 1 versus 2. Mazinho has slipped behind the site. Worried about the cubby. Mazinho safe. Last seen long. Senzu's already occupied short. Worried about that speedway. He hasn't made a sound. And going for a deep clear long. He could catch Senzu. Is he going around the corner on short? Oh, he's gone.
What a cat and mouse game.
There it is. That's the first. Time sensitive. Yeah, you've got an opportunity here. You most definitely do. If he's going for this fight, though, he's not going to get it. Mazzinho's tucked left side and back turn.
Oh, no.
Mazzinho will close. That is a messy one to let go.
You can't have it go down like that, can
What
you?
was that? Was it two-man advantage?
Was it Susp up the ramp behind?
Yes.
Feels like he should have been good for that one, doesn't it?
The players are getting even better at doing these kind of like being on the bomb, but the crosshairs are like
in
ready,
the right position.
and you can just release and click. And I think I saw Magic's do that recently.
Oh, that's
Mazzinho did a good job, but I mean, definitely some criticism levied towards Susp. Here it is. That's what we're talking about. He got off quick. Well played by Mazzinho, but a nasty one to stomach for Wildcard.
Just down to a couple of pepperonied pistols.
Okay, I like a bit of pepperoni.
Techno heard this. He's heard at least one. They've made steps. They've now rescinded the control. FaZe vs EF coming up next.
Yeah.
Scrawny and Launders to bring you all the action in that one. We've got Pimp, Blair, and Stunner as your little analytical trio. And that should be, hopefully, an exciting game of Counter-Strike. It was during Cato.
Boom.
7-4 is the writing on the door.
I think the cap is off the pen, and you're in close proximity to the door.
Don't graffiti, it's bad.
Yes. Respect.
Other people's property.
Other people's
and public property, because I know as a kid, when you're not paying tax, it might seem like a cool thing to do to write on the seat on the bus. But when you get older and you realize the government that's taking your money and paying for things, they're paying for that. So you're paying for that. So you don't want to be paying for that, do you? That's what I thought.
Yo. What does bank mean? Oh, that's how much money they all have left. Thank you. Sorry, just talking to myself.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, just having a conversation.
What does bank mean? Well, Alex, it's an institution. When money used to be, my gold.
Back in the day, I'd just say, hey, I got 2 cows. Can I have some cloth, please? And you'd be like, yeah, I got some cloth. You want some cow? I'll have some cow.
The barter system.
That's, yeah.
Yeah, but then you had to go to Susie to get the clothes
Well, the
fixed,
problem
and you
was,
were-
is if I wanted like a
We
goat
all
for
watched
your
that
cow.
video. Yeah, it's a problem.
The sun is a deadly laser. Hey, Susp. I like his ang. Feels like it might be problematic for him now. Pulls out a smoke. It's nearly 2. Dink on Techno. Here comes Simon. Goes for it. Oh, just enough bullets to finish off the job that Susp started. Removes Senzu. Bombs loose on A. There's an interesting reaction here because if Blitz gets overlooked, oh, Jaber's having a nightmare, an actual waking nightmare for Jaber. A lazy clear punish, but it seems it's all good. The hard work has been achieved by Sonic and his partner in crime, Susp. Job done. Jobs are good and it's a workable half. Wildcard, they've recovered it of sorts. Still that boo-boo, still that messy 2v4 that will probably still be lingering in their minds, but 7-5.
Yeah, no, much quieter shift from 9-10. Only 2 kills, but for an AWPer on this map, oh, this is what I was going to bring up.
Blitz bomb?
No, we did that one.
Oh.
Would it surprise you if I was to tell you at the top level of Counter-Strike that there are some players who can't throw utility that you would normally expect from a player in their role, so then another player has to do it, which kind of changes the way that rounds get opened?
I would definitely think that that's not true.
That is true.
That's true.
Yeah. I'm not going to name any names.
No, but...
I'm not going to shame anybody.
But professional Counter-Strike players go like, hey, you got this... You got donut for me?
Well, no, it wouldn't happen in the middle of a match, but it would be like in practice, a guy misses it too many times, so then it would have to fall on somebody else to do it. So imagine you have like Ancient and your AWPer can't do instant elbows. It's like, bro, that's your job. It's like, well, no, someone else will just do it, and then you give you the swing. It's like, okay, what about the timing? What about the spawns? What about this? What about that? It's like, come on now, guys.
Come on, man.
And what about the T side? What if your AWPer doesn't know how to throw the insta windows or the donut smoke? He's going to do the flash as well. AWPer's not running out mid.
And you're rifling, rifle's got the best
spawn.
spawn.
You're throwing the nades,
Yeah.
and you're like, oh, come on, AWPer, bro.
Okay, now I'm extra excited.
But that utility is really important, you know?
Did he just decoy window? Where did that decoy go? He's thrown it. You refunded it?
A donut decoy.
Oh, wow. That's a great opening shot from Jaber.
Needs some confidence, doesn't he?
Yep. It's going to be tough if they go into Senzu and Techno. I can't help but feel that these boys need some assistance. Techno's got the block smoke, actually. That's perfect. But Cave, he's going to smoke it. They're going to have to push it. Jumping! Sonic gets one. Senzu quick tap. Traded. Sus good for it. It looks good.
Yeah, 2-man advantage. Bomb goes down. 40 seconds on the clock.
Locked in.
Stan just strafing wide. So it was Sus, sorry, it was Stan to get the kill. That was from the pillar, as it is just 9-10. As mentioned, had a bit of a quieter go of things with the CT side as Breaker start to activate. This was just to add to the kitty, and he'll get nothing. Pistol around. That'll be 2 from 2 in map number 2.
Might be Jay. Oh, well, I might be an asshole today. I felt like a little assholery. I was just saying that might be the most impactful Jaber kill so far across the series.
This map. In overtime, he did have those 2 kills on the B-bomb site.
That's a good counter argument. Thank you. One of the most impactful kills Jaber's had.
That would be reasonable.
That would be more reasonable.
That's not even having a dig. Sometimes players are just having a harder go, I think.
And that's true. And there's more rounds to be played. We're going for a little A main pusherino.
Okay, well, they know that there's a player elbow, so if they push A main, they'll get to swarm on
How many
Sonic.
is he getting, Chad? How many is he getting?
2.5.
2.5, okay. Oh, not sure about that. Neither is he. Run, run. As fast as your legs.
Oh.
Hurry you.
He got 0.5 of a kill there.
Yep.
Still get the round, though. He got all the information. And they say information is power. Just going to take a quick look and reflect on what's happening on the secondary stream. See if Hugo and Harry are still giving it their all. They are. Second map, Virtus.pro versus Complexity. First map was Dust 2. Second is Inferno. Third, in deciding if they need it, will be Anubis or Anubis. Depends on how you want to pronounce it.
Do you know, I don't think we've cast a single new Complexity game. I don't remember having to say...
Nix or Sixy.
Nix or Sixy.
I feel if they stay in the loser bracket, Alex, we might not have to.
It's possible. Ooh, doesn't look like Hakon's got his hacks on. 7 kills on the first map from Mr. Zerk.
What?
Halzerk. His name's Hakon.
Oh, he's from June.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Let's go. Satellite radio. This is not a normal call. At least not judging by the start. From the T side. 2 are just running loudly. Jaber and Sonic have been hurt.
They want to draw the mid-rotator, then lurk out middle.
Yeah. It's worked. Here comes Blitz. Leaves and departs. Now Stan catches this timing. It's held by Blitz just in time.
Tough.
That's a big duel to win with a Mac 10.
Keep on coming.
Could be awkward, though. That FAMAS didn't finish. Molly awkward. Oh, look at the damage, though. They are hanging on by just a tiny margin.
One more.
Stan back turned. Senzu comfortable.
Number advantage.
Yeah, they've managed to rectify the situation. Sonic, oh, that's the bomb. That's the round right there for the taking if 910 gets that kill. It's tough for 910 here on Ancient. And it's a big death. Makes it a 2v2 and plenty of time to play.
Question about this is, if Senzu goes through Temple, do they catch a Shadow? We can see still in A main, so it's going to depend on how far forward he goes and the timing they start peering out. The Shadow could easily betray him. Investigates, finds nothing. Is it bad information? Well, behind them is Techno. The longer they take these two, another flank is going to be the knife in the back. It'll be there in a moment's time.
Yeah, he's got it in just the right amount of time as well. And, oh, Jaber. Whoa! Oh, he spots him just in time. Look at the health. Look at their health. Senzu set for success here. Can they rectify it? Will he hit the spam? Does it go wide? Swaps to the dig. A spam over the top. Doesn't hit it. Jaber closes. What a recovered round for Wildcard.
Ah, that might be one of the more important rounds there for Wildcard. I remember within map number 1 getting excited about the Force by victory. That has a similar feeling to it. This kill right here, Blitz gets back in front of the donut position just in time. I like Senzu's aggression. 2 players fall, but he's still going to take those fights. This one could have completely turned the tables and got the job done. But they hold it together. Ooh, yep, and it's a Dota player's frustration right there. Senzu M4, rest with some pistols. This time Blitz gets the opener on Stan.
Oh, is this the shoelace round? Are they going to trip and stumble over their Crocs? Donut is occupied. Occupado. Smoke grenade would be nice. A Molotov in his hands. There's one back sight. They're hitting shots. You can't rule them out in these rounds. MongolZ hitting shots.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
It's a double. And a FaZe quick and easy transfer. Okay.
Jeez, that was 4 kills he needed to get. That will happen in the blink of an eye.
Yeah.
Damn, that's some high intensity Counter-Strike right there.
That would have been the round to tilt you off the face of the planet.
It's good that they swung together. That's nice to see from the Mongols. Everybody happy to go on whatever the signal was. 2-round difference, rifles back out. We'll catch this one again. FaZe knows that what's he even meant to do? Because he can't swing early, because then he would just line up with everybody else. So kind of has to wait. Fortunate that he comes in clutch. 9-10 with the AWP. Sonic out mid.
Blitz burning?
Yes, he is.
Extinguished. You know where you are. Woo, oh! SARS 30 bullets later gets the job.
Sonic's burning down.
Yeah, but they don't know about
They should have heard it.
Well, now we do. Blitz? What's going on? 9-10 trade. Stan got Blitz.
Well, you know Mazinho's A, but he's over towards B right now. So if you make the call based off of the rotations, you'd be going into what was a stack a moment ago.
Got no util. Oh, good shot from Jaber. Mazinho is just better. 9-10 puts a cherry on it. Very nice.
Yeah, I think that's whatever the response time was for that call for Mongols. Maybe that's prep in the sense of, hey, in this situation, they might just finish B. Or it was just, let's all bolster the B site. We'll see what happens. Otherwise, we can rotate back over. But they handled that and with some class. So turn it back into a 1-round game. Important stuff. Really important kills there from Mazinho.
I missed the Sonic situation. So you think did you just ride out a molly? They sit kind of.
Well, so what ended up happening was Blitz had to stay in that smoke, right?
Yeah.
But Sonic had already carved out. So Sonic had gotten to the tech. Oh, we go again. Hold up a second.
Hang on. These mid fights are thick and fast. He's in. Sonic dead. Blitz the bait. Mazinho throws the knockout blow. FaZe's AWP is on the warpath. Aggressive. Senzu's back is turned, has to address it. Jaber's going to attend to it. 9-10's AWP now posted. Does he go for the wallbang? Holding for the cross instead. Flashed off of the line. FaZe peeks back into the AWP and actually does tag him.
Don't know about that. Blitz hasn't been heard.
Yeah.
It's a free kill on stand available.
Does look like a freebie. FaZe's coming back as well. They're all going to overlook him.
Oh my God.
They're boosting. Blitz's patience.
Oh.
Incredible. Knows he's got 2 dead to right. This is MongolZ round now. Blitz, the trigger discipline. Does it haunt him? FaZe spins around and gets it. It's still up for debate. Now down goes Jaber. FaZe after clutch. Has he got the lineup? Has he nailed it? Does it burn him in time? Mazinho forced away. And FaZe has
no time.
Impactful clutch. 18 frags. FaZe is the superstar for Wildcard.
The Swede who lived. It felt like he should have been blitzers every day of the week.
That's twice he saved them. First the 5-7's donut, FaZe with 4 kills. Now again, Blitz with a flank that should have translated into a MongolZ round. That's back-to-back FaZe impact.
I wonder as well, was Mazinho on full HP when he started the defuse? I wonder if he sat at like how much damage we're talking in that situation. It was he already on it, so on the box, Blitz. Oh!
I thought we were having an all-off defuse moment. I thought he was just going to sit it.
I thought he was going to sit it too. Oh, they're going to try and crush them here with an A-go.
Yeah, this is cool pace change.
Orbs on the side.
Okay, chance for 9-10. Oh, right between them.
How's he going to get away?
He can't. Oh, trapped. Molly. Forces him wide. Missed the molly. Can stick around.
Coming
Mazinho flash through. Trying to disrupt. Looks good. It's Mazinho's impact. Jaber responds in kind with a double. Orb spotted towards CT. 2-1-2. Slow it down. Techno's flanking already.
This hasn't paid off before, and it was with a better gun.
Easy for 9-10, and Jaber's low. He's got the odds stacked against him, but a missed shot from the Orpa. Techno, a long-range crouch burst still works with the MP9.
Damn, we are getting some action now. Last slew of rounds is 2 of the last 3 for the Mongols. And it's enough to crush the finances of Stan and his troops. Looking Tech9 are plenty, going to be very light on with the nades. If Mongols can win this, they tie things up and they can stabilize their own finances. There's the round timeline for everybody playing at home. Door smoke, elbow smoke, standard opener. Then over towards B they go.
Yeah, he started an extra body on B. Techno, actually there was a chance for FaZe there, but well handled by Techno.
Risky move from Techno as well. He's on his own, knowing he's probably against a lighter buy, so has to stick the landing in that situation. And there's more where that came from.
Get out
Doubles
there.
up, needs support. Orpa there, gets the kill. 2 more to find. Just Sonic can stand, and they'll be on an eco.
Essentially confirms MongolZ taking the lead here. Sonic making it look stylish, but 9-10 just swaps to the pistol and puts him down. Senzu, thank you. I mean, this isn't what I was expecting. We talked about it. You know, the expectation I had was Wildcard crumble under the shortcomings and unable to finish on their first map, but they came to play. FaZe certainly did. 10-10, but as you highlighted, economical. So Mongols to put themselves just 2 rounds away from closing out this series and maintaining their clean sheet.
We've had some wild moments. Let's have another one.
Oh, yeah, one more.
Let's have a Glock gooshing and taking the AWP away from 9-10.
Uh-oh.
Picked up and given to FaZe, who gets another collapse. Oh, never mind.
Or let's have a real 5 alive, clean eco bash.
We had an exciting game. We entertained the fans, but we're going to 2-0 and we're going to join MOUZ.
In that 2-0 column. FaZe or EF?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't
FaZe
know.
don't look great on Nuke.
They don't. But they did look good on Ancient. But that was a different opponent.
Yeah, it was Saw, who were a dead team.
Yeah, so I'm not going to read into that too much, even if I just
And
did.
Eternal Fire won last time, so they have the confidence. And I'm sure they're regretting their stage performance against the Mongols in Kato. And they want to get back in the server and show that that's not the way they play CS. Oh.
Tough one. I think I go EF.
I think in terms of depth of map pool at the moment, you would be safe to do that. Yeah.
But FaZe are FaZe.
Yeah, but I think EF are the favorites in that game.
I think that's fair. I think the FaZe bring the flair. I think EF are more established and well-rounded right now.
All right, well, was this all for entertainment's sake? 2 more rounds for the Mongols. Tactical timeout had. Conversation concluded. I'd imagine the same openers that we traditionally talk about. But what will be the actual approach? Oh, okay.
Not a single smoke? Okay.
One late, but they're not doing a red smoke. Just a cave smoke. So lighter on the mid pressure.
That's weird. They did a door smoke and then mollied ramp, so you kind of know you can push through the smoke.
Oh, slipping in a cave past Techno.
But then does he walk back through?
I think he will.
This is some serious 5D maneuver. Techno flanks him. Whoa! Wasn't ready for another. Now Susman's got too many on his plate. A no scope from 9-10. This game keeps on bringing the chaos. What are we watching?
2,900 losses in the next
Is that a
wild
deliberate
card.
maneuver?
I don't know if it's
Techno?
deliberate.
That's cool though. Might try and replicate that. That's cool as hell. Sonic left to his elbow position. Blitz has him on lock. Bomb is behind, stands on the doors. Sonic starts to make a move. But it already looks like the 12th is coming their way. And Chad, how will Wildcard have, or what will Wildcard have to defend their honor in this last round of regulation?
Well, if they save these, at least they'll have an AK and a Galil.
Yeah, okay.
But they get 2,900 going into the next. So it could be more Galils, or it could be lighter investments of Tech 9s, Mac 10s with utility.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, this does feel like the beginning of the end.
And one thing I just want to point out there, you know how you talked about the door smoke and the ramp molly?
Mm.
Traditionally, the reason you'd be doing something like that is because your extremity point of B long is weak. You need to block that because you're going to play heavy mid and you're going to play heavy cave.
Yes.
So you are fighting B lane from cave and middle as opposed to directly down B ramp.
I'm with you. I understand. So you're starting like two mid, 2 cave or something.
You're like, you know, it could be a variation of 3 mid, 2 B, but one guy's cave and one guy's ramp, and that's why I'm saying it's weak. So as the solo, after time, that would have.
I didn't think it could get worse.
It's only $350.
Yeah, no Kevlar for Stan.
So he's just gonna have a P250. Can't even have nades. That's GG. Another heartbreaking wildcard loss.
Yeah, another one. Add it to the list.
Well, they're going to join the 1-1 bucket. It's not as bad as the 0-2 bucket where where FlyQuest are. Excuse me.
Oh, sheesh, brutal, brutal. I mean, right? It just, you can see it on their faces. They're kind of already starting to accept that it just ends on a sour note.
And what other choice do you have?
What Stan got? A P2? Yeah.
That's it. That's all he could. And a decoy, if he really wanted to treat
he could treat himself. Yeah, that's nice. Spend all your pennies.
This is what is going to be a hopeless feeling, I could only imagine.
Yeah, and if you're Mongols, you're not going to try and
just play standard round.
You're not going to try and do anything fancy, right?
You don't need to. Just do a standard opener, block middle, block B, call it GG.
Get her done. What a luxury it is to have a player like Blitz. Goes, throws early mid util, then just completely forgoes it with Mazinho established. They've heard this heaven occupation, and actually, he's going to break it, and he's got left an AWP in spawn so we can post red with it. Up! And lose it immediately. Important pick. Susp gives Wildcard a little hope.
He loves taking a good old risk, isn't he? Oh.
He's flanking FaZe. Doesn't really matter that FaZe's going to get flanked because A's open.
So there's a opportunity for Wildcard to make this 12-11.
Here we go.
Nobody's crossed that magic line drawn in the sand. 9-10. Only has to worry about his left.
And it's a Susp down. AWP connects. Sonic's in an awkward clear. And now Mongols making a case to end it here.
9-10 has a smoke for the bomb.
Is there really more heartbreak? More heartbreak after getting the opener, getting the bomb down. It still gets ripped away from you. Wildcard, how many of these heavy hits can they take? The smoke is on the bomb. They hear the sound, that dreaded sound. Techno's defusing right in front of their faces. Heartbroken. Wildcard falls. And it is going to be a lovely Mongols win. Boys, back to the desk. A question for you. It has to be, is this just a sign of the times? Is this par for the course for a developing team to get close but no cigar time after time, or a Wildcard just cursed?
Yeah, Alex, I don't think they're cursed. I think this is just the reality of the situation. They gave a very good account of themselves. When that first map slipped away, it was always going to be tough on Ancient. They still managed to get to double figures. Lots of nice rounds, lots of nice moments. Mongols are one of the best teams in the world right now, and losses like this hurt in the moment. You can see it etched on all their faces on your screen. Disappointment, a lot of contemplation, but this is the type of game when you're ready to get back into the saddle, which they're going to have to be real quick here in Cluj. They're going to have to look at this demo, study it, see these small mistakes, these small corrections, and get them made. But today, they faced very, very good opponents, and Wildcard can feel that they were in contention in this match. They should feel relatively proud of the accounting they gave it themselves, for my money.
This was just so tough, man. I mean, they had great starts to both halves. I think it was 3-0 first half, 4-0 second half. So, I mean, you're giving yourself great opportunities to jump out in front. But that second half, I just can't even count how many times that we saw just a ridiculous timing from someone on MongolZ getting behind someone's back on Wildcard and then being able to basically blow the round up from there. And then the final round, even, I mean, it looks like that should be a post-plant hold all day long for Wildcard, but you just have Sus go for like an aggressive peek towards CT elbow. He gets caught. A close corner player gets caught, and then they defuse right underneath their noses. Like, it's just so many little things like that piled up for MongolZ that win it.
No, let's build on Machine's narrative, guys. Let's not drop the ball there. Like, the energy, they're cursed. They're cursed. They built their facility on a Native American burial ground. They're never gonna win anything. Now, honestly, I actually
I love Poltergeist. I love that movie.
I do agree with Dust's characterization there, but I also will say that one thing that I loved about the MongolZ here is their rotations were fantastic. For a team that I actually consider the favorites moving into this game, for them to rotate as precisely as they did and have as much information on the CT side as they did in that defensive half, that was so impressive. They were constantly finding flank timings. They were constantly putting 3 people on the bomb site that Wildcard was deciding to attack, and it almost felt like they knew what was happening. They knew what was happening every single round. If you didn't tell me, this would have honestly, and you took the nameplates away, I would have said this is like a Vitality, because that was one of the smoothest defenses I have seen in a while. They were so on the ball with everything Wildcard was doing.
And then even in the first half, it's just about the resilience, right? I mean, they went down early. They weren't really finding any openings. They were, you know, falling prey to Wildcard. But then all of a sudden, it seemed like everyone did what they needed to do on the T side throughout the rest of it. You know, the fact that, you know, Mazzino was able to find openings on some of their A executes, or, you know, as Techno finding a couple key openings over towards B Cave. It was just every player at some point in time was able to have impact in an early round situation on that 5-round stretch you see there that put them up 7-5 and gave them an opportunity to eventually win this game. And then the standout player, of course, it's Senzu. I mean, he was a monster with the AWP in overtime on Inferno. Like, had a ton of impact in this game again as well.
And it bodes well, because obviously we highlighted it before the match, recovering from an injury,
right?
Which is one of those things. It's like, players, look after your hands and your arms. More important, like, if you want to break a leg like PTR did on a plane back in the day, go ham. You can play with a leg cast on. With an arm cast on, it gets harder. But the good news for MongolZ here is Senzu actually looking like he's got that adaptation. He's healing. He's had a great series there and was really instrumental in the victory.
I'm going to say that with Senzu's mechanics in this game, it still didn't really make me believe that his aim is 100%. Like, his crosshair correction isn't where I'm seeing huge progress yet. He's just setting himself up for really good fights consistently. And I think that in some ways that's more impressive, because when his aim actually comes all the way back, then he's going to have that X factor capability to just like laser beam someone in the head that he wasn't aiming at. And he's also just making really good choices.
Quick final thought from you just before we go to break.
Yeah, I mean, it's just impressive to see this team continue to climb, continue to show their individual prowess, and continue to show that this really is the best team I've ever seen come out of East Asia and Counter-Strike in the last, I don't even know, like 21 majors. So it's crazy stuff.
Yeah, thanks a lot for your thoughts, guys. We are going to be taking a break, and we're going to be subbing in the other guys. We're going to have Blair, we're going to have Pimp, and we're going to have Stunner.
Love those guys.
Yeah, love
Big
those
fans.
guys. Big fans, yeah, absolutely. And, of course, we are going to have FaZe versus Eternal Fire. That one's going to burn down the house, so make sure you tune in.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Joke like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
FaZe Clan enter here at the PGL Cluj-Napoca, looking to find success, and one of the teams that wanted to come in here, and I'm guessing it's because you wanted to get some more experience and some more matches down. Are you seeing, though, the progress you wanted to see from where you started at the beginning of the year? Are you on track for how you viewed it?
Yeah, for sure. I think there are still things we're changing. Obviously, there was a small thing we changed after Katowice. I don't want to say it now, obviously. But there are still things to test. I have made sure when we made it like this way, this is not set in stone. Yeah. We have a lot of options with aggressive players, but we also have to figure out what makes Frozen comfortable and what passive roles he wants and where he feels the most comfortable. And there is always a suggestion of how the team performs on certain maps and certain areas. So I think that's why having Katowice and this PGL tournament right after each other, we can kind of like getting a feeling of how it's going. And then it's easier for me with a smaller break after this tournament to kind of like, is there more roles or more things we have to change on certain maps or how we approach it around? Because it is a very different FaZe Clan within the server. But the mentality is still there. That's what I saw in Katowice. And that's the thing, you never know if it's changing within a team.
Now, when you're talking about going through these position changes, these role changes stuff, is it kind of, you're looking at it from an overview, you're seeing what's working, or is it also a lot of maybe the players saying, this isn't working for me? Is that how you adjust? How do you make a decision? Because obviously there could be a lot of factors in this, I'm imagining.
Yeah, I mean, when we figure out to have to get John on the team, I think I spent 2 times 5 hours just looking into Google Sheets, kind of looking into the emos, putting people around. Does it feel right? How is the dynamic in the team? How does certain players play together? Me and Rain is pretty 2 aggressive players, so when players side together, it's more leaning to play aggressive, but on certain maps, that is way harder to play us 2 together. And with John coming in, there was a lot of question marks how he adjusts and how he plays certain scenario. But the main thing was to make John really comfortable. And then we figure out mostly with Frozen and Rain, who wants to play what, how do they feel, I'm keeping the tabs on that. But it surprised me how much excited Rain is about playing something different. And he knows maybe it's not the same he plays in 3 or 6 months, but I think this is the way you kind of like evolve the team and also the player. What I've seen so far is really good, and there are certain maps where you can see Frozen really shining in the new roles. Yeah. But there's also other roles where I think he was really impactful in the team that I don't want to change yet. So there is a mixture of everything, right? But in the end, if I tell the player to play that position, he will do it. But not always happy, but I think I've been very happy with how people have adjusted and the view and the positive about new roles and new positions.
Now talk to me about just what Elige is bringing to the team, because we know obviously he had the Grand Slam, he had the glory, obviously didn't get the major when he was on his liquid days, but he has shown time and time again how hungry he is. From your perspective, how are you seeing it? Because I'm just looking from the outside.
Yeah, I think he comes with a lot of determination and hunger, but also comes with what we have lacked as a secondary caller, especially on the CT side. I think the unique trademark we didn't have a secondary caller. We have vocal players in certain scenarios, certain areas. We had 3 different players playing key star roles on 3 CT sides. So Robson Mirage played connector, Frozen played mid and ancient, and Rain played nuke and yard. Yeah. And that's very unique because normally you have a secondary player, secondary voice, second star, or the star player playing these consistently things. And with Elige coming in now, we kind of see the DNA he wants to bring into the game, because he's in this position where he can re-aggress or calling more macro on the server. So finally, I'm playing with a kind of what I see as secondary caller, and especially on those CT sides where I'm anchoring a lot and not really having much talk to say on B Mirage, for example.
Now, looking at Cluj here, FaZe is a team with title contention. You always tell me that's where your mindset is. Still the same?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a very interesting field of teams. I think MongolZ is also ranked number 2 or 3 in the world. I don't know exactly now. So they are also in a position, this is the tournament they have to win as well. I think a Ton of Fire with the performance this year so far is playing really good. And then there's us and Falcons, which I think is on a little pressure or scrutiny if we don't make it deep in the tournament. But we're used to it. Yeah, expectation is to win the tournament. Minimum expectation is the final. But you never know who you meet in the semifinal. You never know how it goes. But obviously, we are here to build on what we've done the past month. And if that means we don't win, that's how it is. But it's part of the journey. And I just think
it's really important for us to come out here with us, say we did our best we could under the given circumstances. So just look forward to play, honestly.
I'm looking forward to see it as well, man. Thank you very much. Good luck for it all.
Thank you.
Kerrigan talks about pressure and scrutiny, and what do? We just act more stupidly. Welcome back to PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. What, Jacob, you didn't like that?
I mean, you can speak for yourself.
Okay, well, that is also true. Thank you very much. That's Blett in the middle, Pimp down on the end. Gentlemen, we have a great match ahead of us, but more importantly, let's kind of catch up to some of the stuff we saw today, and I don't just mean Senzu running around like he owns the place.
Yeah, Senzu might just very quickly become the most fun player to watch, in all honesty, and considering we had this discussion about his hand being broken, it feels kind of like an Arnie in Terminator 2, you know, rips his hand off, he's got a metal, I don't know, whatever he's got going for him, but he was popping off, and a little unlucky for Wildcard. I really felt like they had real opportunities on both the maps to get the win there.
Yeah, I agree with you, to be completely honest. That was a cool game and a very close game. Probably deserved a third map, to be completely honest, but Senzu, I don't know what it is, you know, I think from a physical standpoint, you know, when you're recovering from an injury like that, a lot of the body's resources goes towards the hand, and maybe there's a little bit less oxygen to the brain in that regard. He was doing a lot of wild plays that he got away with, and I, as you said, you know, I love to see it. It's fun when it works, but gotta hone it down a little bit, you know, when you face steep opposition.
How much did you get in biology in school?
7, I think, which is like a B+ maybe, I don't know.
Oh, out of 10?
Yeah.
It's like a C, I think. 70 C.
Doesn't matter.
Whatever.
Yo,
but
anyway.
And I can say this safely. C's get degrees. And I can tell you that I don't have a degree, but I did get a few
personal
C's.
experience in that, huh?
Yeah, it's kind of like the American education system. Anyway, enough dunking on us. For what we've got here in front of us, a little bit of Stream B action, too, to kind of catch up on. Yes, there are tons of Counter-Strike games being played. And yes, this is us catching you up to speed. Now, when we talk about the B stream, who's sticking out to you over there?
I mean, Big had to fight a little bit against FlyQuest. I was surprised that they lost the first map the fashion they did it. Apart from that, they recovered, they won the game. Complexity put up a great fight against VP. I know it's a 2-0, you know, and by the scoreboard, it looks like a clear victory for VP, but they had to fight for it.
Oh, they absolutely did. I think I was pleasantly surprised with that game from Complexity. But again, I haven't seen enough from VP where I'm like, is it, you know, VP playing at a lower level or Complexity overperforming? So, you know, the jury's kind of still out on that race.
Yeah, and, you know, to be honest, Jacob, if I look at what we do have going on the B stream, what are the odds Astralis loses to Sol?
I mean, there's no way, right? There's absolutely no way, and that's probably why they will, you know, so let's figure it out.
Yeah. All right, listen, they're not going to lose.
Yeah.
There's no way. There's no way in hell.
Okay, well, because you both said that.
I'm more of a believer than you are.
I've stopped believing a long time ago.
Cool. Well, we'll save kind of thrashing on Astralis for a little bit different time. But in this moment, we can talk about the matchup that we have at hand. Yeah, sure. We can be nice, but I don't think there's going to be anything nice going on the server today with FaZe and Eternal Fire going head-to-head. We did get this matchup 10 days ago. We did get a result that was pretty lacking on map 1, massive overtime in map 2, and really more question marks sometimes in the FaZe camp.
It was a massive game of Counter-Strike, you know. The repercussions of that game obviously being that the winner would move on to the playoff at IM Katowice, the loser would be eliminated, which was the case for FaZe in this instance. For Eternal Fire, they continued the great form they showed in Copenhagen, where they got into the grand final of the Blast Bounty, come into IM Katowice, they book a spot at the playoff as well. So, you know, as much as we want to label FaZe Clan as the favorites, as much as we should, I guess, talk about them as the favorites, Eternal Fire have shown in the beginning of the season that they have been the better team.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think the only failure we've seen from the Turkish side has to be the arena game they had in Katowice.
Choking, yeah.
Where a little bit of choking happened, but in the group stage, I think the new game was absolutely the map of Kato. I think that was the best map we've seen so far, and I'm 100% sure we're going to be seeing something pretty intense here today as well, Trace.
Yeah, 25-22 kind of speaks a volume to see just how far FaZe have to go back sometimes to claw themselves out of situations they find themselves, Jacob.
Yeah, and I think that's the main takeaway. Obviously, at Katowice, I think it was only fair that Eternal Fire ended up winning the series and progress, but I will say FaZe looked slightly better in Katowice compared to Copenhagen, and I expect them to look slightly better here compared to in Katowice. It's only going to get better with the integration of Elise. It's only going to get easier for them to figure out the positions, figure out how to... One thing is approaching the CT side, another one is the T side. We obviously know the role classes between Elise and Rain, etc., but I do feel that trending upwards, that is getting better. So for Eternal Fire to continue to be able to beat a team like FaZe, it will require they also get better. And I think the potential of developing is higher in the FaZe camp right now than it is in the EF camp.
I agree with you on that. And I feel like, more importantly, of course, this guy coming in for FaZe, and you got to remember, even for Eternal Fire, is Jota coming in, right? So these are two teams still in the process of integrating these two new pieces. But obviously, Elige coming in, we saw Karrigan mention as well that Elige is going to be taking a lot of the load when it comes to CD side calling and whatnot. So there's going to be more of a work in progress for this FaZe team. And you got to remember, they had some incredible results coming in Kato as well. So I think the upwards trajectory for me, like you pointed out, I think for FaZe, the potential is higher, so to speak. Sure. But for Eternal Fire, they seem to have hit the ground running faster than FaZe. The question is, can they sustain it?
So the
3, 2, 1, go!
I was going to let that happen. I just had to let that happen. There was no way around it. So for the FaZe Clan camp, we just heard Karrigan kind of giving us a little bit of an insight into that secondary caller that they want Elige to have over there.
Yeah, and I think that's a good idea because he's a great voice. He's a great mind for Counter-Strike. I think he is sometimes a little bit underappreciated in that sense of the game. Obviously, we can look at the stats, we can look at the impact he's having on the server, but I think Elige's understanding of where to position himself and how to help his teammates to convey some of that, I guess, brain capacity that he has for Counter-Strike is always helping out his teammates. We saw it in complexity. I'm a big believer that Elige was not only elevating complexity by producing on the server, but also helping them, especially on the CT sides, to understand what was going on. Now, complexity's issue when Elige was in there was that they couldn't deal with the 3v3s, the clutches, when the players had to think for themselves. That's not going to be an issue in FaZe Clan. He's now surrounded by players who have played at the highest level, so it's going to be slightly easier for him as well to have that impact.
And I think that is something we saw in Kato as well. That new game comes to mind where we could see Elige at moments, he's just trying to go for more than he really needs to go for, trying to go for his multi-kills, maybe over-peaking a little bit, and I feel that is just the trauma, the PTSD from having been complexity and having to get a 3K or 2K every round to win the game. I'm just like, Elige, just take a breath, look to your left, look to your right, see who you got there, slow it down a little bit, and you'll be fine.
Meanwhile, if we do flip this coin, just right over here to the Eternal Fire side, if I look at this Eternal Fire team, yeah, we always talk about Antares, we talk about what they can put together as a Turkish dynamite almost, if you will.
Turkish
but
delight.
I'm looking at Woxic back in the server. Because he has showed up there in Kato.
Yeah, he did show up in Kato, and I think he is the silver lining for this EF project in terms of development. You know, can he get back to a little bit more consistency, deliver at the level we saw in Katowice, you know, slightly more often than we know? Santaris, as you said, he's a guarantee. He's a world-class Counter-Strike player. He's playing at a ridiculous level as of right now. Last year, Santaris was fantastic, you know, putting in great numbers. This year, he started off very, very well as well. And if this guy on your screen right here, Woxic, can somewhat, you know, replicate the performance we saw at Katowice, somewhat replicate what we've seen from the beginning of the year, it's going to be a very scary duo. However, we had that conversation with Woxic for a couple of years now, so I'm not sure if I still believe in him coming back to his old self, but the fact of the matter is right now he's playing well, and that's helping Eternal Fire an awful lot.
And even some of the quieter games he's got, it's not like he's completely disappears from the server, right? And that, I feel, for me, is such a great deal for a player like him. We know
he's building consistency. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And he's such, and he can be, and in the past he has been a bit of a volatile player individually, as well as when it comes down to just, you know, his performance in the server as well, and his, of course his temperament. But right now I feel like he's gotten into this veteran role in the team, and he's been around for a while, in all honesty. So yeah, he's going to be absolutely very important.
He has had quite a bit of exposure to this upper echelon of Counter-Strike. Speaking of exposure, here's the VRS forecast. Now, Jacob, what do all the numbers mean?
I mean, it does mean that you're looking at two teams who are very close in their rankings. As you can see, both teams stand to grade a decent amount of points if they were to win, and both teams will also lose a little bit of points if they were to lose naturally as it goes down. But it is number 5 versus number 6 at the VRS ranking. It's a testament to how well Eternal Fire has done this year so far, grabbed up a lot of points, whereas for FaZe Clan, as we said, it's still a work in progress, but they're still in the contention with the top 5, top 6 teams.
And this, for me, is where I feel Eternal Fire had the slight little advantage, right? Ancient getting taken out of the equation, it is FaZe's usual first pick. It's a map they really like to play, but so that getting taken out always leaves a question mark as to where FaZe are going to go. And that is a surprise. That's a bit of a surprise. Eternal Fire's Anubis probably is, I mean, not just probably, it is their best map. Even if they have that loss, oh, sorry, never mind. FaZe picking Dusted, that makes sense. My bad, I just saw the lower graphic right there. Eternal Fire Anubis, that's the thing. This is almost feels like a map in their pocket, almost a win in their pocket, because the way they completely dismantled that CD side of FaZe, I think that is something that FaZe needs to fix. And Karrigan did mention in the interview that we've made a few changes after Katowice. Hopefully we see that on that map.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see Anubis play out, but before that, obviously, we have to jump into Dust 2, and I know that's a map FaZe likes to play. It's a map where they've also changed a little bit. Elige on the CT side is playing the rotation rotation role. He's taking a little bit more, I guess, responsibility in that regard. We have the overview right here from the T side perspective as well, and that's the duo you got to look out for. Elise is at the center of the map, which means Rain now is a little bit more over to the left, as you can see. He's the main guy holding towards B tunnels. He's the first one walking in if they need an entry over there, and then obviously Kerrigan and Elise taking the map control. That's the big change. That's the big conversation now that Elise is coming into the team. Rain on certain maps, on certain spots, will have that conversation for Anubis as well. Will have to take a bit of a backseat. So I'm curious to see if he's going to grow into that role, if he can find some more impact, because I know over time, Elise and Kerrigan, that duo, you know, if Kerrigan is investing all the flashes, all the utility into Elise, that will be a successive way of entering into the bomb site.
And also looking at yesterday's game as well for FaZe against Saw, and yes, Saw, that team walking and all of that, but it did look like it was such a good warm-up game for FaZe. You could see Elise just running around on Ancient, just getting kills at will. We saw Kerrigan as well, I think a 1.4 rating. I mean, age, clearly just a number.
Yeah, you look for a couple different exclamation points around both sides of these teams.
Age is just a number, right? You're 38, you're 37. I mean,
I'm not 37.
38. Something like that.
What are you
LeBron's
talking
36.
About?
So what?
How old are you?
You're 36. I'm 27. What are you talking
Look,
about?
I'm 25 plus 10. Mind your business. Speaking of business, we can continue to talk about some of the business that Frozen has been dishing out for the last time that we had this series. Go ahead, Jacob.
You know what I love
thoughts.
about that whole conversation and about Frozen? He was called out for not delivering in the big games. He was called out for not delivering at elimination points. And guess what he's done so far for FaZe? He's been the hardest hitter out of all of them. He was the one stepping up on Nuke. He was the one stepping up at Copenhagen when FaZe also was eliminated online. So I know they haven't found the success they would like to yet, but one of the question marks and one of the issues FaZe had last year was that sometimes Frozen would disappear at the big moments. So far this year, he's been the only one stepping up.
I feel, I agree. And on top of that, you got to have to bring up Brokey into the conversation. You look at that Nuke game they had against Eternal Fire. Sure. It was Brokey keeping them in the game.
Clutch,
them in the amount of clutch, I think on like 3 or 4 clutches on just the one map, especially as the op, which is kind of crazy. So for me, Brokey, you know, when he is on, especially in a particular tournament, it's almost like FaZe are destined to win it. So I want to see that Brokey come into play here. And he's looking at it yesterday. He looked pretty good.
Yeah, well, we're going to look no further as the game is ready to start. FaZe Eternal Fire starts on Dust 2, and it does it with Launders and Scrawny.
Yes, thank you so much, gentlemen. It's Corn Dog and the Laundryman to bring you guys through FaZe versus Eternal Fire. Ooh, it's not too often we always get such a fresh rematch, but I think this has the makings of a hell of a game, Mohan. What a treat it'll be to bring it to you guys today. And it all starts, as the boys said, on Dust 2, but even more so here towards Long. MIBR gonna fall back instantly. Let's see what the FaZe clan have up their sleeve for an all-in A pistol.
Whoa.
Knife out in smoke.
Whoa, he didn't get hit either.
Knife out in smoke.
Wow, he is so far ahead.
What? Walks out. Okay, I like the idea. Looks like the execution doesn't end up the way he would have loved it, but we do still get this kind of distraction set up for the player towards Gandalf. We've got CTs coming out from spawn. We've got a little gap in that smoke. Still no bomb plant, and the ruse,
no plant.
Yeah, it's been found. Oh boy, MIBR goes sprinting up middle, not anticipating Kerrigan, who could challenge Catwalk and deal with the Gandalf guy. It's a weird pistol, let's say that. The fight's still queued up. Wicadia gets the one as they try to press down into the ramp. Now Rain's in a pickle. Ooh, but he'll turn it back, looking for the last. Gratata. Little burst. Straight to the head to end the first pistol. Let's get it, shall we?
Oh man, that's nice. That's our unk right there, Rain. He knew exactly how to handle that situation. 180 from Gandalf to the ramp. Backslide off the rail. 3 shots in the head.
God damn. I feel like Rain gets 1 Glock burst kill as often as he gets 1 op frag. Usually about once a year.
Yeah, yeah. Like, who switches to burst? You know, JW used to actually switch to burst a lot, and he was really good with it. And his technique was you aim at the foot, and it actually rides up all the way to the head. And it worked. He'd get so many bullets in.
Ride that dragon, man.
But it also has been 10 years. Nobody has it like JW. So this matchup is an immediate rematch, but to me it feels like Rain's quote when they beat Na'Vi after the major. And they said we could beat them 10 times more, it wouldn't make up for losing the major. And Eternal Fire are the team who just kept them out of Cato playoffs. That was a sting because it was FaZe's debut, obviously after the bounty, but keeping them out of the the LAN crowd.
It was also the very first time that the Eternal Fire team had beaten FaZe, despite their previous matchups. You know, that best of 3 was a first for many. And like you said, worth a lot in terms of the start of 2025. But can they do it back-to-back so recently? That's going to be the big question this evening. Obviously, Eternal Fire on such a great start to the year in general.
I'll say this right now.
Go ahead.
We look at the Veto, and you already see that FaZe have learned. Because there are 2 problem maps, in my opinion, are Nuke and Inferno. They started by picking Inferno when the team came together with Elige. That was just, they were just not good at the map. And then Nuke is the one where they have beat G2, but they go like win-loss on it. And I'd say their Nuke is a little bit overrated right now. We saw them play against Eternal Fire on the map, and like Elige really struggled to get comfortable. He definitely had a few rounds where he overextended, maybe even cost him the map. And FaZe, they could only ban one of those 2 in the end. So they still have to play Nuke as a decider, I believe. That's better, though, than Inferno. So I think this Veto is a little bit better than last time.
Time will tell, my friend. Only time will tell.
And also, Xantares had 5,000 damage the last time they played Nuke.
My God. There was a lot of rounds in that play, to be honest. It was literally 2 games of CS2.
49 kills.
13-10 was the score. Just in overtime. 23 rounds of overtime. Had to separate these guys on Nuke. What obviously was the big one was the Anubis kickoff, right? That's where that series was so lopsided. But Eternal Fire's Anubis has been, well, it's been something to watch. That's for damn sure. FaZe convert from this pistol, and everybody, for the most part, survives. So now we've got the double scout still move forth into round 3. Going for the cap boost, but no damage from it. There's a lot of scouts on the field. This is a round with Launder's name written all over it.
Ooh, yeah. I wonder I got so excited out of nowhere. 2 scouts on the CT side. That's like the right amount. The 8-play setup, I mean, look at FaZe. They are ready to run into this.
This MP9's in the right position. Madger's teammate just left. You've got
Perfect
3 more players back on site. Oh, he crouches underneath that stream of bullets. Puts Joda in a good position to maybe knock over the low-health player, but Rain is going to find him, and there comes Kerrigan off the catwalk. Xantares hanging on. Double deagle frag to the guys on long is one thing, but they will sweep away those weapons saved by Eternal Fire, at least making a little bit for it. Still, great start for FaZe Clan early on Dust 2.
It's rounds like that that make you believe if a team plays well enough, they can't get anti-eco'd. They can't lose an eco round, because there you have the long setup, but it's all rest on the thought that FaZe don't flash to the inside the doorway. They wait until they flash to get out of long entirely. So it calls out one of the most important parts of that setup in Madger sitting there with an MP9. Because if he stays alive, he could just end the round by getting 1 kill and staying alive too long.
Fast fight towards long A in the first gun round of the map, and Kerrigan's already on the corner of long.
Raid's also done a fantastic job, in my opinion, playing upper tunnels lately, putting lots of pressure on the B site. It really reminds me of him trying to, when he plays Cave on Ancient.
Kerrigan ahead of it again. Ooh, but Wicadia, he will find that opening kill in middle. Down goes Rain, now just a one-sided attack into the A site. Weapons looking good for Eternal Fire. A little surprise element added by Kerrigan, but Woxix in with the op shot. And unfortunately for FaZe Clan, they just tiptoed their way into a hell of a stack site.
Yeah.
And that's something that I think Eternal Fire have been doing as we've seen them succeed so far in 2025 is their reads have been excellent. Madger's calling's been great. Rotations with certainty. You know, that's a nice look of any Counter-Strike team when they're hitting new heights, when you see rotations with certainty. Ooh, I love it. And I think Eternal Fire are a great a highlight reel of those kinds of moments right now.
Definitely. It's how you play Tier 1. I mean, there has to be a good combination of fundamental gameplay and all that, but you also have to have reads that everyone trusts you on, and they do trust Madger. That's a solid round. Definitely want to see less of those if I'm FaZe. The full long hits are just so messy, you know? You're a slave to the flash timings from the other side, who's playing anti, who's not. If a team is up material, let's say Eternal Fire have 5, they have 4, they can always send one through the smoke without a flash and kill the guy playing anti. There's just so many ways in which you can die. 1,000 ways to die on that attack.
Gearing up for B early. Defense is Joda close, Wicadia in the backdrop, and Kerrigan again trying to be cheeky, walking around on his own.
Coming in light this round.
Yeah, that Tech 9, that Desert Eagle, and luckily for them, still a ton of grenades and a little bit of mid to play around with. Zantares versus Elige. Sign me up for that. Mid to B utility thrown out. Gonna clear out the doors at the very least. Send Kerrigan again forward on this expedition, but it is this movement from Zantares falling back. You know, usually you'd catch somebody in CT spawn, but I like this setup. You've still got the two dedicated inside of sight, and we'll see if they fall for it. No way you lose that duel. Kerrigan's Desert Eagle best Zantares. Bat player dies, and oh boy.
That's a mess from Zantares. That's you don't often, if ever, see him mess up a spray entirely, and he just did. So not the cleanest moment for Zantares. Also, he likes to play there a lot, so I'm not surprised that Kerrigan didn't get tricked. That doesn't mean he can't. They did a good job of trying to bait for him first, but yeah, you never see Zantares let a spray go like that.
I didn't like it.
No,
I didn't like that.
No,
that wasn't.
We want to see Zantares 5,000 damage.
The Zantares 5,000.
Yeah, wouldn't that be a great name?
It is. He's the Turkish Terminator. Modeled
5,000.
Zantares 5,000. For his historic.
Getting an ace used to be impressive. Now you've got to get 5,000.
That is the precedent he set in that Nuke game.
5K just got a new meaning.
Missed out on 50 kills, though.
49 kills. Whatever. I mean, if he got 50 kills, I wouldn't be saying 5,000 damage.
True. Yep.
I'd be saying 50 kills.
Yep. And the Zantares 50K doesn't sound as cool.
Yeah.
Brokey at bat.
Oh, they missed
Blind
it.
on long.
Ooh, they missed it bad. Oh, they're still. Ooh. He blocked it with his head.
No way.
He blocked it. Bald Key Bald Key blocked the molly with his head.
And then it just pops above him.
The crystal dome.
Dude, this man is flame retardant.
Excuse me?
I said it very safely. You heard me. And Wicadia into the mid-fight. We've already got Elige poking and prodding. Taking a bit of a peek down through that CT spawn. Kerrigan, ooh, we've got a miss from Woxic. That's a big chance for Kerrigan to go further, and he's gonna jump right down in an attempt for the double entry. Now Brokey's on this line. He looks away, but that's fine. Elige is here. We've got these rifles flooding out onto the A bomb site. A single chance left for Eternal Fire as Wicadia emerges out from spawn with stealth in his back pocket. Him and Major approach this A site, but the ramp play, it's not going to catch them off, not at all. Elige goes deep, sprays down through Major, and it is Joda alone up in tunnels. So a nice move here from FaZe to get right back to winning ways and to bottom out the bank accounts of Eternal Fire.
Yeah, big time. And I run away from this. They would have loved to save a couple more here. That's why I love the way that Spirit play long. And sometimes you'll see Magic's in the pit, totally. But oftentimes it's Shiro playing between car and long and going back and forth, and then not worrying about the long door by having a rifler there. Instead, having the extra rifler playing Goose, plus the rifler and game helper, and just being very active towards the site. Because when you're setting up for the retake, it's kind of hard for your pit player to get involved in the A site when there's guys crawling up from CT and everything like that. It actually makes quite a big difference. They're already on Goose. They're already on the site ramp.
Watch this.
That's actually new tech.
I've never seen that trick, man.
I've never seen a body block have that much impact. They're like, oh, we missed another molly.
I've never seen that.
No, never.
That was like earlier today. Fuzi got a double collateral through the legs and then threw a frag grenade, and the frag grenade finished both players. So a two-person collateral leg tag into a double nade. Never seen that.
Amazing.
It is 2025. We've been playing this game for 2 damn decades.
You always see something new.
And we're still basking in new stuff. God. Counter-Strike forever, am I right?
The power of a sandbox.
Now, if anything, I hope Valve add a sound effect. The same way that there's a sound effect when you get the jump throw perfect.
Scout shot.
Give me a sound effect when grenades bounce off your face.
And get Brokey to record it.
All right, sold.
Ugh.
Brokey versus Wicadia. We already talked about
his sound
against
effect.
Antares.
Don't hit my face.
Not my arm, bro. Oh, it's a scout, though. If only Wicadia was better armed. Ooh. Little tag damage for Elish to deal with as well. This is good posturing coming out of Eternal Fire. Little X factor here in round 7. Brokey's got the cover. Elish is bailing out of trouble. And as they go running out for the tunnel entry, there's an important moment here for Rain. He will win the first duel, goes for more space. Frozen back at middle, though. Just when everybody else had left, Frozen steps forth. Wicadia has been trying to do such a good job at getting all this damage in, but now he's stuck inside this smoke. FaZe Clan with the bomb plant, P2000 towards Elish. Not going to happen, bucko. That's the 6-1 FaZe Clan start.
I mean, the scouts did their part of the job, that's for sure. Lots of tags in through the doors. And but the reorganization for FaZe is just perfect. And there's like there's 1 or 2 kills missing here in each of these rounds for Eternal Fire on the holds. The B player a couple of times. They still need to get warmed up, it looks like. They're like Eternal Ember right now.
What's your favorite thing to pour on fire?
Marshmallows.
Okay, that's fair. S'mores man, huh?
I do love s'mores.
I guess you're from the city. You didn't really get to play with fire growing up. Not like us country folk.
I've camped in every province in Canada.
Yeah. But, you know, as an adult, you're probably more responsible, so you haven't thrown like aerosol cans in fires, have you? You ever throw a can of hairspray in a fire?
I'm not that retardant.
Okay, that's true. Play it safe. Play it safe.
I didn't have to wear a helmet to school.
Everybody in my town loses their eyebrows at least once. Shout out Wesley Mallinson. Here comes Kerrigan and Rain with the mid walkout. Ooh, Joda on the smoke. Not going to fall for your games. Kerrigan's been trying to get real tricky so far this map. Good thing he's got Rain right with him. So mid still for the taking here to FaZe's favor. Window hold from Wicadia. Tries to jump back into sight, thinking he had a chance to throw that out, man. But Elish is already through the smoke.
Find a way to bank it, you know?
Right. There are quite literally walls all around that bomb site.
Yeah.
Wicadia takes one step too far. One step that he was not allowed. And that is the bomb down. 3 players from spawn on the retake attempt. Frozen catching him off guard up close. Elish offers up a bunch of HP. This is a retakeable round. But then that util comes out, and there's more where the first ones come from. Still a little time here, just enough time, in fact. And CT's looking adamant about trying to make it happen. Brokey's position revealed with the op shot. Madger from the sky tries to keep that pressure up, but it's 2 frags from the Opper in the post plant. That Tech-9 thrives. 7-1. FaZe Clan.
You gotta love that from Brokey. I mean, you can see he even knows Madger's gonna jump on top of the box. The amount of time left on that bomb, leave it to him to play. And that's why you play spots like that. You know, I remember Days talking about this. He's like, you could try to, you get a 1v1 and you have the whole site open. You can play it from wherever you want. Sometimes you plant the bomb, you go big box. Even if they know you're there, you have the most options from that spot. You still have an advantage versus window. You can peek to the door very easily with full cover. So there are certain core spots in every site that just offer you up so much value that even if people know you're there, they're still the best spots to play. I think that's a great example of that.
Oh, yeah.
It's like when people play jail on Mirage B site, and I'm like, don't play there, man. Like, you're going to get cleared and die, or you're going to be like ultimate and don't shoot. But just go bench. You know? Just go bench, get your 1 kill, get your 2 kills.
Yeah, but, you know, a little bit of main character syndrome. I can pull this off.
Yeah, but it's like a gimmick mindset, you know?
Sure. Ooh, fast one there from Frozen.
Wow. That's quite a clear.
That dinky little SMG is not going to do much for Madger, and we've got a second death in the back of the B site. Good pick off from Brokey. Not working alone over towards tunnels. Bomb's actually right behind him. So this long control, I mean, it's kind of Frozen selling something, and now finding those two CTs, I think that's going to increase the tempo that FaZe take this to the B site. Odds are there's one more in here. Joda is your anchor after all. And he's got that MP9 up top. Rain cautious on the approach, perfectly coming into this B-bomb site, and they're going to take it over. Nothing Eternal Fire can do about that. Oh, and a nice kill from Elige. Brother, his taps so far at PGL Cluj-Napoca have been
sensational.
Phenomenal. Phenomenal.
He was FlyQuest map 1. It was like a 2.4 rating, close to that. Map 2, we don't talk about that. This is a pretty incredible map for FaZe so far, for sure.
Versus Saw, you mean, Launders? To keep you honest. You're thinking about Falcons, who play later today. And their opening game against. It was funny, we got back to the hotel last night here in Romania, and as we were stepping into the front door, there is a horde of about 30 children coming out of the elevators to leave the building.
Were they Mongolian?
No, they all had Falcons jerseys on. And by Falcons jerseys, I mean they look like a soccer team that also happened to be called Falcons.
Oh,
yeah,
the
like
Romanian Falcons.
Yeah, you know. So I don't know what their salaries look like, but there was 30 of them after all.
They just all had chains.
Yeah. I was like, Falcons fans.
Iced out.
8-1 FaZe Clan. You said at the start of this series that it looked like FaZe had learned, and it feels like they have come into this, again, recent head-to-head with a great plan to dominate on Dust 2. You know, something new in this equation. It is, in fact, you know, of all the best of threes we've seen between FaZe and Eternal Fire, there was 4 of them, or excuse me, 3 best of threes in 2024, 1 in 2025. We've never seen Dust 2. Not once.
The spots I like the least for FaZe are like the maps they kind of push to the back of the Veto. So yeah, Nuke, Ancient, which we won't see, and Inferno, I think are the 3 maps. And I don't think they should never play them again. I just think that those still just need more time, more experimentation. Yeah, FaZe are becoming Dust 2 merchants, man. They're just so good at this map.
Arcadia not falling for that one. There's been a lot of walking out from smoke walkouts, and that one caught out. But that's fine. There's a volley of util behind this. You've got the B defense kerneled up. You've got a threat from Rain somewhat, right? He's got to be careful coming out from tunnels with that 34 HP. Good spam damage on Frozen as those players on the other side of CT spawn try to do their damnedest to help out this defense. It's got to stand the test. We've seen it falter. This cannot be another one of those moments. Round 10 critical here. Eternal Fire fighting for anything in the half.
So good,
and Rain comes out cautiously late. Madger, though, will still pick off Brokey out towards middle, so it is man advantage and a massive health advantage to boot. You'd think Eternal Fire have this retake every day of the week.
There's still a smoke and a molly from Rain. So really timings here, everything for Eternal Fire. And that's just going to slow them down quite a lot. HP becomes less of a factor.
Xanterra's currently with the kit. Maybe there's another inside the bomb site, but maybe it won't matter. If they can just sweep away these 2 players down right beneath this window. Molotov's going platform, won't disrupt FaZe's post plant. This is sneaky from Frozen, but he's been found out. But time is critical, and he plays that clock to perfection.
Wow, incredible.
FaZe Clan hang on to that post plant with something like 30 health combined. A 2v3 comes through, and this near flawless T side keeps rolling.
Yeah, if you want to know what it takes to be a tier 1, you watch a round like this. You know, the fact that you can get the nade blown up behind, the smoke blown up behind you in mid B, Frozen can still set up his molly so that his teammate can come through the door and have 1 trade guaranteed, the other one guaranteed through the tunnels. That's because of Frozen's molly. Then their positioning is so atypical. They're both playing on the other side of default. One of them is not going to get spotted because you assume someone's ducking car, someone's K-sharp, or someone's big box.
Yep.
They did that on low HP, and then Frozen's reposition. It's beautiful.
It's the perfect round when you're playing versus, you know, variables like low health.
Oh, what a
You got to do
trade.
something a little different. And
How do
would
you
you
get that
expect
trade?
anything less from Elige, Launders? His time to kill right now is just so impressive. Oh, he comes back and gets a second one. Nicely done. Elise trying to deal with this tunnel pressure. Very adamant at the moment is Xantares, and now he'll have a chance to grab a better weapon in this 3v3 where suddenly cat control has gone the way of FaZe.
I can't believe that Elise trade. That was such a I'm in, I'm out, you know? Get that kill, avoid the chance to get refragged, and then... But Elise... He's wasting no milliseconds.
It's all about Major now.
Oh.
Frozen takes a bullet to the face, but still gets the entry. Woxic lucky to be alive right now, but disengages, pinched, however, by Rain. Perfect mid-round moments yet again. It is smooth sailing for FaZe as Brokey is just going to anchor back and guarantee this T-side gives up nothing more than the one round it did early on.
Like, it's hard to imagine that in the long run, FaZe's T-sides don't get better when you see things like this. The way that Elise can slot himself into positions where CT side, okay, that's where it maybe gets a little weird. How do you replace Rops when he's the best A main player on Anubis, the best ramp player in the world, the best, you know what I mean? Like, there are certain positions that CT side maybe those take more time, but T side, this is what we should expect. I mean, this is incredible.
It's such a cool new tool for Kerrigan to have at hand, and Elise stepping up to the plate on these T sides. You know, FaZe Clan with a hard entry, dude.
Because you could argue FaZe always had enough clutch, right? They already had Brokey.
Oh, yeah.
They have Frozen. They have enough.
It's what gave us all those FaZe classic matchups.
Yeah.
It's what gave us all the comebacks, all those, you know, nitty-gritty overtime wins. That was FaZe Clan. Well, now they don't need to really bank on it as often because you've got Elise just dominating starts of games.
Yeah.
It is a fun year to be a FaZe Clan fan.
Oh, no smoke for Rain here. Just got to be careful. But they got nothing.
Ooh, they got enough. Ooh, this weird collection of buys in the final round of the half. Looks like maybe Eternal Fire double that round count.
Yeah, well, this is the clutch of the team. Yeah. It would take a lot. I mean, Brokey would have to come back and check this.
With bomb, 2v5, he's toast.
Of course he comes back and checks it.
He hit it.
Yeah, he did
that shot, bro.
He did.
Oh my goodness.
And then Frozen got a kill too. Imagine.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda. But won't. Final round for Eternal Fire. It's a little cleanup there, a little sigh of relief. Oh God, at least it's over. You can take to the T side now if you are EF. But
that was a beatdown.
FaZe Clan looking hot-handed here on Dust 2.
I'm very happy to see that it was Elise was the gel in between every single attack. Like either getting the first kill or getting an instant refrag on the second, or getting very active.
I think that's the beauty of Alicia's depth is like you can put him as the tip of the spear. He's odds are going to get you an entry frag, or if you just need the trade, he's right there.
Yeah.
And to be honest, you know, if we go back to just like complexity, I think that's a team where when he was alive in late rounds, he could also post some of their better clutches as well. Like I don't doubt Elise in a clutch either, because I think he's got that game sense and he computes info really well. You know, he is, man, he is just a great package player.
He is definitely. He's like. Yeah, I would view him as like 2/3 Nico. You know, I'd say like the beginning and mid round where you expect to see him the most often. He's got this amazing impact. You're just not gonna see him alive that late with players like Brokey on your team. But definitely, would I trust him in a 1v1 with my life? Yeah,
of course. Yeah, I'd rather him in a 1v1 than myself.
Yeah.
So, you know, go ahead, take it. Keep my hands off a keyboard. Look at him go, though. Look at him go. If FaZe Clan win this pistol, put a bow on it, baby. Cautious about the suicide player. He's not wrong about that, and they give him a chance to depart. This is Eternal Fire, I think, after a bit of a whooping in the first half, realizing let's let FaZe make their play and see if we can punish a push. Very slow approach to mid and tunnels at the start of a critical pistol. But Elise isn't going to leave, bro. He's not going to let you have anything for free.
Oh, the flash timing was there.
While Elise goes down, Frozen lets it rip with dual Berettas. Woxic, He clears him out of middle, but it is still 3v2 FaZe Clan in round 13.
So you love to see a well-supported push. It wasn't just a leash coming up cat. It's a flash through the door, frozen with the refrags. And still a possible round here for Eternal Fire, make no mistake. They've got a lot of health, and they've got a lot of time. Oh, warning shot.
God, man.
And an expensive one.
You put Xanteras on 2 HP. Now Woxic's going to step forward in the second. Oh, Kerrigan. Sends Xanteras running in. If he had more than 2 health, maybe he'd have high hopes, but he needs to know the odds are low. Drive-by not going to happen.
Is mixing your shit right now.
Oh, my goodness. That's gross. 7 kills, and 2 of them are disgusting pistol frags.
Disgusting lad.
You absolutely take that. Kerrigan with as many frags as Xanteras right now. Brokey, a nice little controlled Beretta boost.
Canteras.
11-2. Total advantage. You know, changing up the Veto, pulling out a new map that this series has never seen. And then just banking on the individual level that everybody on the FaZe Clan brings. Dude, from top to bottom. Even Kerrigan sprinkling one in a pistol round to remind you the old dog still got it.
Unk got game. Well, there's a lot of unks in the server, actually.
That is true.
Brain, Kerrigan, Major, Xanteras. But this ain't bingo at the retirement home, folks. This is pickleball.
Ooh. Unleash disengaging. M4's keeping a bit of distance on that doorway. These MAC-10s want to get going. Smoke down CT could just let them attack that B ramp. It's another frag grenade for Kerrigan, but he's got the backs of players turned to him. Oh, Kobe! Major's found by the nade, and it is a shooting gallery for Elige as he comes out through that smoke. Perfect tethering, the window, distraction, the flank, the MP9 damage, the nade in on the kill. All players taking damage. It is FaZe Clan, baby. From start to finish, 12-2. 12-2, I tell you.
The best FaZe map so far.
God damn. And this, I think, is a little revenge for that first map back at Katowice, where, you know, we saw Eternal Fire absolutely smoke them on Anubis, 13-4, and Eternal Fire, ooh, the pride on that one. They felt so damn good, and they should, because winning that best of 3 was historic in the head-to-head. First Turkish core to step forth into the playoffs there.
Amazing.
It was a big moment, but, well, the thing with FaZe Clan, you beat them once, and then
means nothing, really.
They just.
That's like Vitality beating them all year, then losing at the majors.
And then the next time you meet them, they cock that arm all the way back, and it's a haymaker to the head here on Dust2, because the 13-2 looks likely, or does it? We got a little life left in the Turkish squad. A quick and sudden B hit comes at the cost of a lot of HP, and Xanteras maintains that lower tunnels control, so the fight ain't over yet, but it is still a long road to overtime.
It is, yeah. It's long, it's cobbly, it's up a hill, it's in the snow, and it's -30.
And when we're talking about a geriatric pack of players like we have tonight, you got to be careful on uneven ground.
Yeah.
You know, do they have their grippy shoes on?
Fresh tennis balls for their walkers. I have always one of those elevator stair chairs.
Elevator stair chairs.
It's like
like ride up the stairs
that's
thing.
on a rail.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I might get that one early.
Yeah, go for it. You know, a real sign of luxury, I think.
Yeah. And wisdom.
You know, sell enough T-shirts, you can buy it.
Only a few $100 T-shirts away.
Oh. Come on now, this is an AK in Kerrigan's hand because the pistol push top middle netted them this. even in a round like this, FaZe Clan are putting up fights.
It's a funny position, but it isn't one where Kerrigan has armor, so like...
Yeah, but don't need armor if you hit those headshots instantaneously.
It's got to be instant to the dome, Kerrigan.
Yeah, it's going to be. Watch this. No. That aim punch sends those bullets to the sky.
I was so down.
Good on Joda here to recover. 2 deaths against Eternal Fire in the 16th. 12-4. We will start to talk about overtime once they get to double digits. That is a massive ask of them. But Eternal Fire play this out round by round.
And a huge reason that Dust 2 has been so popular lately is just because of FaZe, like their matches.
Yeah.
Their matches and matchups.
God, it's such a welcomed map to like this elite pool. You know, like we're getting elite games of Dust 2, which is something I didn't think we would, bro.
No, because
I remember
we went 10 years of Dust 2 and it never happened.
Oh, dude, when it came back, when Dust 2 came into the pool before Train, I was upset. But I'm glad it came out when it did.
They ran away from this. They canceled even though there was no one in the site, and Frozen got a kill in mid. Oh, what happened?
A smoke coming down at the front was enough to deter them?
There was nobody in the site. Rain was playing retake. That would have been a nightmare for him. They even smoked the door, though, man. Oh, this actually just could have won the game for FaZe.
I think
they have all of mid now. They're going to go back into B, and now the CTs know about it.
I think after the schlacking that they've been through, they're a little nervous, Launders. They're a little timid when it comes to just following through. Because had you followed through earlier, that B site was yours. Prime for the taking, whether you know it or not. Now they're going to come through. They give Rain that chance to multi-frag. He's had an excellent map, 14-9. And as they go crossing this door, the pressure comes out from FaZe Clan. You've got Woxic down to less than half, and you've got 3 players knocking on this retake already. Woxic, though, he's able to kind of turn back Frozen quick before the retake commit truly comes through. Kerrigan's flank, it's all about the timing.
They're smoking it.
CTs throw that smoke out.
Just so he can walk through.
Yeah, it actually gives Kerrigan a chance. And as he emerges, the player in sight's going to find him. Madger holds the line, but still, 2 kills right out of what's left of FaZe, and this new map in this head-to-head pays off in dividends. FaZe Clan, a massive blowout, 13-4 over Eternal Fire to kick off this best of 3.
Yeah, 13-4 almost seems like putting it mildly, because that was an absolute beating. Can you guys think of any other adjectives you'd give that?
You know how you have the Turkish ice cream trick guy where he gives it ice cream and just takes it out of your hand, makes it touch it, right? Makes it almost taste it and just like keeps fooling around with you. Except here, it was Kerrigan saying, there's no touching, there's no having fun. You don't even get a smell of it. I'm just going to smash it into your face. And that's what we got in the Dust 2.
I'm not sure that guy's Turkish. I've seen it in Greece, in Spain.
But it is called Turkish ice cream trick. That's what it's called.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it is.
Interesting.
I could be wrong, but yeah.
That was a blowout, That was
blowout.
not a competitive game of Counter-Strike. I'm vaguely surprised. I think EF would have had more. I know FaZe picked us too.
And it's not like EF don't play the map.
No, it's not like they don't play the map. It's not like they don't know how to play the map. But this is kind of what I was hinting coming into the game, that I do feel that FaZe from tournament to tournament, game to game, will come in and look better and better and better. And given the sample size here at PGL is still very small for FaZe, it's too early to conclude anything, but this level of gameplay, this level of confidence, this level of aggression coming out of Elige, coming out of FaZe, coming out of all the members, that's exactly what you want to see. So they made EF look like the old version of EF that is not on par with FaZe, which technically isn't true as of right now. So it was a bit of a surprise that they were so dominant.
Yeah, I guess I expected just a little bit more of a fight here from the Eternal Fire way into the FaZe side of things, because as you're saying, Jacob, this is a team, both of these teams really haven't been tested here in Cluj yet. Like, this hasn't happened yet. I mean, we had FaZe play Saw, not even have to go down that road. Eternal Fire played Imperial Valkyries, wasn't much of a challenge for him there. I think, for all it's worth, FaZe just got the start in the series they wanted.
And absolutely. And also what I loved watching was, man, like if you remember like FaZe's T sides, and whenever they found success, you could see Kerrigan do a lot of work on the mid position by himself a lot of the times, trying to get a double kill, trying to go for the mid to be placed and whatnot. Difference now is he's got Elige, right? And Elige and him working together in tandem. Brokey as well, he's a player pointed out, and sure, just 11 kills, but he was finding all those impact kills. Everyone seemed ready to play, and that's good to see, because again, we were wondering which map FaZe were going to be going for, right? We thought Nuke is a possibility. possibility, but you know, and the fact that no matter how, if you look at the map pool, the Eternal Fire had the edge with Ancient being banned out and Anubis in the pocket. But Dust 2, they seem really prepared, and it can clearly be seen in the server.
I'm loving my life if I'm a leash, and I do it for one reason, you know, because he's getting the best possibilities of actually performing to the highest degree. Karrigan is willing to walk in front of a leash every single round. He's willing to sacrifice his own life for whoever his teammate is. We saw Karrigan do that with Rain. We've seen Karrigan do that throughout his entire career. Doesn't matter what team he's playing in, doesn't matter what position he's in, he's always willing to sacrifice himself for the next up in line, and that is Elise right now. So I think it's also, as much as I want to praise Elise for a great game of Counter-Strike, as we see his highlight package right here, he did have an awful lot of impact. The work condition for Elise as well within this FaZe Clan is also cut out for him. He's supposed to have a big impact. He's supposed to have a big output. And if he's not, that's because Elise is not performing well. So I do want to give him credit. He had a great game of Counter-Strike right here, an awful lot of impact, good T-side. But he's also getting a lot of help from Karrigan. You see it right here, Karrigan walking in first, dying, Elise getting the refrag. That's the way you want to see FaZe approach pretty much every single.
And the number of times we saw Karrigan just walk in blind through the smoke right there, knowing for a fact that Lee just right behind him, ready to trade. You know, if you're Karrigan, man, even if you die, even if you win maybe one of the 10 opening deals, as long as you make sure Elite gets that trade, cuts off the rotation from CT, and now you just have the one defender on the B bomb side. That's pretty much a round done and dusted for FaZe, right? So yeah, Karrigan and Elite are looking super good. In fact, the entire team looking very well drilled on Dust 2.
Yeah, which probably leads us into a little bit of that later first half experience. Round 10 kind of rings a bell, doesn't it, Jacob?
Yeah, it kind of rings a bell. It does feel like when you're winning a round like this, when you have Frozen turning up in this fashion, it doesn't matter what you do if you're EF, you just cannot get anything done. You see it right here. It is technically a 2v3. Time is running low. Frozen gets into a 1v2 scenario, gets the first couple of kills. All he has to do now is stay alive. EF retaking the B-bomb side. It is tough, but they never gave themselves a realistic chance of winning this round despite being, you know, a man up, because it took way too long to get in there. And we spoke about it, you know. You have Elise, you have Karrigan, you have Frozen chiming in. Broke, he had a couple of moments as well. This FaZe Clan lineup, I know people haven't really bought into it just yet because there's a lot of question marks to it. They didn't play well in Copenhagen. They played slightly better in Katowice, but make no mistake, at this tournament, maybe not to the full force, but come by the major in Austin, FaZe is still one of the favorites to go all the way into a semi-final, maybe even a grand final, because they have all the attributes, they have all the pieces in order to be a great team.
And it's all about, hold on, let me pause right here. Jacob, you put out a tweet, I think it was yesterday. Who did you say would be winning the entirety of Cluj-Napoca?
I mean, I think FaZe have a pretty good shot at doing it. And I think FaZe can win this tournament without playing at 100%, which speaks volume to where I think they'll be in a couple of months. Now, will FaZe win this tournament? Who knows? There's a lot of good teams, and there's a lot of teams at the same level right now, but I wouldn't be surprised. And that's, again, without FaZe playing at 100%, they still have the capacity to win a tournament like this, whereas you look towards EF, you look towards MOUZ, you look towards pretty much any other team here. They have to be playing at 100% to win. FaZe doesn't.
I can see that. For me, FaZe are the favorites. I won't lie. Even though, yes, the change has been very recent, but they are ramping up into it, and the lack of, you know, your lack of your spirited G2s and vitalities definitely makes things easier for FaZe. I think the only other couple of teams I would put in the running to getting the entire win would be MongolZ. If they pull it off, I think it's going to be massive for them. Obviously, no line of changes for them. It's just about trying to build on what they've done.
Even put EF in that category as well?
EF as well. I feel like they did have this jitters in the stage, and I think that is going to be a problem that they have to deal with. But guess which is the one team we know for a fact they just play even better on a stage?
FaZe Clan.
There we go.
That's crazy.
10 points for you, Trace.
Thanks, man. I'll put them in my pocket where I found that tweet I was looking for on you Jacob. It was actually MOUZ, I think, that you were claiming would run it deep here.
Yeah, I think MOUZ can
smoking.
No, I think MOUZ can run it deep, and I did it before the tournament, and so far I've been very impressed by MOUZ. You know, 2-2-0s, they're looking great.
Yeah, who they play?
It doesn't matter. You know, it doesn't matter. They're playing whoever's in front of them.
Gentlemen, let's bring it back here because Anubis. We go into this one, and it's for what it's worth, it's an Eternal Fire map pick. FaZe are going to start on the T side. That's where you want to start on Anubis, regardless. And being up this high in the series so far, why slow down now?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You get to start on the T side of Anubis, and you get to control the pace. You get to dictate. Again, look at Elise towards middle. He's going to be the pivotal point for FaZe in that attack. I'm curious to see the pacing coming out from FaZe Clan. You see how they line up right here. Again, Elise and Karrigan close to each other at the middle of the map. Now, are you going to play fast-paced Counter-Strike or slow-paced Counter-Strike? That's my big issue. Now, we see the positions right here, and it's interesting with Karrigan over there by himself. You think they've changed that coming into this tournament? Because it is a big of an issue.
I think that's going to 100% change. Because the last time these two teams played, and that's when Eternal Fire completely destroyed FaZe, because FaZe started on the CT side, right?
Yep.
Karrigan, listen, he can't play on that bomb side. I mean, he absolutely will be a liability. And the reason he's playing there is obviously because the Leech having more say on the CT side. It's been the rotation, mid position. I would love to see Frozen play there. I would love to see Frozen to play where Karrigan's playing and mix some things around, because if that's not going to be the case, that A bomb site is going to be open for business pretty much any single round for Eternal Fire.
I think you should take Rain and put him over there, and then Karrigan be
whoever, Frozen or Rain. I kind of like Rain and Dark though. I like the way he plays Be Connected, Dark, whatever you want to call it. I think Frozen, he's younger, he's more malleable, he's someone who can just fit into where he wants to work with. I think that change absolutely is going to be happening here, and I think that's going to be a bit of a surprise to Eternal Fire, if you ask me.
And as much as we talk about FaZe, and that's going to be interesting, we are talking EF, right? They are arguably one of the best teams, if not the best team in the world of Anubis. They've played it so many times already this season. They have a win record on it that is very, very good.
90% or something.
Yeah, that's the thing. Have lost once, this year so far. Even beat Spirit on the map. So as much as I want to say that FaZe are the favorites to win the series after Dust 2, I still think this specific map in isolation, Eternal Fire have shown to be the better team, and I think they will win Anubis and push it to a third.
Okay, yeah. So that was going to be my question for you. We go to Inferno. Let's just say that this is a wash in the opposite direction here. We go to Inferno. What happens then?
No, listen. I still feel FaZe could potentially 2-0 this, and there's a reason for this, right? Firstly, they're starting on the T side, and it's not. And there's a map. This is a map that they've taken a Vitality on, for example. It's not a map that they are strangers to, so to speak. Number one. Number two, the players seem way more warmed up than almost anyone else on the Eternal Fire side. If they get off to like a 9-3, I don't know, even an 8-4 score on its T side, win the piss in the CT, this could indeed be a 2-0. This is a real. There is a reality we don't go to Inferno, Trace.
There's a duel that's going to be super interesting, and I wanted to give it to the viewers out there to look out for it as well. You have Elise playing the mid portion of the map, and you have Santaris playing the mid portion of the map. Santaris is hyper aggressive the way he plays Anubis, especially on the CT side, willing to fight, getting flashes from teammates in towards middle. I've seen him being T-spawn 15 seconds into the round. Now he's going to go toe-to-toe versus Elise on this specific map of that. So if you're a viewer at home, make sure to look out for the duel between the two players on your screen right here, because Elise likes to be at the center of everything in towards middle, and Santaris, he likes to force the issue on the specific map of Anubis. So I bet you they'll have a lot of duels.
And also the way Elijah is playing on the CD side, he's playing towards double doors at mid position, as I pointed out. But here's the thing, Santaris wasn't going for this individual duels by himself. He had Woxic alongside, he had Major, he had Jota just using all the utility to make Elite feel so uncomfortable. To an extent, when Elise finally saw someone, he was down like 20-30 HP, basically just getting dunked on by all the utility, all the wall banging and whatnot. So I'm hoping that they have fixed a little bit of the mid and A position for FaZe, or else it should be easy for EF, at least on the T side.
Yeah, it could really just be that running it back the other way. Gentlemen, thank you very much. We will cut to a quick break so that we can get this show back on the road featuring Eternal Fire and FaZe, the PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
We're about to play Guess the Price, where our players have to see what weapon prices they can guess and if they know their knowledge when it comes to CS. Woxic, you ready for the challenge?
Yes.
That was a very hesitant yes.
Yes.
But we'll see how you can do. You've got 60 seconds to guess as many as you can correctly.
Okay.
And we're
so
gonna...
do I see also the answers, like
No.
A, B, C, D?
Oh, it's not that easy. No, it's tough, bro.
Okay.
But just if you don't know, guess fast, go for it. We'll see how many you can get done.
Okay.
All right, the timer is about to start, and your first weapon is the AUG.
3,100.
3,300.
I was about to say 300. Yeah.
MP5.
Oh my God, I'm never buying this. 1,400.
Oh, 500. SG1.
It must be a 5K.
Yes.
Yes.
UMP.
1,500.
1,200.
Oh my.
XM.
2002.
Oh, 2K.
Oh.
Bison.
1,400.
Correct.
Correct, yeah.
Zeus.
300.
200.
I mean, 200. It's too hard, man.
FAMAS, the new price.
I'm never buying this. I mean, it's not even my loadout. It's like 2-1.
195.
195.
Sawn-off.
2-2.
Oh, so close.
What?
And you're out of time. That wasn't that bad. You came close.
Yeah, but it was.
You're not happy, are you?
Yeah, I'm not happy. Like some of them is just with $50. Some of them is 100. Like the some weapons I never even see it in my.
You don't
game,
even use
like,
it. You
for
don't
a
even
long,
use
long
it.
time. Like.
Bro, I tell you, I would probably get 0 correct. So you did better than I did.
Yeah, I won. I think 2 or 3 of them.
Thank you very much for playing boxing.
Thank you.
Welcome back, folks. Anubis is up next, and, well, I hope you're enjoying the circus. Everybody's favorite clown, Launders.
Honk, honk.
What do you make of this next one, my dude?
Eternal Fire, it's their best map. They are super strong on Anubis.
Yep.
This is where everything you complimented them about, their reads and everything, this is where they get highlighted the most. But they did recently have their streak ended. It was 8 straight until they lost to the MongolZ at Katowice. Now, that was interesting because that was their playoff game, right?
Yes, sir.
That was a playoff game, so they're like, we know that Eternal Fire got nervous in that playoff match. Like, they did not play as well as they could have. Anubis was the first sign of that. So, barring that one loss, they have very strong wins, including destroying FaZe 13-4 last time they played. I'm not expecting what we saw in Dust 2, but I am expecting better than 13-4 for FaZe.
I would like to co-sign everything you've just said, if you will allow me to, good sir.
Thank you.
I'm thinking the same. Surely we don't get a back-to-back blowout against Eternal Fire. Surely. It'll start with the A pistol, very front-facing setup. And Woxic and Joda going to make mincemeat of the long A push. You thought this bomb site was yours for the taking. You thought you were going to find anything over. Oh, FaZe Clan. This is Eternal Fire. This is one of the best Anubis teams in the world. But they've given him a chance to leave with bomb. So here's Xantares off of the top of bridge. I thought that the analyst highlighting the Xantares to Elige mid-fights that we're going to see throughout this map, definitely deserving of a bit of attention before the head-to-head comes through. But it's going to need a Xantares that's playing better than he was back on Dust 2. That's for damn sure.
It's another one of Elige's one-to-one positions from Complexity, where he has talked a lot about playing Now, how to play mid, he's made a whole video about it. He's talked about some of the struggles of it. He's very good at lurking on it. So that's definitely a threat that they have to think about. But last time they dealt with it, they just dealt with it so well with Terrace.
Yep. Ooh, Brokey. I'm sorry, brother. You've gone the wrong direction in the fork in your path. You are going to be found out by this CT split. Low health for Woxic, so he could die. Could, but doesn't. Goes ahead and cleans this one up. It is an Eternal Fire CT pistol win, which is big, considering that Anubis is by far the most T-sided map in our current map pool, with a plus then 60% T-side round win percentage.
In Tier 1?
Yeah.
Oh. Or what's the scope of that stat?
I want to say 2025.
2025, okay. So like HLTV recorded matches.
Yep.
Wow, that's pretty significant. Yeah, it's still early, but yeah, I don't think anybody would be in disbelief to hear that. Anubis is a hard map to play on CT.
Ooh, Liege getting a P250 kill. That could open up a bomb plant, but the bomb's in the back. Will it matter? Frozen's actually going to make just that extra bit of space as we see these CTs sprinting in to try to deal with the retake. They can't do it fast enough. If not for Frozen's frag, then I don't think bomb gets planted, but thanks to him, 2 dead and a bit of extra money here for FaZe.
I once talked to FM Pone about map balance, and he said that he believed that people like when maps are CT favored. There's in general, it's more comfortable. And I think that if you have a map that's T favored, the one thing that gets a little awkward is that streaking on CT side becomes very important.
Right.
There's also more emphasis on pistol rounds, because if you have a map that's not T favored, you can still buy more often. So it's just more punishing for a map to be more T favored when the economy is already a little bit easier to manage on that side.
I just think from a gaming perspective as well, it's more fun to struggle as an attacker to surmount something, you know, to get over the hump than to just try to hang on for dear life as you get slaughtered.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's definitely some game theory in play there, but, well, gaming is Wicadia at the moment. A site seemingly closed yet again. First gun round for FaZe, and it's another 4 versus 5 for them to face off against. Liege is going to find some space open in middle. Xantera is not occupying it, but rather leaning back on the opposite side of camera. No rotator for mid just yet, but it also doesn't look like FaZe are playing with a pace where that'll... Oh, I take that back, actually.
I think this could be a problem for them.
Yeah, I thought maybe one of these CTs comes back, but instead they're going to try to carve some information to their favor on B.
I think they're overestimating how much their kill on Rain did, because Kerrigan's here walked up. Nope.
Nice. From Kerrigan.
Now they just got to go.
Xantera's, he's got the coverage. He's going to hear this stampede coming down from camera. Nice headshot on a Liege. Looking a little sharper than he did on Dust 2. Double kill in sight is the exact recipe for success. Xantera holds the line.
Okay, I mean, it's not 1v3, but it is. You know what I mean? Like, they weren't looking at anybody else. They had good information on him, and that's 4 players that he got, right? He got Kerrigan off the trade. That was beautiful, man. That's what we didn't get on Dust 2 for some reason.
It's actually a 1 versus 4 inside this bomb site. You're correct.
Wow.
Really nice work of the donut cover, or excuse me, the cake cover. Wrong dessert. Wrong pudding, as the British would say.
They got that messed up.
Yeah. That's back-to-back days. We've kind of talked a little smack about Freya.
It's my favorite thing to do. Her and Hugo for some reason.
Yeah, it's just, you know, one and the same. Ooh, flash through. Wicadia going to eat that one, but so be it. Right into the cover of Fountain. Flash in front of him to set up a multi-frag, but now he needs another nade. And he can hang on for dear life. I made it sound like he was in a precarious place, but it's all good for him. So disengagement from FaZe Clan. Gonna try to run this bomb at B once more. Madger extends out long, comes back as he hears Frozen emerging out from dark. And as he jumps up onto the plat here, it's all about the long player. He's gonna find Kerrigan in the open. So no bomb plant, no extra money, no frag this time around. What? Are we back on Dust 2?
I know.
This is FaZe winning Dust 2, but now just switch the nameplates.
It's wild. so much of this game actually is the maps, you know, not even the quality of the team or how good the players are. It really does come down to the comfort of the map. Now, it's not that FaZe don't play Anubis. It's nothing like that. But it does highlight how good Eternal Fire and how comfortable they are on this map that you can suddenly get a performance like this from Xanteris, where he just shook off Dust 2, like he didn't miss any shots.
I think with the Anubis map, though, you know, FaZe Clan definitely come in with expectations.
Ooh, nice shot.
You'd be a fool not to think that this map gets picked if you leave it open. I wonder, and we'll find out post-game
You have to.
Did Eternal Fire ever anticipate Dust 2? Because it was the third map in the Kato matchup, but we just didn't get there.
I think they would have.
Right?
I think if they were watching what we were watching, that was FaZe a little bit not as good on Nuke as they thought.
Ooh, Kerrigan knows he's ahead of their expectations. He's ahead of the expectations, and he gets the kill. That's exactly what's asked of Kerrigan here to get back that 4v4 in hand for FaZe. Woxic behind Pillar on B. Holds on the Obelisk. Molly's off Dark. And that changes the tempo and timing of things, so they're actually going to double back towards long. Bomb's still top of stairs. That'll have to be picked up at some point. And Wakadia doesn't like just the thought of being out here on his own. You fall on long with no rotation nearby. It's a dire place to be. So now with the utility coming over top through the windows, he's going to try to do his best Xanteris impression. It's going to be a multi-frag demanded of him, but he's actually leaving. He doesn't think this is A at all. Ooh, bad read. Ugh.
Coming back to clear out mid. I mean, can he hold B by himself is the other question. And now that he's out of it, we'll really see what their plan is. But there's no smoke in camera. And they're just letting him walk back in.
What? Fast step.
What?
Okay, bomb gets scooped up. That can be planted. Madger trying to hold off on bridge, so looks like FaZe are fine. Looks like. But we still have two players, you know, kind of knocking on the brink of this bomb site.
Frozen's in the perfect spot, though, because he can drop out, play in main, or just slow lurk mid if they don't come clear him.
Xanteris trying to go hunting on the players with sight, but Kerrigan locked into Pillar. Rain now going to be exposed to those guys along the wall. It's a fast one from Xanteris. Frozen starts to activate on camera, but do they have a smoke for bomb?
Oh,
no,
that's
they don't.
The shot.
They can't cover it. And this perfect positioning from Kerrigan's going to catch off Xanteris. Now the Opera's stuck, and they're going to clear the board of the Eternal Fire players. The first round win for FaZe is found.
It's a messy one, Connor. That was a little weird from both parties when it came to Wakadia walking back into camera because no one mollied, smoked it, or flashed it.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can just walk back in, then just kill the guy who's planting the bomb in what appeared to be an open site, and then two more players walk in. And Rain gets caught off in heaven. There was a lot of ways for FaZe to lose that. I think they just gotta be grateful that they didn't. But it's and because of the weird sort of moments here for Eternal Fire, they don't have tons of money saved after these first 4 rounds.
It's almost like FaZe didn't expect them to even kind of contend for it.
Yeah. Respect us.
How dare you try to take this bomb site back?
Sometimes no utility is its own utility.
Whoa, man. No nades is nades. That's my Maui snake impression.
Your Cali boy impression.
Ooh, Kerrigan's gonna eat that bad boy. Down to 40 HP. But he remains silent in the corner outside Dark. Bit of floating going on in middle here with Xanteris over towards the temple, but now he's looking to come join up on B site. Madger confirming there is a bit of presence, a bit too much presence for his liking. That's going to keep Xanteris a little closer, but still concerned about mid. Rain tries to beat his chest a bit on the other half of the map, and Xanteris has seen enough. In with the helping hand, and damn well worth it. Oh, Rain's just gonna get the side of Wacadia's head blasted off, but bombs dropped outside long B, so 15 seconds. They've got to commit to B if they had a chance, but it doesn't seem they do. Xanteris multi-frag moment as Eternal Fire go up 5-1.
There's the Xanteris that loves playing against FaZe. 11-2 to kick it off, 6 rounds deep. And we've seen him on mid, we've seen him on A, we've seen him on B. I'm gonna use my favorite word, Connor. Pervasive. That's what Zentaris is.
Pervasive. It's not the same as perverted, is it?
The most perverted thing I've seen Zentaris do was have himself as his phone background. As his lock screen.
Yeah, that's a little weird. But hey. If I had aim like that,
I'd be staring at myself.
Yep. God damn, I'm sick with it. Zentaris 5,000. 11-2. That is what you sign up for when you tune in for an Eternal Fire game. Zentaris at the top of the charts. Little halvesies here for FaZe Clan. Tech-9s across the board. And enough utility to make a bomb site awkward. But it is yet again the Zentaris lean-in temple on B site. So you've got the Terminator right where you want him.
Man, giving up Dark, this should be a way to lose. The only thing that's in favor of Fate or in Eternal Fire is the guns.
Right behind Obelisk, stand 2. One side of it falters. You still got the back player, but ooh, Joda needed more. A player with a kill apiece, but that is still good footing for FaZe on site. Fast moves from Wigadia. What? Wild spray as he just shaves off 2 players from the site and puts Frozen into the clutch here. Fighting tooth and nail to get these rounds are FaZe Clan, and he gets smoked off. Drops that incendiary on bomb, but it'll burn out with still enough time for the defuse. Kit is on both of the CTs. And he's desperate to line this up, but he's not gonna find it. Defuse comes through, a knife is out. Now that's not gonna happen, but it's still a round to the board for Eternal Fire.
That was a close call. Like defending his teammate on the bomb from that position was definitely not the best. I feel like the best way to do it. Would have caught the jump though, so if anything. But all right, man, Wacadia's play, jumping out through Temple. Woo! That's what that is. Now that's why that round, that's why that was possible for FaZe to win that round, is because you have 2 players playing back default, one guy committed, and then with a full exec coming in, that's a recipe for the CTs to lose hold on the B side. It really did take a play from Wigadia to bring that back into their favor. Sometimes you have to do that on CT Anubis.
Sure.
I'll put it that way.
Oh,
wow.
Yes.
Wow. He just looks extra fast today.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's been powering up in this FaZe Clan jersey.
I think he's been drinking stem cells, getting younger. I like to mix them in with my mushrooms.
Oh, Brokey finds timing to get ahead of that smoke. That's a sight to take over. Mad you're not ready for that kind of timing. Again, we've got deep footing for FaZe. Rain in the corner awaits Wigadia.
This is an Austin CS angle.
Ooh. Checks it. That's gross.
Turns into a pimp play.
Yeah. Nice trick, guys. Frag comes down through dark. Now man advantage for Eternal Fire. Can they retake again? Because honestly, they are racking up rounds off these retakes. And Frozen awaits the dark fight. There it is. Quick headshot to Wigadia. Ooh, a second from Frozen. Nicely done from Frozen and Brokey to hang on to the B site. They will not lose it twice. Not back to back. Nay, nay. Eternal Fire up 6-2.
That round had it all for a default when it came to the first kill from Elige all the way down to the post plant at the end. Bam. Rain's a little action. Yeah. It was a nice effort holding on to this. And they make it kind of expensive here for FaZe. But FaZe are looking at it as half like, this is a disaster. We're just trying to pick up table scraps right now. Woxic could make it worse. Oh,
that's cool.
Away. Wow. It's the WS strafe away. Very nice.
That was actually a traditional Turkish dance.
Just belly danced out of there.
Yeah, it's called a Woxic.
Where'd the nade go?
I don't know.
What?
Somebody headbutted it again.
Brokey's iron forehead. Oh, A-site looks prime for now, but CTs are going to be coming in soon.
And this op is floated all around the map, just trying to get something going.
FaZe can smell it though, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're just sending this as a fake. Said, Rain, go eat up some eco kills right here. Okay, or just get assassinated. Quietly.
Unfortunately for Eternal Fire, you can take that kill, you can steal his AK-47, they'll take your B-bomb site, and that, I think, is a well worth it trade here for the FaZe Clan. Slowly but surely cracking through this difficult CT side. You know, Eternal Fire are always going to put forth their best foot on Anubis. That's what we've come to expect from them. Barring the Mongols' playoff loss.
Yeah, they've kind of put themselves in the MOUZ bucket a little bit, huh?
The MOUZ bucket?
Of dropping off in playoffs until further notice.
Oh.
It's one of those things that it's always going to be a small sample size because you don't get to play that many playoff games in a year, especially if you're just on the just on the cusp of Tier 1 or in Tier 1.
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, in those few moments, we do get to decide if you're nervous or not.
My favorite thing right now about 2025 so far is that we actually have Eternal Fire and Mongols kind of doing it simultaneously, right? Like, MOUZ was that team that started breaking through into playoffs regularly in like 23 to 24. You know, we were always kind of hyping them up to maybe lift a trophy, and some smaller events they did win. But right now, we've got two of those contenders stepping into the Coliseum at the same time.
Yeah.
And that's why that head-to-head specifically in Kato is so awesome.
Yeah.
Because one of them was going to get a chance to step forward.
And Mongols got nervous at Shanghai. You saw that Senzu performance in their quarter versus MOUZ.
Very true.
That was a good moment for MOUZ, though,
Great flashbang with Cadia. Sets himself up with the backboard flash.
It's been so solid on A.
And that's a 5v4 to Eternal Fire. Sometimes Madger is just so confident outer B is clear. So he makes sure that he takes it early on here in round 10. We are getting to the final moments of the first half, but he's not slowing down with his tempo. Tough place now for Woxic here. Has to put out the fire. Kerrigan on the entry. Elige also killed Xantares out mid. This is a very fast split suddenly. Missed shot. They know he's in there. The fact Elige kills Xantares in this really puts a dampen on this A hold.
Woxic's primary support, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you know, FaZe have somewhat made a comeback happen. I think it's still somewhat meaningless without at least one more round, but
I think this is a great one for FaZe to celebrate, just because not only were you at the 4v5 disadvantage, but we saw Madger go and get the information, confirming odds are, boys, it's coming A. That wasn't an A-site defense that's caught with timing. That's an A-site defense that's well prepared, on high alert, and still just with conviction, we get that Kerrigan and Elige simultaneous entry. Because for a guy who you just have to entry frag a little bit more in Kerrigan, it's nice that you can kind of let Elige do it at the same time and still bank on Kerrigan having a trade frag potential.
The problem is, though...
What's the problem?
You switch over to CT side. You had maybe one of the best, if not the best, A-main player in the world, Rops.
Yes.
And now you've got Kerrigan.
Well, when you put it that way.
Yeah, I think that part, like this second half of this map, that's where we can see the worst side of this exchange.
And that's not you being mean to Kerrigan. That is, if you watched the last Anubis between these two teams, like, that was the glaringly weak point of the CT side.
Even if you took Rain and Kerrigan and Anubis didn't exist yet, and you had one of them solo a site, like, who would you rather have? Like, Rops is just a better player. So, like, by a huge margin, right? Just statistically by a huge margin. And the other player they're trying to convince us should be that anchor is Rain. But... And, like, the argument is, well, he was an anchor once upon a time in history. It just, yeah,
but
it was a long time ago.
Apex was an entry fragger, too.
Yeah.
Pimp was a player.
Pimp was a player.
You know?
I mean, Apex becoming an IGL is that argument, but that took many years.
Sure, yeah.
That took many years.
Yeah. No, you'd think it would be Frozen, not Rain.
Yeah, Frozen, man. Like, he would just be better. He would. He'd be better on A. We'll see if they ever change that.
Leash finds another kill out middle. That's Woxic dead. That's a usual A-site defender. And obviously we're talking about a round with limitations here. Joda and Xantares with the M4s, Madger with the MP9. Kerrigan with a dirty little angle, but Xantares is going to find him out. And with that, it now banks on Brokey holding the line out mid.
Yeah, Joda makes this weird, because he's still alive in E-box. Oh, that patience.
Fourth. But the bomb's still sitting outside B. It's just that Joda gets peeled back because of that kill in mid.
He's still thinking it could be A.
That is the perfect frag to find if you are Brokey. It sets up the bomb to push out main perfectly. An additional safety protocol and putting the smoke on, but oh, Joda.
He's like, oh no!
Right? I can save this! And instead steers the ship into the wall. That is going to be bombed down for FaZe, and definitely now making something of this T side. This is
not bad.
4 rounds in a row after being down 6-1.
Some good mid-rounding.
4 in a row. 4 rounds in a row. All the ducks in a row on the pond. I said it like it was over. I said it like it was over. And it's over.
You're right, man. You're the Oracle.
I am the corn dog after all.
I don't think there's any shame in Turtle Fire letting this half slip a little bit. FaZe have definitely played very well in these last few, especially with kills like this. You know, Elige getting his one tap insta on Xantares. That was such a win condition compared to the last time they played. And he himself, at least individually, has definitely made that look really good. Frozen's also just having a fantastic series in general. Very many highlights for him on Dust 2. But one final chance.
Out mid again, huh? Lee's really been...
He just gets faster and faster on this lurk if you give him more and more space. And
definitely kind of carving out a place throughout this T side for himself. And, ooh, Woxic's going to be ready for that one. Brokey steps forward into the scope and dies. But
doesn't get mollied.
Of course, we've still got a Liege out there
look
floating
at this CT molly, bro.
Oh, look at that CT flashbang. You know what I'm saying? All's good. Sneaky little pathing there from Kerrigan, but things go south on B. Maybe that just means we get this commitment. That's going to scare the hell out of Acadia. Bullets whizzing by him. They go both ways.
That's the pressure that Rain puts on behind smokes on these T sides, like where he's upper B on Dust 2 and stuff. That's so good. Even just getting a player back into a spot where now he's calling for a teammate to come and support him helps make the other site a little bit easier to take.
And bullets are free. And he wasn't far off killing that player. Oh, what could have been. But final attempt for the FaZe Clan T side. 3v5, Madger baiting inside the corner, but it's good. All good. Waits perfectly, and Xantares comes swinging for the support. So they will maintain that lead. In fact, they'll grow it ever so slightly. 7 CT round wins led by Xantares and Joda. And that is, I would say, par for the course for an Eternal Fire squad that love a little T-side Anubis.
I'm freaking excited to see what happens now in the second half, because I really can't see FaZe closing it out, but seeing their improvements on Dust 2, seeing their improvements day over day with Elige coming into the team, I just want to see how it evolves. I'm really like betting on the fact that Kerrigan can integrate a new player into the lineup, but I am also not going to minimize how difficult it actually is to replace someone like Rops with Elige on CT side. So let's see what they've figured out. And what we saw last time they played Anubis was a lot of Brokey helping out Kerrigan with his op, but their setups were just totally discombobulated. They did not support each other. It ended up 2 players in the back of default in the A site on top of each other with camera splits coming in, and it was just a mess. They had no control. They weren't brave enough to be able to push A main ever, and that's something that Robs could consistently get away with. So we'll see. I think Eternal Fire have the game plan, and right now they have the form to be able to very easily win here on this T side. So,
you know, for the record and context, just a week ago, 11-1 T side for Eternal Fire on Anubis versus FaZe.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So let's just be reminded of how much of a blowout that really was and how much it could be again. But Kerrigan's going to start this round in another spot. Frozen trying to hang on for dear life with the double, and already the players fast enough to respond. I mean, all these fights go down on the B site. Rain's going to have to try his hand at a 1 versus 3 in the pistol. But they've got cover as Joda holds that line, so unable to cross to stop the bomb plant. Now everybody's ready to swing as Rain will emerge from Temple. No kill for Rain in the 1v3. That's Eternal Fire right back to winning ways. And it's a dire place now for FaZe Clan.
It is, yeah. This is now... No, we'll still get to see some rifle rounds at the very minimum.
And whether they change it up. You know, Kerrigan's in dark this round, but it's pistol.
It's pistol, yeah.
Will he be on A in the first gun round? That's at least a question we'll get answered here tonight.
Yeah.
Well, this afternoon.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
4:27 p.m. in Bucharest, Romania.
Xanterra's 5,000 initializing.
AKA X5000. You like that? X5000?
Oh, it's the first letter of his name. X, yeah. True.
Trying to help out mid as needed, but mid doesn't need help because Xanterra's tearing him apart. Nothing, huh? Hate to break it to you, Frozen. You're done. Woo. Nice little third frag for Xanterra. And as you'd expect, that one gets torn to pieces. So 9-5. It's all about the first gun round, and the FaZe comeback machine could maybe get online.
I think I saw Robin behind them somewhere today.
In the huddle in front of the PCs before the game went.
It was, right?
You said, is that Robin? I looked at the screen. I didn't see Robin, but I also looked too late. So I can't confirm nor deny, Launders. I'm sorry, you're on your own.
I'll have to find him in the building.
Where's Eddie at? You know, that's what I'm asking.
Oh, they have substitute managers now?
They could. First gun round, and we go 3 players for FaZe inside this B site. Kerrigan included. That is Rain over on A. Ooh,
oh,
beautiful.
Got it too. What the hell?
That last bullet fade away from Frozen for the multi-frag. They do still lose Kerrigan as he's flushed into the open by that Molotov at his feet, but it's very quickly reinforced. We've got basically all of FaZe ready to rock on this B site, and Eternal Fire have got nowhere else to go, so why not just keep shooting shots through smoke? Shoot your shots, folks.
Yeah, I think the CTs in this spot need to like cool it down because they got everything they wanted to out of them before they had let them into the site. Now they smoked it.
Joda could see over that.
Yeah, but everyone knows you could see over this. There's a little bit of a hump there. He just missed 2 guys sneaking in. Now, the classic thing for Madger to call would just be to go back to the B site, right? Eventually in some new way. Is this the way to do it? And are they going to walk?
They could take it through Temple.
They wouldn't do that with Joda lurking unless he actually activates.
They walk it through Temple, dude. They walk this through Temple. They're going to find both those players eventually exposed on plat.
Yeah.
That's not the greatest corner for a Temple wrap. And right now, they're both looking over towards long.
Nobody's watching.
No, they're not. And you get the Frozen kill. Now, you know, it'd be a reason to be concerned. Oh, my God. They don't even need the wrap. They just go straight into the Joda double. And Eternal Fire, 3v3, slow milk it like a heifer. And they walk that bomb into B.
Yeah, a lot had to do with Rain as the guy rotating over to the A side. If he hears or sees anything, that can affect the decision, but the call is perfect for Eternal Fire. I'm a little bit surprised that there's that timing mentally for FaZe doesn't open up at all, but I guess as they're watching Rain go by, like Rain doesn't ever have vision on middle, right? So like there was always a chance that happened.
It's just how much they had written off the possibility that surprises me.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
You know. And Rain's good.
But even that is Joda getting both kills. They had 3 players coming in. Lots of opportunities to trade. So it's well played from Joda. Great call from MIBR. Great organization. And, I mean, they used that clock very effectively. They had to walk the whole way. That was the maximum amount. That was like the biggest rotation they possibly could make. But they did the math. And they got that bomb planted in time. I think this is a round that was 4v5 after Frozen got his kill. Then it was 3v4 after they got even more. And then FaZe sort of refused to put the brakes on. They just kept sort of taking these fights versus main. It was interesting because you'd see, I guess, a T team normally fall back entirely or commit through the smoke and just try to trade out in the site. But instead, Eternal Fire just took all their fights from B main. And that actually worked out pretty well. Kind of like that.
Quick pathing from Santeras out through middle will find 0 resistance. And this follow-through utility already coming down for him to just continue to take space. He's well supported on the approach. Got a teammate behind him by the doorway. And where will Santeras sink his teeth into?
Oh, they just don't clear this, do they? But they maybe didn't hear the smoke. We'll see it.
Gonna try to flash out B. FaZe feeling squeezed at the moment. Ooh, well done. That flash finds Joda blind. Santeras turns back. He's gonna catch Brokey off guard because he wasn't prepared for this peek. And now we've got Rain still inside A site. Alicia's pistol inbound. 5-7 finds the head turned.
Oh, no, you can't miss
and
that.
Rain may fall in heaven. But interestingly, Wicadia's got a smoke to now play behind, so that guarantees the bomb plant. A well-timed pistol peek from Elige, his 5th and 6th frags of this map, as it's been a rough go of it, but Wicadia's gonna go clear flank, find Frozen, ready and prepared, and FaZe Clan pull it off with a single M4 and MP9 thanks to timing from Elige.
It was a little bit of timing from Elige. But you got to make hay with the sun shines. And in this round, you've got 5-7s. They had just a single flashbang over on B. They used that at the perfect moment. So a couple of small key tactics on good timings allows FaZe to have a chance to show us some rifle work here in this half. Otherwise, it would have been 2 steps to a total stomp.
And a missed op shot that allows Elige to get that second one too.
Six, 17.
What are you trying to summon?
I just have a stutter.
Oh, the kills on FaZe, I see.
All right, boys, same play, but different. And there's less CTs as well.
Yeah, Frozen just finished the reload. We've already got Wicadia in through that corner smoke. Oh, it's being held well. Frozen tries to re-rack. Smoke down in front of him. MIBR's got the bomb plant. That is uncontested. Retake on with man advantage made easier with the Frozen follow-up. So everybody else might be a little dry in the kill counts, but Frozen trying to keep this up. MIBR doubles back. Getting a kill to Dark is key, but now this climb up to the platform, I mean, they're going to find him walking through. He tries to get active. Poor Santeras is having to work with this MAC-10. You know, the only player with more frags than Frozen at the moment, but he's not really equipped for this degree of a clutch.
Time's ticking.
MAC-10 betrays him. Elige comes out, gets the better of him in back-to-back rounds, and that is Frozen, who hangs on to a B site that was suddenly under attack by Eternal Fire. So 7-10, and this CT side has legs to stand on.
Hardest part of this map right now is finding the solution is holding B from positions like Frozen was in. If your anchor can get kills like that over there, then Yeah, I mean, I want to see Frozen playing the A site right now. Feels like he could hold down both by himself. But that's why you normally overstaff the B site, because the splits are just really, really difficult. But yeah, it's been a masterclass from him so far on this map, in this series, honestly. Again, many quality rounds. 1 kill behind Xantares.
Fun little neck and neck race we have going on between the two.
Lee's pushing a main. Interesting.
Mid-fight's key, though.
Uh-oh.
That's Xantares catching Rain, and then suddenly Elige has to peel back from that long A, and they're creeping a player out in just a moment. He gets nothing for his efforts. And we've got Eternal Fire just knocking down the door in this A site. Bomb plant looking good. And I mean, their pressure on these bomb sites, it feels like they can just go 0 to 100 on either site. And they do it convincing. The util's all there. Even when Xantares walks out mid and gets into that corner, you know, by the time he's even getting to the door, the nades have already landed. And I think that's really a testament to how good of an Anubis team Eternal Fire are.
That's a nice low telegraph executes. By the time the first flash pops, you've already got someone jumping out jail, crossing the site.
It's just one nice fluid movement from the entry to the bomb plant to the follow through. Who dies? Anybody want a piece of Kerrigan? Doesn't look like it. So 3 members of FaZe hang on to their guns, but Eternal Fire 2 rounds away from a map 2 win.
Also, the entry pathing is something that's really important, and I think it's Madru who flies across heaven, and Elige is trying to hold this off angle for everyone coming out of camera, and as soon as he has to flick up to Madru, his round is over. That's really important, that you don't just line up for someone like that, and to not get too fixated on just like, just crossing the site however you can get there. Just making sure to clear out all your positions perfectly. But I think we're seeing Rain playing. I don't know. Rain's rotating a little bit, but it just depends. Because like we have Brokey and Elige will either work together on mid, or Brokey will take Elige's spot in mid, and then like on that round he can play on the A site. We need more data to know what they're going to do most often. This rifle round should give us a good idea of who's going to be playing where. Yeah, it looks like they're making Rain the anchor.
Okay. Well-timed flash. Elige sets himself up. There's been some criticisms floating around with Elige, with like kind of biting off more than he can chew.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that's just kind of like a remnants of time on complexity, where he had to do everything.
Yeah, actually, Maui brought up a good criticism of him when he was playing on complexity, that even on that team, he was trying to do a bit too much.
Okay.
That he would be the only guy capable of getting 2 kills, but then sometimes would still try to go for 3. When they still just needed him to stay alive so that they don't get 2v4'd in the end, you know?
Nicely done, though. That flash blinds the player behind. He's still thinking about it. It's a good peek out from Wicadia, but Elige knew that flashbang, if anybody was behind that box, blinded him, so he goes right into the attack on the back line. That's a great util setup. God, Brokey doesn't pull the trigger instantly. Didn't want to kill Kerrigan. Now he'll try to trade back. Wicadia on the other end of this doorway gives a chance for Brokey to depart.
Yeah.
And now he's on a comfortable angle with the op, so it feels like Brokey got off better because of the hesitations there from Eternal Fire.
Yeah, they messed up the micro a little bit. They were really worried about catching a flank at the same time and hoping that could open up the A site. Now it turns back to Rain, who Rain just hasn't had a great game, and this will be a good moment for him. Sort of an easier situation, if you will, to try to get his 1 kill. Let's see if he can get away with it.
Refuses to get caught by that walkout from camera.
There it is.
Clean headshot to Joda. Confirmation Wicadia is here. Shaved down HP-wise from the camera play. Blinded. Ooh, no time. Frozen keeps the pressure up. Brokey was flanking if needed, and that is FaZe to close this distance. Only 3 rounds the difference at 8-11.
Yeah.
The fact that that was a one-off round win from Eternal Fire means they've got money for the next round, but it will come with limitations. And if they do invest, as they are right now, I can confirm, well, they're on the other side of a save if they lose this next one.
Yeah, I mean, they're, like, think about it. They won that with less gun. They didn't fully invest on the round they won, right?
Correct.
So, yeah, it's the only reason they even have a tempo right now.
So 2 pistols on this as Eternal Fire try to fight for that 12th. And if not, I think it's, I would almost say FaZe confirmed double digits. So definitely, as you alluded to before this map started, man, it's a marked improvement from FaZe, specifically on Anubis. And this is a FaZe clan that has lost both pistols, allowed Eternal Fire to convert both of them for 4 and 3 rounds at the start of each half, and yet still remain competitive on a map they got completely blown out of the water in. Signs of life from the FaZe clan. Katie is not working alone here. Joda's jumping around. Could very well have been heard, so we'll see what Broky's worried about. Oh, but they burst out and Rain drops the ball. Broky gets into cover, and that could certainly help. Elige able to hang on to the mid play, confirms that Joda's out there, tries to go back in, and that's what costs him. Now no mid control, means Kerrigan can't help Broky. Wikadia's got the bomb plant, and Madger exposed Broky, but still, turned on by Madger. And Eternal Fire fight tooth and nail to confirm that 12th round.
That could have been a 2v2. Madger, what a shot, what an adjustment, and what a 2K. And another masterful, clean, instant entry into the site.
That is a nasty 90-degree snap out of Madger. And you said it kind of in the last round, you know, Rain unfortunately not having the best game. This time doesn't offer any kind of a hold. Yeah. Watch this. Boom! Well, actually 45-degree. Wikadia gets the timing on it too. So 4 map points for Eternal Fire to extend this series. And it looks like they don't want to waste any time in it as Woxic takes a deep peek into the B site. What's he going to find back there? Nothing at the moment. Kerrigan, reveals his position. Frozen hanging on.
Wow.
Well done. 250 damage out of Frozen alone. Woxic spots that closest rotate. Elige, what can you do before your teammates get here? Do you try to make a play? He gets flashed through, finds the long frag, then emerges Rain, and the retake's good. FaZe Clan not done yet.
Ooh, they definitely brought the fire for this round. That was nice from Frozen once again here to get that hold, all the damage, and it's not in vain. And again, it has to get a little scrappy once the bomb gets planted, but Alicia's ready, calls for the flash, hits the timing, gets his kill, and they keep themselves alive. This doesn't feel like a game that, it doesn't feel like one of those games that's going to OT based on the way that Eternal Fire are playing, but I felt that way before. And then we played 23 more rounds.
Awesome tempo to that retake, dude. FaZe, you know, it's like, if we're going to stage a fight, we're going to do it on our terms.
Yeah.
Screw a smoke grenade, let's get it. Do or die in that moment, and they deliver. And I had mentioned that wobbly economy in the previous round. Well, Eternal Fire here clearly limited. We've got a Glock out on the field for Madger, but, you know, with Xanterra's having the game he's having, yeah, I get it. Put an AK in his hands.
This is kind of, you know, Rain lost to this already. It's got to be sharp.
No frag to open this smoke.
And if I'm not mistaken, this is his first time fully anchoring on this site.
Flash doesn't quite find him. Oh, he only gets the one. Luckily, Broky's close enough to try to get the multi-frag. Util coming down in front of him. And they don't have enough tools to really get him out. Oh, Joda hits Elige. And then Broky returns the favor. Woxic trying to get a little glimpse of what's going on Fountain. And he ends up putting his head right into that scope.
Now, this is where Madger has to work. We've seen the really great mid-rounds and 2v3s with lots of time left over. He came up with an extraordinary play over towards the B site much earlier on. But FaZe are the team who are a bit more insecure with their new positions and chemistry on this map. However, it's the old core left over. And Kerrigan finds Madger. It is a masterful gambit to try to split A back through mid. All right, 10 rounds FaZe have got there. And even though there are CT disadvantages, and even though there's a little bit of discomfort here and there, it's only a 2-round game. And EF do not look super excited.
Yeah, it's because it's not quite that 13-4 blowout that they tasted not long ago.
Yeah, not up a map either.
They've been...
It was 2-0 last time for Eternal Fire.
Thing is, you beat FaZe Clan for the first time ever in a head-to-head that had been completely lopsided. Well, they're going to come back with a little more bite in their next chance. A FaZe Clan that's looking to prove they can get a strong piece of North American Counter-Strike integrated and online. And it's Elish staying afloat, not struggling worse than some of his teammates. Still, Frozen would like another set of helping hands. And, well, here's another half buy. So we could very well be looking at 24 rounds of play unless
you miss a shot like that.
Mac 10s and a Tech 9 swing out bridge. And Brokey made to look like a fool. But Frozen has been playing lights out, and he gets off the bomb site. What do you think of this?
You can go unnoticed, but will you not? Oh, he shoots right away. Bomb goes down in his vision. Joda next up.
Galil wins the duel over top of the M4. Now suddenly you've got a second rifle to put in the hands of Eternal Fire, and nobody's going to be able to stop that one. We get this position from Kerrigan over on Jail. There are enough smoke grenades as well to blanket off some of the rotation positions in this site, so that's why Elish is going to actually play up against the wall.
They're just going to come in for this, aren't they?
Yeah, locks in, plays close pillar. I mean, you know, Tech 9s and Mac 10s this close to the CTs. They could still clear this defense off the board. Flash at Kerrigan's feet. Oh! But Elish able to get the 2 headshots. That's something. Something to put Rain into a doable clutch.
He's close by.
Rifles in the hands of the T's. Rain's going to connect into Woxic first. Joda right there behind Pillar. A frag grenade to soften him up. No, it misses. Bounces back at Rain. And as he approaches, he's on high alert. But Joda connects. A triple kill for Joda. 20 frags to his name. And Eternal Fire tie this series 1 apiece.
Yeah, we do have a ball game after all. All things considered, it was a very one-sided affair in that first map, but that is not what we got here. And what some might call a cosmetic comeback. Well, I don't know that that's necessarily the case. We wouldn't call FaZe cosmetic comebackers, would we?
No, I think that was more than a cosmetic comeback. That was making the game competitive. A game that wasn't necessarily competitive to begin with. It felt like EF had the number of FaZe. Again, we prefaced it saying that EF is arguably the best team in the world of Anubis. At least they've taken down all the best teams in the world on the map. Probably have the best win-loss record on the map as of recently as well. So for FaZe to come in and beat them on Anubis, that was maybe a bit too much to ask for. But it did feel like they fell a little bit flat. It did feel like they were, you know, constantly trying to catch up, constantly playing from behind, sort of. And for that, I think we can critique FaZe a little bit. But then again, you can't take anything away from Eternal Fire. Santara showed up in spades, basically shut down everything FaZe were doing in the first half. So overall, EF just, again, showing us why they've been considered one of the better teams at the beginning of 25.
Yeah, and especially at a map like Anubis, you lose both the pistols, you lose both your force buys, and basically the first 3-4 rounds of both the sides, you know, being won by Eternal Fire, definitely going to give them a massive edge right there. And even though I did mention, you know, FaZe have a chance on this map, it was predicated on the fact that they at least needed to win one of those pistols. A couple of cool things we did see from FaZe. The one thing was they were switching up the CD positions. That is something which we need to touch upon. We saw Lawners and Connor as well mention how, you know, is Rain now playing towards a bomb site. I like the switch up, but then your first test playing an A anchor against Eternal Fire is never going to be easy. So even though there was a bit of a comeback coming in, Frozen had a great game overall, but in the end, I love how Eternal Fire, man, their T side, so many variations. They know when to play fast. They know when to slow things down. They know when to kind of, you know, just mess with your rotations, and they showed everything there in the second half.
And if you just tuned in and you saw that scoreboard right there, obviously you were pointing out Santaris having a fantastic game. Not really a question in that regard. I called out the duel between Santaris and Elish, and you saw the scoreboard that Elish actually was the second highest compromise from FaZe, but that was in the second half that he stepped up. In the first half, Elise was nowhere to be found. I believe he was sitting at 4 kills, 12 deaths, deep into the game where Santaris was dominating all over the map. As you can see on the little 3D printed map
all
to the
over
right
the
here as well.
map.
It's all over the map. You know, it's impact on towards A, it's impact towards B, it's impact in towards middle, whereas Elise, it was only at the later stages of the game he came alive. So a very one-sided duel between the two. It's now 1-1. Elise 1 does 2, Santaris 1 on Anubis, and I'm curious to see what happens on Inferno.
And also just the kills Santaris was getting, right? We see him, working as the pack, getting a lot of the opening deals. And then you have moments like him alone on that A bomb site, just getting surrounded by all the FaZe players. Basically, which is basically a 1 versus 3 situation because the rotation's so far away, but it just holds the ground. Once again, showing that you can never count this guy out. He might have a quiet map, but he will never have a quiet series.
Yeah, he's definitely pumping his ADR up across that of Anubis, no doubt at all. But you look at this map and you think about where some of that momentum went, and I do think that, yeah, Eternal Fire showed up. There's a much starkly different Eternal Fire than we got in map 1 of the series, which was, yes, 13-4. We go to Anubis, and now we have a ball game on our hands.
Yeah, I think Mohan said it in the cast as well, that sometimes it's not about the players, it's not about the individuals. Sometimes it's about the maps the teams are playing, and there's no doubt that Eternal Fire just feels super comfortable in the way they approach Anubis and the way they play the map. So you could see from the get-go, Santaris shook off, what was a terrible performance in Dust 2 and just came in and dominated from the get-go.
I don't think it was Santaris as well, right? We touched upon how all the individuals for this Eternal Fire side, they seemed like they hadn't really switched on the monitors in Dust 2. There was a moment where Wildcard just running out from Temple. Yeah. It's like a madman getting 2 kills, 3 kills at the very end over there. We saw Walker hitting some nutty shots, and Major as well in one of the penultimate rounds, everyone popping off. So it's a good sign to see Eternal Fire. They didn't, they had a little huddle after map 1, they shook it off, and they came in kicking ass.
It is pretty apparent. It's very evident, if you look at just how chaotic this got at times within the bomb sites itself. Yes, some might even say that the B bomb site of this map, a little claustrophobic. But that's just during the executes. That's during your smokes.
Yeah, it was, and you could see in the beginning of the game as well, it's EF dominating. FaZe got their first round in this game in round 5, and that was actually a cool round, a great call from Kerrigan and the boys. He sneaks his way into copyright here and gets a kill, and then you see a double pump fake towards the bomb site over here where they first throw a set of utility, they cause the rotation for Eternal Fire, then Eternal Fire comes in and tries to attempt the retake. Kerrigan in a great position, shuts it down. This was the only T round I felt where Kerrigan and FaZe were outplaying Eternal Fire, where they're, okay, I think to myself, you're now inviting yourself back into the game. If you win the following round, maybe we can have the conversation of a competitive first half. But what happened in the following round was FaZe getting 1 kill and just getting absolutely destroyed. So despite we saw glimpses of what maybe can be for the future, there was no consistency on that T side from FaZe, and that was an issue.
And I really like how, the Eternal Fire CT side, the way they were playing. So they had this double pump fake round coming out from FaZe. What do we find off that? We see Wildcard playing towards A mains aggressively, right? And then they're playing aggressively towards Dark, towards B main. So what's happening is, despite the fact that FaZe had Rain playing outside of A, he was trying to be a distraction. He wasn't being able to be a distraction because Wildcard was way in front, so the rotations weren't getting manipulated. So I love how Eternal Fire, like, all right, we're not going to fall for that again. We're going to be playing up, in your face. We're not going to allow you to get that map control for free. And they really, on a map which is historically and notoriously so T-sided, Eternal Fire made it look a little CD-sided after that round. So great adaptation coming out from the Turkish side.
Yeah, even just to touch back on the idea of Rain switching over to play the A main area, or just playing A itself. I don't know that we got a huge sample size of what could be done there at the extent of when they do get a proper game plan.
I think it's a great move. Called it out coming into the game as well. It makes sense to have Rain over there. I think he has the capabilities as a player to thrive in a position like that. It will take some time, and it's also, it goes down and puts the silver lining to what's happening with Rain within FaZe Clan right now. With Elise coming into the lineup, Elise is getting all the positions that he wants to play. He's going to be the center of everything, and then Rain will have to, take up whatever's left for him. Sometimes you gotta eat the leftovers, and that's what Rain is doing right now. And the question is whether or not Rain can then make those positions and make those leftovers taste good. Sometimes you know it, from home, a pizza the day after can be excellent. Yeah. Sometimes it tastes like shit. We're gonna have to find out whether that's gonna be the case.
Sometimes you can leave it out on the counter. Sometimes you can put it in the fridge. Either way, we can put Anubis as water under this fridge, proverbially in the series, of course.
Your fridge might need some fixing.
Well, it's like water under the fridge, man. It's gone. It's over.
Water under the fridge.
Water under the bridge. Water under the fridge. You'll get there, man. It's fine. Let's talk a little bit here about Inferno. I want to talk about the next and, actually the final map of this series. We have kind of theorized about going all the way, going the distance, and now we do find ourselves back at an even kill, 1-1. So where do we start?
I was genuinely surprised that FaZe banned out Nuke, even though they lost that map against Eternal Fire the last time they played. It was a very close series, a very close affair. It was, it was one hell of a map. Instead, they banned it out to go into Inferno, where they have lost 5 maps in a row right now. And I'm talking about teams like Pain. Sure, against G2 and whatnot, fair enough. I'll give them a little bit of benefit of doubt over there. But they look like they've been struggling a little bit, with Elige coming in, filling Rob's position and whatnot. They haven't seemingly solved the equation. So them risking it as a decider map, especially when you had Nuke on the table, I'm not sure about this.
I'm curious, to see if they've changed any positions on Inferno as well, because I agree with you. The first couple of times we've seen them play the map, it hasn't been a great outlook. Rain is now supposedly playing towards Pit.
Towards Pit, yeah.
Towards Pit, which has been a rough position for all I care for a very, very long time. Now, Rain T-side, that's going to be fine. Again, you see it on pretty much any given map. It's Kerrigan and Elige grouping up towards the middle of the portion of the map. I saw a lot of teams play aggressive on the CT side towards middle, which kind of caught off guard Kerrigan and Elige a couple of times in Katowice. Curious to see if that's going to be the case. Now, switching it over here, look at Rain. Rain as a static position towards Pit. I don't know if that's going to work out. I don't know if that's going to be a staple. I don't know if he's going to keep it like this. I don't think it's changed at all, but Elige and Rain haven't worked well together so far. It's often those two players being a little bit disjointed.
Yes.
Elige going by himself in towards Boiler, trying to find some impact, and then Rain being left to himself as well. If you have a pair that is Elige and Rain towards that side of the map, you need them to work together and you need them to play crossfires, and I haven't seen it enough.
And they've had enough reps, if you ask me. And the fact that they've allowed this map through makes me believe they've been prepping quite a bit over here. Look, for Elige playing the A rotate, A rifle position, I think it makes absolute sense. He's kind of the guy who's taking a lot of the reins when it comes to the, no pun intended, of the CD side calling, so to speak, right? You like that, Trey?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad.
All right, but yeah, I agree with you. I think there's a bit of lack of synergy over there. But then I don't think they're going to be switching it too much up. I don't think it is as egregious as it was with Kerrigan playing A on Anubis, for example, right? So hopefully they fine-tune it a little bit, or else I feel Eternal Fire absolutely are the favorites on this map.
Just a quick note before we send it to a break, I'd presume
That's
over there.
That's not where I want to go at all.
Okay,
cool?
Well, it's just Brokey. I think Brokey has to be the glue between the two bomb sides. He has to be the glue rotating all over the place, and Brokey is a very all over the place kind of guy.
A volatile guy.
Yeah, a volatile. He can explode at any moment, but he can also do nothing at any moment, basically, which I guess is the case for most of us in that regard.
Well, doing nothing is not ideal, I'll tell you that, Trace.
Hear me out. The problem here is that if you're Elige, right, you wanna get into a team that makes it feel comfortable to be around. Rain in a new position, that is what it is. Brokey is not necessarily the guy that is acting like the glue between Elige and Rain, acting like the glue between the two bomb sites, and that's what you need him to be. So I think part of the responsibility is also on Brokey to help out Elige, help out Rain, and I would like to see that from the man himself.
There's also the idea that Rain and Elige should be moving with a purpose anyway, right? There should be a synergy there that they've kind of cooked up together. So it's kind of exciting what we might get here on Inferno.
It is exciting, but just based on the data we have so far, that's my big question mark, right? Based on the data we've seen so far, I just don't have too much of faith, because like some of the losses, it looked pretty rough for FaZe. And I'm talking about in the last couple of weeks, by the way. I'm talking about Blast, I'm talking about Incado as well. Hopefully they have fixed it. I want to believe, Kerrigan, he likes cooking. I believe he's been in the kitchen for quite a bit.
His dad likes cooking, not him. Yeah.
Well, maybe he likes cooking as well. You never know. I could pick up cooking as well, Pimp.
Yeah, you're going to have to pick it up another time. Yeah. Thank you so much for that, my chef boy RDs over here. We're going to go ahead and head to that break so that we can get Inferno underway. FaZe Eternal Fire going the distance here at PGL Cluj-Napoca.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
Time to put the newest FaZe members' money where his mouth is and see if we can guess the price of these weapons in there. Elige, how you doing, man?
Doing good. Ready for this.
You ready for this? Have you been feeling like you're very adjusted to this FaZe lifestyle so far?
Well, I'm still sorting out the moving stuff, but in-game stuff, I think that I'm feeling a lot more comfortable as the time has passed and we're like getting everything done. So yeah, excited.
And just for you overall, what's been the highlight of the move so far?
The highlight is just how skilled everyone is on the team. Everyone is just so good, can make anything happen. Lots of crazy rounds. So yeah, it's a lot of fun.
And I guess it's perfect for you who likes to talk about a lot of Counter-Strike, having this with Karrigan.
Yeah, for sure. It was really fun, like on the first month, just like hanging out with him like all day. So yeah, I was really enjoying it.
Awesome. Well, it seems like you're very well settled in. So now let's put you to the test on this one. You ready?
I'm ready.
Let's do it. So 60 seconds will start. And the first weapon is going to be AUG.
3300.
Correct. MP5.
1500.
Yes. SG1.
4950.
No, 5000. UMP.
1200.
Yes. XM.
2200.
2000.
Whoops.
Bison.
1400.
Yes. Zeus.
200.
Famous. New price.
2000.
No, 1950.
Yeah.
Sort of.
1200.
Oh, 1100. MP7.
1500.
Yes. Scar 20.
This one's 5000.
Yes. P90.
2350.
Yes. Nova.
1200.
Oh.
1050. Oh my god.
Mag 7.
1300.
SG 553.
3300. 3000. Oh, that's old. 800.
Oh. Negev.
1700.
Yes. CZ.
It's 500.
Yes. M249.
5250. 5200.
So close. So close.
Oh my god, I did horribly.
That was good though. You were nearly the first person to go through all of them. So that was pretty good.
Maybe I was going too fast because I had a lot of errors. A lot of errors.
Harder than you thought?
I think I was just going too fast because like I know them and I was like, whoops, that's old one. Oops.
Yeah.
Just going too fast, I think. Should have just tried to get more right than going through all of them.
The problem is as well is like you start thinking about what the old price was, when it was this, and you played for so long that there's a lot of numbers in your head with these.
Yeah, tough. I wish I did better, but it's all good. There's a time pressure, guys. Time pressure.
Exactly. That time puts extra pressure on you and makes you make mistakes. That's a good excuse on this one.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for playing, Elige.
Thank you.
Back-to-back maps of action between Eternal Fire and FaZe, and we've been led now down the road to Inferno, Mohan. This series ends here, no matter what. EF showing a marked improvement from Dust 2, where I think individually it just felt like the players hadn't arrived yet. And FaZe Clan show an improvement on a map they got blown out of the water in not long ago. So I would say everything points to a nice competitive third.
It does. I think Inferno is the map that I'm least excited about with this new team, and also the one that I think has the most problems. Like when we look at Nuke, for example, that still went into 1 billion overtimes, and it was still a very good game. And FaZe had small adjustments they had to make, but on Inferno, I think T side and CT side have issues when it comes to roles. So we'll see how that goes. But it's a map, again, that when they started playing with this new lineup, they started picking Inferno. They wanted this to be the core map of this lineup, so I'm sure they've given it a lot of thought.
It was FaZe indeed who also banned Nuke in the final segment of the Veto in order to take it to Inferno. So choice between the maps, they decided to bring it here, and we'll see what they bring to the table. A couple flashes to try to take banana control. Xanterez is out. And a smoke greets FaZe. Ouch. Karrigan takes that frag grenade to the chest, and we have all 5 FaZe players ready to push. Xanterez hiding behind the fountain. Oh my god. Joda walks through that CT smoke, gets 2 headshots. Madger's gone ahead to collect a couple of his own. And that is FaZe sweeping away the pistol in a matter of seconds.
Crush that.
Holy moly. Or not FaZe, excuse me. Getting crushed our FaZe. Eternal Fire sweep him under the rug. Yep. Goodbye.
That was perfect timing. I mean, they knew when the pop was going to come in. They had to time their own flash with it. And yeah, so the thing about trying to figure out what they're doing on T side is that like they kind of play very dynamic with who plays in halls. So sometimes it's been Elige and Rain working together in halls, but basically it's two players trying to do the job of Rops up there. I think we get them moving a lot, so which is totally fine to do as well, by the way. You can sometimes double up or just have one guy lurk it. But that'll be the awkwardness for T side. I mean, it's crazy how much of a chasm that Rops has left. It really wouldn't have noticed how big it was, you know, until you have to see them operate without it. But
a testament to the player that he is, as has been his success found with Vitality so far.
Yeah, like look how he's improved their Anubis. Holy
moly.
Caramba.
Joda drops an Incendiary in response to the utility being heard, and Xantera's waiting them out. He's got a Woxic in the corner. Ooh, but
whoa, everybody dies. There are no prisoners this round. My goodness, what just happened? That was impossible to spectate. That was 4 kills happening at the same time in the kill feed, all across the sites. Sorry, all across the site, through Arch, through lane.
And just by nature of that all coming from different players, we're not even going to get a chance to see how they all happen. I just know that they happened fast, and they happened at the exact same time.
You can picture it. Tech9 running at full speed across your
eyes real quick.
Zai running out of halls, jumping as he jumps into pit, instantly one-taps on one balcony. Another guy swings out a boiler with a Tech9, and the trade's coming through on Arch with 3 players. One guy whiffs a little bit, Tech9 headshot.
Oh, you're making me want to blame my teammates.
We've seen it before.
Well, thou hast felt the wrath of FaZe Clan. We call that a wallop in the business.
A mulligan for Eternal Fire.
Whoa. Ouch. And considering back on Anubis, it was Eternal Fire with both pistols and converting them fully for 7 rounds across the first both sides. Well, that one's going to hurt. Double boost on B, just in case there's an approach from FaZe Clan, but it looks like A's the intended target. Rain and Elige.
Well, actually, now they don't have anyone Arch, and they aren't boosted up on Porch, so that's a lot of vision that they don't have at the moment. But they also don't have great guns to re-aggress.
MP9 looking real tall here on the CT cross, but FaZe are doing a good job of minimizing the odds that the Eternal Fire setup pays off. Little pressure on Arch side. That's going to peel Xantera's away. What dusty trunk did he pull this Famas skin out of? Yeah. Hits the headshot on Kerrigan, but dies. And Wicadia is going to put a smoke down in front of the Balk play, but so be it. We've got a bunch of players coming up short nonetheless. And Wicadia, he's going to get found out. Rain hones in on him within that smoke, and it's an easy conversion for the FaZe Clan in A site.
Very nice, man. Felt like a full-on bait there for Xantera's. Kerrigan setting up to make it look like it's going to be a mid-B. Sorry, mid-B. What map are we on? A B split through CT spawn, and instead it's Xantera's chasing Ghost. Kerrigan re-emerging like David Blaine.
Who's your favorite magician?
He's the last of the magicians.
David Blaine? What about Chris Angel?
Yeah, mind freak.
Yeah.
No, but you know what?
That guy's a fraud.
He's a fraud, man.
He's a fraud.
And his tricks, they just did not age at all. They were just TV magic.
If you remember Chris Angel, go watch him back on YouTube real quick, and you'll realize, how did I, as a child, even think this could be real for half a second?
Watch that car go over the ramp of the Grand Canyon.
I love the one where he pulls a woman in half. And then the top half of the woman runs away on her hands.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, but if you pulled me in half, I wouldn't be running away on my hands. I would be demanding to be put back together.
He had us, though, man.
I bought it.
We loved Chris Angel.
Mind freak. Goddamn phone.
But the thing is, David Blaine like really blurred the line with Real and Magic because he started doing real stuff, training with the Navy SEALs to hold his breath for as long as possible.
Like Brock Lesnar going from the WWE to the UFC.
Yeah, with the help of a couple of PEDs.
Drugs. They get the job done.
Yeah, poor Frank Mir. I'll never forgive him for those matches.
Ready for this? Flash into top mid, peek down from brackets. You know, screw this passive bracket setup. Go for the swing. And it works perfectly. Kerrigan gets peeled back. And that's 1 for Eternal Fire. Now it's all about converting it. And Joda, almost had a lead with his hands busy. And we start to get that bomb rocking back towards the B site. Frozen sensing that he has an opening. He is not wrong. That site is open and the closest player low. Down goes Xanterez. Clean headshot from Frozen. Elige looking to disengage in time. Ooh, he's going to take some damage from Woxic and actually hit the ground. But Rain's here for cleanup. Oh, that's clean.
We're doing tricks now.
What is happening? Jumping MP9 from Woxic. I think that should be the next nerf, even before the moving in accuracy. It should just be the in-air accuracy of the MP9, because there's so many moments where people just like,
exclusively jumps and shoots.
They
the
jump
MP9.
clear corners.
Yeah.
Like the MP9 jump clear on a corner. Listen, if you swing into a corner, you're running a little bit. Well, listen, my crosshair's on the right angle. If you're jumping every corner with a gun and firing in the air, bro, let's crank that inaccuracy to a 20, shall we?
I adjust it to be more like the MAC-10, because it's a gun that can run and jump and run and shoot and everything, but it feels way more balanced.
Agreed.
You do have some CT advantages also that come along with the MP9, to be fair, but...
Like, look at this. Oh.
Mind freak.
Trolled. All right, FaZe Clan forced by to upset after Eternal Fire's first. They convert for the 3 rounds consecutive, and now we get Eternal Fire back with a bye. So delayed success on the CT side, perhaps. Let's see if the guns make a difference.
So again, for FaZe, it's not about their set plays. It's about ironing out their defaults. And for Eternal Fire, conversely, it's about trying to exploit their weaknesses like they did on Anubis, you know? Like, Rain, I'd rather see Rain than Kerrigan over on A, so I like that change. But it still wasn't good just yet, and it was his first time doing it. Joda here to stop him inside of mid, Brokey with the instant trade. And now Rain again. New Hall's Lurker.
Cheeky off angle from Wicadia. Waiting for Rain's head to pop over top the ledge. Madger, reads it. Can he get away? No. Frozen's gonna find him. We do get that Wicadia frag to hold back Rain, so the jig is up on the B site. The bomb's in the ground, and we've got Brokey trying to sprint over, but he knows Woxic's over here. So he's got to be careful on the departure. And as long as he knows Woxic is still stuck at A.
Whoa.
Oh my god, he reads the peak, and now it's just a straight up 1v1. Xanterez swings.
Oh my god.
Whoa, you almost gave him a chance.
That's kind of wild. I think he could... I guess it's crazy. In terms of other options, he could have played it a lot more slowly and then gone back to the site and really tried to delay for time, but there's a chance Brokey could win that way too. Sure, looks crazy, but it works.
I mean, you are Xanterez after all.
Yeah.
The fact it's not an instant headshot makes it a little sketchy, but Brokey still caught by it, and that is Eternal Fire responding the moment they get their guns out. Yeesh. Madger going for the heavy util, stuck on an MP9. We've got 3 players inside that smoke, 2 of them with SMGs. Xantera is now known, the frag exposes both, and oh, poor Eternal Fire, you'd think. But Madger still, in a desperate attempt, is able to bring down another, and then that smoke goes down on Cross. So Elige, the extinguish on the smoke. Woxic was trying to prevent them from getting into this bomb site, but he's not able to do that, and so the bomb's able to cross as well.
It was kind of inevitable. It will have to be sort of Jota coming up with a way to get a kill here. And, well, Rain, he's just, he's too aware. He's a shrewd fellow, this Rain. He knows that this flank is going to be coming in, and that'll leave Woxic alone to save. Frozen, you know, for what it's worth, and Frozen is the guy I keep asking to go to these small sites. In the spots that he's keeping, he's doing a great job. And he's been the biggest spotlight in the series for FaZe for sure. Each half on every map.
Can he hold the op though?
Did he just?
He wallbagged him through the
umbrella.
Umbrella, dude.
The umbrella stopped that.
The umbrella, dude.
The umbrella.
Oh my god, dude. Through the parasol.
Oh my. That's a thing?
That's not okay. I don't think they wrote in that texture.
I mean, why would that block 50? That's only a half bar of health because of an umbrella.
You can hide behind that umbrella. Oh, wow.
I feel like that blocks as much damage as the damn stone obelisk on B-Site Ancient.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Costs them the op, and now they have an MP9 and Zeus instead. That, you know, that upset me a little bit.
They got carbon fiber umbrellas in Italy.
Must be.
Are we in Italy or California?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm gonna say Italy because, you know, the signs aren't in English, and everybody knows that Americans can't speak many languages.
Except Brad Pitt.
True. Goddamn umbrella. That's the first time I've ever seen that thing get wallbanged. There's a lot of firsts around today. What's going on?
I like that. Oh.
Zeus him. Get him. Get him. Ah, drive-by from Brokey. There was something to talk about before the umbrella wallbang came down, and that was the triple player, if you can recall, triple player banana setup where like they all got caught in the smoke grenade, and then I thought like they were gonna get away with something tricky until the frag exposed the other two, and they just got caught standing there.
Yeah.
I wonder if Eternal Fire regret having such presence in the same corner. You know, if they thought there'd just be less util on them.
Yeah, they ate the Molly Flash combo, then they smoked it out, and they were all blind, so they all ran for the same wall.
Scurried off.
It does get hectic on Banana. Well, so far so good here on T side for FaZe.
Two one-off round wins for Eternal Fire. All the money on the line here in round 8. Sitting on 3 rounds of loss bonus. If this one also goes south.
If only he knew what we knew. Oh!
Sometimes I wish this window was transparent. You could just kind of look at each other. Oh, yeah. You're not wrong, Rain.
It's a bit worried for Eternal Fire. They've been using these setups. FaZe are pretty comfortable with them. MIBR puts himself to relatively safely get some information. But yeah, I mean, how long are they going to hold on to this?
Oh, caught on the fallback, dude. Joda gets blasted away. MIBR just won the fight on Banana. That's big, but the MAC-10 comes through. Kerrigan eats the headshot like it's nothing. And that is a compromised B-bomb site where it feels like Brokey's going to have to go into the clutch. Zantares stomps his way over.
No HE over here.
No.
It's coming in late. Oh, it's so close.
Down
One
to
health.
one. Anything Kerrigan does here made possible by the fact that nade takes him down to 1. Oh, a little weird for Zantares, but a jumping M4 kill nonetheless. And Eternal Fire going to clear that bomb site. So MIBR doing a good enough job with the damage, softens up this retake for his squad. And EF going to win their 3rd round. But again, it's about consecutive round wins if you're Eternal Fire right now. That has been the elusive golden ticket to a CT success story.
They really don't like playing Arch, so this time it's like the very classic, like, old Polish Virtus.pro setup on Porch where they have 3 players. And then one in the corner, one underneath, one above, one playing anti-flash. And FaZe know that they're doing this high-low setup, but don't anticipate the second 2 players after they get their first kill. And both those guys come up with a frag of their own. So because they win in the default over there, it looked like FaZe only wanted to push them back, maybe get some kills if possible, and then turn it back to B. But it just cost them too many lives in the process.
Good on Woxic getting that double kill because, you know, first frag comes out of the A site to the favor of FaZe. Catching Joda peeling away. Ooh, back to a banana hit perhaps. We've got a bit of tempo behind this. Kerrigan getting pelted by Util. Down to 50 HP. Ooh, MIBR's gonna go swinging in and take him out of the round. In-game leader sidelined. Tons of Util still getting chucked back and forth, but it's in disengage from Eternal Fire, so it seemed. Zantares sticks around a second, and that gets spotted by the boosted player in the back.
Rain's going to come back to join up with the B hit. I think that's the last of the smokes here for the CT side, unless they've got a cache on the ground. Still mollies, however. In fact, they've got 2. Both on this side of the map. Done a good job holding utility, man.
Ooh, but it gets extinguished. That's not ideal.
Yeah, second one will come in. I know that. Wakadia Pop's coming in for Eternal Fire. They're ready for this.
Will it come in? Because Zantares wants to keep the gun out, so there is no fire at their feet. Zantares peeks instead, and it is a clear of the bomb site from FaZe. That second incendiary on the guy who was in sight. Everybody else is smoked off. He's too afraid to drop it.
Yeah,
and he would have had a chance to drop it if the first one was actually burning.
Yes, or if he preempted it because it missed. But it's a retake, and you know what? Still possible. Let's see.
Woxic is worried about this corner. Oh,
never
they just put their heads on the same angle, and Elige blows through both.
A couple of grapes get popped.
3K for Elige. Eternal Fire, they had the tools to hold back that attack.
Yeah.
But they didn't get used correctly.
They did. And the other thing is, I think that the novelty of the smoke push is starting to wear off a little bit. Also, you've got the guy trying to push through the smoke, which is Wakadia, but he doesn't have a support flash coming in from CT spawn. He's the guy coming in from CT spawn. So they just tried to raw dog it, if you will, and FaZe were all too ready.
MIBR and Zantares MP9s on the field for Eternal Fire, but they're not here. Okay. Listen, when you're desperate, that kind of stuff starts happening. MIBR will find a 1 at least. Woxic caught in the corner by Rain. And FaZe Clan not afraid to just follow through here into the A site with a little bit of gusto. Elige isn't falling for your tricks. Nobody in the corner, brother. Go ahead and plant. That one's yours for the taking. Eternal Fire. Again, it's the all-elusive consecutive round wins.
Definitely.
You know, and that's just going to really paint a dire picture for Eternal Fire come the second half. If FaZe Clan just keep busting up the economy, forcing them to play with pistols.
It both speaks to how good Eternal Fire is actually on Nuke, or sorry, on Anubis, but then also that FaZe have a better Veto this time around.
Yes, sir. Yeah, changing up Dust 2 from the Decider map to the pick instead. And also, it's just good for FaZe to show us this improvement on a map like Inferno. Like you said, like this was their original pick. It's something that they had belief in when this 5 came together, when Elige joins with the FaZe jersey. And it left something to be desired. So right here today, it's an improvement. It's a T-side that puts Eternal Fire under question come the second half. Thank you. It's a little too peaceful. Eternal Fire, not as relaxed.
Can you do like a voice line?
For what?
When they come out of spawn.
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Like one of the agent voice line.
We didn't get to see that. That's gross. Love that.
It's like that, eh?
Great wallbang. Haven't seen that one in a long time.
Damn. Yeah.
Nice peppering there from Major. Oh! Santerez has got one back himself, but blown away by the frag grenade of Elige, who's on the chase.
Major's done a pretty bang-up job of getting his on these B hits, but when all the dust settles, FaZe come away with top banana control, and I think still a little bit more in the way of outs.
And honestly, dude, the A players just not having a good day.
Yeah.
There's, 11 frags to Major, 7 to Zanterez, which for Zanterez standards isn't the best, but at least that's the other B play.
And these guys, they keep copy and pasting these lane setups. They hate playing Arch.
See if Kerrigan can figure this one out with the Woxic boost in place. Trade is good from Elige. He has come through with both kills so far this round. Rain looks to cheat out from balcony, but that's going to get clipped by Joda in pit. It's going to need to be the Elige ace. Okay. Turns on Wicadia just in case the swing comes through. Fourth round for Eternal Fire. Final round for Eternal Fire CT side. Can they, for the first time in this half, win back-to-back rounds?
That's the question. And I think that, again, I think a lot of this has to do with FaZe want banana early. Major is always getting his kills.
11 kills, 7 deaths, 1,100 damage. Santerez has almost as much at 1,000 damage, so clearly just getting that util in to help Major on the quest of holding me.
They've been specifically coming in with like a lot less banana utility. Here's a bit more, or they're actually threatening taking bottom control. But holding grenades late has opened up late round options for them, all their utility, the 2 mollies they had last time on the B site. So it's a game plan that FaZe have been trying to take advantage of. Oh, if they want to hold their grenades early, let's go into banana early. But still the kills are coming. Woxic now playing Arch. Much more of a rare sight. Oh, too early for Kerrigan. That's way too easy for Woxic.
Finn dies first.
Uh-oh.
Rain jumps down into the pit. Joda again to try to hold back. Oh, Woxic's come through, helps him out as he emerges from Moto. Another chance for Woxic, but it gets denied by Frozen. And it's fast pressure out for what's left of Eternal Fire. They are stuck beyond that smoke. They both start to charge, but Frozen's guns in hand. And they're in this site. They give him chances. Zanterez right through as he climbs over top that mid-box. It's at the final hurdle that Eternal Fire do it. Back-to-back round wins on the defense.
It simply ran out of ammo right there. Frozen queued up that clutch, but it was denied in the end. Well, pretty exciting half, back and forth. I'd say it's like fairly even strength. I think FaZe got to be proud to get their 7 rounds in general. And Eternal Fire should be equally excited to be coming back a little bit. But eyes forward on the next half. You see MIBR already yapping.
Certainly feels like a half that could have been closer, and definitely a map that Eternal Fire are not out of. Hard reset here. Again, missed the chance to have a better CT side when they won pistol, didn't convert it. That could have been their 3-0 start, easily. If not for the FaZe shenanigans. So let's see if they can win a second pistol and this time actually follow through. Could be critical in this comeback. But I do think we also need kind of a bit of an uptick from some of the other players on Eternal Fire as well.
Rain tops the charts here for FaZe on CT, or on T side. On CT side, or more often going to see him playing Pit. And I really want to know, Eternal Fire came to him A-side Anubis quite consistently. Are they going to come to him A-side in Pit consistently here on this T side?
Waiting inside their bomb site with this flash out of Kerrigan. You let all of Eternal Fire stand on the doorstep of a B hit, and they've got utility for this. Double smoke Molotov, couple flashes from Woxic. There's been no disruption offered here by FaZe. It is entirely reactionary, and they lose their orange player. All 3 dead. Blink and you'll miss it. Eternal Fire takes second pistol.
Damn, they crushed right there. They cleared out every angle perfectly.
Dude.
The only thing to slow them down was that one flashbang from Kerrigan, and there was no one peeking behind it.
I mean, really the downside maybe of letting them get that close. You know, no interruption, lets them play their hand as they please.
That's one of those madness or genius positions, because sometimes your top oranges guys just gets 2 kills with the dualies, then you just can't scale at all. Sometimes your oranges guy who's taken, or sorry, Coffin's guy who's taken a headshot angle can't die, so you can't move. And then sometimes you get a round like this where, well, there's more utility coming in. But definitely their chances of retaking were basically nil.
Terrorists win.
Close game gets closer.
Now this time just convert. Just convert. Don't lose to a force buy. Don't make the same mistake you did back in that first half. Do that, the game's tied.
But FaZe are trying to make up the lost ground for both their pistol losses.
Mag 7.
Mag 7.
How much does the Mag 7 cost?
1,700?
Correct.
I watched that quiz like 40 times and I still almost got it wrong.
Yeah, I was ready. Keep you on your toes. Santerra's tasked with taking over the corners towards Banana. We get this Kerrigan hold over on the half wall, drops his smoke, and tucks in along the wall. You hear the rampage that is to come with those AKs. It's enough to make a grown man nervous. But they'll respect that smoke, wait it out, and now we're down to the 45-second mark. There's still a smoke grenade for Elige, but that's the only utility left here for FaZe Clan. And, ooh, Kerrigan, good headshot on Santerra's. But that'll easily be one of the SMGs chucked away, grabbing the rifle instead. And there's a follow-through being set up here by the Eternal Fire team. Desert Eagle off the mark by Elige. His smoke doesn't stop them. And they're going to make sure that all these cubbies are clear. Bomb plant. FaZe right off their losses in Kerrigan's death. Keep that MP9 and mag for the next one and see if they can do it in the next. heard all chat. What'd they say?
Must know.
Santarez said?
Nice shot.
Correct. Kerrigan said?
TY.
Correct. We're all the same. See ya. 7 all. All right. Both pistols, this one converted. And only a measly little SMG and shotgun floating out there for this desperate attempt of a FaZe upset in round 15. Remember earlier when you asked if this map was in Italy or America?
Yeah.
Yeah, look at the truck and CT spawn over here on the right, and I think the answer is Italy. That's no Ford F-350.
It's a Ferrari?
No, it's a dinky little...
Cool car, man. What is that, Ferrari?
Charles Leclerc! Leclerc!
Leclerc!
Leclerc! Little tack timeout, huh? We want to talk this over. Why? Because it's map 3, because it's 7-7, and because the fight's about to get a little frisky.
It's about to get a little frisky.
Put your pants up, Mohan. This one's going to get close.
Well, 4 smokes means that they're going to be chain smoking this round, okay? Talking 2 packs a day. That Cohiba.
Hit me with that Marlboro Gold. Good thing there's nothing standing on banana. It would have just been dead to the util here for Eternal Fire, but they chuck everything out early. We've got a smoke still for Frozen, and he is a part, of course, of this 3-player setup in B. So remember, FaZe still coming through with limitations.
I thought they had 4 smokes for a second. Maybe it was only 3, and they brought one over to the A site as well. So no, not trying to. There they are. Okay.
Thank you, Jay. Ooh, Madras going through. Oh, good flashbangs from Woxic. The fact Kerrigan and Frozen both blinded by it.
Brokey immediately going to look for the other smokes to try to delay. This gets Rain into that hunter position, close mid. See how they clear.
First.
Nice.
Now it's just a P2000, but it is a Liege with a sneaky little spot here. If only he had anything other than a vanilla pistol. Wicadia hits him with the spin around. Hit him with the whip. And the bomb plant with it. Wow.
Just alley-oop yourself with that.
It's for when you don't support my humor. I'll just...
You just give me a second. Oh, wow.
Why wait?
Amigo.
All right, Eternal Fire, well done. You've gotten the pistol, you converted, and now we get to see FaZe turn it up a notch with guns of their own in the next. And Brokey saves this Mag 7. Surely he throws it away next round,
One
right?
day, this Mag 7 will go down.
I mean, surely he just throws it away for the next round.
I mean, it's good enough for B if you want to just keep it going, but...
I don't know, Launders. I think it's a liability.
You can't just throw it on the ground, though. You got to give it to somebody. Somebody needs to take that.
Nope, they threw it in the dirt.
They wouldn't have done that with an MP9, I'll tell you that.
True.
But it's already made most of its money back, so...
Damn, okay. Here we go. Game back on. Real game. Round 16 with guns. And we don't get that instant flurry of utility coming out from Eternal Fire. They're going to play a little different pace here. It's not all the mollies and all the frags out of the gate. They'll start off with 1.
They are going halls, Connor.
Balls to the halls. 4 players climb up there. Bomb is now inbound. And Brokey chucks that Mag 7 away because he's got the trusty op, and he peels away. Smoke over to the arch side. Gonna be some short pressure in just a moment. Incendiary down in front of it. That's gonna probably cool their jets for at least a second. Rain hanging on the balcony. They still try to charge through, and Wikadia's just dead with nothing. MIBR finally gets something going. Joda, a single kill, doubles down on Rain, and that opens up this site. If not for Joda, this round is toast. He hears that fast wrap around mid. Frozen silently encroaching from Moto, and Joda's gonna press out, but clean headshot comes out from Frozen, and FaZe Clan, thanks to Frozen, sweep them away. And that is suddenly Eternal Fire trying to slam their head through the short side despite all the utility and defenders in position.
I mean, it was a good-looking attack, but they all chipped in. I mean, Rain stayed up on the balcony this whole time. Brokey got 2 kills for himself to defend. This took attention away for Rain to take his second peek. That was really good tethering. And like A site right now was the site where like Rain plays A, but now he's playing Pit specifically, and Elige is the new member. So this is the site that has the most differences. If Eternal Fire want to keep to their game plan of trying to take advantage of FaZe's growing pains, then it makes sense they want to go here. But that was a really hard test, and I think they passed it with flying colors. Whoa,
Damn.
Walks already down to 2 HP.
Great utility damage coming out of FaZe here. Fighting for the lead. 16 rounds into the game. Kerrigan's had his hands busy, man. I didn't notice until now. He's 5-12. And he's going to have an important role as he continues to play on Banana, but he departs, leaving Frozen on his own for now. Contrast Kerrigan
They
to
have boiler
Magic.
smoke, so they peek mid. They just saw mid's clean.
They get a little more utility out of that site. Frozen puts his smoke down in front of Banana at the minute mark, so that'll fade eventually. Are there any more smokes? Doesn't look like they have that cache.
I like the way that FaZe play this. They're not overthinking it. They got a little info on mid. It's not guaranteed. It's still early, but they just cheat 3 over and assume Eternal Fire don't want to try that lane attack again. Plus, Brokey has strong vision here on mid.
Flashbangs from either Elige or Kerrigan. Frozen playing behind pillar. Oh, chases it down, re-engages for a second. And that's Elige helping out from Coffin. Kerrigan finds his 1 kill, but the defense gets cleared. It is 1 frag from each defender, puts us into the 2v2 retake, demanded of it. And all they have for this retake is that frag grenade on Rain, who also possesses the kit. This is a critical juncture here in the series. We get late into map 3, and we have Xanterras leaning back along the wall here, working with only 43 health. It's him versus Rain first, and then Wicadia stuck in the corner. Nade is placed perfectly. Rain gets traded quickly. Wicadia versus Brokey, even fight, and it's first damage Wicadia who closes out.
So well done.
Eternal Fire to the 9-8 lead.
Oh yeah, critical juncture. Going 3 for 3 on the side is a success for the T side, and you can see why. The T advantage is in that post plant. Both those spots could have gotten 2 kills, could have slowed him down. That was a very hard round for FaZe to win from that point on. They had no smoke for the defuse, no molly for pool, and Eternal Fire played their small advantages to perfection. They'll keep the lead. They win with a tempo here, having FaZe on a save. Rain is the only one who can full buy for himself. And just like in the first half, there have been a lot of bomb plans. I mean, these attacks look so good for EF. Like, over on A, again, it was a very hard round to win for FaZe. They pulled it off. And this one is, like, Elige, Frozen, Kerrigan all getting a kill, like, really getting in the mix. If any of them got 1 more kill, it's a success. And the odds are stacked against Eternal Fire a little bit. If they could see what we saw, they wouldn't have gone B, right?
Oh, no, did not look too comfortable. But Xanterras makes the difference there. Of all those players fighting out on the B site, he's the only guy to pull away a multi-frag. That multi-frag's what got the bomb down. Of course, flowers to Wicadia too, because that 1v1 clutch. Both players with an AK, both players 100 health, both players know where the other one is. Wicadia comes out on top to put Eternal Fire 1 round up. And look what comes with it. Economic woes for FaZe Clan. A few little smoke grenades here for Kerrigan to play around with on Banana, but when the fights come forward, if not on that quad stacked A site, Eternal Fire smooth sailing here at B. To hell with a smoke grenade, boys. There's nothing behind that, but they'll still play cautiously just in case.
If they take more than 30 seconds here, I mean, they're still going to only have one person to go through, but for at least Kerrigan still has a smoke.
And that pesky 5-7. But there goes his last smoke, and they've got an execute of their own, so looks like the stack up inside A site, not quite worth it. Eternal Fire know what they want, and they'll take it by storm. Nothing Kerrigan could do in the face of a 4-man B hit.
And they can even see the trajectory of his smoke, so they threw the molly right there for oranges. Didn't even worry about quad. God flash in, and that's it. Eternal Fire played great CS, man. They are at that stage where it's just they have to play the same on stage.
Bit of pistol pressure here. Rain, what you up to? You gonna pop up? You little weasel? Hiding in your den? Yeah. Eternal Fire 10-8. Terrorists win. 5 players live, obviously. Just that 1-5-7, the only fight they really had to deal with. And so, me oh my. You know, I said the game felt closer than the 5 rounds they were able to post back on the defense, and maybe that was because of the whole way that Pistol force buy went FaZe's way. Now, Eternal Fire in the driver's seat. Love this walk up. Something a little bit different. 3-player pack in. Oh, bunch of damage. Ooh, still though, just jiggling on the corners to perfection. And we get Brokey trying to hold it, but it's a fast kill out of Joda. Again, the trades just continue to be tethered by both teams. Flashback to that B hit mere rounds ago, but for a moment, they've got the bomb still cut off. Kerrigan doesn't take a more aggressive angle. He puts out the fire so he can, and he clears the site. Now their front runner's dead, but the trades keep coming. And as that util still held on to, there is no contest to stop the bomb plant. We got a flash for Elish and a flash for Frozen, and that's it. But Frozen's routing, you know, Woxic firing that op shot, that gives Frozen the edge he needs. And Major only 13 points of health. Not ideal. Frozen swings out from the apartments, and FaZe will respond quickly, swiftly, once they've got their guns.
Yes, and the retake starts before it begins. This is another example of that. Making sure to keep the pressure on the whole way through until the point where the bomb goes down, the round's already over. This is great from the rotates here from FaZe.
Rain gets all that damage in as well. Again, just allowing the pack to get close. Those 3 players up in his grill. Softening it up so that Eternal's Fire endeavor on this T side's continuously made tough. But we saw it happen back in the first side. Reset after reset after reset. And still finally those last 2 rounds got added to the tally.
This becomes one of those critical junctures again. Eternal Fire won that last clutch 1v2 by Wicadia on the B site. That shot the odds for FaZe of taking this map way down. A round like that, it springs back up a little bit. However, Xantares opens up with a 5v4. It's one of the most aggressive starts from FaZe on Banana. He's kind of been looking for that all half, actually.
Gets thrown out at a critical impasse with Katie. That is perfect. Right into the head of Brokey. You've got Rain trying to play front pit. Him and Elish to combine on the crossfire. Xantera's dead first. Perfect swing out from Rain. Can the two players do it? In the face of all 5 Eternal Fire players, Frozen goes for the flank. Just able to shave Madger off, and then the pit holds. Rain able to get another. FaZe Clan looking for consecutive rounds earlier than what Eternal Fire were able to put forth themselves. And that is a massive answer in a 3v5.
It's incredible. 3v5, and they have that bottom mid flank after Xanteris. 20 seconds before that, got a kill on Kerrigan. They try to organize towards the A site. Elish and Rain did a fantastic job working together to get those kills. Again, baiting for each other to get those frags. And at this critical juncture, it's actually finally FaZe who win. However, Eternal Fire is still going to invest. It looks like 1 AK for now. We don't know if it'll be a full investment.
No, nothing else getting bought, I don't think. Madger wants to be the hero. And he is the top performing player for Eternal Fire in this moment. In these all-important final 4 rounds of regulation. Look at that crossfire swing.
We're talking about a FaZe Clan who are on a 5-loss win streak on Inferno. We're extremely adamant about picking it with this new lineup in their first debut back at the Bounty. It ended in disaster. They look to improve it. They picked this map over Nuke, where they lost to Eternal Fire last time. And they're trying to prove that they can learn fast.
And all off of the back of a 5-round CT side. Eternal Fire trying to hang on for dear life. Made it look good by converting second pistol, man. Felt like they had momentum, but suddenly, FaZe have turned this upside down. As they do. 3 versus 5.
Oh, that's
great grenade damage out of Rain as well. It doesn't even fully open the smoke, so he gets to keep his cover. Elish just hits a zinger on Madger over towards short side. That's the AK to change hands now in Xanteres's. And he's got Kevlar still to work with. He's trying to join up with a teammate that's about to come out from Balk. Little shadow there for Elish if he sees it. Yeah, it's moving now. And Elish makes sure that the headshots keep on coming. Brokey to hold off over on Arch side. FaZe Clan with conviction take the lead on this 3rd map and have now strung 3 consecutive defensive round wins together.
Yeah, it's been a massive step up, and this is the FaZe that just don't look at the score at the top. They just play every round like it's a brand new try, a brand new what's the word? Opportunity. And that's it for FaZe. Like they look like super comfortable now. A site's looking clean. They're not scared of Eternal Fire, and we've seen some excellently executed rounds out of Eternal Fire, both on A and B. Different moments in time. Even an opening kill and a 5v3 2 rounds ago. It's not as if they're out. But now they're going for broke.
Yeah, swinging in off the flash. Kerrigan, oh, him and Elish.
What? Not a single kill.
Frozen finds one off the frag, and it is a slaughter. Eternal Fire have kept this game close up until the last 4 rounds.
What? That's got to sting. The cleanest round yet. It's the coffin flash double push just as they try to breach the smoke at top banana, countering the call from Madger entirely, and gave them damage earlier on.
In their minds. Look at that player stuck behind barrels, blinded. He ends up being the last player left. Wicadia, denied vision, denied trade frags. And the FaZe Clan players keep it up.
And it's another set piece, man. We're talking about 1 set of utility on Xanteris.
Madger limited to that Desert Eagle.
It's going to be a lot of dry. Oh, that's the whole. That's the entire kit of utility gone.
Geeks with the nades, dude. They all hit the ground barring 1. Can they scoop it up and can they recover? Brokey not going to let them get up into the brackets for free. Tidbit of hesitation here, gets the elicited utility, and Joda versus Rain. Rain gives up a little space. And that's going to deny him any kind of vision onto the corner where Wicadia looks to come in from, but he'll eat that flash, and Elige picks up the responsibility of short side, extending outwards, offering a bit of an opening. Brokey holds over on Arch, nails Madger to the wall.
They have to walk peek everything now.
And it's man advantage back in here for Eternal Fire. If they can kill the pit player, then they can put this bomb down. And a bomb plant could lead them to another round win. But Brokey still here, a nuisance. As Rain keeps himself in cover, it all falls onto the shoulders of Woxic. It's a 1v3, a single kill in, and with a nade in hand, Frozen peels back for a second. This T pushing Adams now fully exposed, and FaZe will swing out for the win. 5 rounds straight to deny back-to-back best-of-3 wins for Eternal Fire. I don't think so today.
Definitely not, Scrawny. Definitely not. Hard fought there at the very end, and as we close out on this series, it is FaZe that do take one step ahead over Eternal Fire. Matchup is getting way more spicy, Jacob.
Yeah, that's a big win for FaZe Clan. I'm not going to lie. That's a massive confidence booster for this squad. Again, Eternal Fire putting up a great fight, making the game competitive. It was a bit back and forth on Inferno. You could feel that throughout the majority of Inferno, it did feel like FaZe had the upper hand, but they had to fight for it. They had to claw their way back into the game. And overall, this matchup between the two teams is heating up. You know, they've had a couple of meetups already in 2025. Now, one obviously went to the side of Eternal Fire at IM Katowice. That was arguably a bigger game, but for FaZe to bounce back here at the group stage and show that they are at least on par with Eternal Fire already by now, that's a statement.
And you know, Bled, it's one of those things where I think even you can say, I told all of you that FaZe Clan had it figured out.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, Trace. No, listen, Inferno coming in, we had a couple of questions as to why FaZe allowed it through when, you know, they're on a 5-map loss streak on this, and, you know, they had Nuke available for them. But that first half, man, the B bomb set was getting abused by FaZe time and time again. I love the layering. I love the spacing in particular. I just want to point this out. The spacing from Karrigan, it was Rain, Elige at times as well. It was perfect, and I don't think Eternal Fire really had an answer. And when it felt like Eternal Fire would bring this one back, I think they were like 10-8, if I'm not mistaken, in the second half. You were talking about this earlier, Pimp. The synergy between Elige and Rain, it clicked together at the perfect time. The crossfires were pristine. Brokey as well. He was hitting his shots. He was playing from the side, playing aggressively biased Lonesome towards Arch as well, taking matters into his own hands. And that A bomb side, they locked it out. I still feel if Eternal Fire actually head back to the B bomb set maybe a couple of times at the very end of the game, this could potentially have been even more closer or perhaps overtime. But in the end, FaZe, they get it done.
And this is most certainly the map they needed, Rain. Like, without a doubt, in this series, they needed him here to show up in Inferno. I feel like he did, Jacob.
Yeah, he did. He very much showed up, and he had an awful lot of impact. Some may even argue on both sides of the map. One of the big question marks was, can he replicate the performances we've seen from Robs playing in pit? Can he be that rock-solid anchor, so to speak, over on that bomb side? And I think we saw glimpses of that today.
Yes.
It's still early on. It's a small sample size, and every single time Rain is playing that position, every single time he's getting experience, he's learning, and he's getting better and better and better. And I just got to say, you know, the way I prefaced this game coming into it is that FaZe in Copenhagen were not looking great. FaZe at IM Katowice is slightly better, and FaZe here in Cluj-Napoca even better. So it keeps being a team that is trending upwards. You know, you can focus on Rain, you can focus on Elige, you can focus on Karrigan. Overall, as a unit right now, it does feel like whenever I watch FaZe play, there's an uptick in performance every single time, and that's a scary prospect if they continue that trajectory.
And look, even looking at a heat map as well for the side of Rain, what I loved a lot, T-side obviously is used to playing towards apartments, right? You know, this is something we can do a lot of work with. He used to play in tandem with Robs back in the day. What I love on the CD side was, yes, initially it was a little bit rough for them, losing the initial, you know, losing the pistol round and the following in a 2 or 3 rounds right there. He didn't really have too many weapons to work with. But once he got the rifle in his hands, one thing he did very well, especially late in the game, was working in tandem with Elige, as we pointed out. But secondarily, he was taking a lot of initiative, you know, fighting towards apartments, being in their faces, keeping them guessing, because there's never any point in time, especially for a player playing for, you know, for his early games on Inferno, the pit position, you can maybe be a bit too predictable perhaps at times, but he just kept moving things around, being unpredictable, and of course getting multi-kills after multi-kills late in the game, which for me was the difference maker in this win.
And I think that's an aspect of the game people have to understand when we speak of Rain, you know, moving into more anchor positions and moving into more, you know, outside perimeters of the maps. He's not going to be a defensive anchor. He's not going to be an anchor that is just waiting for stuff coming to him. Obviously, there's a balance to it. Obviously, there's certain positions where he can only force the fight that much. But Rain overall has always been an aggressive player, right? We know him for the past 4 years to be the space taker, to be the guy that is initiating fights. He'll be an anchor that is provoking. He'll be an anchor that will be poking towards the opponents, and he's slowly but surely maturing into that role. So again, I'm curious to see if he's going to continue to get better and better and better, because if he can be a decent anchor, then bringing in Elise in that position, having a decent anchor in Rain, you're looking at a FaZe Clan that is easily as strong, if not stronger, than before they made this roster move.
Yeah, and you know, that's the thing, the mark about great teams, right? And I'm saying rather being proactive than reactive, because you don't want to have the ball in the hands of the opponent. Like, you don't want to give them that floor space to take control and take charge of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the one thing with Rain, where, you know, we sometimes forget that even though we look at him as an entry kind of like space taker player, he's a veteran. He's been around for such a very long time. He's someone where Carrigan and FaZe have relied on to just be that workhorse, right? And he's never said no from it. He's never shied away from it. And you can clearly see here where he's able to kind of, I guess, showcase the experience he's got, even in the new position, so to speak. And also, speaking of, you know, trying to get new space for the side of FaZes, despite the fact that it's just the one Inferno win out of the past 6 maps, I think that's something that's sorely needed to kind of bolster their map pool, because right now, I mean, they have a pretty solid map pool, but you know, their Nuke, it's looking a little bit weak. They need to find a home map. Dust 2 seems one, and if they're able to turn Inferno around and work and get their Nuke working a little bit more, suddenly we can see a FaZe that could be contending for wins again.
Suddenly. Okay, that was bad. I'll leave that one alone. We do have another matchup for you all. If you could have guessed, we will be going to a break before we jump into that, but it is going to be Falcons versus Pain on the other side of that. That is a best of 3, and you are watching the PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
For Falcons coming into Cluj-Napoca, a better result and a victory would be amazing for these guys. I'm sure testers would agree right now. I'll look at the start of the year. It's not like it was bad results, but obviously when you're looking at the names you now have and looking at this new roster coming together, people have these expectations put on you guys. And then obviously what happened at Katowice, you meet G2, you can't win that game. Obviously a tough opponent for sure, but it's like, does it hurt right now kind of where you're at, or how do you guys view it as a team?
I think where we're at right now, it just gives us more hunger. Like, we know we want more than this and what we have showed so far, but I really think that it just brings us closer a lot faster to go through these times, and like just working day in and day out of making things better is gonna help us in the long run. And right now everyone is like feeling confident in the team, and we work every day, and things are just moving forward, and it is going to be better, and hopefully sooner we'll show that with the results too. But as you say, the expectations from ourselves, the team, and Falcons itself is super high, and I believe that people looking from the outside just want us to fail and see this project going bad. But that's why I really enjoyed taking up this challenge, that I want to be one of those that will be part of this team making it succeed, because it's a challenge.
That's very good. You can't be as well. You've got to get through it and push through it. And what I like with this, right, is I'm looking at the core of you guys that came from Heroic. So you, Dexter, and then Kixan as well. For Kixan, obviously you knew how he was leading back with Heroic. Is he still the same person you're seeing there now he's coming to this team? Or is there, I don't know, different changes he's having to make because Zonic's got a different way of looking at it? How can you explain it to me right now?
I think the dynamic with the team, how the things are, is really good, and Quicksand is still the same guy that he was in Heroic, which I would describe as like this leader that doesn't like take too much space or is like very vocal like that, but he's there when you really need him. And when there's something, when he sees something that we are on the way to a bad path or wrong direction, he is immediately there to step in and like make us go the right way again. And also he's just one of the calmest persons ever when we're playing. And
oh really? But he can get quite fired up. So
yeah, like he is hype. Yeah. But when he's the way he sounds when he's saying things and like taking a timeout or saying that we have to calm down or that we need to focus a little bit more on the communication and stuff like this, it's in a very calm way and it's not stressful. He just makes us listen to him and. You know, it's just that calm voice where you're just like, everything is going to be all right. Just listen and we do it.
That's good to hear. Okay, that's really positive. And when you are improving as a team, how much have you, as the core of the old Heroic, had to sacrifice things with implementing Magisk and obviously Nico coming in? Because I know Nico has a big voice, but obviously he takes a lot of important roles as well. But it does seem like you guys fit right now, but does it fit as well as I'm seeing?
I think so. I don't think we have had to change anything out of the ordinary. So I think in general it's been really good, and the roles and all of this stuff is also fitting. And I just believe that when everyone is being like kind of glued together and we have played with each other a little bit more, it's gonna click on a different level, and that's where we're working towards.
Are you maybe the easiest teammate to get on with? Because no one ever says anything bad when it comes to testers. It's like everyone just talks positively about how you can blend into it. It does seem like you can fit into any team.
Yeah, well, I kind of like to think that about myself also. And I guess I am pretty easy to fit in with. I don't really see the bad in people or see bad intentions if they're telling me there's none. And just the way, and also when things are going the wrong direction, I'll like if something is stepping over the line, I'm there to like tell them off and don't think that's okay. And yeah, I think I'm just easy to be around because I don't really bring any negative feelings to the table.
All right, well, best of luck with it all. I'm excited to see what you guys can do and try and carry some of that online momentum through into the games here.
Thank you.
Hey, you right there. Just kidding, I'm not Leo DiCaprio, but I do have another game for you all coming up, and it is a best of 3. And in that notion, I also am going to go ahead and tell you who I've got here to my left. We've got Bled in the middle, Pimp down on the end, and we're looking a little bit of Falcons pain, gentlemen. I think there could be a lot of pain on either side of this matchup.
Potentially, depending on how the game is going to unfold. I think it's a very important matchup for both teams, actually. For Pain, it is to reassert that they are still a decent team after what we saw in Copenhagen. Great start to the season. Maybe less good at IM Katowice yesterday, a big win, obviously. Whereas for Falcons, you know, the conversation in regards to them is still how good are they going to be? I don't think anyone right now can figure out what the expectations or what the realistic scenarios are for Falcons. Are they going to be a top 15 team?
Hey,
are they going to be a top 10 team?
They got their first land win yesterday, okay?
Top 5 team? Well, that's my question. So I may as well ask you, if you that confident in that, what are Falcons going to be? Are they a top 5 contender? Are they top 10? Where they at right now, Blair?
Well, I'll tell you where they are right now.
Answer the goddamn question.
They got their first land win yesterday. Say it.
No.
Okay. All right. Listen. They got a good start yesterday. I mean, they got the win over FlyQuest. That being said,
wow.
FlyQuest, fair enough. All right. You don't like the Aussies. I see how it is. Okay. But I feel like they're a team obviously still trying to figure stuff out. You're looking at the results right there. LAN results. They played it 3 times. They played it online towards Blast. They lost to Eternal Fire, who are playing fantastic right now. It was a very close loss to G2, who are also kind of trying to find their feet with the loss of Nico. But yesterday, what I liked from what I saw from them against FlyQuest, and again, sure, it's FlyQuest, sure. I look at a map like Inferno. FlyQuest is a pretty solid team on Inferno, and the fact that this team were able to dispatch of them very, very convincingly. We saw Nico playing like Nico does, with Tessa looking very comfortable, even Dexter as well. I feel like, and Tessa said in an interview, everyone wants to watch them fail, but I feel like they are on the upwards trajectory. That being said, yes, small sample size.
You didn't answer the question, but
give it to him one more time, Your Honor.
What are the expectations for Falcons right now? Top 5, top 10, top 15?
I think,
are they on the same par as a team like Pain, or should we raise the expectations a little bit?
I think the question now, oh man, there's so much pressure. I think they're looking for a top 10, and I think a top 10 should be a viable thing to achieve in the next couple of months, depending on all the events they're going to be playing. They've obviously qualified for a couple of events as well. I think top 10 is very reasonable, and I think anything below top 10 is unacceptable for them.
Nah, I agree with you, but that's my issue, right? Because when we try to put it into a box,
I can't tell the future, dude.
No, but listen, you bring in a guy like Nico, who's arguably one of the greatest talent you can possibly require into this lineup. You have the most winning major coach ever. You have one of the most winning major personals ever in Magic. He's one behind Dupuis. And you had the core of a team that made the playoff at the most recent major. If you're telling me that they're just on the cusp of top 10, that's okay. They're just on the cusp of being, one of the teams that we can maybe expect going into the playoff. Is that good enough for a team like Falcons? Is that good enough for a team that has brought in that much talent? I don't think so. However, I do agree with you. Trending upwards, small sample size, who cares? They did look much better at IM Katowice in that loss versus G2 that we initially have seen. I want to see them confirm it right here against Pain Gaming. If Falcons are to be taken serious, they win this series 2-0 and show us that they can play great Counter-Strike.
And that's not just in the back that there are some Danes in the server.
I couldn't care less about that.
Oh, yeah, fair enough.
We saw an interview from Nico where he said how working with Zonic has been fantastic, yada yada yada. But one point he particularly made was, and this is something we can touch upon, where Zonic said at the end of last year, where he's like, the lineup we had in 2024 is not a lineup I really had any faith and really truly believed in. I was waiting for the inevitable changes to happen. Now it's happened, and Nico said it himself. Zonic wants to make it, wants to prove it to all the haters out there, Trace, that he is indeed the GOAT. So yeah, it's basically put up or shut up for Falcons right now.
Yeah, and where this project is, it is certainly kind of alluded to that, right? Like you've been waiting and looking forward to seeing maybe the Falcons can piece together and start to really take the steps in the right direction. And does that start now? Does it pass the buck if it doesn't?
I think it started yesterday with the first LAN win, obviously, and it could be continuing today, as you can see on your screen now as well. Quite a lot of points up for grabs for both teams, and I think in particular for Falcons, that is to cement the 8th place they have right now, to make sure that they're still, going to be part of the major circuit, still going to be part of the top tournaments. Whereas for Pain Gaming, same could be said. They will naturally be a little lower in the rankings, but given they are in a slightly easier region, they will still get some invites if they can continue up that process. So I think, we're looking at a Falcons who, let's not forget, that is a team with a budget that is built to win stuff, not to be top 10, but for a way to get closer to that, beating Pain Gaming, who have been playing well so far this year, is definitely a step in the right direction. They have to do it today, though, and we'll have to see what maps they can do it on.
Yeah, well, let's do just that, and I know Blair's ready for it.
I think Pain might just go for Mirage. I think that's the obvious.
Makes you say that.
Yeah,
give it away.
And I don't know, just my brain, man, it just works at a high level sometimes. I think Dust 2 has been the map their Falcons have been leaning on heavily as their kind of like the home map, so to speak, and it's been looking good so far. And I'm just going to go out on a limb and say here, I think they're going to shake hands on a Nuke.
I think so too. We've seen both teams play Nuke so far, and both teams like to play Nuke, and there we go. We have Nuke as a third deciding map. It's a great map pool for both teams. Now, for Pain Gaming, I think we deserve to give them a bit of credit. Again, they're working with a limited budget. They're working with limited personnel. They brought in Devitus, and he's been doing fantastically well for Pain Gaming. He was playing well yesterday as well. So
against Astralis, though, so caveat.
Yeah, I mean, still, it's still a good showing. He was great in Copenhagen, less good at Katowice, but that went for the entire team. I think it's only fair to set the expectations for Pain as well. Right now, they're punching above their weight. They're doing a good job. They're making the most out of all the opportunities they're gifted. Whereas for Falcons, it's constantly going to be this conversation about them. When do they step it up? When do they, fully enter to the scene? When do they start to enter the conversation about perhaps being a top 5 team? You name it. Pain Gaming, for them, every single game is a great opportunity to continue down the pathway of, making themselves viable and making themselves competitive in an environment of Counter-Strike that is very competitive. So I think it's only fair to say that Falcons should be winning this game, but make no mistake, it's probably more a 50-50 than anything else.
Yeah, I buy into that. I buy into that a whole lot, except these guys over here on the Pain Gaming side, because there's a couple of them that might just tip the scales. I'm looking at a guy like David Deas. I'm thinking about guys like Big Azera.
I just want a bigger Zera because yesterday in the pregame we did touch upon how so far earlier this year he's been a little bit more quieter than what we saw from him for the duration 2024. Yesterday in the revenge matchup against Astralis, who stepped up? It was Big Zera alongside Davidius. So, and I said it as well. This is not a guy who's going to go flying under the radar and not make too much of noise in the server apart from just being an IGL, right? So it's good to see that he has come in fragging out here in well, not Cluj-Napoca yet, but in Romania over here. And I'm expecting him to have to put in the equal amount of numbers we saw from him yesterday if they are to stand a chance to get the win.
Yeah, but does it beg the question, in this last game we talked about positioning. Here, with a team like Falcons on one side, what does it smell like might be their sort of depth chart?
Well, I mean, look at Nico, right? He's going to play that connector area, and that's going to be the pinpoint of everything. He loves to be aggressive. He loves to take fight. And if you're Nico right now, you're feeling very comfortable to take those fights against Pain Gaming. I gotta say, one of the weaknesses, so to speak, I feel like within this lineup on the CT side could be Kixen and Tessus over towards the B bomb side. I'm not quite sure how those two are working together fully just yet. Tessus, I think, has stepped up as an individual, but he's being kind of hidden away over towards that B bomb side, whereas for Kixen, obviously wants to be in the middle of the pack so he can make calls on the CT side. That's still something that can involve for me, and maybe we're seeing Tessus more towards short and then Kixen obviously more towards the static B player, which I think has been the case. But then again, you have your in-game leader now being the static B player, not able to make any calls, which again then alleviates all the pressure on towards Nico, because then he is the big voice on that CT side.
He's absolutely the main voice here on the CT side. I think they've been very vocal about it. The only one who trumps him would have to be Zonic, right? Zonic's the guy who gets a final say, but Nico's going to be doing a lot of calling. And it actually is a perfect mirroring, because if you look at Big Zera, who is also the IGL, also the cons player, right? He's the guy who wants to be in the midst of the action, and more importantly, he can frag out as well. Maybe not to the same caliber of Nico, not many people can, but to a very high degree altogether. Davidius, again, his mirror of Tessus playing towards short. He's the highest rated player, the star player as well for the side of Pain. So a lot of mirroring overall for these two teams when it comes to the CT positions.
If we are to believe Nico is still the same player he was in 24, 23, 22, the same player he's been the past 8 years, being the most dominant rifler the game has probably ever seen. If we believe he haven't dropped in level just because he moved to Falcons, Nico would be eating these guys for breakfast. Nico would be dominating that area of the map, especially when you consider it's Mirage. So again, I cannot say it enough. I think Pain Gaming as a unit right now, as a team, we can justify saying it's a 50-50 game because they've done well. But in terms of the individual quality that is on the server, there's absolutely no doubt that Dexter, Nico, and Tessus for that matter should be eating these guys for breakfast.
Well, Jacob, I don't know what you like to eat for breakfast, but me personally, I like to start with a little bit of Mirage. Let's do it, Scrawny and Launders.
Yeah, I got a hunch Jacob likes big old knuckle sandwich. That's what I feed him for breakfast. Into the pistol we'll go here. Pain to the T side. Falcons on the defense. I agree with Jacob's sentiments. Falcons are better. They are simply better. Their individual players are better, and they should win. And I have a hunch that getting that first best-of-3 victory was a weight off their shoulders. So for now, it's Dexter peeling back with Berettas, getting chased down by Davideus, but now all of a sudden the hit has been stopped. Mohan, they put the brakes on this bad boy. Put the brakes on. And a quick stoppage to any attempt of Pain to get out onto the B side.
Yeah, I do like Pimp cutting through the the fluff and just saying, if this was, Nico of old, he just eats these guys alive. And I think that's like the standard we have to hold him to in matches like this. And obviously with this team in building it together, it's not going to be like that right away, but there will be a moment where it's like, okay, Nico's taking over games again. And I will say that until the day that he wins a major. Okay. I think the day after that, we'll see. He's played for so long. That's the final goal. We'll see what happens. But until that day, I'm willing to say Nico will be able to take over games consistently over months. So this Falcons lineup, said it last time, but it's we had a lot of fun making fun of Falcons for so long, but this lineup, I think, actually deserves to be taken seriously.
Agreed.
They look good. They have the heroic core that were good, and they've shown us some promising signs. And they won their first LAN best-of-3.
Yippee! It's crazy it took that long. Quite insane it took that long, but they've done it. They have done it. The first one's the hardest.
But
well, that's not
everyone's calling them like favorites in this game. Do you have them as like heavy favorites over Pain or slight favorites?
Yeah, I'd say like 65-35.
Okay, that's pretty heavy. Yeah.
All right, it was 62-38 then.
Okay, that's medium.
Okay. medium rare. Eat these guys for breakfast. Push out from the palace, and all you want's a bomb plant. You're not asking for too much, but Magisk is going to be locking down this A site as he pleases. Very much dedicated to the role, and ooh, he's on for the ace. A little Magisk ace, perhaps, huh?
I'm down. I'm down. We had that amazing Magisk 1v4 clip.
The 4 HP 1v4 with the last bullet headshot kill. That clip.
The one with the Glock on the A side of Dust 2.
Wowza. That was something. That's a side of Magisk I haven't seen in a long time, but I am happy to see more of. So 4K for him here in the anti-eco. Make sure Pain can't put that bomb down. And we go first gun round, folks. Couple insta-smokes. And Nico, begrudgingly, jumps out through the window to take over bottom con.
Yeah, Pain are like a team that they're almost like an Eternal Fire with in terms of quality of players versus experience and time together somewhat. But Pain have slightly newer players, a little bit less experience. They make more mistakes, you know, and we're relying on seeing if Davideus fits into this new lineup as a consistent star. Where we have seen the highs, that's for sure. We have seen the highs, but not just yet the consistency. But they're not a team that's reliable like Eternal Fire are right now.
Correct.
Reliably good. Pain can beat FaZe, but only on their very, very best day.
There's Nico dead. You love to get that if you're Davideus. Magisk able to slip in behind Ticket, waiting for the Palace player. Ooh, snaps over to do a bit of damage to NQZ. The spray gets away from Degster. An A site for the taking.
Yeah, they have it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
A couple bullets come peppering through the smoke off of Tesses from Catwalk. Mohan?
Yes.
Tell me what you think about Tesses, please.
Oh, man. Tesses is going to be a secret star on this lineup. He was a guy, while he played on Heroic, was not the odd man out. He fit into the Cadian system back in 22, 21, 20. But at the same time, never got any star player roles. Played very hard CT positions. And was always known for his good aim, but not really cerebral gameplay. But under Kixan in the last few months, playing on Heroic, has reached a level that I don't think anyone could have anticipated, where he can now be a consistent star, like top of the board across maps, way more active positions, way more output, and also was a guy who was known for getting nervous a lot. You know, I've heard of him like throwing up before matches started because he got so nervous, and I think he shed all of that recently. So I think he's really come into his own, and I don't think he's just attached to Cadian's 5th best player back in the Heroic days anymore, you know. And that's been pretty impressive because he's now arguably playing on a team that has even more individual talent.
See what he can do as the attack into the A site comes yet again. Degster from M4 to AWP, but still without a kill. Sketchy one for BigUzera. Oh my god, he's going to try to pepper them as they go for reloads. That was both players spraying their entire magazines. Oh, ouch. Davideus having a good time so far tonight. That's bomb down. 3 players stuck up here inside the windows. Eesh. Little labored there for BigUzera, but that's a CT incendiary that's going to keep them back for a few more seconds. Davideus comes out from underpass, gives Magisk a chance, but only just plays with his food.
Round's over now.
Chomps down on Magisk in the window. Majority alive still for Falcons as they will tuck their tails and fly over to that B site to try to get away with the save. And it looks like David's not going to let them get away with everything.
Yeah, if we get this Dave, then things are looking up for Pain, that's for sure. Those were a couple of very sharp kills from him. That's the difference maker.
But Davey D just sits back and lets him have it.
Divided.
DVD?
DVD in HD.
Yeah, dude.
Blu-ray.
4K.
Nobody knows why we're doing this right now, but we've been trying to figure out the best way to pronounce Davideus.
Davideus, Davideus, Davidius.
Davidius, as Bless said once.
That was crazy, but I liked it.
It liked it.
David Oos. Magisk. Ooh, gets popped by Cowes. That AK headshot, man, it is the Counter-Strike classic. And so 5v4 for Pain. Ooh, oh. Dexter's got the nade from downtown. Dunked on. And yeah, Kixan, you're not going to get away with that. That ain't pretty, now is it? Tesses, what can he do to save this? Because you got NQZ trying to work around this smoke.
Tessa's coming in from underneath.
Here's the stomp. Now, that's the smoke dropped by Kixan's corpse, right? That's the funny part. That smoke drops from beyond the grave, and Tesses has actually been able to find some value from it. Everybody's sitting inside it. Tesses pounces on one. He knows there's more at this corner, but won't be able to multi-frag himself. Will Nico? He's calling for Dexter to come over and help. Nico goes for it as the fake plant comes out. No kill from that, not back. Now Dexter's got cover. Fire at the feet of Nico. He hits another headshot. Dexter, no nade because he's already gotten the one over towards that ramp. And so Bomb gets scooped up by Snow and will be uninterrupted on the plant.
He'll have to walk into NQZ. It's his only way to get this retake going. NQZ unflinching. And Dexter not even thinking about it.
He walks away.
Wow.
Oh,
full respect.
boy.
Wants to keep this up in the next round. No attempt at it, and it's probably because of Snow's one kill right there. Took a bullet to the head, but had the AK and instant back.
The kid'll do what it takes. Love that about Snow.
So NQZ, that's a nice find. It's a moment that makes Kixan look silly, and that's probably the easiest, safest jump spot. And if he lands and sees NQZ, there won't be another chance for NQZ to shoot him. From our perspective, we see NQZ picks a perfect timing to peek. Some of that is a little bit of RNG, when you come in to peek it. But that's why you see there are different ways to jump spot, different ways to keep it safe, and NQZ knew exactly how Kixan was going to do it.
So Pain having a great time so far here on their map pick. And around that Falcons op, saved by Dexter, comes a solo M4 for Kixan. Op goes into the B apartments to look for that contact, and Bomb's back there. So if the op is allowed to sit in apartments, then eventually somebody would have come back. But it's NQZ getting the kill on top stairs that instantly unravels that early B presence. Suddenly, Snow's job will be safer. We can see him still over towards that underpass stairs. Op is mobile. And it gets a chance to go back.
NQZ took 2.5 maps to warm up yesterday. But then when he did, man, was he hot. Multi-frags, clutches, everything at the end on Nuke. It's the decider of this series as well. But if he starts off strong, if Davideus starts off strong as well, he wasn't even needed as much in their last series. Pain could definitely reach another level.
Ooh, Magis turns back to ramp, and that's a good thing because he was about to get caught. Oh, did he see him?
The timings.
Kixan.
Wow, that's some good rifle work out of Kixan.
I did not anticipate that one, but luckily with them having Bomb already towards B, it's going to be this flurry of players up to the apartments. Dexter,
he does
it's a
not
great test.
Miss these.
I'm ready. Are you right about him? Yes, indeed. Deviduous down. Dexter falls back. Snow's a little desperate. Deagle from Arch. That's Bomb dropped, and they call it quits. Falcons off of, I was going to say Dexter's off, but really it's that Kixan double that forces the hand to play at that B bomb site. They run in a little bit blind, time limited, etc. Pain, oh boy. 2 players, top connector, just get clapped by Kixan.
I was watching, it was the Shuhei Fans Come Here podcast with Nero and Note, and they had Ash.
Love those guys.
And they had Ash on, and he was talking about how Shuhei used to play some more star player positions, and as an IGL, he was reliable as a fragger, and we've seen that ourselves for years now.
True.
Kixan can definitely hold a gun, and I gotta say the same thing about Kixan. Even though the stats don't always show it, you see moments like that, they're not that rare. He has very good mechanics when push comes to shove.
Oh, wow. That flashbang from Magisk. And then the Opper just sits there, so I say Opper, it was Davideus.
Said that spawn.
That flash was good. Couple taps out of Tessez. And that is 5v4 Falcons. I thought Pain were going to have a great time on this T side, but this is a critical turning point perhaps. Big Uzera finds the kill on Nico out through window. And a bullet whizzes by Dexter. Then they clear Magisk from down underneath balcony. Big Uzera sometimes is that guy. He had 0 kills, 6 deaths coming into this round. Gets a 2K to open up the possibility of an A split. Dexter doing such a good job of denying vision from the ramp though as he creeps out onto the bomb site. Eventually Snow will activate. You saw Dexter so cautious about that con peek, and it's once he looks away that Snow slips out.
You got to give Payne credit, though. They knew he was there when he took his first kill, and then they carefully waited at every single position he could peek and didn't overextend, only to put pressure finally in from Connector. We know that Dexter likes to take moments like that and get involved instead of play retake spots, which is something I really appreciate about Dexter, but the approach is so safe, so methodical from Payne, and it's another successful A play.
So a one-off round win from Falcons by way of Kixan 2K. That's Big Uzera, baby.
It's been a good game so far in terms of like how these guys are playing. We're seeing some pretty sharp moments.
Terrorists win.
Watch this.
Oh, man, he could barely see.
But just enough. You know, I think it's the triple whammy for me. I know we've talked about it before, but Big Uzera's view model's crazy. Plus he plays left-handed, and he's got this charm that's constantly flipping upside down. Like, do you hate the spectators?
He doesn't want to get spectated.
You know? Do you want everybody to be upset? Because this is how you do it. This right here, what you're looking at.
He's causing OCD.
How do you play like this by choice? Look at that freaking charm, dude. And it's not like a charm is stuck there, and if you take it off, oh, I lost all the money I invested. Bro, they gave you reattachment tools.
He likes to flip it up all the time. It's his fidget spinner, Connor.
Yeah, the only difference is you got to stare at the center of your screen.
Yeah.
The last thing you should have is a fidget spinner in the middle of your screen.
Oh, what the heck?
That's ambitious. Jumping M4 attempt from Nico. What does he know that I don't? Dexter's going to deal with the view model. And Kixan awaits some kind of a play at this B site. Davideus. Oh, he turned at the right moment, but Nico was also kind of keeping his eyes on both sides, and still he gets the better of the duel. Kixan, good off angle, finds Kawez off guard, and that's going to be most of Payne dead already with a desperate attempt at a B site with 30 seconds, or a chance to save 2.
So much of that comes down to Davideus' duel versus Nico. No deaths here for Falcons.
It's a good look in round 8. Ties this game up at 4 apiece. And we keep this back and forth affair going.
Counter-terrorists win.
See if we get that Nico kill from his POV, because it looks like he just turned to check it in time. Just in time.
Why did it look like there was someone missing?
On Falcon screen?
Yeah.
I wasn't paying that close of attention. It's like with Roban earlier, but it is confirmed he's here. I wonder why. Just hanging out? Vibes?
That's why he was there in the first place, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Makes sense.
You know?
Cha. vibrations.
Watch this. Oh, see that? Nico and his spidey senses.
That is what you have to be able to do, though, if you're going to play in jungle.
Right.
You're going to have to worry about con lurks. You have to worry about window lurks. That is your whole job.
And we know.
It's a tough job.
Nico, a contender for King of the Jungle. You know that expression's never made sense, eh? That lions are the king of the jungle? Because lions
live in the
savannas. Yeah.
Don't let me loose in the jungle, they said.
That's right. I'd say jaguars are the king of the jungle.
Could they beat up gorillas? I don't know.
Yeah, you got a point.
Oh, gotta take the gorillas.
I'd take gorillas. Down to the underpass for the clear, and there's been a couple times that CTs kind of float with eyes down there. Nico likes to keep a bit of a move on in middle, but that is not the case this time. Top mid, bottom mid, both there for the taking off Pain. It's the catwalk player that could keep problematic. What's TeSS going to keep his eyes on?
These are the creepy little positions that he's good at. These tough angles, headshots.
Nico climbing up. Oh, boys, there's 3 of them in here. Oh. Yeah. Oh, Nico's going to peek in. You don't anticipate 3 players in Palace.
Yeah.
So you kind of deliver the bomb site before the execute even has to happen.
They have to go now, so...
TeSS trying to hang on to the bench versus BigUzera, but he's allowed jungle to falter. Still, though, Degster kills a player coming out of Palace.
Molly goes too far.
Snow's going to go for the bomb plant. Degster, he pressures him off the plant. Now Snow's on the left side.
Oh.
Quick scope from Degster, and that's why you right-click every single time.
Yeah.
BigUzera stuck down bottom mid. The incendiary from TeSS kept BigUzera on the bench. That's where Magis softens him up. And then good on the market player to be wary of the guy in jungle already. Not to mention we didn't see it, but that Degster clip off of a player committing to A. Yep. I thought when they pushed into Palace and died, that was a round for Pain.
Should have been, especially first kill going their way, even if Nico gets 1 trade back, they see the bomb, but they can just come out so quickly after that. But Degster, he doesn't get fooled. And look at this, look at TeSS fighting this. How are you supposed to fight back against that? He was willing to wallbang that ledge twice in that duel. The punishment. Pistols. IGL's worst nightmare, calling rounds like these. Skinless Glocks. Oh, what?
Wow. Okay. Because he can. Degster on cleanup duty, gets a kill with an AWP, an incendiary, and a USP. And that right there, folks, is Pain's hopes.
Let the bodies
hit the flow. Let the bodies hit the...
It's a different song that I did just now.
What'd you leave the keys up on the table?
Makeup.
You want to do? Now I just want to sing.
Degster. Degster 12-3, man. Eco's helped.
Degster, again, right? Sometimes they leave this open, sometimes they hold it. And BigUzera, he's going to step forward and try to find Degster, who now turns attention top middle. You better not shoot. You don't shoot at Degster.
Can't trick this guy.
Unless you're willing to pay the cost. And the cost?
Your life.
You're dead, kid. Crazy that BigUzera is now 2-11, despite having 2 kills that won a round for Pain when he climbed up through the windowsill. But this windowsill has been closed ever since.
Yeah. Remember how many times they tried to get into the window versus Astralis and succeeded?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Falcons look a little bit more comfortable with that game plan. 2 guys in here, though. Nico.
Make it a third.
He's going to run.
A menage a trois.
Oh my god.
He has found the perfect path to position.
How does that work?
Dude, that is sick. It's so good. Now he doesn't expect the second, so he won't get away with it, but he just carved his path between the 2 by sense of smell.
That is yeah, you'd heat vision. That's such a demo kill right there.
And he gets into the cubby. Dagster popped by Cowes. Great approach to connector. This is going to put things back into the realm of possibility for Pain until Tesses, this rascal of a cat player, comes back at Con, dives into the ladder, and he's got them chasing him. All they want to do is try to hit this A site at 20 seconds, but Magisk has been queued up to finish off this round. Perfect hold from Kixan, back turn to him, and it is Falcons thriving as they go up 7-4.
Yeah, they got 3 great things going on. It's Tessus off of Cat, it's Nico all the time, and it's Dagster. And I think with all of this, they just have full mid control, right? That's your Cat player, your Con player, and your Opper. And that's where we saw Pain got away with the most versus Astralis all over mid.
That was so cool.
This pathing is insane. I mean, he could not see a thing.
Got that radar on super zoom. And we find ourselves in the final round of the half here. So great little recovery from Falcons, considering we had that point where it was 4 out of 5 rounds straight for Pain. Magisk awkward as he's burned out, but fine by him. Good amount of damage here offered before the full commitment comes through. Tesses should have an easy job. Should, but actually ends up dying to the top Tetris peak. Nico, also dies out. And now Dagster and Kixan versus 2. But that low HP of Davideus should doom him, surely. Oh, but he gets away with a 3rd kill. He has barely had HP. And Pain will add a final round to the tally, one that they had no business winning.
Yeah, somehow they pulled that off. Davideus snuck by the smoke and the gap just in time that the op had no idea it crossed. That was the key moment. They cultivated a lot of chaos and got away with it here on the A site.
That round will make things interesting if this gets tight.
Yeah, for sure.
That's the one.
Based on the past few rounds, it felt like an 8-4 half for Falcons. They really had control of the situation. So it took a little individual skill to get them through Pain, but they get 5 in the end. Got some great matches here at PGL.
Yes, and we're only on day 2 of 5 before playoffs. 3 days of playoffs in Cluj-Napoca next week. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
There are lots of teams watching these games going, I wish I was here playing.
Yeah.
Seriously, and they should.
What you doing, dorks?
Dorks. Some their fault, some not their fault.
That's true. That's right.
That's still dorks.
Yep. Bunch of dorks. But that's fine. Dorks fit in. It's esports after all. Quiet little approach here from Falcons. Their pistol features a lot of flashbangs. Tesses going to try to find a route through. Great frag grenade damage. And NQZ with a tap to the back of 2 heads. Oh, NQZ, all of it so far. Gun's empty. That's the end of him. Bench player turns. Big Uzera snaps it on Kixan and sits him on his ass.
That's a full house, man. That's a full house. Nicely done, NQZ. That position can be 1 and dead, 0 and dead if you get hard cleared. And he had to think about listening to players jumping out of the window. Tesses running by him on his left. Covered his teammates perfectly. Very quick to the head on all those kills. And this makes this game very real for Pain now. When Big Uzera frags, they went. Oh. Wow. Hello.
Owned. But he can't do it 4 more times.
That won't happen. I can guarantee you that.
That won't happen. It won't happen.
Guaranteed it won't happen.
It looks like it's going to happen to Cowes, but it won't. He's going to lead the charge, and then Cowes is going to just shred them all. 1 MP9 magazine, ace. Right here. Because Nico can't get them all. Oh, okay. The Glocks will overwhelm, and that's fine. A little bomb plant here. That's the reward for Falcons. It's the folly of Pain kind of playing that far back. You let all the T's group up. You know, we learned that lesson best when Overpass was in the map pool. You let players get into bathrooms. You think you can sit on your little bomb site. You're dead. So, good cleanup here for Pain. Make sure that you only lose the 2 to a Deeg and an all-in push. But I think all things considered, Falcons happy with that result.
It's a small win. 10 grand off the table for Pain. Falcons get a bomb plant. And now we really get into the thick of it here.
I love those little jumps when you're in doorways. The speed that you come out.
They're so useful, actually.
Yep. Just looking like a little Super Mario. Nico to take over underpass. There was a molly burning bottom middle. BTarena sliding out after it's fizzled out. We got fire at the feet of Kicksand, so that's his smoke grenade burned, and a frag with his name on it. There you go.
Yummy.
That. You want another one?
Yeah, it's coming. Those are protocols, baby.
And then they disengage. Happy to have established the 5v4 with it. Now, just don't die to the Nico crawl.
Oh, they got the guard down. They wouldn't think he comes out underpass this quickly.
He's coming. He's got you. Nothing you can do about that, and Kawez dies elsewhere. That's on B. Nico, top box, cleared out by Snow.
But the B site.
And that opens up the easy rotate for Davideus, but the flashbang finds him, so he's got to give up the angle, allowing entry for not just the front runner, but the bomb carrier too. That is Tessa's very low health over on the bench.
Davideus' only other smoke.
This one allows exit. Snow trying to line it up. You've got Degster pressing his AK into them, but he's not able to get the second with the first. So the retake's on at half health. Davideus again has that extra smoke. Could put it on top of the bomb, and Magic's position's not ideal for this defuse. This could be tough if they get across. But trade frag's good, and that is Falcons to, well, lose what was once the lead.
I think that was, I mean, obviously looks like a misplay now, but Degster coming out in front of the smoke, in front of market window as they're coming out. They had really strong positions, but instead he made that sort of a one and done. Pain take full advantage. It's a relatively unlikely retake, but it was also a good start to the round out of Pain. Just seems like if you make that play, do it at a point where you can win off time.
Sure. Nice little double swing there, backside as well. Saw NQZ just stutter for a second. Make sure that they don't line up too easily. 3 rounds consecutive here. Pain, 8-7 lead. Oh, it gets weird up on Palace. Each team with a kill apiece. NQZ leans back, missed chance to deal with the Palace player. That's going to be the bomb plant unless the wallbang connects, and it's a bait. BTarena bites on it. It gets him to go in for a spam, and top stairs swung.
Yeah, they are suffering in some moments, man, without BTarena. Jokes aside. When he gets kills, they win, but it's not many.
4 and 14.
Yeah, hate to see that.
4 and 14.
Yeah.
Huh?
That's not my BTarena.
Nani? NQZ. Hang on to your op, see what you can do in the next one. He's been playing well, 12 and 6, but it just, I feel like he's not, unfortunately this round he allows the Palace exit, and in general, just not always part of the equation. You know, he's not where the hits are coming at him.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to find impact in those moments if you miss your first shot, but like, you know, if you're playing really well, you find a way to make it happen. But in this spot, it ends up sort of going full passive, and at least because of that, they keep this open in the next round.
Sometimes I love watching Degster with rifles because I feel like, I mean, Dexter's Dexter loves a peek.
Yes,
loves to go for a peek. And then when sometimes he's playing with AKs, I feel like he loves a peek even more so.
Yeah.
You know, because
the op is the only thing slowing him down.
Right? Because of its value. But he's like, 2,700 for an AK, man. It's okay if we lose this. Swing. And that top stairs peek pays off. So well done. We're going to have fire at the feet of the player up here. Excuse me, no. Drops beneath. Ooh, Nico. Oh, he sails past.
And he got the kill.
Snow doubles down, but won't be able to escape. Nicely done from Snow there in the corner. Davideus challenges the smoke to perfection. There was a Molotov that was meant to be on bench, but it comes out a second late. And now NQZ is going to take up ticket control and a 2-player retake from Pain off Khan at the same time as that ticket challenge. And it's good early damage. Kicksan 1 frag. Dexter off the reload tries to press back in, and he is bested by the MP9 SMGs with majority of the frags here for Pain to get that lead right back.
As they snatch it back. Those are some good trades coming down. I mean, first Nico jumping out of the hall is a very scary moment for Pain, especially when he gets the kill on Ninja. But after that, the trades come back from Snow. Pain always do a good job in these very chaotic situations. And that was kind of just what Davideus needed to do.
And something that he's only allowed to do, again, because the utility was like a half-second late.
Right.
You know, whether they throw it in response or if it was just a little delayed, he slips right in. That gap that Falcons have left gets punished. And this is not going to be a pretty buy for Deg. Oh, excuse me, never mind. The op's on the ground.
It's a small lead for Pain. And this is when it becomes even more crucial that someone like BTarena actually contributes. Can't even imagine they actually win this map, even from this winning position, if he's having a game like this. There's been a lot of fancy A-site attacks coming out from Falcons. This one's looking like another set piece. Trying to get up into connector, but the bomb is still back.
I love that Dexter didn't even flinch on that shoulder peak top stairs. Holding for the wide swing instead.
I think Nico hoping that they overnade top boxes, and he's going to look for his timing. They've got 2 pairs of eyes on this. Kawez walking up.
Yeah, he's thinking about it.
And it looks like he's just about to die.
Ooh, that's looking a little foolish.
That's nice from Pain, though, man. They just didn't assume it was only top boxes. They cleared everything carefully.
I think they've been doing a good job of that, right? With the double nade previously as well on Kicksan. Like, not being too loud about it, but coming at these mid plays to try to get 5v4s. Ooh, okay. Tesses drops it to Sandwich. Tough one here for Dexter, but he will clip the hands of BTarena. You love to see it, but Dexter unable to get the second. Now he's kind of pinned into Tetris. Stuck. And while Snow sits on top of the stairs, that is Dexter trying to hone in on him, but right now you've also got this player hiding behind triple boxes. Dexter's gonna boost a player top. Snow, yeah, he's gonna get found out by that, but Davideus strikes. That whole setup, all about just keeping his head down until it is a chance to shine. Just like when he challenged Bench a round ago, he strikes when it matters. And when it's best. Time going to expire on this one. Magisk sent off to the save, and that is Pain with a 10-8 lead over Falcons.
Wow, wow, wow. Here we go, Pain. And just as you mentioned, Davideus just finding his spots. He's just so perfect about when he takes those peaks, and it's just what Pain need once again. Last time it was just across that jungle smoke. This time from the back of triple. They're trying to dress up these A-acts a little bit differently every single round, but Pain are looking strong versus almost every variation.
Cool. Got him. And that's NQZ to topple the tag on Tessus. Kawa's letting him get a little closer, but that's fine. Support systems in place clearly here for Pain. Dude, Davideus is everywhere.
He's chewing on him, yeah.
And a nice little smoke spam out of Snow pushes this onto Dexter, and Dexter alone, and no 1v5s allowed. Davideus, MVP of the round as he takes to the top of the charts. 16 kills now secured, and still some time to go. But that is, of course, 6 of the 7 rounds they've played on CT side going the way of Pain.
I mean, again, like comparing yesterday to today, they beat Astralis without like 2 key pieces really showing up. NQZ until very late into the game. Davideus, very average throughout. And now they're here today. I think Pain can definitely reach a new level. This is trouble waters for Falcons, and it's a Veto that both teams look forward to the third map of Nuke to play on. But whether we get there is up for question now, because I think Falcons were looking like they could take this map pick, but at this point, I'm wondering where the holes are here on CT side.
Wild scenes to me as well that BigUzera is still 4-16 and Pain are pulling this off.
Yeah, like, maybe they don't need him. He's just, that's all the values in the calling.
Again, is kind of good. You know, BigUzera has shown us great promise individually, and I think he's still going to step up in important games, but you can't bank on him being the guy every time.
Anymore. Kept talking about being the father for so long, it's finally gotten into his head. It's like, wait, that is too much responsibility. I can't be a star anymore. I like the options open approach here on the default for Falcons. And Cat is looking pretty vulnerable at the moment. This would be the right place to go. Ladder room is also a very flexible spot. It can help with your A and B attacks if you go up into the window, put pressure on window. But they found it out correctly. Kicksan's got rotations locked off. They have enough players in for the attack. The only thing Falcons can do wrong right now is get a too stringy. So grouping is key. And now the only true appropriate response for Pain is to say, oh, this is a little suspicious. We need to lean. And they've already pushed into Palace as well. So like BigUzera, I'm surprised he's not coming over to B.
Right, still just floating on the windowsill instead, but we'll see if it costs them. Yo! Wow. Oh, Davideus! Oh, 20 bullets into that spray down. Connects the headshot to Magus. Oh, and BigUzera may be late, but it's still his party. Dexter, 1 versus 3, asked of him, 7 seconds on that clock. Oh, and he misses the chance to kill BigUzera, so now time's going to expire, and if he dies after the clock, no way! BigUzera runs him around, and an op shot to the back will affect the cash. Hot damn Davideus.
Dude. That's the highlight for Davideus in a map full of highlights.
Dude, 20 bullets into that spray.
Yeah. Oh, and Dexter dying after time because we've got BigUzera, king of Ring Around the Rosie.
Yeah.
He comes in, Tech 9 half armor.
Ouch. Pain's CT side has been damn near impenetrable. There were bomb plants early on. There was a round win in the 16th for Falcons on the T side. Their one and only T round, but Nico's gonna try to make that difference out top middle. Draws the attention of NQZ as he gets the kill towards ramp and peels away from A, thinking 1 frag on ramp will stun them on this bomb site for the time being.
The mid kill does weaken the map a little bit, and it's on Davideus, so that's worth a little more. Snow's left alone here, and Nico's expanding out towards B, which means that he doesn't have any utility. I'm wondering how he's going to sell his presence. He's also going to be met by a push. BigUzera will pick him off instantly, but what does this mean? The CTs wouldn't necessarily know that this is now an A play. Snow has to be on full alert.
Yeah, but they are still rotating over correctly, whether they know or not. They've got that read. Flash
Oh, the
is
flash
great.
is great, yeah.
Snow, unfortunately, tons of util all around him. Has to go down, but he brings one with him.
Another nade. Oh.
35 to the clock, and Magisk's going to try to route down into the M4. 8 bullets in that thing. And he'll put a smoke down to guarantee the connector players can't see unless they peek over top of those stairs. And Big Uzera's thinking about it. Dexter, oh, he's been found out. Big Uzera tries to get damage in, but that then gives him the information he needs. Magisk able to zone Big Uzera down to the bottom of the stairs. 2 versus 2 with a health advantage for the retake, but that retake's not going just yet. They're gonna have to wait until the smoke faded. It has. We're not even at the halfway point, and they're already just walking up along this bench unannounced. Magisk goes for the deep CT peek, and as he makes sound, now the CTs look his way, but Dexter's got a back turn to him. Cowes catches Magisk with hands busy. There's no way to pop open the smoke. He's got to spam correctly. Tech 9 headshot needed. No! Pain will close. A damn near flawless CT side.
Oh, the questions I have for certain parts and certain elements of this game. Truly impressive stuff here from the side of Pain. They really were able to put the Falcons away early on in this series. Mirage going their way was the pick of Pain. So obviously now the question marks begin. What the hell is going on, Jacob?
That's a good question. That was not a great performance from Falcons. On the other side of it, obviously Pain Gaming playing well, especially considering that Big Uzera, the star of yesterday's game against Astralis, was nowhere to be found from a fracking point of view. He didn't really contribute much, but in terms of the calling, setting up the teammates, and then, trusting that NQC, the Snows of the world, and Davidus once again having a strong performance. So overall, when you can win without your in-game leader and without your normal star fragger playing well, that speaks volumes. That speaks that Pain probably didn't play their best brand of Counter-Strike either, and yet they kind of manhandled the Falcons.
Considering it was, 7-4, you can just see right there, 7-4 for Falcons initially. At first, I was actually Falcons seemingly looking like they were going to run away with it. Nico was looking super comfortable. You can see Dexter with the AWP, a lot of combat optic. We'll talk about him a little bit later on, but then once Pain just turned it around, they were looking so convincing. This CD side, especially from Pain, what I loved was Pimp just being proactive, working as a group together, and whenever Falcons were trying to go for this, like late round hits towards either the B or the A bomb side, they had like 2 or 3 players just lying in wait, completely dismantling them every single time. And in the end, it didn't even look close, considering it looked like maybe Falcons could potentially make this one a clean affair.
Listen, I gotta say this. It wasn't. I gotta say this, and I'm sorry. I don't want to pinpoint any players right here.
Just say it, Jacob, with your chest.
It out.
Listen, the top fragger of the side of Falcons is Dexter with 19 kills. In the first half, he was actually playing well, but I think there was 3 or 4 rounds where his decision-making was... I don't even know what's going on inside Dexter's mind. Okay. Maybe it's a bit of miscommunication. Maybe he's stressed out. I don't know what's going on, but that's my issue, right? You're top fracking, you're contributing, yet I feel like he was the one making the most glaring mistakes of the side of Falcons. And then if you're Nico, you're thinking to yourself, okay, I'm not having the best of the best game myself. I'm not really playing up to par. Normally, I'm next to MongolZ, who will do something or make sure that I win the game, but Dexter just had a couple of rounds where I think to myself, what is going on? He was outplayed by Davidus in a couple of clutches, and in general, just didn't really have the best game from a decision standpoint.
And dare I say this, Dexter's not MongolZ. And probably never will be.
Dexter is absolutely not MongolZ, and I feel like, sometimes Nico just looks around. I don't know which direction is sitting, is left or right, but he might be looking to his right and being like, God damn it, did I make the right call? Because here's the thing. He had his moments. Dexter had some incredible moments in the AWP, but again, there were at least 2 rounds where it could count where he single-handedly threw those rounds away, where Falcons should have had the advantage. There's a round towards the B bomb side where he just goes for that dry swing when his teammate's kind of low on health as well. And then in the final round, it's a 2v1 player advantage for you. The bomb's planted for you there, buddy, not for your player towards Tetris, and there's a smoke blooming as well. What does it do? Rounds out with a nade out when there's not even that much time remaining on the clock. So the individual decision-making from the side of Dexter, it's always been quite a bit of suspect for me, and I think it was late bear here. He has some great rounds, don't get me wrong. There were a lot of rounds where they won single-handedly due to him, but his positioning and especially late round decision-making is so very questionable, and that's been the case even when he was wearing the heroic jersey a few months ago as well. So I feel like that is something maybe could be like a demo review alongside Zonic or Nico, whatever he has to do, but he needs to sort it out.
Yeah, you can't give away 3v3s. You can't give away 3vx situations.
With a bomb down, by the way.
Where it's kind of already laid out for you. And seemingly thrusting yourself into these positions where in which it's not gone well for you.
And that's where we got to give credit to Pain. You know,
Yeah,
it takes it takes a good team to punish those kind of mistakes. There's also a world where Dexter will peek into Pain and Pain will fail the duel or not punish him, and then we wouldn't be having this conversation. Or at the very least, for the average viewer of Counter-Strike, it's hard to argue against a guy who's at 21, 22, 23 kills. But fact of the matter is, if you look at the decisions in isolation, it takes someone to punish those decisions for us to be able to say what we're saying right now. And Pain did that consistently throughout the game. As I said, BitGo didn't have a great game. Davidus had a fantastic showing. I think Snow had impact. NQC in the beginning as well. Strong pistol round, strong AWPing. Overall, it felt like everyone within Pain Gaming, apart from BitGo were hitting their strides, and yet you still won a relatively comfortable game where BitGo could have had more impact. So it never really felt close. It felt like Pain Gaming were by far the better team on Mirage.
And I also like, I think we have a round which can probably highlight this, round number 18. Actually, the round's not ready right now, but basically what they did was, I thought it was ready, Trace, but I was wrong, you know, as I can be at times. But I just love how proactive they are on the CT side. I'm not talking about just pushing extremities. When they knew it's a buy round, for example, they're not really finding much information early in the round. What did they do? Just walk up towards mid, walk up towards cat, find a player there. And the moment they realize what the plan is for the Falcons, they're immediately pivoting straight towards the A bomb site. When Falcons are going to go back to their hotel and watch the demo of this particular map, especially on the T side, where every time they went towards A or towards the B bomb site, they had 3 players lying in it every single time. It's not blind luck. It's just the fact that they were playing so very progressively. This is around right here, right? Around 18, they walk up, a minute and 20 seconds on the clock. They walk up towards mid, they catch Nico just staring into the corner, and then now 3 players lying in wait here. Again, Dexter, you could see, he has his really cool moments coming out, but the trap was sprung. Pain had 3 players lying in wait, and we saw so many rounds coming in from the side of Pain and the CD side where they had the perfect read from the side of Falcons. So credit where it's due. I really enjoy watching the Mirage. I think it's the best map right now for the Brazilian side.
Yeah, and you can grab onto that and think, okay, well, both of these two teams in different statures as they stand, right? One's still trying to figure out their footing. One's trying to make sure both of their feet stay underneath them as they attempt to grow up through our system.
I think that's a fair way of putting it. As we said, you know, Falcons in 6 months from now, I don't think anyone is doubting that Falcons is going to be a better team than Pain. I don't think anyone is doubting that Falcons will figure it out one way or another. As I said as well, it probably takes a roster change more before we get to see Falcons break into the top echelon of
another roster change.
Another roster change, you know, but they got the goods for it. No worries. I do think Pain, as you said, it's more about them stabilizing. You know, more about them stabilizing at a level where right now they're 14th at the VIS ranking, which is a very respectable place to be if you're Pain Gaming. They don't have a big budget. They don't have the biggest players out there. You can even argue that Furia and MIBR are supposed to be better than Pain Gaming in terms of what they have to work with, but they're punching above their weight. So for Pain to play so well on Mirage, for them to potentially win this series moving into Dust 2 now, you know, pounding with a bit of confidence, I think it's only fair that we give them the credit they deserve.
Yeah, they might not have that huge, big budget, but they do have Big Azera, which is where we take ourselves. Like you're saying, we're going to Dust 2. It is going to be a Pain start on the CT side, and this would be the pick of Falcons, obviously. So how do you go from what you just transpired if you are the side of Pain and just carry that over? Just run away with it here while you got it.
I still feel Falcons would be the favorites in Dust 2. I've enjoyed watching it. It's their home map, so to speak, and whatever errors we saw in Mirage, I think it's not something where it's not going to be situations where they find themselves in on this particular map, right? I'm looking at, for example, you know, Magus towards the B bomb side. He's going to be just a rock right there. And Dexter, despite some of the individual decision making, the isolation decisions he was making, which were questionable for me, just when it comes to hitting a shot, he was hitting his shots. He's going to be aggressive. He's going to be in your face, especially on the CD side, and even heading on to the T side as well. This is a guy who's going to be looking for those initial early duels, right? But more importantly, it's about Nico and how he's going to be working towards the mid position on the CT and the T side as well. And I kind of feel like this is the first map so far on this Falcon side where Nico has really kind of found his groove, so to speak.
I'm very curious to see how this is going to transpire, because if you look towards the CT side as well, you look at Snow and you look at David Diaz, the combination of those two over on the B bomb side, I saw it in Copenhagen, I saw it at Katowice, they're super strong. They shut down that area of the map, and the weakness on the CT side, unfortunately, is Chaos. He's having a bit of an issue over there towards long, not necessarily getting too much help either, so I think it's up to Big Ozera and up to NQC to rotate over there to help him, but the B side is very strong, and one thing that I know Falcons like to do is a B split, but then you're walking into the one strength of the map. So I'm curious to see the approach from Falcons in the first half. I suspect they'll focus more towards long, condition Pain Gaming to focus a little bit more over towards Chaos, help him out a little bit, and then afterwards you can hit the B bomb side. Because if you start off with the B splits, I've seen enough from Snow and Davidus that they can shut it down.
Yeah, that whole idea of NQZ getting activated too, because we have seen what he's capable of. Now flip this around, let's grab onto what we're looking at from the CT side for the Falcons.
I mean, looking at Magic, as I just touched upon in the B bomb side, he's going to be an absolute rock right
Is he
there.
though?
I think he can. and look, I don't think he's just been put in certain positions where it can be very uncomfortable.
I'm starting to lose faith. I'm starting to lose patience.
I think Dust 2, at least on Dust 2, I still have faith in Magic. I think it's going to be okay. Tessus, we know, is going to be very comfortable. He's going to be moving around alongside Dexter. Nico being towards the A-bomb side, that is where, he's just going to be shutting it down, so to speak, right? And Kixon as well. I think even as IGL is playing the extremity of the map, so to speak, he does his job. He is one of those guys who can at least play his role towards it long. This CD side looks pretty solid for me. For me, it's about Dexter. Overextending again and again. When you're in a 3v3 or 4v4, when you want to go for these plays, talk to your teammates. Ask for a flashbang, ask for a smoke, ask for someone to peek with you instead of going for this individual duels where it's so 50-50 and you've lost multiple rounds, which potentially cost map number 1. You can't allow that to happen again here in Dust 2.
Yeah, because there's no I in team, but there's a U and what, Jacob?
I don't know.
Uniform?
Yes. Yeah, that'll work. We'll run with that one. But I am saying that you do have to play together right here, right?
You do. You have to show some sort of synergy. And I do think, and echo the sentiment of Blur's World, that Falcons should be performing at a higher level on Dust 2. If there's one thing, and one, I guess, little fun thought that I want to plant in the people watching at home, it is Magic's. I think he brought a lot of goodwill in the old iteration of Falcons. He was the only player who consistently, I would say, did his job. But goodwill gets you, so far. Goodwill gets you to keep your spot within Falcons, and I think the same argument could be made for Sonic. If he cannot make this Falcons work out, then I'm not sure Sonic is going to be around for much longer. And the same could be said for Magic. He needs to show up instead of put up right now, because I do feel that Falcons are relying on some of these, rock-solid players and some of this experience they're having. I haven't seen Magic's play to the level that he's able to for quite some time, and I'm thinking, and I'm feeling and sensing as well that most people right now are starting to lose a bit of faith in him. So I would like to see that change and that narrative, go out of the window again, because he is a fantastic player. I just haven't seen it for the past 6 months.
Yeah, you talk about goodwill, and it leaves us just to do a little bit more hunting. It is paying Falcons. We go to a quick break. Nice. We come back, and we're going to see what can conjure up on Dust 2 for the side of Falcons.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
All right, it's time to guess the price, and this time around, we've got Payne Snow with us. You got to now have your knowledge tested, my friend. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's go.
You look very happy and ready all the time.
Yes.
Okay, you got 60 seconds, and it'll give you all the weapons on here. You just got to say the price as they come up as quickly as possible. If you don't know, maybe just have a guess, because that time will keep on ticking down.
Okay.
You ready for it?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's get started. So the first one, Org.
I think it's 3 and 3. I don't know how to say the right form, but I think it's 3,000. 100.
Oh,
I think it's it.
3,300.
Oh my God.
Nearly. MP5.
1,000 and 500.
Yes.
Nice.
SG1.
5,000?
Yes.
Let's go.
UMP.
1,200?
Yes. XM.
And 2,200?
No, just 2,000. Close though.
Oh my god.
Bison.
And 1,200?
Oh, 400. Zeus.
Oh my god. 200.
Yes. FAMAS, new price.
And 1,900?
And 50.
And 50,
Yeah.
oh my god.
You did good. You started cooking at the beginning.
Yeah, bro. This new price bugged me, bro.
Yeah. It's not easy, right?
It's not easy.
You came close and you almost had the FAMAS one there as well.
Oh my god.
Just $50 off.
It was close.
It was close. How'd you feel about that?
Yeah, I feel good, but
you could have done.
Have some hard guns.
Yeah.
Because I don't have in my hoodie.
Yeah, thank you very much for playing, Snow. It's always a pleasure having you, man.
Thank you.
Yo, Davideus, can he do it again? That's the big question. Him and NQZ top in the charts there on Mirage, and Pain pick up the map 1 win. We've got Dust 2 in front of us. Mohan, do you think there's a reason to doubt Pain on Dust 2, or do you think that individually they showed you enough to have you believe it in the series?
They make mistakes. They make mistakes on all maps, but in this series they have like they can play all. It's not like they have a huge punish here. It's just that it's all about form for me with Pain. Again, when I draw that comparison with Colonel Fire, they're not really in the same category anymore, but they were like a year ago.
Sure.
And I think since then the difference is the consistency in their floor, and I think Pain's is just a lot lower, I suppose. They've got some good peaks though. This matchup is even for that reason. I think the odds speak for themselves in that sense. But what we saw from Mirage, Davideus at the top, Big Uzera at the bottom, and them still winning. There are some things that make you think, all right, this is Pain's day.
Oh, he's going to have his hands full now. Magisk dead first. Snow getting away. Oh, my God.
Wait,
what?
They still got through. They got through big time.
Brother, for a second there, they looked like chumps.
It was about to, no, there shouldn't have been a bomb plant this round. Now it's a 2v2 retake.
Bossman was blind and jumping in the air while looking at his feet.
TessS has 1 health.
My God. 3 kills to TessS. Can't. Oh! Yes, he can. How does he pull that out?
He should have never lived to see the day. He should have never gotten out that tunnel.
That's insane.
Yeah, and that's the new TessS.
When we run back this replay, look at the state TessS was in at one point.
He was like in the air, turned around, switching guns, jumping.
Watch that smoke for a second. Watch that smoke. Him and Kicksand come out.
And was it, wait, was it him who?
It was him who pushed over, planted the bomb, and then got all these kills, dude. Yeah, that was him.
Let's see this last shot. Boom! It had to be the first one.
And so quick into the action for the second.
Whoa.
Dexter's already got a kill.
And NQZ down to 18. How'd that happen?
I'm going to have to guess the same way the first damage started. Well, actually, no, because NQZ is on Cat. Must have peaked mid.
Yeah.
And then ran back CT. And then climbed up on the connector.
Yeah, we're already at 120, so.
Yeah.
Don't blink, folks. Don't blink.
I'll try. Wow. That was fun. Nice little pistol here from TessS. What a state of affairs that was. Snow dives back into the safety of the B site, but we've got NQZ with less than 20 health and a whole pack of Falcons coming at him, but he's still going to dish out that damage, dude. More players tagged.
Yeah, but for what it's worth, there's no CTs around to take advantage of this because they're all playing far positions.
Although if they kill the long flank, watch that. He gets there, but at what cost? Poor Snow's already down to a measly 3 points of health. And he's gone all the way back around towards spawn, so not this time. Good scout damage, valiant effort, of course, from the Pain force buy, but it is Falcons with a conversion at the start of Dust 2.
They should have never got out that tunnel. Here we are. Falcons 2 rounds up. All these guns saved. Tessus, sharpshooter.
Glad he showed us a little X factor here, because you know, we kind of hyped him up coming into this series. Jacob was all over it in the pregame, and then Mirage was just kind of meh. Yeah. You know, ended 11-11 back on map 1, 0.96 rating, middle of the pack for the Falcons players. Don't think Falcons are too worried with Dust 2 and Nuke being the other 2 maps of the series. We saw back with the Eternal Fire FaZe game, just a good reminder that Counter-Strike can be so map dependent. They're going to take over long control. You know, very little tools to work with. That double MP9 setup that Pain are looking to bank off of, but Snow's going to find nothing here in tunnels. Not that it's fully clear. Very passive Nico outside of this. Nico, that's a name we started to say a lot at the beginning of the Mirage map.
But he actually wasn't great in the end.
Yeah, right? What the hell happened?
Big David came through.
Davy God.
Deus Ex Machina struck.
David Deuces.
Davis Sayonara.
Dividends.
Paying off in dividends.
Waiting for that MP9 to get a chance to fight, but Big Uzera can't go any wider than this angle. Not without that scout taking him down, surely. Good flash. Yep, good flash. But
oh my gosh.
Not really the tools for the job here. A USP down. Oh my god, he almost killed him. Dexter on 10 HP thanks to a USP.
This is Dust 2 at its worst.
Stuffed. We got a Glock out here for Magisk. He's trying to tap back into that A site 1v4.
So that's what I'm saying. People playing more mids, more Bs on like with some of the better Dust 2 teams.
Yes.
Makes it more fun to watch. But this version of Dust 2, see these health bars and these long attacks and the smokes and the retake flashes. This is when Dust 2 wasn't fun to watch. And when Dust 2 was a lot more spawn based in terms of all-out strategies.
I still think it's wild that Dust 2 is the only map in the map pool that still has more than 5 spawn points.
Just doesn't bug me, but
I know, right? But you have to admit, it is weird to have one map where that logic isn't applied.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's what opens the door to those long spawn battles. You know, playing off spawns instead. But why do we have one map where you can play spawns?
Well, you can play spawns on all maps. They just have different advantages.
Sure, but I mean, like, play them as in like they're different. Like, oh, here now you've got a B advantage.
Mm-hmm.
It's just this little bit of chance that we've sprinkled into Dust 2 specifically.
I mean, towards the end of like CS:GO, it just became entirely spawn based. Like most maps, and like towards the end of like 1.6, that was like most maps just became extremely spawn based. Sort of like felt like people started running out of ideas, to be honest. But now in Dust 2, it is different a bit. It's definitely a bit more dynamic for the CT side.
Mm-hmm. You know, we open up the tunnel boxes, fully open skybox, switch some doors around, add a box here and there.
Yeah.
Lower suicide roof.
Mm-hmm.
Ceiling?
But I'll say that like most good teams are not doing the full long plays anymore.
Sure.
So it doesn't really matter. That's why I'm saying this is the worst of Dust 2 when we see that happen too much. Even Big don't do that as much, and they were the main culprits.
Nicely done here. Big Uzera body blocking a smoke to get an advantage. We'll see if it catches Falcons off guard. That would assume that they even come through the doorway. Not the case at the moment. We hit 45 seconds. Kixan hanging on to the last smoke grenade for Falcons. And QZ awaits this swing out from the catwalk. Good place for an Opera to peel players off. Full volley, and he eats the flash. Has to give off the original angle. Ooh, missed chance. As Kixan tries to storm that bomb into the site. He'll get tagged slightly by the frag grenade, but it's looking like a Falcons post plant nonetheless. CTs emerge out from spawn. Kawez versus Magis over towards the doors.
Whoa, what?
And Magis swings into the M4 spray down. You've got T's just over the lip of this edge. Tess's gonna take one down. Davideus from top ramp tries to get into the engagement. We're gonna get this eventual Xbox cleanup. Oh, clean couple of headshots. And now Tess's back exposed for stand for Pain as they pick up their first round on map 2.
Wow, when he missed his first few bullets, like, ooh, okay. And then he hit those 2 kills. Nasty on the retake. It's a funny moment for a Big Zero to catch Nico here. And the long kill is also really critical, because if Magisk wins long and then they have to keep turning around, that definitely messes up their tempo on the retake and takes away a player for that retake. So slower start here from Pain again, especially after the pistol that we watched, but they get there. Did we hear what was that?
Sounded like 3 Molotovs getting extinguished, but that makes no sense.
Yeah.
So it must have been some kind of...
Based on my calculations, an audio bug.
Clip it, ship it, send it to Valve. Pain not looking too frisky at the start of this first half. Haven't had him being too in the faces of Falcons up on catwalk, for example, but that's just going to allow for them to take back tunnels control and now try to play behind this. We've got Snow opping back plat because the double op is out for Pain, of course.
Yeah, a lot of compliments for Snow and his improvements playing B side of Dust 2. And yeah, he used to be a full-time opper. Now he takes the back seat to NQZ, but he can absolutely wield one.
He just put his smoke down in tunnels at 30 seconds. And Biguzera above the smoke, but Snow actually clips him from window.
Doesn't need any help. Now what, Falcons?
Man, they're going to try to put another smoke out so that they can exit, but you know there's an op trained on this. Flashes come through. He's going to wait for Tess to come out, burning at the moment, and gets found out by Magisk. Biguzera tries to slip behind car. Davideus gets caught by the no-scope.
No.
And Magisk is still able to clear out that car, but the bomb dropped. The bomb dropped, which means they're going to need to jump back, and I don't think there's time. Ooh, there isn't. There isn't. Magisk gets over, but shy by a half second. And that is Pain to win their second round.
Where was that bomb? Was it car?
The bomb was over on car, yeah. Yeah, it dropped when they I think they were top boxes.
They were trying to
trying to scale over there. I'm not sure who had it.
What was that Degster kill as well? That looked like the perfect play. Davideus coming out of the corner of the smoke.
If I had to guess, I think Degster was on top of the boxes, got the no-scope over the smoke, turned for the car guy, dies and loses bomb.
And then it flew forward.
Womp, womp.
Okay, Dexter. Following the blood trails.
But good on clearing Davideus from the corner, at least. Still very frantic, wasn't that? That was quite a hectic little situation there.
Extremely.
My heart started beating faster.
I would have been gutted for Pain if they lost, because they got the pick off in mid, then they instantly knew it was a full B play, then Snow hits that great shot from the back of the site, and they have 3 players there to hold.
Yes.
And Davideus' push looks good in that position with 2 players to distract from it. I think it was only right that Pain won that round.
And we got Nico opping. That's a fun little treat.
Hey, did I get it?
Spawn-based, of course.
Did I get him?
For the long peek. And then falls back and chucks it over to Degster where that bad boy belongs. This is much better. Nico with the deagle. Dexter with the op. It just makes sense. Again, they get up catwalk pretty easily, man. Biguzera's got an incendiary in hand, just jumping to try to drop it. Deagle of Nico's gonna challenge him. Biguzera, leaving a little to be desired.
Wait, they can't kill him.
He pops up and gets a pistol kill. That's just wild scenes. NQZ USP tapping.
The op.
And now Nico gets a chance to shine. He's got no teammates around him. He's got no other responsibilities. Just hit them Deeg shots. Picks the op up again. Saw a little sliver of Kawez, but not quite able to find him as Kawez routes around to the jump up. That's a bomb down in CT spawn as well, so very tough spot here for Nico. He's gonna have to peek down around the corner, and he's gonna do it with the op.
He knows Kawez is here. Oh, he hit. Wait, oh, it's teammate.
Team damage.
Okay.
So
well handled. Wasn't that Nico who pushed through the molly in the first place?
Yeah, and somehow
how did he be the last one standing?
Your question
is
valid.
That's the Nico aura, the evasion aura, Windrunner aura.
How he survives, nobody knows. Got back in with an additional kill off the Deagle, but it is Pain with 3 rounds consecutive. 3-3.
I've already decided I'm not a huge fan of the Falcons, Dust 2. I'm all in Pain.
All in Pain now?
Especially if Snow's going to have a good map on the CT side. And I think his improvements as an anchor has been more impressive than his improvements just rotating and being part of a team as good as Pain, I think.
Nico had more than 6 health. I'd believe in his ability to maybe get a Deeg kill, but...
Okay, pimp. Call another one, why don't you?
Well, surely now that he's gotten the 1, and it was on an opper, so, you know, not an automatic gun. Yeah, that's better. Davideus gets a collateral. 3rd collateral of the day at least. 2 to Fuzi, 1 to Davideus. And then Snow slips up with a couple more to close out. No bomb plant, only the 1 Desert Eagle kill as everybody saw it coming. And that is Pain Gaming 4 rounds to the 3 of Falcons.
That's good.
I'm really good at that, actually. I'm really good at that.
That's funny.
Kind of a skill of mine, actually. That light looks like a witch hat.
I have ADD.
Sitting around waiting for challenges to come through doors, but they've been infrequent, I'd say, from Pain. Instead, we get NQZ leaning up catwalk. Tough to get out of this position, especially with an op, bro. You are stuck in that staircase. Threats coming at him. Blinded.
Wait, he doesn't see him.
Nico's gone past. That
he has no idea.
Is
but
insanity.
Biguzera's just going to die now. Oh,
not even.
Ow.
I don't...
Wait, Biguzera just dropped his nade on himself.
Oh, my God. How do... the rounds of Counter-Strike we get to watch... No round the same.
Wait, what's crazy about that is he doesn't die before he throws the nade, so what the hell does it bounce off of?
It must have just bounced off the wall of catwalk because he was trying to scramble away. So, you know those moments where someone peeks you with a nade and then it gets a little squirrely?
I just didn't see it. That's funny.
Biguzera's
That's funny depending on who wins.
Yeah. I think it was a nade. It must have been.
Yeah, I think that's probably what he added.
Insane scenes, but it's still a good pinch. As they get that long fight going, Kawez just kind of leans out into 2 players on the approach.
The help is going to be late here for NQZ.
You got to keep your head down. Chucking a frag out to the cat hold. Tesses intermittently going for this kind of a peek. Kicksand's getting closer.
They can't hit him.
Oh, okay. They finally do. Tesses takes the headshot, and we've got Falcons in with success. Looking like they'll tie the game up at 4. Kicksand's afforded a cross. And NQZ tries to stand the test of that split, but can't stand long enough. So things get weird there for Falcons, but a recovery nonetheless.
I want to watch that situation back so bad. That is so funny.
NQZ doesn't see Nico. Nico peeks over catwalk, catches Big Guzero with a nade out, doesn't get the kill.
It doesn't get the kill.
What if it was a frag or a Molotov? I actually can't remember. Something got weird there.
He wouldn't be throwing a molly in the smoke, though.
True. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, it's so far away, too. Wait. Whoa, he had such little HP.
Yeah,
My goodness.
I think he was like 5 health or something.
Wow.
So Nico kills him, gives him a heart attack, kind of. That's what that is. Shocks him. It's a weird one, but Falcons come through with it. A little late to the party there. NQZ so quickly on that angle.
Take all the spawns you want, but the best CT spawned along beats yours. They just do that. Falcons just do that way too much. Even when they don't commit.
To the long duel?
Yeah, they'll just try to jump out. They did, I mean, G2 do it too. They'll have like mobs or snacks or whatever jump out to blue every single round if they have the spawn. But just sometimes feels like they just don't have ideas.
Right, like it's like...
Just do this first and then think about the rest of the round later.
If you've got the good spawn, then we just have to do it. Yeah. But maybe you're...
That's actually not
the case, right?
It's not the truth with our best Dust 2 teams at the moment.
Ooh, pick up from NQZ and that second op ready to go towards tunnels. This round, unfortunately for Falcons, down to a 3 versus 5 before they have any footing anywhere. Total map control at the moment as Kawez has gone through long to take top middle. It'll boil down to the actual hold in sight. Davideus over towards the car, hangs on, climb up, punished. Snow good to hold off. And there he goes. Davideus back in with a multi-frag. Pain Gaming 5-4 the lead.
And you can see the downside, right? If you lose that player, like the percentages are still the percentages. You go down 4v5 in the first 20 seconds. Like just because it's Dust 2 doesn't mean that you're still gonna like have a great chance of winning the round. So yes, it's a good clear from NQZ. Yes, he's the op with that long spawn, but you are running that gamble every time you try it. And it's all you're really doing is calcifying the defense. They consistently worried about the long threat. They consistently are throwing the right nades and peaks for it. Then not surprised you're going to get punished. Also, I think if we had like a percentage meter, you know, let's say CT start 3 long and they don't kill the guy on the door, he gets out to blue bin, the T odds go up like, what, 2-3%, you know, with having the lurk in place. It delays time off the clock, but it doesn't, it's not a significant advantage as an idea on its own.
Right.
If that turns into a play where it's someone out to blue bin and then 4 guys go up cat and then suddenly the CTs have nowhere to go, then yeah, all right. But most of these rounds are just defaults.
Is it worth running that risk when, again, there isn't a chance where NQZ gets there first? A good chance. Oh, but smoke on the corner. Good challenge here from Kawez, blowing that open. Ooh, through the smoke. Nico does some damage, but from blue to pit real quick. Dexter hangs on to the tunnels push and red like a book.
Nice.
Snow gets aggressive for map control. That's going to post Falcons 5v4. Good place for them to be in.
Yeah, this is nice because I think Davideus had vision at top mid and he also mollied top mid at the beginning of the round, so he was fairly confident Cat was clean and that it was a 5 long hit. So they were just going to skip ahead, take over tunnels, start organizing towards long, but Falcons added a little bit extra, something extra special to the mix. NQZ does not have another smoke, but there's no mollies for this approach for the Falcons. They're gonna have to keep this one light.
Ooh. Ooh, this is good. NQZ gets traded out instantly, so good job by Magisk. Davideus, though, at bat, hanging on to the ramp, trying to change position into the cover. They try to push, but Magisk has taken a ton of damage. And he needs to get that bomb back. Where is it? It's already down on site. It's got to be already in the site.
Yeah.
Yeah, he scoops it up. A little delayed.
A lot delayed.
That's afforded a lot of positioning. But they actually push beyond this site, right? They're trying to get off of site towards Cat instead. They are worried about that long wrap. But they have started to find a lot of these positions cleared out already.
But the thing is, there's still a smoke here for the CT side, so they're
going to put it down on the cross.
Yeah, it's not planted for Cat.
Yeesh. Draws them back over. Degster misses his chance to strike. Frag grenade could kill one. Doesn't, but it does soften up BigUzera, lethally so.
Oh.
Degster and Magisk, a headshot apiece to clean up that 2v2.
Right, all right. It's kind of a messy round. They come in light. They don't have that much utility to work with, but they make the most of what they have. They have the op over on B as they approach long. They shut down that other idea. They leave mid open to make Pain in general think that this is a 5-long attack on what is like a force down round, and then you only need one smoke to cross. So as long as they approach as safely as they do, it's all good.
All in B hit, perhaps, would be the right time to do it. Completely vacant site. And they have confirmed that now. There's a Zeus out there on the field. Nothing you can do about this. Falcons to take a 6-5 lead. And a chance to hang on to that just for the entire half.
Nice and clean.
It's a good time to keep it simple. Chance maybe they cost themselves with an exit. We'll see which direction Falcons decide to leave, but you can also sit around on that car if you have to. It is the correct call. Oh! All right, BigUzera, I see you. Degster tries to dance around with him. One casualty, all it costs Falcons, so be it.
Imagine.
6th one is free.
Okay. The buy will come right back, but it's actually not that great here for Pain in terms of utility. They've got some stuff, but they're even deciding between mollies and flashes really, really, really down to a single incendiary here. Oh, and a tag on Davideus as he crosses over to B.
Oh, doesn't spread too badly.
Gotta love these mollies, man.
Yeah, right? His little dinky CT firebombs.
At the same time, you gotta throw them properly. That one should have covered all the blue bin.
Skill issue. Tempo from Nico catches off BigUzera. He kind of climbs up. Full confidence. NQZ pinned in behind car. Still chances. Oh, 3rd kill would have been nasty. Davideus pops up with the FAMAS. And even with only 2, NQZ has turned them back. Speaking of backs, both turned to Kicksan. And so he will shave off the last 2 players. And that is a solid T-side in the end by Falcons. The first 3 rounds, the last 3 rounds, and a singular sprinkled in the middle.
Yeah, I wasn't hyped on it at first, but those last 3 rounds, they definitely opened up the playbook. They still incorporated long, but they also had more ideas this time. I think they definitely did more stuff across the map, and they put pressure on Cat at the same time as long, and yeah, they really caused a lot of havoc, I think, in the columns of Pain in multiple situations there. So fair enough. It's a big comeback for them here, and they need it for this map, for the series.
Two rounds the advantage. Not half bad, Falcons.
The shrinkflation on those incendiaries, man.
Yeah, right?
Unbelievable. Like, read the room, Valve.
But hey, the FAMAS got buffed.
Yeah, fair enough.
And they didn't really nerf the MP9.
Yeah, that's true. Man, the rounds we've seen lately,
yeah, right?
Feels like it got buffed.
I know, it's...
That flank on Inferno, was that Kerrigan? Oh, yeah.
Kerrigan triple MP9 kill. BTarena goes jump spotting for the doorway. I love a good USP sound. See if Nico can offer anything, but he just jumps back up catwalk, so peeling away already. And starts to hustle it a little bit, because with the smoke on doors, you don't know how close they are actually to climbing up behind you. Has now been confirmed. He's got a smoke if he wants to try to throw it down. But if he can hang on to it a bit longer, it would be worth its weight. He does actually throw it down on catwalk, so what's the route here? Ooh, okay. Davideus just jumping around and gets caught out from the door peak. That's door and window both held here by Falcons.
Yeah,
Two
Cat's
players
still a
being
nice
confirmed.
branching option.
Especially if Cowes can win long, but he's losing the duel HP-wise. Nico's ready to hold the line on catwalk, tapping away with ease. Him and Kixan lock in all the frags they need. 4 standing for the Falcons. 8-5 with second pistol in their back pocket too.
That's a lot of momentum gained here for the Falcons. Nice shooting here on this pistol, and they shut down both avenues of interest. And this is one where long control is taken, mid B split is threatened. 3 players R&D for the moment, but with this first kill and the fast rotations and even the good flashes here, Kixan supporting quickly as one of the B guys.
That looked like a headshot.
It did.
But Dexter takes it to the shoulder blade.
They gotta go get that bomb though. Oh, they've forgotten about it.
Uh-oh. Well,
okay.
You know, is the goal a bomb plant? It should be. If you can make it up with some kills, then maybe, but
I'm sure that was a nice shot.
Love to see it. Oh, they should pull the Glock kill out.
We got 2 players extremely low, Connor. Call this round.
Bomb's been picked up.
Who's winning?
Pain. Damn it!
Why do you hate Pain?
Damn it! I just want to be right once. That's bomb down. Snow 22 health and a Glock. Impossible, they say. Oh. Come on, kid. Get him.
It's got him scared. Chase him down.
He's on the run. Gun getting reloaded. Kicks out of the corner. Fakes him out. Gets the rush he wants and goes up 9-5 to the favor of the Falcons. Shout out Magisk as he takes to the top of the scoreboard. 13 kills, 8 deaths. Somebody had to step it up, and he has. But we're going to go for the long fight. Cowes flashing his way out. Oh, gets tracked by Dexter. So that's 5v4 with ease on the brink of double digits now, the Falcons. And how quickly do Pain try to reorganize and redirect? Setting their eyes on middle. Tesses is locked into the left side. Nowhere to hide here.
Yeah, utility's almost depleted already.
Smoke's going beyond him.
And they aren't looking at Tesses. Tesses always going to watch one walk by, but maybe this drops their guard. Yeah, BTarena, no idea.
Bomb just went through the door. Sitting right there between the doorway. Fire on top of it. Tough positioning now. They're going to smoke it off. CT's drop a smoke. Track through it because you get read by Nico. He knows what you're up to, kid. Oh, a second while blind. He just checked his teammate's screen to see if that connects, and it sure did, bucko. Sure enough, indeed. Nico draws the line in the sand in mid, and Pain not allowed to cross. Davideus dead empty-handed, and this is Falcons on a quick sprint to a map 2 win. 3 rounds away.
Yeah, looking in control, man. They've got good pieces for a map like Dust 2, especially the freedom that it offers a player like Dexter, and Nico has had some of his all-time best performances on Dust 2, of course. Again, he soaks up that freedom. And Magisk is like the player who comes, you know, from this last iteration of Falcons, and maybe there were moments where he looked like he just needed a better team, but there were also moments where he was the culprit and wasn't good enough, for sure, in the past, however long it was, year and a half. But Dust 2, map where we're seeing some of the better moments from him, for sure.
All right, we were deep in that magazine. Ooh, not a pretty look here for Pain. Scout in hand. And QZ, though, I say not a pretty look.
Shots.
Right? Yeah, the last time they had this almost exact same buy, well, we saw it boil down to still a 2v3 with 2 players tagged up on the Falcons side.
His scout's been on it. Davide is weaving through these pieces of utility. Hard time believing this lurk is going to work, but... Oh, wait, Snow's the other side of it. Oh,
Yeah, but the trade-off is Tessus climbs over top, deals with the young gun. Davideus out middle for a moment there, challenging Nico, that third piece of the B defense. And as long as you've got Nico stuck on this side, and a CT smoke will keep him there, suddenly it's a 4 versus 2 challenge over on A. And the second defender is over towards long doors. So it really is just Degster, and we'll see what he can hit. Misses the first shot. Quick drop down into spawn.
You only
gets
get 2 misses.
BTarena Glock frag.
2 misses and the plant comes in.
He puts his hands onto an AK now. BTarena just dropped into spawn, grabbed an AK, and gives it up the ledge to Cowez. Oh, this is weird.
And QZ, we've seen this scout fire off. It's versus an op, but okay, yeah.
Peeks
Dexter to win that one.
Into the opper now. The Goose player tries to keep his head down. Cowez on that AK-47, stuck against the elbow wall. Tries to now come back into the site. Desert Eagle goes down with nothing. Cowez, this AK is everything, but it gets cleared out, and BTarena a little too far removed. Although on top of this bomb, with no kit, will give him a chance. Oh,
no, he's got
a kit.
Yeah, he has a kit.
He's got that defuse.
Woo. All good.
Sorry, folks. Third new HUD in the month. Keep forgetting where the kid is.
Yeah, no problem.
And he's on it. Okay, well, still got weird in a fun way. Again,
yeah, with the Freiburg drop. There.
Drop CT, kills Nico, Glock versus AK, and then chucks that bad boy up on elbow.
When BTarena has impact, he has impact. Would love to see a bit more, though. Falcons look like they're full control, totally outclassing Pain now suddenly. This game was competitive for about 15 minutes.
And it was a good 15 minutes.
I'll think about those 15 minutes.
Right? Yeah, those 15 minutes will keep Pain up at night. Map up in the series, Nuke waiting in the wings. And Falcons showing us that they're not just going to keel over. Not anymore. Because they've got a best-of-3 win on land now.
This is a winning roster.
Can officially say that. Dexter taking a deep... Oh, he hears that. And he's going to smoke it off. Now, that is a Dexter that I don't really know.
This guy just walked away from a fight?
This guy just smoke off a T in their spawn? It's the right decision. Zonic going to give him a pat on the back for that one. Making sure nothing goes wrong here, but 35 seconds, top mid player actually catches Dexter.
Should have just taken the duel, Dexter.
Right? Now, if Pain had bomb possession, that'd be a different story, but burned into the gunfight goes Snow, and QZ better just save for the next 25 seconds, and that'll be the Falcons' 12-5 lead.
Wow, wow.
Wow, wow, wee, wow.
Mirage looked like a warm-up now. And this really does potentially set up Nuke, barring some miraculous comeback, but it was a flawless CT side on Mirage for the close for Pain, and it looks to be the same here for Falcons as they get to 12.
Only question left in round 17 is, does he hold the op? Because he's got a player lurking right above him. Ooh, after time.
That's rough.
And nobody has a surplus of money for Pain. So what's funny is that's an identical situation where back on Mirage, Dexter lost his op after time right before the game ended. And it had a ramification in the last round of the game. So now we're here again. The simulation is getting repetitive.
You seeing a glitch?
Yep. Sometimes I am the glitch.
That's what a coinky dink is.
Give it a rinky dinky dink. So Desert Eagle here for NQZ. He'll be used as the tip of the spear instead. And yeah, why not? You're trailing by 7 rounds. You're about to be sent to Nuke anyways. Let's keep it simple. Let's go 5 strong, up cat, meet no resistance. You put that bomb down. And that's actually looking likely. Little pace change and a convincing number of players to try to challenge this. We're going to get a quick scramble back from Degster. This time he hits the first shot. Biguzera chucked to the wayside. NQZ grabs the AK off that corpse. They've got to wait out the incendiaries before they can go for their plant. Frag grenade onto the bomb planter. This is just Falcons softening up their food. You know, you chew it up like a mother bird.
Spit it in their mouths.
That's the Falcons, baby. Snow, gets dinked, but still turns it on Nico. So 4v4 post plant. Fire at the feet of the post plant, though, puts NQZ into hot waters, and Magis coming up, but that pesky peek out mid doors catches a Falcons player off guard again, and Davideus low health with a support back on middle. It's a run up from CT spawn.
Wait, he could actually...
Yeah, he's gonna peek in, clear it, but there's no time, so...
But could he... Yeah. Oh, he didn't have the kit on him?
Both the kits died here.
I see.
And so we're going to get an extension of play on Dust 2. Pain, 6 more rounds to overtime.
You see that moment where Dexter's playing car, and he runs back just in time for his one chance. But when you got 5 crossing like that, you get 2 full opportunities to hit the shot, fall back. And they delayed all they could, and they hit a shot. So it became a strong position. But you could see how brutal it is for the CT side once you let that many players to cross. If there's no one in CT ready to hold, that full-on retake is not guaranteed. They're also doing a good job of like popping out mid-doors on these attacks.
Yes, very true. We saw Biguzera do it last time. We saw Kawaz do it last round. Oof, Dexter missed shot. Pressure's on. TeSeS hanging on to the line. Dies after 1 frag. Magisk is here as well, though. So it's looking good, but Snow keeps his head down, and now the Opera's smoked out. NQZ busts down the car push. But the bomb is actually right here underneath Dexter. Oh my god, he's wrapped around it, and they've come back around him. But Biguzera dies in the process. Fire bombs exchanged. NQZ, what are you going to do? Peek out this window? You
he could go wide.
Man. Oh, Nico thinks he's going to challenge through. Doesn't anticipate that. And Kixan at a distance as the bomb's about to be planted.
They didn't plant, though, and they didn't see Kixan either. He comes back instead of going to tunnels. I bet he walks through this.
Yeah, nobody's watching. Snow actually, his hands are going to be busy. He spotted it. Back plat peeks, and the trade's good from Snow. Down to the wire again. Maybe not the most convincing of rounds, but Payne still pulling this off by 1 player each time.
Yep. Dexter's first missed shot obviously makes this possible. Magisk does a good job of staying alive as long as he can. But Snow doesn't reveal his position jumping up on double stack too early. Just peeks up once, confirms his spot, and then bides his time, just as Dexter tried to do.
Nico didn't see that one coming. Ooh,
another tag, man.
Pistols here for Falcons to deal with, so they can let loose, get crazy in the 20th round of the half. NQZ missing shots, but so be it. Davideus here on cleanup duty. Ooh, the USP though.
Not too shabby.
There's 1 for the Falcons' efforts. Aggressive push top middle gets killed back. Mac-10 chucked away, so good guns here for Payne. 3 rounds consecutive to the 12-8 scoreline. You know, overtime is only 4 rounds away.
1 foot in front of the other.
Step by step. Round by round.
NQZ is going to have this moment. Going to have a moment this game if they give him enough time. He's body shot at so many people.
He's got a good timing as well there with that run boost, so we'll see him try to get an angle on B. But a schmoke.
He's only looking for the op.
Now Nico on his own down in lower tunnels. TeSeS is actually, gearing up for a push?
They are holding it from the back of tunnels as well. It comes down to NQZ if he gets tunnel visioned. He's dividing up his attention as well.
Tunnel visioned. Nico waiting it out. Big Uzera's got him from the top box. There's an opening kill for Pain, and the TeSS push gets clipped. This is a gun round Falcons had to wait for, and it's an establishing 5v3 for Pain out of the gate.
It's exactly what Pain were hoping for, and they were nice and patient, composed about it. Now we're at a moment of the game where Falcons could potentially save with 3. They're already picking to stack a site, and it's the wrong one, so they're going to sit here for the rest of the round.
Bit extra util just to be safe, but soon to find this one vacant and all theirs for the taking.
Okay.
But again, you know, no margin of error for Pain. This was 12-5, now 12-9.
It's no margin of error, but it's also, like, if you count up the, you know, rifles, on rounds like this, you're going to get a team that's more likely to save because they'll have less buys overall. Then, like, the totality of full rifle rounds only becomes 2 or 3 on the comeback. So, like, in reality, like, big score lines, you don't want to think about how many rounds on its face there are because there will be anti-ecos in there. There will be saves if you get one good, clean kill.
Don't do it, Kicksan. Don't stand up. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Said I'm going to kill all your friends first.
Kicksan's just going to let him die. So 2 weapons held on to. A mere 3 rounds left to overtime.
You could genuinely call it 3 mistakes away from overtime.
Ooh, I like that framing. 3 mistakes away.
So when a team is this insecure about their economy, they're not going to go all in on retakes.
Oh, spotted that. But it's actually TeSS to peel back. Didn't like the odds of sticking around out middle. They'll be very cautious clearing lower tunnels. They'll see that it's clear. Made him a little nervous there. TeSS showing some skin. They take over catwalk with Davideus on the front.
Good guns are split up right now. Oh, excuse me for saying good guns.
Love it. 5-7 slides out. You know, there was like that ominous threat when they saw him at the start of the round, and then they kind of let their guard down when suddenly they thought they had dismantled. Nico's going to get aggressive.
And Davideus is setting up utility right now.
Nico's going to see the trajectory. Oh, he's walked past.
No!
Davideus gets the gun out, and now CT's caught out in the open. That looked like their round.
Oh, it did, it
or
did.
At the very least, their kills on Cat to be had to the favor of Falcons. Davideus gets a gun back out in time.
That's a mistake, Connor.
1 of 3.
1 of 3.
TeSS is like, guys, what the hell? I gave you the 5-7 frag. I kicked this off to the 5v4. Falcons have allowed Pain.
I would love a clip of TeSS yelling at someone.
Yeah?
I can't even picture it.
Well, the only reason I can picture it is because back on Heroic, sometimes he would lead the team huddles.
Okay. Yeah. True. And he was calling for a bit, so he had to. Yeah.
You know, Katie would be like, "Go run A," and then he'd say like,
He said he would go run A?
No, go Rene. Oh. You're a funny guy. Rene Borg, by the way. Pretty cool name. Tenth secure.
Oh.
And that's why Davideus shouldn't be holding grenades.
It was also...
Just let him keep his gun
Would have been a little unlucky for him to die at that
Surely.
moment. He was actually holding for someone to self-boost up Cat as well. So, all right. Look alive, Falcons.
Sit up straight, boys. You've lost 5 rounds in a row. This is a Falcons on 12, but again, both pistols, full conversions, you know. For a while there, remember you said the 15 minutes, this game looked competitive in the first half. They've been able to tap back into that.
They really have.
Guns for Falcons. Full loss bonus for Falcons. TSS has extra money. It's going to be strong buys to finish out the half. 23 and 24 for Falcons, assuming they lose this one. Frag grenade challenge here for Kawez. Kixan peels back for a moment, and then they both disengage. Everybody a little nervous about taking those first fights.
We're on a map where Nico's 10 and 16. Kixan is carrying.
More no, brother.
What in the... Do you have to look behind you for that?
Nope, absolutely not.
Well, he must have been setting him a nade, right? I mean, but why?
I don't know. A momentary lapse in judgment.
Oh, that's so weird looking. All right. Well, that's a mistake, Connor.
You can make fun of the way he plays. Don't make fun of the way he looks.
I have to think about that for a second. What did I say?
He said weird looking.
Oh, weird looking, yeah. Yeah, he's a freaky guy.
It is very awkward. 4 players with grenades in their hands. That's
and with Dexter dead, you know, no one's going to stop your cat cross now.
Yeah. They'll try. They'll try to interrupt it from the mid push.
And
look at Nico, literally sighing into the air already.
Yeah.
Head up, eyes off the screen. Because he knows that they have allowed this game to go to round 24.
And
there's nothing you can do to retake this. They save already.
And Kixan's already trapped. Exactly, because again, a team that's insecure about their economy.
Yep. Now they can lose Kixan, not a problem, because they have 2 players still with $3,500 or more. You just need 3 saves. That's it. And they'll get that 3rd save guaranteed. Everybody good to go. Falcons, you can run for the hills. Pain, obviously, tons of cash, so they're going to come hunting. 3 of the 4 must remain standing here for Falcons, or else limitations in the 24th. This is 6 rounds straight from Pain Gaming. A 7th needed for overtime. There's the 1 death they can afford. Does anybody else fall? Miguzera's gonna send it. Yep, and another right in the last second. 2 more deaths, and so Pain give themselves a real chance at overtime now.
Yeah, that's the maximum price, but there's still a good amount of money. We'll see how many people actually have to, you know, use a SMG or Tech 9. It seems like they'll be able to, with a pause, use their money properly. Up comes into play here for Dexter. The main concessions, it looks like, will just be on the utility, but it's still looking fairly healthy here. No, they're pretty much all good. The FAMAS. Worst part about this buy here.
Yeah, we did a really good job of making that feel dramatic, though.
I was buying it. Oh. Pain were definitely pretty excited about getting those 4 kills because they're trying to precipitate what kind of buy could come out.
Let's hope that excitement doesn't mean that they have, you know, entered this one under the impression that there's less than there is.
No. I mean, worst case, they approach as an anti-eco.
Yes, sir, with caution. Kixan willing to burn some of that utility in a hopeful attempt to soften somebody up inside of those doors. And Pain will approach for total map control step by step. No skipping steps once you've already run the 6 consecutive rounds to get into the 24th.
You know, of the mistakes, I feel like Dexter has been the...
He's in the right spot, though. This time he's in the right spot.
Yeah, let's see if they're flashing for NQZ to peek, but there's no one outside of the doors here for that.
Kixan's right there.
If they put pressure on Cat, Dexter turns around. They got to be careful.
Fire at their feet. Oh, it forces them out, and they don't know. Oh, but NQZ gets the trade. Davideus cautious on the approach.
And now you've got Nico. He's got to dip into cover. He cannot fight everything right now.
Is the exact approach Davideus had to have. They're going to be climbing up over the smoke. Davideus just chucking out all this util. We've got Miguzera over towards middle. They're going to go for mid holds. They're going to try to get their kill towards mid, but Magus dies.
Now he just needs to leave.
They come running at him, and they get it. That is 7 rounds straight to force overtime on the Falcons map pick. Ooh, that stings.
That's actually unbelievable. Because the way that Falcons got to 12 in the first place, pristine Counter-Strike.
So convincing.
Amazing in the second half.
This approach.
Level up live. And this round, there isn't a specific mistake. This round, this is a moment where they have a double long setup, the opening kill. They just traded out so well. Davideus obviously getting a very hard second kill. That could have ended the round right there. The hardest setup yet to get through, and they get through extremely easily.
Man.
And now in overtime, anything is possible. They've washed away all the bitterness of the tough defeats that they faced in regulation. Enormous comeback behind them. A chance again to 2-0 Falcons when it seemed impossible. They did not waste our time here, making this look like some kind of cosmetic comeback.
7 consecutive terrorist round wins, and they get to just try to keep rolling with that momentum. Falcons trying to take a prod over towards Cat. They've got tunnels control, right? I feel like usually Falcons were having less control than this. Even that last round, we had Biguzera through the tunnels into the mid-late lurk in order to collect those 3 kills. Right now, all in from Pain. They've kind of simplified their approach to the round. And that simplification could be costly, because right now there's also the gap on the cross itself. Biguzera's gun spotted. Kixan trying to track him.
Their own smoke.
They're going to find it. Now Kixan chucks one off the back wall, and that is damage done on ramp immense. This time, little map control, and Falcons thrive within it. All on snow? I think not. It's a late response, but it's Falcons round win nonetheless.
7 rounds in a row just to get to that. But you can't advise a call like that on a round where you come into overtime, everyone has max money, and you're crossing long early. That's max retake utility. That's so many nades that aren't used because you're at the beginning of the round. Plus, it's a long play they know is coming. This opens up so many ways that you can die to unconfirmed damage to people who are safely throwing utility, and that's exactly what happens. That was like the one round we've seen in this comeback where Pain try to keep it simple, take it easy. And it's the one round they pay for it. Falcons wondering why they couldn't do that before, and it's because Pain never tried an attack like that. Now Falcons have really opened up on map control, but oh yeah, the first guy dies and he's the one looking at Magisk. It's a free second because of it.
2 rounds of tunnel control, Mohan. That's what Falcons get. 2 rounds where they prod through tunnels, don't get held back, and whether that's the information that fuels the A stack and all that utility dump on the approach from Pain, or this time 2 backs turned to Magisk. Easy pickup here for Kixan. They waited till overtime, but the CT side of Falcons starts to kick it up a notch. NQZ half health, bested by Tesses. And so it could be a sweep of the CT side.
It could be for sure, because again, money is not there for an op.
You know, you said Pain didn't waste our time with the cosmetic comeback. Maybe it was Falcons wasting time. The moment they get to overtime, they kick it up.
I guess so, but in the course of the series, even if this goes through maps, like Pain just sent them a message.
Hell yeah.
That was like a very impressive comeback to make, regardless of the outcome in this map. NQZ has done some of his best work on a scout, though.
Oh, you like.
Oh, I mean,
you
I'm just
perfect
because
Mohan.
Oh, yeah,
you never cease to amaze me.
All right.
Wow. How do you predict things like that? And then when I try,
it's like an anti-eco. You're like, this team's gonna win.
What the hell is going on? What a shot. I didn't realize that Kixan was having such a good game.
Yeah.
Top of the charts here for Falcons.
Don't really remember a Kixan kill, but he's been getting frags, and Nico just like quietly getting carried.
Dexter, be careful, my friend. Your closest rotates outside of the B doors. Oh, he's going to take the chance versus the scout. Oh, it's not holding.
They're going to hear this.
Yeah, they heard that scope, so NQZ's going to peek in. Oh! See, MP9 gets that kill faster, but Snow gets the upgrade to the off, and then Tesses slides in.
Oh, he's
triple!
so good at angles like that.
Mid-fight done. Tesses a quad. picks up the slack in that B site.
Oh my God, they wanted to rush that so bad after they got that next kill. 3v5.
A 3v5 and 4 kills to one man alone. One man with no support. He was the support. And this scout shot's clean through the frag as well. My goodness, but look at this. You can't run, you can't hide. TeSeS locks it in on the exit of the tunnels. Magis pumped about that one. Falcons clean sweep of overtime. Just when you thought they let their map pick slip through their fingers. 1 of 3 rounds, all they need on this T half.
And then we look back in the first half, and it was Falcons with the later rounds that were better. They just aged like wine. Looking for the feel-good finish, but not if NQZ has anything to say about that.
Nico keeps the site player on his toes, but that's going to elicit the smoke grenade back in his face. Biguzero body blocking. We've seen him do good jobs at climbing up to interrupt this. And he's going to go off of that. The shot connects, but Kixan ready to get the trade frag fast enough. You've got a challenge to this B site soon.
It's still worthwhile here. You know?
Bomb actually backs out.
Yeah, if they go 1 for 1, it's they know there's still 2 players on B. It's Biguzero plays flex towards the A site, but they're opting to run into the op.
Uh-oh. There's your cat player rerouting around towards long.
Moments like this, NQZ can freeze up. He needs to get active.
If that catwalk player comes to help, then you'd think NQZ is doomed. But he peeks out and finds Nico, unprepared for the car peek. Fire at his feet. Cat player comes at him. Oh, he turns for it. Lovely stuff here from NQZ. Can TeSeS go big again? We've got Snow on the angle. 10 to the clock. TeSeS knows both positions. And he's got the time to put the bomb down. Snow can't challenge without that frag. It's not enough to kill him, and it misses entirely. TeSeS was massive in that 1 round ago. And as he gets off to the ramp, it is Snow with op in hand, slow to the fight. TeSeS closes. Falcons push us to map 3.
Unbelievable scenes. That is, of course, unless you are the side of the Falcons who have secured this map. And really, on the back of what got to overtime, it probably shouldn't have in the first place, but damn sure did we get it. Jacob Pimp Binnicky, Suit and Blow, Wagon Bomb.
You got it there at the end. Great job. Great job. Listen, Nico might have left G2, but G2 eventually does never leave Nico, seemingly, because that should have been such an easy map. It was, what, 12-7 or something for the side of Falcons, and they completely... I don't know what happened after that. So many rounds just completely falling asleep at the wheel, just kind of throwing it away. I'll just say, a couple of players, I don't know what the hell some of them were doing in some of those rounds. Credit to Paint bringing it back, but I guess they needed a reset. Because once it reset, once they get into overtime, suddenly they're like, hey, guys, you guys remember how to play this map? And they played it perfectly.
Yeah, there's no doubt that Falcons were the better team on Dust 2, and there's no doubt saying they should have won. I believe they're up 12-5 actually at a certain point in this game. And you're right, it felt like they just fell asleep at the wheel. You see right here, 7-5 first half, and then Nico has a big pistol. From that point onwards, it was Falcons all over in the beginning of the second half. And then, I don't know what it is, you know, as you said, I want to give credit to Pain Gaming because they had a couple of rounds where they completely outplayed Falcons, but when you're leading 12-5 on a map like Dust 2, you're prone to win it one way or another. So the fact of the matter is we had to go into overtime. I almost want to say, Trace, that we have 2 losers of Dust 2. I know that's not how it works. I know Falcons at the end of the day got the W, but again, it doesn't install me with confidence. Again, it's just another warning sign for the future. Anyway, they win the map and we move on.
So what you're saying is this was not some inspiring Counter-Strike.
It's called a Pyrrhic victory, Trace.
Okay.
It's a Pyrrhic victory.
Like a cosmetic victory.
Yeah, somebody had to win, and at the end of the day, that was Falcons.
And listen, and the last, like, the overtime rounds, that was clinical. Played so well by Falcons. Well, it's just like, what happened? I feel like they were playing choosing not to lose in all those rounds with 12-5, all right, guys, we're just going to save, take it easy, play default, try to overcomplicate matters. Instead, that allowed Pain back into the game. And again, I wouldn't give credit to Pain. It really looked like they were done and dusted, no pun intended, that map. But in the end, just not quite enough in overtime.
Yeah, but that's where I want to give credit to this guy, because he stepped it up massively at the later stages of the game, especially in overtime. You know, had 2 massive rounds. Obviously, we saw the very last one with the 1v2 clutch. The one before that, he got a quad kill towards the B bomb side as well, where Pain, for some reason, decided to go out one by one. You know how it works. He was able to punish it. So overall, a great display by Tessus. But then again, it shouldn't be needed. It shouldn't get to the point where he has to show up with a quad kill, has to show up in a 1v3, 1v2 to close out the map. So as much as I want to say congratulations to Falcons, I really can't.
Okay, well, I can leave you with that one. I can also...
They get the dub, though, so,
They do. Let's circle it back just a second, though, because there was that whole idea that they were going to take the weapons away from the Falcons who were trying to save 4 deep, and that was pretty much the end of regulation, right? Do you think there's some sort of miscalc in maybe the money there or at the end of the half, or...
No, even when you're saving, for example, just to try and get into the psyche of how the Falcons are playing, right? Like, fine, there's scenarios when you're like a 4v5, you still have a few rounds remaining, let's go for the save. You just don't turtle up, play all the way passively, where you're getting surrounded, getting completely swamped as the members of Pain are going in for the hunt. Instead, you want to have more forward positioning to make that hunt more uncomfortable. Have someone playing towards the B bomb side. You have an op as well, right? Someone can be playing towards outside of T-spawn for that matter. Instead, all grouped up, and that for me was very telling as to how timid their mentality was during the end of regulation, allowing Pain into the game. But the moment it hit into overtime, I feel that's when maybe Zonic had a quick chat with them. It's like, guys, please wake up. And they did wake up. I love how they went for the tunnels control. They had all the info, and that's when Pain's T side completely fell flat when it came to overtime.
I mean, there was 2 rounds in overtime Pain should have won. The first one we saw it right here. Tessus gets a quad kill. That's a Pain round all over it, that will secure them 1 round moving into the second half. And then the first overtime round in the second stage of the overtime was also a Pain round. Tessus should never have won that 1v2 clutch. So I do feel like this game could have been ongoing still. At the end of the day, you got to give it up to Tessus for showing a bit of willingness to just, listen, guys, I don't know what the hell we're doing right now. I'm going to close this map and then we move into Nuke, because that's what it felt like for Falcons. When you're up 12-5, you have already won the map. Obviously, they have to do it. They have to get that final round to secure the back and secure the W. But for some reason, we had to witness this, and it leaves me with it leaves me with a sour taste, because the conversation and the narrative could have been, all right, bad Mirage, you get warmed up, you get into Dust 2, very demanding victory, very cool start to the CT side, all flowers, all positives. At the end of the day, we found ourselves questioning whether or not Falcons are here to play, and I don't want to have that conversation. Now we have to have it, and that kind of annoys me.
Well, then let's do it. Let's have that conversation. Are the Falcons here to play? And I'll start with you, Sudan.
Well, they are, seemingly they are here to play, because we are map number 3 here. Trace. They got the win. And listen, also, Dust 2, I think it is their home map, and despite the fact that, that they choked that 12-5 lead, they have now won all 5 Dust 2s they've played with this lineup, which is kind of good. 100% win rate with 5 maps, played pretty solid. Coming into Nuke, however, right, this is a map I'm going to give the edge to Pain. I think Pain's going to take this, right? Map 1, they won very convincingly. Map 2, they made Falcons sweat. Falcons played like the underdogs in this matchup. And Nuke is a map where, if you just remember what happened when they played against Na'Vi on land in Copenhagen, Pain beat Na'Vi. Pain have been beating a lot of top-tier teams on this very map, and they've been making it very close, even in the losses. So even the fact that Falcons might be coming into play here, Trace, I don't think it's going to be enough.
I mean, 6-7 rounds to the backside of having map point right there and pushing it all the way forward kind of does speak a little bit of a testament of fortitude. But at the end of the day, yeah, didn't really pan out how you wanted to. We go to Nuke. We could kind of look at our depth chart here. But overall, stylistically, what are you guys expecting from either side?
I think it's going to be tough for Pain to win, because I look at the CT side from G2, and I actually think all these positions makes an awful lot of sense. Nico and Yard, we know what a menace he can be.
Which team is that again?
Which team was that again?
G2. Falcons. Falcons, right? Nico
I understand.
Playing Yard. Nico playing Yard in this position, arguably the best player to do it, has been for quite some time. Tessus on ramp, a menace. He's actually very good at that position, does all the right things all the times, good at staying alive, good at staying around, getting the kills. And then Dexter, I've been questioning, and I think everyone's been questioning his decision-making throughout this entire series, and maybe as a whole as a player. But when it comes to Nuke, I feel like he's very aggressive. He likes to play up front in Yard. He likes to group up with Nico, and I think he's finding an awful lot of impact. And then if your weak point is supposed to be Magix and Cookson inside, I think you have a pretty good defense. So as much as I want to give Pain credit for making it to Nuke, I still believe Falcons are going to take it on the base of a strong CT side.
So what you're telling me is to be on the lookout for Cookson with a Negev.
hopefully that won't be needed. If he's gonna pull that out, then I think we're gonna be in a bit of an issue. So hopefully not Trace, you know.
I listen, man. Like you're going up against Pain. You saw the way you had such a labored map number 2, the way you lost map number 1. If I see a negative coming out, words are going to be said, Trace. Not nice words, not pretty words.
I can imagine, but I'm sure they will be eloquent and poignant at that. So here we go. Take a quick look at this VRS forecast again. Jacob, you mind catching people up to what this means exactly? Because yes, it is numbers, but obviously the VRS.
Yeah, the VIS. You know, every single game you play has an effect on the amount of points you score. You can see if Falcons were to win this game, they'd get an additional 55 points to what they already have secured right now. Same could be said for Pain, a little more points on the gap for them as they have a lower ranking. Also, there's the prize money aspect. Obviously, we don't know how these two teams are going to fare in the tournament as a whole. We do know, though, that the winner is guaranteed $31,500, if I'm not mistaken, which also helps the VIS system. So there is a little bit more than just the game itself at stake. However, let's focus on Nuke. Let's focus on this. You say Pain, I say Falcons. Trace, we owe it to you.
So I am the tiebreaker. Look, I've been thinking long and hard about this, and to be honest with you, my real prediction is that we're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to jump into Nuke, and I can assure you that we will have a conclusion of this series on the backside of that. Yes, it is Falcons. Yes, it is Pain, and yes, this is PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
Falcons Nico is here to take the test. He's going to guess the price of the CS2 weapons and put his knowledge to the test. You ready for this one, Nico?
I don't know, man. I hope you don't go, to Negev, to like SMGs. I don't really use those weapons, so.
Yeah, I'll just say, it's probably not weapons that you are a fan of. Probably not your favorite weapons in there. But I'm ready to have some fun with you and try this out. So let's see how we can do it.
Let's go.
You'll have 60 seconds. My recommendation to you is, if you don't have an idea, say a number and guess, and get through to the next one and try and get as many correct as possible.
And how many do I have?
There's a lot. So you can just keep trying to go through.
So it's just the full buy menu or what?
I'd say a quarter of the buy menu, maybe half.
Okay.
All right, let's get the timer running. The M249.
I have no clue. I would say 1.8.
5,200. CZ.
What?
CZ.
CZ 300?
500.
500.
Negev.
This one is cheap, no?
Yeah.
1.8. Is it?
1.7.
1.7.
R8.
500.
Oh, 600. SG 553.
3,000. 3,000?
Yes, exactly. Good. Mag 7.
1.7.
Or 1.3.
Really?
Nova.
1.2.
1050.
No way.
P90.
2,000. 2,000?
2,350. Scar.
5,000. 5,000.
5,000, yes. And the time is up.
That's it?
That's it. That's all you got through. This is a skill you do not need, Nico. You have many others that you can dominate.
Apparently I do. Let's do this one again for playoffs if we get there.
There we go. We'll give you another one.
Yeah.
Round 2, when Falcons go to playoffs, Nico will be back with all the knowledge and he'll show everyone how he can really do with it.
Yes.
Thanks for playing. Good luck in the tournament.
Thank you so much.
Oh, they played with them. God damn, they played with them. Pain Gaming lose after that massive comeback. Falcons, that's maybe a soul-crushing strategy, perhaps. I'm not quite certain, but it takes us to Nuke. And when we get to Nuke, there are still questions to be answered. Okay, we're talking about a Nico outside. Nico outside. Ooh, you've come to love that about Nico over his career. Outer Nuke play. His bread and butter. Can he do well enough for Falcons to put forth a map 3 win, to thrust their team into the 2-0 pool? That's the big question today. What do you think about that, Launders? Oh, right, I'm alone in this room for the time being. That's right, Launders has been fired, folks. I'd hate to break it to you. Breaking news, we've fired Launders. He is gone, and he's not coming back. So it's just going to be me talking to myself for a little bit. Unless he pays me $500,000.
I don't have a Falcon salary, so.
Oh, you don't? Hey, buddy. Welcome. We tried to jump into this game quick.
Oh, they both ran. They both had Pimp and Blair ran into the room to get on the mic.
That's lovely. That's nice of them. Get the hell out of here.
I was really taking my time peeing there. I really overestimated that break.
Hey, man. You know, the thing is, it was ready to go, and then Falcon said, wait, we need one more huddle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why we haven't jumped into the pistol just yet here, Mo.
Perfect.
But now Falcons.
What were you talking about?
Nothing. Just talking to myself. I was actually talking about how Nico's outer play has become one of, you know, the great legendary positionings of his career.
Yeah, but right now we have 2 bottom fraggers. That's Bigazera and Nico, and they both play outside.
Well,
it's about to get ugly out there, Connor.
You know, that's a thing. Like it's like backyard wrestling. You know, watching like unathletic people just beat each other over the heads with like light bulbs and stuff.
Great content.
It's great content. It's entertainment. Okay.
Don't try this at home.
It doesn't always have to be world class to be entertaining. And so I think that it's like letting a team run an entire streak of 7 rounds back, only to win every single round in overtime right after.
There was so much on the line, ego-wise, about that. You know, letting that comeback take place. But I think they made up for it with crushing overtime. I think they win the first round. They're like, why couldn't we do that in the last 7? But then they win the next 3, and it's like, all right, we got Dust 2 out of the way. Yes, it was an impressive comeback, but we also fully crushed you when we went post-regulation. Yeah, we're looking at stats that are great for Nico. It's just that form today looks a little rough. So we'll have to see.
It'd be a question as to whether or not he can just turn it around on map 3. He's entering this 3rd map as the lowest rated player on Falcons in the series. He's entering it with a 0.94. So contrast that to the 1.13 you just had on your screen for the rest of 2025. You know, and that is 3 events into it for Falcons. And well, it's not his day yet. But his teammates, shout out TessS, very big impact over in overtime to make sure that sweep happened as convincingly as it did, have given him runway. So now he can play one of his favorite positions of all time. So it should be the moment that Nico's performance gets turned around. He even gets to start on the CT side. Should be. We'll see. Davideus pouncing into the A bomb site. That's a 3v5 for Falcons to have to deal with here in the pistol. And bomb planted off Nico's spam angle. TessS up in heaven. Dagster's Berettas try to activate into the lobby, but I mean, Biguzera's got a nice deep angle from spawn to hold him back. And there is double checking. No kits.
Time is of the TessS.
Dagster trying to get the rampage rolling, but it's no openings for him, no openings whatsoever. There is not a single thing that Falcons can be happy about in this pistol round, and that is Pain to take the first.
They have had a lot of good pistol rounds, actually. Pain have struggled, really, trying to get good ideas to work versus the Falcons.
And again, just go back to Dust 2. That was pistol wins and full 3-0 conversions, both half for Falcons. Still goes to overtime.
Yeah, it's a game lost without those pistols for Falcons.
Playing with dangerous margins at that point. So they'll lose this one. And CT side won't kick off with ease.
And we've got two teams with, differing expectations, but also two teams who are willing to take rounds in stride. The Pain have had to make comebacks. Falcons are up to one best-of-3 land win. Like, everyone's got to be realistic here at the beginning of the year.
Very quickly circumventing any threats.
Pain have been getting some great practice on Nuke, though.
Practice makes perfect. A players knowing that this wrap is coming around by all the noise that's going off outside means Kawez holds back. Now he's the one guy at threats, but looks like he's dealing with those threats easily. Tess has little, jumping MP9s, little zany. Dexter Scout gonna get one. There's a Galil upgrade for him. You take it or you leave it. Wait, bomb. Oh no, bomb is sitting in T-spawn and Dexter's about to find it. Oh no.
How much damage could he really do, though?
Oh no.
I mean, he's down to 15 health. You can't protect this, right?
Second
But they
CT.
are only they're clearly just learning about this.
Second CT is Nico, and he has now come to the bottom of Silo. He's going to pick up the AK. Nico's going to grab the AK from the first guy. Big Uzera clears it, but Nico actually hasn't extended for the gun, and the bomb's not in his sight line.
Yeah, they can just go inside now. Nico's just hoping Dexter maybe, I don't know what he was hoping. Oh, he didn't see the AK.
It did fall in a little weird spot. But also, I mean, he didn't take an angle wide. Maybe he thought bomb was a little further back. I don't know, but ooh, Pain scooped that up. And the real pain point of that is that Nico comes to bottom silo, holds an angle, lets them take bomb and leaves. You know what he could have done? Walk through main.
Yeah, he could have met them, cut them off at the pass if he wanted to. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You know, he's hoping they go back outside afterwards, but with the amount of time left over, wasn't realistic.
So
happy to get the upgrade. Round win was a little bit unrealistic.
That was exciting for a second, wasn't it?
It's because of the commentary, man. You made it very exciting.
Thank you. Well, it's because I was excited. Yeah, Dexter on the rooftops. Oh, and he doesn't even get to save, dude.
Die anyway.
He's got to accept that he let them grab the bomb and get the round back. And all right, damn it, I'll just keep the AK, I guess. Nope. Nothing for you, good sir. Pain convert. Sketchy, though. Don't be making those mistakes when it gets down to the nitty-gritty.
Yeah, they forgot the bomb once on Dust 2. They forget it once on an anti-eco. Okay.
Now just a couple grenades for Falcons to try to do something with. You know, the common ground between the two opponents Pain have played so far at Cluj is that Astralis is an expensive team and so is Falcons.
Yeah.
If Pain beat both of them, you know, we know the new VRS system is based on how much you earn prize money, but I wonder if we have room to throw in the algorithm, like depending on the salary of the opponents you beat, you get some bonus points or something.
Yeah.
I think Pain deserves it.
The thing is, Pain are not a small org. They just, Brazilian players are very expensive. Yeah, and there's not any that would have a price tag like a Device or a Nico that we can think of, right? There's no like MongolZ out there, I feel like, waiting to be bought besides some of the Fury. I mean, PK Serato would be the one guy who stands out. Yeah, it's funny because I guess a lot of people expected players to be siphoned from Pain to a team like Furia.
Correct. Yep.
But Pain are a bigger org outside of CS, as far as I'm aware. So maybe it was hard for the reverse to happen.
Wait, what? Esports outside of CS?
Yeah,
that's a
they
thing?
Do exist.
What?
SS is all right.
Dealt with.
Yeah, it's the rumors. I mean, it's the allegory of the cave for me. I'm just seeing the shadows on the walls, and I'm hearing about this. I don't know for sure. But from what I understand, Pain are... Pain aren't just a puppy org.
I was wondering what Shox did when she wasn't at Counter-Strike events. It's those other esports they talk about, huh?
League of Legions, something like that. Oh. It's a big game, they say. Big game.
Duda?
You got to know at least some of the Valve universe, though. Come on.
Yeah. That's fair. You're right, actually.
Deadlock, baby. Deadlock.
Up next, they say. All right, first gun rounds. Let's go. CT side, get it online. Don't be wasting time. Don't be letting Falcons kind of limp their way through this CT half. You extended play by winning out on Dust 2. Let's see what you got in store on Nuke. Pain cautious to the red cross. You got Degster up top. You got Nico down below. Nico and Degster. Nico and Degster. That just sounds like a duo that should damn well be able to stop.
Oh, they didn't see anything.
A couple Brazilians, but not likely. Fast charge downstairs towards Vent. Kicksan's about to have his hands full, but the fire stalls them. That's crazy. That was crazy from Snow.
Oh!
But that's crazier from Big Uzera.
God.
Double Galil headshots. Degster very swiftly gets down into control, so he will cut down the bomb carrier.
They're a bit slow to ramp.
Big Uzera lets that bomb get dropped at the feet of the Opper, who feels like he's in a pinch, because he is. Again, ramp has been taken over by the Pain
There's
camp.
only one way to approach this. Davideus has so many things to watch. They have to come in control side and be responsible for recollecting this bomb. Oh, and they find a way to kill Degster. He's not peeking with his teammate.
Good trade frag back from Nico. He's still worried about that vent play, and QZ right here in the windowsill. And so Nico gets away, and Magisk is able to offer up some help. It is the first from Falcons, and it takes them 4 rounds to get there.
I don't know if this becomes Big Uzera's fault also, because he gets those 2 kills. But between those 3 trades, he had no support. And then he gets all the way control side, gets traded out. But we're still 50 seconds, right? They maybe don't have the info, and I think after he gets the first 2 kills, he thinks all of lower is clear. So, fair enough, but we see Falcons were not shy about getting downstairs. Yeah, it might be unfair to say that he overextended. He got 2.
With the Galil.
If he thought there was 3 downstairs, they would have been going to the top side.
I think if anything, we kind of forget about it because all the other stuff that happens after. But Snow jumping through fire into the vent.
Yeah, that was theatrical. It's a little Rooster AK.
All the money on the line here for Pain. Ooh, Kicksan gets first blood.
Nice one. It's a stud on Dust 2.
Yeah, because Uzera likes to kind of take a little peek, a little risky peek every once in a while.
He's a curious cat.
He is. You know, and curiosity killed the cat in this round. Cat was peeling away from the lobby, but QZ up above him. As they leave, CTs take over the space. Now, Cows actually comes back. It's a double up inside of Squeaky's side, but you've got 2 players behind you. Do they turn fast enough? Oh, yes!
Oh.
Kicksan able to track them through that smoke.
Nailed it.
A very desperate attempt to get that bomb down vent.
They love the vent drops. And then they're one of the teams that are really competitive on Nuke that are pretty obsessed with it. And like, obviously the great thing about a vent drop is you threaten upstairs and take the bomb lower in the same breath, sort of. The problem is, obviously, it can get a little messy at times, but it's totally a viable thing to do. I think it's just not as common for people to use in the mid rounds these days. Most people use it as a late round squeaky option in case the trades don't go the right way upstairs. Then you kind of drop vent when you're down to a 2v2 and you know it's open, something like that. But Pain really like to do it 5v5 setups. And in moments like that, but that was a fast flank, man. The rotations from the Falcons the last couple of rounds are clean. Like, they pushed Hut and Trophy at the exact same time. Last round, they had 3 players rotating down B so fast that they had Pain confused.
Would have been a tough one though. Even if they let's say Kicksan doesn't kill both on the flank, there was already a CT just outside of the vents downstairs. We don't end up seeing that position, but like if they have this affinity for vent and Falcons are going to keep players down there in anticipation.
Well, if a team overreacts on Nuke, then upstairs is weaker. So because again, it's like a Chinese finger trap. If you go 1 layer down, it's just hard to come back up. And I think that Pain have to sort of clue into that, because if Falcons pre-rotate or they start secret or they double up lower or they have double up ramp and have one go downstairs, it can be very easy to influence them to do an over rotation, and in which case that's how you weaken the upper side. So that, fundamentally speaking, that's the advantage that they've got to hope that Falcons keep leading into, and we'll see if they can exploit it. But from the Falcons POV, they're right. Pain like to go lower.
So, starting moves look good for Falcons. Pieces in the right position. Same as Nico, already being down at the bottom of Secret. Oh, but Dexter loses to the AK. Nico's going to hold that line. Magisk, a singular frag. Kicksan jumping around right on the other end of this, and it is Tesses who is the one unknown CT, but they catch him. Ready for the peak was Big Uzera. And now they can all walk away, join forces.
See, this is what I'm saying. We get the rotation downstairs. Now you're in the vent. So either you come back up like this. Oh, and then he doesn't get spotted.
Oh, but then they go secret.
No.
Yeah, they do.
Wow, Nico made an executive decision I thought was going to pay off there. Pain are going 1 level deeper and saying, you wouldn't bet we would go downstairs again, and they are.
Wild. To fall all the way back.
That looked like a genius move out of Nico. It's you would think, oh, they could be walking in mini right now. I can't get out of the vent, and instead, they got juked. Free plant.
A little worried about ramp because they don't know, but it's all good. CT is nowhere to be found, and Falcons, you'd think with such a lack of positioning, it's a save.
It's rounds like these that really feel like football downs, just in terms of the kind of plays you make, the reset, the thought about the last play and going into the next one.
Oh, American football. Pigskin.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, the one that you have to be really smart to play.
Right, the one that you don't use your feet in.
Yeah. Use actually all parts of your body in this game. Never seen a guy win a game of football without running. So it's much more dynamic. You got to be stronger too.
Terrorists win. I'm not getting involved in this one because
you're a coward.
Europeans are my friend. Some of them.
Asterisk.
Until you start talking about pizza. Here we go. Run boost. Love it. Ooh, through the fire. Snow's got a good tempo here. Nico on the reload. Does not know about this timing. Snow, are you that brave?
No, he's watching.
I don't think so, buddy.
Nico's literally sitting there like, you're trying to trick me right now.
Yeah. Very well aware of what's up. That is still a Nico on 5 HP for the record. But it's a Nico that was ready for the push. That frees up Tess has to take control of Secret instead. And all that damage means, main looking viable. MongolZ very animated there. Barking orders or information, feeding it over to Big Uzera so that they can try to make an informed choice. Where to go at a man disadvantage? What now? 50 seconds. Magis is a big place for him. Kawez at a huge health disadvantage, as is MongolZ now. So everybody getting softened up. No way he doesn't get that. All good.
All good.
Kicksan sprays down 3.
No
Tesses
problem.
holds on main. All good.
Okay, now we got a Kicksan highlight. That really speaks to his output on Dust 2, and it shows us, okay, here's a moment that shows off exactly how good he can be.
Easy does it.
Magic's like, I softened them all up for you. Sprayed an entire silhouette like it was a crime scene.
Couple rifles here for Pain, all they can afford, so it's an all-in round 8. Great chance for CTs to reset, unless they can't hand it. Cowes just gets the headshot. TeSeS dead. And ramp belongs to them, at least the top side of it. Nico is already down here on the doorways of ramp. Dexter's got to be careful with the reposition. There is no outer control whatsoever here for Pain. Nico decides to try to take the fight to them, and he softens up a bunch. But he is now dead. Magisk at bat, swarm from both sides, and BigUzera slips out on 20 points of health. Kicksan into control. Ooh, it's a Molotov behind him. Davidu is dead. And Kicksan, nah. Door spam off the mark, but Snow's head right in that crosshair from a 2v4 to a 2v2. And remember, BigUzera's still low and exposed as he stands in the open ramp. And if Dexter comes down and peeks this doorway, I mean, NQZ you'd think is doomed. He is just stuck back there. It's one thing to be behind Silo. Oh, but he peeks out with Incendiary in hand.
Man, that's quite brave, though, where NQZ's playing, and not just back clock sitting, waiting for his timing to peak. So perfect punish. That'll send Kicksan to go save. Pain, even through taking all of that damage, on, again, all of those rotations.
Get through critically.
Okay.
Kicksan's not even here for the save. Bomb would have found him no matter what. Pain go up 5-3, the double rifle ramp push to keep everybody's money teetering here, right? This is another time where Pain come in at a disadvantage, but keeping the round going keeps this anybody's game, and more importantly, their 5-3 2-round lead is in their hands.
I was surprised to see Nikos crawl up through the ramp, but it was almost successful. Magisk was just staggered behind him about a few seconds away.
Huge shot from NQZ.
Yeah. The thing about Nico's push is that they fully took ramp, so you know you've got 4 or 5 players around ramp. Like, how are you going to escape if you're Nico? Like, what's the actual contingency plan? I'm not exactly sure how he viewed it, but unless the comms were weird from TeSeS, that was very clearly a full ramp hit.
Feels like Nico's plan was maybe just kill them all.
It's like, imagine Nico was the only ramp player there, and he heard that explode. He wouldn't come back up the ramp, right? He would run away. Now it's definitely possible. They assume TeSeS the only one there, so they wouldn't expect them to go. But once again, getting away, I feel like, is the difficult part.
He had Magisk behind him. You know, maybe that gave him this sense of confidence to challenge.
Yeah.
But
he didn't see that spray last round.
Yeah. Magisk tries his damnedest to hold off the follow through, but that's BigUzera 20 HP coming out from the other door. And Magisk not fast enough to flick over, so money all on the line here for Falcons. This could be the start of a lopsided T-half if Pain can break through. MP9, Scout, and FAMAS. Dwindling utility already at a minute 10. And Nico finds that challenge he's looking for outside, but there are many bodies beyond that smoke, and he catches Snow. Now NQZ clipping the wings of Dexter takes a bit of support away from Nico. Good thing he keeps his head tucked as the top silo player spots him, and NQZ doubles up here in round 9.
Nico was very lucky to get away with the first peek and now goes down anyway. Double push out secret. Let's see if this is the key play. It's not Pain sort of overreacting in this spot. They have some time to work with, actually. But that's sort of fading away. Let's see. Kicksan will get spotted, and now this is very awkward for the Falcons. Where do they go from here?
Damn.
Oh,
flushed out.
Maybe they just go get a kill.
NQZ, triple kill so far this round. 20 seconds. They don't know about TeSeS.
They need to join up, actually. This is just Cowes alone.
Offers up the frag. Now, you're going to get this heaven wrap. I mean, NQZ is doing it all. 4 kills deep. He's on for the ace right here. TeSeS slips in behind Tetris. Oh, BigUzera.
Wow.
The timing's good. NQZ can't believe it.
That was a series of kind of missed opportunities for Pain in general, but NQZ finding a second punish every single step of the way. And that was an expensive round for Falcons, wasn't it? We've got now...
All they had?
Yeah. On the CT side, it's not shaping up.
You know, for, again, this back and forth affair we had, 4 rounds to keep both teams' money teetering. Pain come out on top of that. Your half to run away with now. Of course, never a guarantee. TSS P250 on the close smoke. That's fine. NQZ gonna deal with it. And all of the attack gets dealt with. So they tried to catch them off guard. Instead, it is Nico 1v4 with a USP, no armor. Pain Gaming, a 7-3 lead on the T side of Nuke, Mohan.
Saying they've been getting some good practice on this map.
Yep, you did. And it's a wild scene when Kixan is going to be your highest rated player across 2 maps now in this series. TSS was right with him on Dust 2, but right now...
It's a nice thing in a cute way. You know, it's not a good thing. It's not a sustainable thing. And Nico can end the series as the bottom performer for Falcons. That just doesn't make sense. Not versus a team like Pain. I'm sorry.
That bomb's real big.
It's huge, man. People come from all over to watch that bomb go off.
Sonic wants in.
There was a interview from Nico, just a quote, obviously, but when it becomes the title of the thing, then it sounds like a big deal. But he's like, Donic wants to prove that he's one of the best coaches out there, and I think there is some sort of reputational damage done to his career. It's messed up because all this comes from the Astralis era, where you know you also have people saying, like Glaive saying, there's nobody like Sonic, and lots of good things said about him back then. But in CS2. Him and Snappy just never figured it out, you know. And then, if there's anyone to blame, I'm sorry, but it's got to be those guys.
Surely, yeah.
It has to be. We see so many teams these days that operate under good coaches and good organization with a good coach, and they make players you haven't heard of good.
Oh, yeah.
Heroic are the best example of that right now, and so is the last iteration that are now playing for Falcons.
Feels like Gamer Legion too.
Spirit, Gamer Legion, Na'Vi, Heroic.
Davideus and Kawa is already out. This is a huge gun round, man. This is what Falcons waited for. You know, there is no convincing buy on the other side of this. 3 rounds of loss bonus. And Falcons already having to fight back from a 3v5. I mean, this third map hasn't even been competitive. At least on Dust 2, we had 15 minutes of competitiveness from the team that was losing. We had those 4 rounds back and forth, but it was that ramp fight, the double rifle ramp fight from Pain that just bottoms out the bank accounts of Falcons. TSS leans. Here's the rumblings of the hit. We're going to have Degster try to test this soon enough, but first it's TSS and he gets nothing. Degster just slightly off the mark there. Nico will kill one upstairs towards Squeaky, but so be it. Bomb's already downstairs going down. Nico absolutely trying to save this here on his own. And Degster has peeled away from the doorway just in case Pain tried to come and press him. But honestly, again, the money's not great in the next round. They're going to cut their losses.
Oh, man, they have to turn away from this one, too.
They're playing for a 4-round CT side.
Damn. Now, we're talking map 3, folks. This is do or die. Falcons did come into the series as an odds favorite, but I think mostly off of not brand value, but individual player value. Like you see a Nico on a team, and that just instantly shoots him up. But again, Pain have been Pain have been playing a lot of good teams and have picked up better wins than Falcons have, straight up. So we can't be all too surprised.
You know, I think there was this weird thing when we saw them go back to play a qualifier in Brazil last week. You know, a loss to domestic competition, maybe also chipped away at some of the confidence Pain had been earning, but it's when they come back over to Europe that it feels like they power up.
Can't play well versus noobs.
I didn't say it. Well, that's weird because they're doing it right now.
That actually means they must be good, Connor.
It is. So. That's what yeah. Solid showing this evening. Oh, there he is.
Who's a noob, Connor? Who is a noob?
There he is. Nice to see it. 12 rounds. No, actually, he's been trying his damnedest. He's only died 3 rounds in this half.
Yeah.
Like, it's not Nico who's been missing opportunities. It's Nico who just hasn't had opportunity.
One more shoulder peek, Tessus. Oof.
Can his teammates put him in a winnable enough situation? He starts it with the 5v4. Good damage on the ramp hold.
Dexter gets pushed out. If they molly this again, then this is really tough. He won't be able to re-aggress. Question is, what does Pain do with it? It's awkward when you take ramps slowly because then you can't suddenly run downstairs. You don't get a kill with it. And if you don't have a lot of time on the clock, it's actually hard to re-expand. Think about a new good idea because then Falcons start saying, Tessus, what's going on? I hear nothing. It's going to be a late squeaky round, something like that. And Kickset just walks into this.
Luckily, Tessus brings it back. That's man advantage maintained.
Are they going to use the vent? No, they're actually going to take it upstairs.
Executes NQZ. No double kill from him, but the heaven swing is fast. Dexter keeps that pressure up. Come on, Cowes. There's one on the player who falls down in anticipation of the swing from Tessus. Not able to connect it. Now down to 7 seconds, and that vent player wrapped around lobby. No chance now for Cowes. Time decides this one. 4 rounds for Falcons. They saved for it. They had to nab it, and they do. 4 rounds of a CT side in this decider map.
For what it's worth, they can make a comeback. We saw them get better as Dust 2 went on. They mostly did it within the first half to kick it off, but it's entirely possible. Thing is that this is obviously a subpar CT side in general. Very, very good start here to the map for Pain. I'll have to fall back on their pistols, which have been strong. That's Falcons.
Yes. Yeah, so definitely worth it now. Pull it off if you can. I mean, an 8-4 T side plus a second pistol. You'd think that'd be the Pain map and match win in the bag, but no guarantees this series. Kixan ends that half still at the top of the charts for the Falcons squad. Nico right behind him. Most damage and least deaths. I mean, 3 deaths on Nico across a 12-round half is pretty insane when you're losing 8-4. I think that's a testament to just kind of the 2v2s that boiled down and the amount of times he was forced to save. So here we go. Critical pistol for the Falcons. An element to their play that we know can deliver.
Ooh, double up and ramp with the dualies.
Yes, sir. And Cow is going to draw that attention real far away. He's been spotted out. They approach him with backs turned. Oh, perfect for the Berettas. Tons of damage. Big Uzera peeks in, and it's desperation now. Nico 1v4 gets an instant kill to Big Uzera, but how does he piece together an entire pistol clutch?
Like you said, you look at his scoreline and you think this team is winning. Now in a 1-on-3, he might have to.
He's got the Kevlar, the Berettas, the smoke, and the bomb. Oh, he taps another!
No!
And the third of this 1v4. All Nico!
That's beyond.
This is what you paid for. But on the other side, the one roster move of Pain coming into 2025. Davideus has been promising for this squad. Can he deal it back to Nico?
Incredibly sharp in these moments, but in a 1v1 like this, Nico's holding onto a pistol with 3 bullets and is not planning to reload. There's nobody who's going to be walking towards him either, so he's got to pick the site to go to. Nico is very good at judging where you'll rotate in from with enough time on the clock. On a quiet map, he's so good at reading spots, but here, his reads are not paying off. Davideus is just playing in between two sites, but now with the smoke coming down, it's possible it goes back upstairs. And Nico, if he takes even more time, yes, Davideus will have to consider it, but now at the plant, it'll be open.
Smoke covers him. Davideus not working with the kit, but he does have a massive health advantage. And remember, only 3 bullets, right? 3 bullets. Only needs the 1. That is what you paid for. 1v4 from Nico in a much-needed pistol round win. They challenged up that ramp like they had an advantage. They thought they had an advantage.
That's possible.
But Falcons have a Nico. Didn't reload.
Oh.
1 shot, all he needed.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
He's...
Uh-huh.
He's 13-3.
Yes.
In a 5-8 game.
He looks that...
Just in time to get some credit, Connor, after those first 2 maps.
Yes, sir. Just in time.
Wow. That was special.
Fast charge out into the A site. TeSS insta-clears the 2. And this was a force buy out of pain. With how quickly Snow and Davideus died, you'd think otherwise. Clean conversion. Now we can say that this entire second half made possible by Nico. And Nico alone in a 1v4 on pistol.
100%.
Nowhere for Cowas to run, surrounded by the flames. This T side for Falcons in a decider map. Brought to you.
It's so funny, though, because if Falcons win this game, everyone's going to be like, save Nico. Those first 2 maps, he just bottom fragged outright.
A reminder. Went 13-20 back on Dust 2, enters the series, enters this map, 0.94 rating. Bottom rated player for Falcons at the start of Nuke. Suddenly 13-3. You know, it felt like a sleeping dragon after that first half because he just didn't get many chances to win rounds.
I think it switches to the P2K after that.
I think he can do it with everything.
It's a Liege, Big Zera.
Everything except the op.
Join the Unsilenced gang with MongolZ as well.
That's a weird gang to be in, though. Just keep the silencer on, gentlemen.
It's one of the least ethical gangs.
Yeah, it is.
I don't like what they're about.
I don't like what you're peddling.
All right.
5-7 squad, though? Sign me up.
Your Magic's in that spot. You got to be aware of that.
Burn forward. Ooh.
Wait.
TeSS comes at that squirrely. Side to side on the run-up.
UMP, really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's Big Uzera, dude. God. Jumping MP9. Headshot from TeSS. Stupid-ass gun.
All right.
Remember, folks, this T-side brought to you by Nikola Kovac. A world of possibility at the Falcons' fingertips due to a 1v4 in pistol.
That was like TeSS in that Dust 2 B round, actually. Remember when he got out of tunnels? 4K?
Yes. Yep.
Should have never got out that tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, there have been some tragedies for Pain on these pistol rounds.
Terrorists win. But I've seen Pain survive worse. In games with higher pressure, so that's the pistol and full conversion for Falcons. We've been praising their pistol play.
I feel like this is it's got to be a Kicksand fast call, man. He loves a rush.
Oh, yeah?
He does love a rush.
A little upper hit, you're saying?
I mean, maybe it could be. Let's see who's in what spawn. No, they're just gonna go for outside.
Fast cross to secret here for NQZ, not working with the op. Well, got into secret and runs himself all the way down to that B site. And all the way from B site through the control window, now in ramp room. NQZ, that's half a marathon. Ooh, BTarena spots the bodies crossing over. We've got Magisk lurking still a little bit further behind.
Saw the bomb as well, right?
We've got that top silo player, but yes, you are correct. Bomb spotted on the crossover. And they decide to come back.
They have no choice but
to do they?
Respect the information. If you wait it out, it doesn't matter where you go, but for the moment, it is pain guessing. Pain understand the pressure on this round.
Nico coming at it. It's him versus NQZ in the corner. Oh, half-ass clear.
Did not clear that properly.
Kicks in now. MP9 tries to charge down NQZ, who just wants the hell out of control.
Oh, that's a great move from NQZ. No overcommitment. Leaving them in the wind. TSS making moves.
Yeah, been heard, right? Moves and noise. So Davideus able to lock in behind Vent. He's got BTarena to stir up a distraction. Hut player tries to challenge. Davideus in with his one. Players coming at him. He goes for the wide swing, forces the team kill. Kixan shooting Dexter in the back of the head. Certainly not ideal. We've got fire on the Vent, so NQZ can't exit. Cowes fast on the response, and so Magis trying to get off site. And in contrast to Nico, this has been a rough go of it. He's able to get into main here. Snow running over. That's an easy pickup on the young gun. Holds off on the Vent swing. Hut player dead, but the gun is empty. It's a damn near clutch out of Magisk, but Pain extend their lead off the NQZ clutch.
Yeah, very nice try. And NQZ back-to-back great maps. In fact, that's 3 straight great maps, isn't it, from NQZ? He's had a much better day today. Denies the clutch out of Magisk. What an important round this is as well, and it's all because of this one mistake from Nico.
NQZ, the top-rated player across both maps, confirmed. Even on the map loss of Dust 2.
Round 17, that's Nico's 4th death.
It's a crazy stat line considering how many rounds we've played out.
And that they're not winning.
A real testament to the save. Bomb left behind them. There's still a ton of money here for Falcons, right? Clean conversions off of pistol, and that sure as hell helps.
Oh, you gotta take that and run with it. NQZ in danger of getting mollied.
Damn, that's a T-molly. A little late, but it works. That delayed
Final
fuse,
spread,
huh? Just when he had his hopes up, burnt to a crisp. Falcons, now suddenly you've got yourself a prime chance to hard reset the cash because you had that one survivor in the last round. And you've got a minute to finish off the 3 remaining players here of Pain.
It looks like they're just going to split via ramp, right? Because I think they heard one of those jumps in upper. Or maybe not. Maybe they didn't. Let's see what they're cooking up, man. But if they run into this upper site, that's exactly what Pain want. Oh, yeah. And now they know. The CTs have no idea that Nico's down here. That's it. Nico's found the way. With time. Cowes. One miraculous kill, and honestly, this gets really hairy for Falcons.
Ooh, it's covered.
But how is he going to stop it?
He's not. Dexter's going to come late down secret, and again, with money on the line, I feel like you're looking for the save, and Cowes drops that MP9, so now the 2 M4s should just dip.
How did Nico get downstairs? That was via secret, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Uh-oh. Well, Nico doesn't get a kill this round, but his impact is still felt. And we look at the contrast between Falcons rotating on that first half and the Pain sort of seizing up a little bit in the mid-round and not letting it happen. Versus any random team, they won't know what to do with the information, but you leave an open site like that to Nico, he's going to find the gaps and eventually make you pay for it.
That's a tough pill to swallow if you're Pain. 2 rifles saved up. Timeout. Waited 17 rounds to bring it up here, Mohan, but Snow is 1-11.
Damn.
Don't think I've said his name until this moment.
Yeah.
Not even sure if he's been in the server every single round. So a tough place to be in, where again, you know, one of the things about Pain that we question sometimes is consistencies.
Yeah, definitely. But this map will clearly be won and lost on rotations.
Yes.
Especially with the way that Falcons are playing, and that's what Nuke is. It's very difficult CT rotations, but with very good CT rotations, it feels like an impossible map to win from the T perspective. But that demands a lot of experience, good communication, and just understanding when to make the commitments. Past round had elements of being unlucky. Right? They got the spam through the smoke and Squeaky to kick off. They were also up 3v1 in that retake in the previous round. It's not as if they don't have a CT side. But again, here's Nico getting info. And here's Pain. Only in the top site.
How much of a path can Nico carve out? How much presence does he show, and what are Pain willing to throw down here, if anything at all? You know, alternatively, you just let it go if it goes. BTarena not biting on that lower play just yet, dodging flashes. NQZ up on top, keeps his head down. BTarena not able to serve up a distraction, so Magis good on him. Keeps the presence of mind to clear it. Good lineup there for BTarena, but he only gets 1 kill. Tess's getting his name back into the kill feed, and Nico's slowly but surely.
Yeah, Nico's just confirmed lower, as well as gone back upstairs to punish rotations afterwards. So, done his job once again. That's the one guy they can't let go. Nico slips the net outside, and secret control is used against Pain.
And that just frees up Nico to continue this hunt around. The only thing worth saving is that M4 on Davideus. He will find Sanctuary deep in T spawn. So this is Falcons tying the game up. A T side that hinges on that tough spot economically for Pain. 2 more rounds made possible by the fact that NQZ is the only survivor in the 1 round Pain have won on this CT half.
And as much as Nico did just a straight up bottom frag those last 2 maps, how many players can do what he's doing right now on this map?
Terrorists win.
It's a boon to Kicksan as well, calling for, doing a swell job calling for that last heroic lineup. He had like a peak at Paris and then a trough, which some of those teams that were unlikely to be there sort of spent some time going back down, reassessing their game, losing a lot versus random teams. Then coming back and rebuilding and being firmly and calling for firmly a tier 1 team in heroic. Now has the most interesting chance in his career to call for a player like Nico and to benefit from Nico's mid-round calling as well.
Quick molly pressure to the back of sight. Davideus, luckily for him, doesn't have anybody pounce through hut at the same time. It's a lot of posturing going on by Falcons, but no openings made possible out of the gate for it. We hit a minute 15. We got a lot of lobby presence here for Falcons. Pain really did a good job of holding on to most of the grenades that they came in with, so they're going to start dropping them now. First smoke goes down on Squeaky at a minute. Snow's got to step up. Critical position on top of Hut like this. 1 kill in 18 rounds of play.
This is a moment where Falcons, they want to do something new, but the irony of it is that Pain, I think, have been most excited for some kind of upper hit. And I think their conditioning might fail if they realize that Pain are just actually not responding to the amount of lower plays that have taken place. So we'll see if they can hold, but they've got players in the right positions to do that.
Gotta hold. Snow drops the flash out, goes for the peek, blinds himself, and at least kills Magisk in the back. BTarena not really able to hold on to main just yet, but luckily for him, Davideus goes big with a triple. That's what you said. The positioning's there. They needed them to hold. They will. As simple as that. Yeah. Hold the line, and they do for 10.
Now, there's an important clue that comes with that for the Falcons, that they can assume a team is going to adapt and overreact, but Pain are not going to be that roster. So now that Pain have at least got this chance to stop the upper hit, now it's really another gamble on this next round. What takes place? But I feel like you should just simply start by taking advantage of outside again, because Pain are not playing it as well as Falcons are.
Maybe that's what they do, setting Dexter for the deep angle to Garage. Magisk just clips BTarena. Open squeaky door, smoke not down fast enough, and BTarena's dead. And this has the makings of another hard economic reset. The same reason Falcons have been able to pick up 5 on this T side so far. 2 one-off round wins could be what Pain have in their hands. Unless they reclaim this one with a 4v5, and it's looking dire.
That last round was almost a show of respect from Falcons that, well, it must not work for us to go lower again, but... Oh, okay. They'll get rid of Nico at least. It might be a little late, especially after showing 2. There's only one guy upstairs. Davideus has to stop them all.
Oh, and this time from a 3K last round to nothing this time. And if anything, he's able to slow it down, then suddenly they come bursting up that vent. Instead, Pain have to concede. They have to walk away. Falcons have officially tied this game off a T-side made possible by a 1v4 in the pistol from Nico.
They could have tripped over the finish line if not for that round out of Nico.
They showed promise to us in the last round, but that was a challenge kind of offered up by Falcons. Gentleman's agreement to at least fight once on an A site that very well could have been stacked. Falcons knew it. Not able to burst through it, but so be it. It's 3 standing for Falcons. Zonic loves that. We've got a tied game at 10.
I think if you're Pain, you need to... You don't have to worry about Nika going secret if you can attack other parts of the map. But they need to find a new way to be active. And dying lurking in front of the squeaky smoke in the beginning of the round, it's so disheartening if you're calling to stay alive as long as you could. We saw a round where Pain were keeping 5v5 until 30 seconds, then Falcons came into their trap upstairs. But that's very one-dimensional out of Pain right now. That's kind of the one situation that they are set up to win every round. Except 3 of the 4 of the last ones have been multi-pronged lower lurks with late round ramp plays and a lot more than just a simple upper attack. So if I'm Pain this round, I'm definitely exploring some more options. Double trophy pushes. Getting aggressive in new ways outside.
QZ, can you be the hero?
Yeah, this kind of move they need.
Yes, they can.
Yeah, that's what they need.
That's you just, oh, Mohan, you're a prophet. Forced to get active, right? With only 2 rifles in hand, they had to do something different, and in doing so, it's a kill apiece from the 2 guns that they tiptoe into round 21 with. Doesn't mean the round's a guarantee. But it's a hell of a start. In contrast to some of the rounds prior, BTarena is going to go looking outdoors for something. And there is a player out here ready to be taken down. That'll be TeSeS on the outside of main. Yeah, sitting duck up top. 2v4 now demanded of them. He's going to shoot the gun over to main so that maybe somebody can pick it up.
It's a little awkward, though, the retake. NQZ has an op. They're not coming in with a lot of utility. Falcons, if they play their cards right, they can still survive the situation. But for now, 4v2.
And as you'd expect, of course, no kit. As this was just the 2 rifles to start it, such a strong position for Magisk if they try to come out from the double doors. But if they challenge out through the control windows, now it's a different situation. Magisk has to forfeit it, and Big Uzera, god damn, triple kill for him when it matters most. His Nico moment in this second half.
No kidding.
1 rifle, 1 op, off of the tack pause, and they go for that 2-pronged hit to take this lead back 11-10 Pain.
Now it's a matter of how fast can you learn, and what's Kixan afraid of here for the Falcons on this next round?
Big Uzera just hiding, right? We didn't actually see how he kicked it off. He was hiding inside the secret corner, and Kixan shows up fast with no molly. Oof. A free kill to start it.
They had a bit of egg on their face, but they've wiped it off. They've taken the lead back.
And now something that we haven't really had throughout this second half through Pain CT side, money has been an issue. Yeah. Fast movement onto top main. Big Uzera is going to have to react by giving up an angle to allow that red room cross. And QZ, whoa, saw him fly. Tesses re-peeks back into it. It's a critical trade out of the Opper, but main, it's been conceded to Kixan.
And QZ